2.
What can Gabriel do? Across his borders. There's really he has the ball in hand! Gabriel!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the 2025 Pokemon Go competitive season. My name is Homeslice Henry, and I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Nighttime Clasher, live here from Baltimore, Maryland, for the first regional of this competitive season. The plays so far have been unbelievable. The trainers have as well. And this is only the first regional in what is shaping up to be an unbelievable competitive season.
Yeah, starting off here in Charm City, we haven't seen too much charm due to the Clodsire, but we're going to be following up in Louisville and then going to Sao Paulo for the Latin America International Championships. Later on this year, we also have the London International Championships, but don't forget where Victory Road takes us. The World Championships in Anaheim, California for the 2025 season. Of course, we're going to have so much fun getting to that World Championships, so why don't we look through the championship points breakdown?
Yes, by attending these regional championships, you can earn these championship points. And there's a lot of championship points on the line, 350 for first place, all the way down to a tie between 33rd and 64th for still 100 championship points on the line. 75 players can qualify from the US and Canada, 50 from Europe and Latin America, and 10 from Oceania. And here's the thing, this is only the first regional this season, but some battlers have been working hard at their local tournaments to still gain these championship points. So we actually have a North American leaderboard up already with some names who are actually competing here today. Trainers who participated yesterday include Elite, Jengles, Arrow, Lyle, among other trainers rise to the occasion as well. So some trainers already off to an incredible start in North America. And Mr. Nighttime, I know you've casted over in Europe, so what's going on over there on the European leaderboard?
No surprise here, M.E. Weedle at the top of the leaderboard, our EUIC champion, of course, followed by some players who may have not gone to too many regionals yet. I believe it's Aerodol and MW looking to probably make themselves a name outside of just these local tournaments. But local tournaments are such a great way to start, get those training wheels on, get the experience and confidence that you need to go into a regional or international championship or even a world championship. As you see here, our 4 worlds qualifiers from the recent Honolulu, Hawaii championship.
These battlers finished in the top 4 in Honolulu. Yakai, the Pokemon Go current reigning world champion, Anadequins, Marto Galde, and Beelzeboy. Now, the road to Worlds will begin here in Baltimore. At day 1, we saw some unbelievable matches. Me personally, I like more of the anti-meta picks, so we're going to showcase what I think was the spiciest match of the day, and that was Murphy with the Shadow Alolan Marowak into the Toxapex, getting a Shadow Bone debuff on the first, which meant the second one actually did knock out. In came low kicks. That is not a matchup you would ever be seeing Nighttime in the previous meta.
I hardly see that in the GBL meta, much less play Pokemon. But here's something a little bit more meta. It's Clodsire taking down the bulky Toxapex with the Stone Edge. Kelsey K picking up game number 2 and eventually putting herself into day number 2 on the winner's side, which she will now face up against Tomahawk UK, which we're going to see now taking that earth power on the Toxapex. Big damage from Valor Ash, but he hangs on, makes it to the brine, and Toxapex can really overcome anything with that bulk. Valor Ash recognizing that the Gastrodon is just not bulking up, which is a crazy statement in and out of itself. But then next, we see an amazing peekaboo catch from Tomahawk. Oh, okay, he did a peekaboo catch onto the Azumarill from that Feraligatr to win the series against Valor Ash. But of course, great place from all these trainers overall.
I absolutely agree. And there have been some particular Pokemon that have really stood out that some of these trainers have been using, almost feeling like they're MVP Pokemon. For me, it's got to be Sceptile Ice and the Shadow Celio. I don't think we've ever really seen Shadow Celio on the competitive format, and he's here on the winner side of the bracket with it. And since obviously it's just you and I here, I'll go through Speedy's pick as well. He's picking 6'10" Hero with that Sludge Bomb Guzzlord.
Kelsey K, on the other hand, with her signature Talonflame just burning down the meta. All those superiors have just gone to waste against this strong fire and flying type Pokemon. But of course, speaking of flying type Pokemon, Arrow with probably the spiciest pick from this weekend, Galarian Moltres, such a strong Pokemon. Brave Birds hit so hard on all the Pokemon.
And Galarian Moltres was not on usage day 1, on usage day 2. The day 2 usage looking markedly different from day 1. There's some Pokemon that dramatically rose in the ranks. Azumarill, 30% higher usage day 2 than day 1. Superior, massive increase in usage as well. Same with the Shadow Typhlosion. But you know what I don't see nighttime? Where did Mandibuzz go?
Mandibuzz looks to be the second best dark and flying type Pokemon in the meta. I really never thought it would come to this, but Galarian Moltres recently being unbanned from the Play Pokemon circuit. Be sure to go grab those from your adventure incense every day, by the way. It's just so much better at dealing real amounts of damage as opposed to fake amounts of aerial ace damage.
We've gone through the Pokemon. Now let's take a look at the trainers on the winner's side of this bracket. Elite versus 6'10" Hero, Tomahawk UK versus Kelsey K, Sceptile Ice versus Elum, Arrow versus Wadaj. Out of these matchups nighttime, I'm going to use the question Speedy did yesterday. If you could only watch one, which matchup would you choose?
I think I'm here for the Elite versus 6'10" Hero match. Of course, Elite is such a tested veteran of the game, already a 2-time regional champion, but 6'10" Hero is such a strong trainer as well, top 8 in Toronto, and looking to get a little bit further in the winner's side of the bracket today and just make a name for himself, just like all these other trainers who you see here in the lower bracket.
We saw the top 8 in the winner's side of the bracket. We have 8 more trainers still in the running to try and be the first regional champion of this season. Andrew, Valor Ash, Out of Pocket, Bopper, Magic Mayson, House Stark 93, Murphy 36, and Lil Winery. We've seen great losers brackets run before. So one of these 16 trainers will be the first regional champion in this 2025 season. And honestly, we're used to seeing quite a few faces up here. And this season is a blank slate, which means if you're watching and one of these upcoming regionals is near you, register for it. Come out here, build a team, compete, and we could see your face on a future broadcast as a regional champion.
Trust me, it is a good feeling. But of course, will this happen again this year? Will Wadaj take the first regional of this season? We'll just have to see. But I want you to let us know your predictions on social media. We're here on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Play Pokemon or just Pokemon.
Hashtag play Pokemon.
Hashtag play Pokemon. Tag your X posts with that and let us know who you think will win. And a little bit of some inspiration. Let us know what's your favorite snack while watching day 2 today. I'd love to know while I'm just streaming and cannot eat.
I like that. Also, make sure to follow the channels too. We are live on YouTube and we are live on Twitch as well. So whichever your preferred platform is, we are probably streaming on it. All right, nighttime. The stage is set. The battlers are ready. We entered Baltimore with 182 trainers. We're down to only 16 left, and by day's end, 1 trainer will be crowned regional champion. The stage is set. The battlers are ready, and there's nothing else left but to sign off here and send it over to our wonderful casting duo of Speediest Chief and Amanda.
Thank you very much, Home Slice Henry. Yeah, just like he said, it is a blank slate. We saw all those Pikachu silhouettes. We're wondering who is going to be able to write their names of those 16 competitors left in the Baltimore Regional. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, alongside Speediest Chief 2. How are you feeling about day number 2?
I'm feeling so good, right? Baltimore has been absolute fireworks. We have a Shadow Celio. We have Galarian Moltres coming in Top Cut. We also have a Chestnut. The meta is absolutely wild, and we talk a lot about writing your own story. This is really turning a page for so many competitors, and they're looking to write their name in the first chapter of the 2025 season, but they got to get through some of the best trainers in the world in order to do that.
And if you are not familiar with how this sort of is going, of course, it's the first tournament of the season, right? We're going to give you a little bit of a catch-up, a little bit of an idea of how this format actually works.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
It's going to be an absolute showcase of some of the best trainers in the world here in Baltimore. We've got former regional champions. We've got top cut trainers galore in our top 16. And the most exciting part, Amanda, is due to that double elimination format, we can possibly see a deep losers bracket run, a trainer rising up against the tide and trying to claim the championship here.
A lot of trainers from day number 1 were able to knock down their competitors to the loser side of the bracket, but guess what? A lot of those competitors are still in the tournament. Elum Hara's out of pocket.
Yeah.
I believe that there are even a couple other ones as well that we saw in the winners finals getting knocked down. We have a potential for what we call grudge matches, where we might even see 2 trainers play against each other yet again in the same tournament.
There's not only championship points on the line, let's take a look at the pricing for this tournament, because you can win cold hard cash. Talk about $2,500 for that first place trophy, as well as 108 booster packs. But there's still so much to benefit. There's so many reasons to continue to fight. If you're coming in on the loser side bracket, lower on in that kind of setup, you still have reasons to battle it out to try to get 9th or higher.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking with some competitors yesterday who have already been knocked out of the tournament, but they were showing off their booster packs. They were showing off the cards that they have gotten. There are many reasons to come to the event. Of course, championship points are big because only the top 75 in North America will be able to go to Worlds. But, I mean, these consolation prizes aren't too bad of consolation at all.
And like you pointed out yesterday as well, Amanda, the championship points that you receive for winning the tournament are much, much higher than they were last season. So there's a lot on the line here, especially for those trainers that have ambitions to attend Worlds in Anaheim. This is our bracket pairing. Let's go left to right. We've got Elite versus 6'10 Hero first up on the stream. And then who's coming up after that?
We got someone coming across the pond here. Tomahawk UK up against Kelsey K. We got Sceptile Ice 25 against Elum. And then, of course,
Arrow versus Wadaj. Talk about an all-NA showdown. Those 2 trainers have definitely been prominent figures in the community for a long time, and I cannot wait to get to that series. Amanda and I will take you through the first 3 series before handing it off to our co-casters, Henry and Nighttime Clasher. But I know everybody's excited for the battles. I've seen our trainers getting ready on stage. I picked 6'10 Hero with his Guzzlord because I think the Sludge Bomb is fantastic coverage. I think it's a wild moveset choice. He needs to get a little bit crazy to win against some of these elite trainers too.
Yes, elite trainers. I see what you did there, because elite is one of the trainers we've dubbed the California King, winning 2 regional competitions there. He's in the winner side of the bracket for this Baltimore. He could maybe taking over the east side. We'll have to find out.
I'm telling you, Elite is scary. He's a scary trainer, and as I pointed out yesterday, once he does make it to the grand finals, as he's done twice in California in 2 seasons, he is 9-0. It's not a mistake. It's not an error. Once he gets there, he sweeps. So it's up to trainers like 6'10 Hero to stop him from doing it. And of course, it's up to Elite to get there and then finish the job.
As a reminder, and a wonderful voiceover video by our good friend Speediest Chief, this is a double elimination tournament. This is the winner's side of the bracket. We're coming in from the top, so these trainers have not lost full rounds yet. One of them will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, but we're going to be able to show a ton of really fantastic games.
Exactly right. There's a lot on the line. You want to stay in that winner side bracket as long as possible. Stay on top is always the key. But as we see here, our bracket pairings moving down the list again. So many hype matches. Please let us know which pairing you are most excited to see, because this is like a buffet. There's so many awesome matches on the horizon.
Yeah, not only so many awesome matches with some trainers who are maybe not as well known within the circuit yet, they're playing with some Pokemon too that we haven't seen so far. I mean, yet in this Play Pokemon whole series, we're seeing a Shadow Machamps coming back in on Elite side. We're seeing Guzzlords, like you said, with Sludge Bomb. This is a whole new wild meta, and our trainers are ready. They are on the stage. They're getting ready to lock into battle.
I just can't get over picks like the Galarian Moltres coming in at 18% overall usage in Top Cut. We're also seeing Chestnut, Shadow Celio, but let's take a look at this trainer in particular. He is elite by all standards you could possibly measure. Los Angeles Regional Top 4, Sacramento Regional Champion, Fresno Regional Champion, and San Diego Regional Top 16. All those California Regional Championships.
The region that he is from, and he is putting a pretty interesting team. We talked about this, the Shadow Machamp. Fighting usage has gone down quite a bit already in this new season, but a Karate Chop Machamp being able to pace so quickly, and then the Stone Edge doing much more damage than the Rock Slide. I think this is going to be one of Elite's very signature Pokemon.
We saw the Shadow Drapion put in some nasty work yesterday with some Poison Sting farm downs, but on the opposing side, we have just the hero who might be able to stop it. This is 6'10 Hero, Toronto Regional Top 8, Vancouver Regional Top 4. Look at this team. He's got the Guzzlord, Dunsparce, Superior, Clodsire, Azumarill, and Talonflame. We also saw Talonflame be so impressive with that Fly and Brave Bird double flying coverage.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting movesets that are being used by the top trainers so far. We're seeing Superiors running Leap Tornado and Frenzy Plant. This one is running that Aerial Ace. There's also been a mixture of Clodsire movesets. So this one is running Sludge Bomb. A lot of them are opting for Stone Edge and Earthquake. These two trainers are locked in. We're getting ready for winners round 1 on day 2 here in Baltimore.
Here we go. Cresselia from Elite and Clodsire from 6'10 Hero. Very, very neutral matchup. We know the Grass Knot is probably the preferred charge deck here for the Cresselia. Meanwhile, a lot of trainers have optimized their Clodsire movesets. Like you said, Amanda, they know how many Earthquakes or how many Sludge Bombs they need to win this matchup.
They're going for the Grass Knot, which is the more appropriate attack. Again, so much bulk on the field here. This matchup may take a while. 6'10 Hero just going ahead, charging up almost optimal energy and throwing Earthquake. This is the heavier hitting attack, but it will not be enough to knock it even down into the yellow. Elite taking it very well, continuing to charge up energy.
As these two bulky Pokemon duke it out on the field, I'm taking a look at the back lines. I want to give an early team composition advantage to Elite. I think he's got a lot of typing advantages there. However, it's important to remember that the Drapion he has on his team has Aqua Tail and Crunch, so it's not able to hit either the Superior or the Azumarill for super effective damage.
Another Earthquake coming through from that Clodsire. We saw how much damage that it did to the Cresselia. Cresselia still hanging on in the red. Already another Grass Knot loaded. Both of these Pokemon are getting very, very low. I think at this point, both trainers are wondering, do I want to play for the switch advantage? Do I want to be able to align my Pokemon? Do I want to be able to shield? Looks like maybe come down to fast attacks. Going for the Sludge Bomb, a more effective attack at this very low range.
Yeah, Elite willing to give up switch advantage here. Sludge Bomb from 6'10 Hero will come through, but you saw 6'10 Hero let his Clodsire get a little bit lower. He doesn't want to provide too much farm. Look at these Poison Stings coming in from the Drapion. Gets almost 4 Poison Stings and almost a Sludge Bomb as well, but 610 Hero can't quite get it done.
Can't get it done. He's coming in with the Azumarill, but as you can see, those poisons are super effective, and since it was a buff, it's starting to slowly add up on the Azumarill. These charge attacks are not going to be very effective against this water and fairy type Pokemon, but Crunch does have a possibility to debuff, and that is what Elite is going for their second one already loaded up.
Gonna fire up the second Crunch, like you said, hoping for that defense drop, then the Poison Stings will really start to add up. Second Crunch connects, Azumarill shrugs it off, does not get the defense drop, which is huge for 610 Hero.
Going for one more bubble, then throwing the Ice Beam, getting that shield from Elite side. Wants to keep this Dropion healthy because we've seen how quickly this Pokemon can just farm energy already up to another Crunch. Going a little bit over here. Great timing. I think he's going to go right before the Ice Beam is loaded. No, just continuing to choose to farm. Double shielding the Dropion, getting a ton of energy.
Yeah, I think that what Elite has honed in on here is that there's no Clodsire, right? He already took down the Clodsire, so the Drapion's energy can basically go everywhere. Looking for the Poison Sting down. 610 Hero bails out, but he's too late. He can't get the Azumarill out of the battle.
2 shields left on 610 Hero's side, but will it be enough for the Superior? The first Crunch going unshielded. I like this play. This means if there is a defense to drop, which we just got here, this second Crunch is loaded and gonna have to go ahead and use a shield because this is bringing the Superior very low.
Yeah, no defense drops at all on that Azumarill earlier, but Superior gets it immediately, so I think 610 Hero wants to get rid of the Drapion, actually catching the Aerial Ace onto the Clodsire. What a play by Elite.
Yeah, this flying type attack doing barely anything, just tickling this ground type Pokemon, giving a little bit of a smile, it looks like. And now the Poison Stings just continue here. Elite is already almost at an attack. Meanwhile, 610 Hero has a ton of energy. I don't know if he's even planning to throw it right now. Wants to throw an optimal timing, going for that Frenzy Plant since no shields are on Elite's side.
This is really tricky, right? Because the Frenzy Plant's only neutral. Poison and ground type Clodsire here doesn't hurt that badly from a Frenzy Plant, which is a crazy statement to make. We're going to see the Stone Edge come through here. I think 610 Hero will try to shield, but it's going to come down to the wire.
At this point, Jesse's one Vine Whip away from another Frenzy Plant, but will he be able to survive? No! The Poison Sting going through. Elite taking game number 1 off a 610 Hero.
Yeah, honestly, that game was kind of a slow burn, right? We didn't see a lot of switches. There was one catch, right? But not a whole lot of movement. These trainers just kind of let their alignment and their team compositions play themselves out. I think that early defense drop from that Drapion's Crunch into the Superior really set up Elite to close out that game.
Yeah, the big problem for 610 Hero at that point was there was no Pokemon left on his side to clear that debuff. A lot of times, if a debuff or even a buff happens to yourself in the game, once you switch out to another Pokemon, that has been completely cleared. So you will see a lot of times, you know, with the Pangoro use yesterday, if they go for a close combat that lowers their defense, they want to immediately swap out so they're not taking extra damage. Unfortunately for 610 Hero, wasn't able to do so, forced to shield up the Stone Edge at the last second, but turns out just not enough in the tank for this little grass Pokemon, and gets Poison Sting down. We're gonna hop into game number 2. Forget game number 1 here. We got a Talonflame versus a Clodsire.
New team compositions from these trainers. Clodsire coming out. Instant switch out into the Azumarill here from Elite. Probably trying to pull something out of the back line. Maybe even that Drapion is what he's looking for, but he's not going to get it yet. Elite stays in this matchup. Going to throw an Earthquake into the Azumarill.
Yeah, I kind of like this play by 610 Hero because the only Pokemon on Elite side that very handedly deals with the Azumarill and its bulk is going to be that Cresselia, and the fact that the Elite hasn't swapped it out yet, I think is an indication 610 Hero that it's not in the game, or Elite is suspecting this is going to happen and maybe trying to put it in the back.
Exactly right. As we take another peek at the back lines, I do like the Guzzlord here in game number 2 for 610 Hero because he needs something neutral that can outbulk the Drapion, that can dish damage to the Clodsire, and even help cover for the Cresselia. I think that the Guzzlord can do that. Meanwhile, Azumarill trying to get the second Ice Beam. I think this will KO if it connects.
This will KO. It looks like no shield from Elite. Gonna go ahead and let that go down. But you know, you see that HP on the Azumarill? Well, I think you know where I'm going with this. No, he's doing with the Drapion. He's still farming down with that Feraligatr, eating him up.
Yeah, this is a very important call for 610 Hero, but he's not going to bring in the Talonflame, especially not down energy against the Feraligatr, so he brings in the big Guzzlord with that Brutal Swing Sludge Bomb combination. Hydro Cannon bait. Elite needs to make the call right now. Oh my gosh, this could be, you know, a really tough loss, so he's going to go ahead and shield up that Hydro Cannon.
Shielding up the Hydro Cannon, already a ton of energy on the Guzzlord, and Ice Beam would do a lot of damage, which is why you saw that shield from 610 Hero, forcing a shield from Elite as well. Once that brutal swing would be enough to knock it out. Already at another, getting both shields in this mid matchup here on 2 baits on Elite's side.
Yeah, this is nasty work, right? You're using both shields as 610 hero, and now you see the Drapion come out. You're going to deal a lot of damage with the Dragon Tails, but you don't have Dragon Claw. You got to throw the brutal swing, which is resisted. No protection from Elite.
Yeah, if you look at that Dropion's typing, neither the brutal swing nor the sludge bomb would be doing that much damage because of its typing, but 610 hero just going ahead staying in it, wants to get this Drapion out of the way because we saw how dangerous it is with that much energy. He didn't want to bring a Talonflame into it, but we've got a Feraligatr still in the back.
Yeah, throws the crunch, switches into the Talonflame, but look at the heads-up play by Elite. He throws the Aqua Tail immediately because he anticipated the switch in. What a play.
What a play. Super effective damage. Already bringing that Talonflame down to the yellow. It is Feraligatr against the world here, but there is a shield left remaining, but is there enough HP on it? They're already at a fly. Will Elite choose to shield this up? Looks like he's doing a lot of thinking. He knows it will be able to knock him out. Will he be able to get to 2 Hydro Cannons?
Well, for Elite, you've got to think about your win conditions. Can you Shadow Claw down? Absolutely not. You're taking so much damage from the Incinerate. Throwing the Shadow Claws. Gonna get the Hydro Cannon here at the last second, but I think he's at least 2 Shadow Claws away from the next.
I think so, where the Guzzlord's gonna come in after this Talonflame goes down, and I think we might see a Dragon Tail go through. No, already a brutal swing loaded on 610 Hero side. A hero comes along, knocks down Elite for this, tying up this game in series.
Yeah, Darkness and Flames. The combination of Guzzlord and Talonflame was too much for Elite in game number 2, which does beg the question. We've seen the Shadow Machamp. We've talked about Shadow Machamp. We know that Guzzlord is such a solid neutral pick against his team. Is 610 Hero going to pressure Elite into bringing that Machamp and then corner it with a Talonflame, with an Azumarill, with a hard counter?
I think Elite so far has really been using that Shadow Machamp as almost like bench pressure, right? But I mean, the fact that 610 Hero brought the Guzzlord in, saying, I see that it's just going to be sitting on the bench. I think at this point, especially when you're in the winner's side of the bracket, you can play a little bit more comfortably. You can take a few risks, right? If there was any time to bring the Shadow Machamp, I think that Elite would be in a good position to bring it in one of these games. But with an Azumarill on the other side that's been brought every game, but with the Talonflame that has 2 flying attacks, you really, it's a finding and seeking mission to get that Guzzlord.
Yeah, you might even say right there against the Talonflame, Elite could have avoided throwing the instant Aqua Tail, maybe throwing 2 more Poison Stings, get a little more damage in, and then the Aqua Tail. But again, that's super nitpicky because I thought it was a great heads-up play. So going into game number 3, I 100% anticipate 610 Hero will bring back that Guzzlord. I think that putting this pressure on Elite, forcing him to think about Machamp is enough of a head game in order to force him into a mistake potentially down the line. So you've got to bring the Guzzlord if you're 610 Hero.
If you're doing things like that, that's also such an interesting call, Speedy, because if Elite is thinking, okay, he brought the Guzzlord, is he trying to lure out the Machamp? Is he doing that because he wants to play actually counters to my Machamp, such as things like the Azumarills, things like the Clodsire? We'll have to find out because we're going right into this decisive game number 3 on the winner's side of the bracket. We just saw Elite give a thumbs up here. He's okay with this lead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we get the Clodsire from 610 Hero and the Shadow Drapion from Elite. Shockingly, there is no Guzzlord on the team here for 610 Hero and no Machamp from Elite either. They did not play into the head games that the other was trying to orchestrate. Aqua Tail getting fired off here by the Shadow Drapion. Chips down that Clodsire quite a bit, but it's going to need at least 2 more to get the KO.
Well, if it needs 2 more, 1 is already on its way as the second Aqua Tail is already loaded. Poison seems generating energy so quickly. Look how heavy that Clodsire is, and now swapping into his own Clodsire to be able to tank this Earthquake. It is the more effective attack to be throwing here, but still no shield from Elite's side. Earthquake bringing that Clodsire down to about 50%.
Oh, actually goes in with the Azumarill. I like this play a lot because you recognize that the bubbles plus the Ice Beam will be enough to KO the Clodsire, and you apply a lot of pressure in the switch in position. You're also not displacing the switch timers too much, so if something comes in that you don't want to see as 610 Hero, you can eventually swap out.
Yeah, going ahead, hitting that Earthquake, it is knocking the Azumarill down to about half health as well, but like you said, an Ice Beam is already loaded. This will be enough to knock it out, and Elite choosing to let his Pokemon go, still wants to maintain shields, which I think it's 610 Hero saying, what is he maintaining shields for? This Cresselia is coming in. This is a very good matchup for the Cresselia. Elite just charging up a lot of of extra energy, knows that it can tank a couple of these charge attacks, but I think we're going to see a grass knot being thrown before that timer goes off.
This is the advantage of seeing your opponent's team as well. 610 Hero now knows all 3 of the Pokemon from Elite. There's no Machamp back there. He's got nothing to fear, but the question is, does Elite know that there's no Guzzlord in the back for 610 Hero? Grass knot gets fired off. This is going to be really close, actually a slight undercharge to try to get the cycle cuts, and it's going to pay off for 610 because he gets the Sludge Bomb as well.
Sludge Bomb will be able to release. You saw Elite kind of shaking his head there, but still not using any shields. Using Cresselia maybe almost as that secondary shield there. One more Cycle Cut is enough to do it. It's back to fully loaded for that Grass Knot, and we'll have to see what 610 Hero wants to bring back in. The Azumarill doesn't have a lot of play against the loaded Cresselia. In comes that Superior here, going for a Moonblast, potential for a debuff.
Yeah, you saw kind of a frown there from Elite. He wasn't expecting to see the Superior here from 610 Hero, but the Moonblast will connect, dealing some meaningful damage. No attack drop. In comes the Drapion, and 610 Hero cannot switch out. We're going to see the Aerial Ace get fired off.
Aerial Ace coming through here. 2 shields still remaining on Elite's side here. He's got to use it at one point, but he knows it's not going to be at this moment. This is going to chunk away. He has 2 pretty low health Pokemon left, but just a ton of energy. Love this play. Right at charge attack priority, going for an Aqua Tail bait and getting the shield from 610 Hero.
Absolutely insane gameplay to bait the Aqua Tail there in a clutch situation. Aerial Ace gets fired off. I think we finally get the first Protect Shield from Elite as well. The question is, will 610 Hero try to swap and catch a potential crunch on Azumarill? He goes immediately for it.
Yeah, I think he's saying, okay, I know that the switch timers are misaligned, and I'm going to take full advantage here. Elite's counting is just, I'm going to say it, Elite. Throwing right before the Ice Beam is already loaded. Keeping track of your opponent's energy is a hard call to make. Add an Aqua Tail, going to go for a hefty farm down. Will he use a shield here? There's so much energy on the Drapion.
Look at how Elite is building momentum here. He's going to try to farm down the Azumarill, try to get to the crunch against his Superior, to force the shield, and then maybe get to the Moonblast on Cresselia. Look at how much energy this Pokemon has. He goes for another bait, but I think no matter what, you need to shield here.
And it looks like 610 Hero is doing exactly that, but I think he's one Poison Sting away from a crunch, which should be able to. No, he's at it already! Throwing this cruncher, no Protect Shields remaining, barely any health on the Drapion. This crunch will connect.
I mean, there must have been a dozen charge attacks in the last 2 minutes of that game. The Drapion is so spammy, so fast, and dishes out so much damage. I mean, the shield pressure is absolutely unreal.
610 Hero playing very well. You see these two shaking hands. If you are a fan of his plays, which I know that we personally were, Guzzlord being the MVP Pokemon for Will in this tournament, he will be knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket. We may see him later on in the day. Plenty more plays to come. This was just the very first game.
I felt like I had to highlight some of the Guzzlord plays because it was my MVP pick, but at the same time, you have to give so much respect to Elite and how he was able to manage that matchup. And even after losing that game 2, he was not rattled. Very calculated, very composed. And can you appreciate as well how the play styles changed? Remember game 1, there weren't a lot of switches. The trainers just kind of like played out the matchups as they went. Game 3 was absolutely polar opposite. I think we saw about 5 or 6 switches or more, and then we saw the Drapion spam so many charge attacks in that decisive game. But as we take a look back at our replay, the Drapion set the tone as early as game 1.
Yeah, look at this. Getting a catch, too, onto the Clodsire. A flying type attack that just barely does a dent to this Clodsire was something that kind of put Elite in the driver's seat there. Game number 1, you called a slow burn, and I have to agree. Like you said, there was just very simple, good mechanical plays, but nothing too crazy. But this whole series just really turned itself on its head, being able to knock out here. 610 Hero is so patient with his plays, knows exactly what he wants his Pokemon to do, but the spamminess of that Drapion just really continued to go away for Elite.
Again, the most surprising thing to me in this series were the team compositions. If you look back at game 1, the Superior would have had a solid matchup against the Machamp, against a Feraligatr, but anything besides Clodsire. And then as you look at game number 2, the Talonflame and Guzzlord core for 610 Hero was so impactful. He left that on the bench though in game 3, and Elite brought the Drapion back.
Drapion was there to stay, being able to just throw spam after spam, getting baits with those Aqua Tails for crunches to win the game. This was an incredible place. And guys, guess what? It's only the first game of the day.
Wow, first series of the day, right? I can't wait to get our next pair of trainers queued up, but I really want to say again that I appreciate so much the variety of this meta in the Max Out season. Yes, all 8 of our top 8 do have Clodsire, But like you called out, Amanda, where's the Mandibuzz? Where's Charjabug? Where are a lot of these Pokemon that were so solid last season or that people predicted would be good this season, they're just nowhere to be found on this top usage.
I mean, when we saw that top usage graphic, I was like, Artibex is in the top 12 usage of day 2 in a championship circuit.
Yeah, and it's not a spice pick.
That was not on my bingo card. Valerian Moltres, sorry, what did you say that's even higher on the list? Okay, all right, I didn't call it.
Exactly. Unusual things are happening here in Baltimore, but let's hear from an elite caster and an elite trainer. Take it down to the floor.
Thank you so much, Speedy. My name is Homeslice Henry. I am here on the floor with Elite, fresh off a victory on stage. Big congratulations. And it definitely seemed like the star of the show for you was that Shadow Drapion. So talk me through, when team building there, were you initially team building around the Shadow Drapion, or was that added a bit later on?
It was added later on. I wanted to use Clodsire and Feraligatr because I thought those were the 2 strongest Pokemon in the meta. And after a bunch of testing and scrimming, I found that Drapion was pretty good and it fit on my team well. And yeah, it's working. So.
That it is. Poison Sting, the ability to farm things down. I believe it was in that game 1, it was Poison Stinging down a Clodsire. That was to use a phrase Nighttime likes, that was diabolical to watch there. But especially looking at that team, it seemed like as long as it was able to dodge the Guzzlord, that Drapion just offered a tremendous amount of neutral play and really gave you a lot of flexibility to play lines that you wanted as long as you could avoid the Dragon type.
Yeah, even the Guzzlord, its charge attacks are all resisted by Drapion, so I felt like that wasn't the worst. I mean, it was like bad, but it wasn't like the end of the world, basically. So it was really good in that matchup. I was kind of surprised, though, versus the Talonflame. I thought the Aqua Tail would do more. It only did like half.
Yeah, that Talonflame ended up being a little tricky in game 2, but being able to clutch it in game 3, and honestly, the Azumarill matchup is what surprised me, because your charge attacks are completely resisted. But I don't know if anyone told that to the Shadow Drapion, because the Poison Sting increase in damage, it really feels like this is a pick that not a lot of people were expecting maybe day 1, and it's kind of taken it by storm so far. So big congratulations again, man. Great win on stage, and hopefully we'll be interviewing you here again, because that means you'll be winning more games. So
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
absolutely, and I'll now send it back to the casters.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I have to admit as well, Shadow Drapion is something that I really like. I played it a lot in the Go Battle League. Not something I really considered to this season, but the fact that Elite was playing, the fact that Lyle Jeffs was playing it, there's so many well-known, well-established, really good players. I might put it to my play.
Yeah, you know, well-established players, really talented players. You're like, oh yeah, well that sounds like
That's me. That's me, right?
I should do it too.
I'll just like slide into that.
I feel like Drapion was a kind of fringe pick last season. We saw occasionally, if I'm not mistaken, Magic Mayson experimented with it a couple times at a regional championships, but I feel like its ability to now farm Pokemon down is absolutely definitive, right? Having those Poison Stings against a Clodsire, right? We saw yesterday Kelsey able to farm down in a Alolan Sandslash with her Clodsire Poison Stings. I mean, these are plays that would be impossible last season before the Max Out season update. So seeing these potential plays unfold is actually wild, and I think that the crunch debuff can also not be understated. That's what really sealed up game number 1 for Elites against 610 Hero, and the crunch debuff can be so annoying. Even with the 50-second timer, you wish you could just switch out faster to clear those debuffs.
We always say that, you know, it seems like it's a 100% chance of debuff whenever you're playing against
When I play it, yeah. I always get debuffed every single time, you know? It's not a conspiracy, it's true.
No, yeah. If Will says it, then it obviously means that it has to be true.
It's true.
So, in that regard, who do we have up next? Because if you're saying it, it's got to be true.
Well, it looks like we're going to have Tomahawk UK versus Kelsey on stage. And this is going to be really fun. We actually spoke with Tomahawk a couple times this morning. He was saying that he's going to run some crazy lines because his team is very similar to Andrew's, and Andrew Miñarez was defeated by Kelsey in stunning fashion yesterday, knocking him down to that loser side bracket. So Tomahawk, again, is looking at that. He sees that as a blueprint. He says, I want to do the opposite of that. I want to try to beat Kelsey. And Kelsey's looking to repeat that success. So this is actually going to be a very, very hype matchup.
Yeah, Kelsey K, on the other hand, first time, I believe, in the Top Cut performance, doing fantastic fantastic job here, and I picked her and her Talonflame as my MVP Pokemon. Let's look at Tomahawk's accolades. He ended up getting in the top 16 in Worlds this previous season in Honolulu. He was the Bologna 2nd place, he was Liverpool 2nd place, and he was Warsaw's 2nd place finisher. I think he's hoping that if he comes over here to NA, that maybe he can cinch out that 1st place finish. You talked about how his team was so similar to Andrew Manhara's, and you're absolutely right. 4 of the 6 Pokemon are the same. The Azumarill, Toxapex, Diggersby, and Pangoro being those picks. So I wonder if Tomahawk will try to play around the Talonflame on the other side with potentially his other Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly right. I think the Pangoro is really, really special, but another special trainer here is Kelsey, Baltimore Regional Top 16, the first accolade on that list. But I got to tell you, if Kelsey attends more events, that list will surely grow because she was so impressive yesterday against some of the world's best. She's brought the Azumarill, she's got the Clodsire, no Sludge Bomb tech here. She's got Stone Edge and Earthquake, as well as the Double Fly, Talonflame, and that Shadow Drapion that was so good for Elite. I'm sure Kelsey was in the crowd taking notes after that first round as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we were going ahead and comparing teams, her team was actually very similar to what we just saw from Hero's side of it. But this Dugong is kind of a difference maker. I think a lot of people weren't really expecting so much ice usage, but with so much for Alligator and Clodsire expected, and Mandibuzz, which was actually expected, though we don't see much of, Dugong's a great answer.
Dugong is really tricky. That Ice-type coverage, the Icy Wind debuff can be a game changer. Speaking of it, we've got it on the field here versus the Diggersby from Tomahawk. This is a solid matchup for Kelsey, especially if she starts to spin off these Icy Winds.
Yeah, Icy Winds will not be available beforehand. It looks like Tomahawk's going straight for that Scorching Sands, looking to do a bit of damage before getting debuffed and possibly having a chance of debuffing the attack of Kelsey's Dugong. Will it be able to do that? Does connect. Dugong still healthy, still in the green, and an immediate swap out to try to catch on the Azumarill. Kelsey, patient as ever, going for the skill run here.
She's looking at her back line, right? Kind of surveying her inventory. She knows she's got the Drapion with the Poison Sting. She's got the Clodsire, but she doesn't have any super effective charge attacks. This is the same problem that Elite was running into against 610 Heroes Azumarill, so she's got to find ways to do it. I think that chipping it down with the drill run is a great start.
Great start to it. I have to wonder if maybe she would have gone for an Icy Wind, so this wouldn't be doing as much damage because the bubbles are slowly going to start adding up on the Drapion as well, and the Poison Stings are really the only thing that are doing a lot of damage. Hoping for this Crunch debuff as it is being thrown here. No shield from Tomahawk UK side, knowing that it's not going to be a Sludge Bomb because of the open team.
Oh!
He does get the defense drop as well. Will he want to use a shield for this, or will the Azumarill go down?
Yeah, and look at Kelsey, back-to-back crunches like us, Speedburger yesterday. Bites after bites. She's going to go for the Poison Sting pressure, but the bubbles, like you said, are adding up. Going to throw the Ice Beam at the last second to secure the knockout. Tomahawk wants his Drapion off the field.
Wow, he did not want to take any risks. I think another bubble would have done it, but just says, okay, get that Drapion gone. What is coming in? But when I see this low of health, I just see farm at this stage in this tournament.
And look at this, the Poison Stings are adding up. Azumarill trying to get to the Ice Beam, can't do it! Clodsire devours Azumarill with the Poison Stings, and now it's loaded up, trying to equalize the field here against one of its hardest counters in Diggersby.
Diggersby, I think this was Tomahawk's plan. He wanted to lure out the Clodsire, but did he want to lure out a Clodsire with energy? Because this Earthquake was connecting. The switch timer is up now. Now comes in a Toxapex, trying to just soak up a little bit of this energy. But guess what? Even though this Pokemon is so bulky, these drill runs are super effective.
This matchup is very playable for Kelsey. I mean, if for Tomahawk, you have to get to the Sludge Wave. This could be a bait type scenario, so Kelsey has to be aware of that, but the drill runs are coming on fast and heavy, and they're dealing tons of super effective damage. I think she still has a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah, not only does she have flexibility, well, she's got 2 shields left on her side to play around with, just continuing to go ahead. Tomahawk getting a lot of energy. You can see that these poison jabs are actually adding up quite a lot, and he is going for that heavier hitting attack. He wants to be able to get this Dugong out, and with this low health, Kelsey does end up shielding up the Sludge Wave. A correct call here, and now being able to throw puts Tomahawk in a bad position. This will be able to knock out the Toxapex should he not use a shield.
Yeah, I adore the shield by Kelsey. I think you have to do that because the Poison Sting down is really tough to do. So now at this point, she's able to bring the Clodsire, met by the Diggersby safe swap. A Fire Punch bait calls the shield from Kelsey here. This is massive for Tomahawk.
This is the last shield on Kelsey's side. This Fire Punch was just a bait, but will he be able to get to a Scorching Sands in time? An Earthquake is loaded. It is being deployed here. No shields left on the Diggersby either. We know this Pokemon has a lot of HP in defense, but can it withstand the earthquake of the Clodsire?
Kelsey needs this knockout. She doesn't get it. Scorching Sands is there because of that ground typing on the Diggersby, but is this enough of a setup? Is this going to weaken the Clodsire enough to put it within brine range? That is the real question here.
There is brine almost loaded. It's already loaded here, throwing it right at a fantastic timing. This is a game that's coming down to the wire. Will the brine be enough? Because if it's not, there's a Stone Edge loaded.
Clodsire gets KO'd. They're coming in with the Dugong now. Dugong going to try to pace her charge attack, but that Toxapex is just so bulky. It resists the Ice Shards. It's able to get the Poison Jab down.
Well, Toxapex hanging on by a thread there. Those were so incredibly close matches. If that brine was not enough to knock out the Clodsire, it would have been a completely different story. This is a battle of the bulky Pokemon, and we are seeing it live here in Baltimore.
We expect great things from Tomahawk, right? Runner-up at multiple competitions, top 16 at Worlds. Everyone's familiar, but I just need to call out some of these subtle cues that Kelsey is giving the audience here. She knows exactly what the win condition is. She knows when she needs the knockouts. She knows exactly how this game needs to unfold for her to get the victory, and I think that awareness, you can see it in her body language, in her plays, in her switches. She knows this game so well, and I'm looking for her to bounce back in game number 2.
Yeah, those games were so close against someone who has so many second place finishes. The fact that she was able to bring that game so close is so impressive, and I'm anxious to see what she will bring to game number 2. Let's go ahead and kind of rewind, because did Tomahawk UK use an Azumarill as a safe swap in game number 1 on a team that has a potential superior?
I think so, right?
Man, that is a gutsy move.
Crazy business, right? But when you have Pokemon like Superior, like Talonflame, you know, we talk about the Fire, Water, and Grass trio being popular not only in Pokemon Go, but also in Pokemon VGC. When you have those Pokemon on your team, yes, they are potent. Yes, they can find good matchups, but you can't bring them all onto the field, and you likely don't want to bring all 3 of them onto your team of 3 in most cases. So he's just playing the odds, I guess.
Here is another fun fact about Tomahawk UK. In this tournament in Baltimore, he has not lost a single game so far. We're hopping into game number 2. I think Kelsey's hoping that she can change this record as we have a Talonflame against a Pangoro here. We've seen the Pangoro play on his part, though. We'll have to see how he wants to play this not so great matchup out. Going for the Night Slash on incredible timing here. Neither the Night Slash nor the close combat would be enough to knock out the Talonflame.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see any reason to shield here, even if it is the close combat, because it is resisted. But the Pangoro does get the boost. Tomahawk gives a little smirk there. He says, oh man, I wasn't in a solid position, but now things are changing for the better.
Yeah, forcing the shield because this Night Slash would do so much damage after an attack boost. Going for 1 Incinerate here, going for Apply. This is the problem with Incinerate. It just gets a little predictable if you want to have good timing here, and Tomahawk catches the fly onto the Clodsire. I mean, still does a hefty chunk of damage. Getting 1 more Incinerate through, going for another one right before the Sludge Bomb is loaded, trying to catch on the Dugong, but I like this play by Kelsey.
Look at Kelsey. I mean, she banks the double fly. She said, you're going to try to get ahead on energy. I see what you're doing. I am not going to allow you to do it. She's got the back-to-back flies on the Talonflame stored for a rainy day, absorbs the Earthquake easily with the Dugong, and because of that extra Incinerate damage, the Icy Wind is going to be threatening, so Tomahawk needs to fire the Sludge Bomb. What a play here.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb will not be enough to knock out the Dugong. It will get it nice and low, but Kelsey looks like she has a plan here, patient as ever, just getting up so much energy. Can't go for the farm down here, throwing at great timing right before the next Sludge Bomb is loaded. And will Tomahawk want to use a shield or let that Clodsire go down with all of that energy?
But look, she lets the Dugong get this weak because she knows there's a Pangoro. So she knows she doesn't want to get farmed down, and in order to circumvent that, Tomahawk brings in the Azumarill because he knows he can get more farm with the resisted bubbles.
At this point, however, there is that Talonflame in the back and doesn't want to be able to tank it on this coming in with the Clodsire into the Pangoro. 2 great Pangoro answers here. The Clodsire being able to just absorb this damage that the Talonflame would not be able to do here. Tomahawk got 1 boost in the game, but not so lucky at this point. Gonna get Poison Jab down, but not before he gives a parting gift of yet another Night Slash.
Another Night Slash, right? A little chip damage onto this Clodsire, but as we saw, the first one didn't hurt too much. Clodsire shrugs off the second one as well. Coming with the Azumarill. This is the final Pokemon for Tomahawk, but Actually, let's look at the back line for Kelsey. She's got the Talonflame that's very, very weak. She's got the Dugong and just a couple of HP. She's going to need to get real creative to win this game in the end.
You say that, but I don't think that Tomahawk could bubble down the Dugong before maybe an Icy Wind could be stored or thrown at this point. If she can lower the attack of the Azumarill, she might be in an okay position. She's got double flies loaded on the Talonflame. We have to remember, there's still energy on the Clodsire. There's energy on the Talonflame. No shield on this. He knows it's not enough to knock it out, but this game is still incredibly close.
She cannot switch in the Talonflame right now because if she does, she knows that this Azumarill will get up to the Ice Beam, so she's got to stay in here for just a little while longer, try to spend some energy. She makes Tomahawk spend the energy. At this point right now, she could bring in the Talon for the double flies.
She's got double flies loaded. Remember, everyone, this might be exactly what she will choose to do here. There's not enough energy on the Azumarill. The first fly coming through. I don't think Tomahawk even bothers to shield. Kelsey taking the first game off of Tomahawk in this entire Baltimore series.
Wow. First loss, first chip in the armor. That is Tomahawk UK, and Kelsey was the one who drew the sword. We're gonna head into game number 3 here in just a few short minutes, but what a series this has been so far. Amanda, what are your expectations in game number 3? I think there is no remote possibility that Pangoro comes back.
I mean, listen here, I could give you my expectations and ability, but they're just gonna be thrown right out of the window because that game was just incredible. The back and forth between these two trainers, you could see just the wheels turning in each of their heads, and the patience of Kelsey not swapping out on the Talonflame, being able to store that energy, which proves so vital later in the game.
As we take a look back at our replay for game number 2, the Ice Beam Azumarill was able to KO the Clodsire, and then we see Kelsey. They're talking out on the stage. Tomahawk says, "You've got the double, right? You've got the double?" She says, "Yes, I do." Tomahawk says, "All right, well then this game is yours." Doesn't even bother to throw the Protect Shield. He just wants to get to game number 3. And as we think of game number 3, as we make our predictions, my key prediction here for Tomahawk is that he will go back to the comfort pick of Toxapex. It's so tough for Kelsey to get rid of, and with the team she just brought, there's a lot of play into that squad.
I mean, we saw it even be able to take on that Dugong. Those poison jabs just continuing to add up. Azumarill on Kelsey's side doesn't want anything to do with it. Neither does the Superior. I think Toxapex has a lot of play. The question, I mean, yeah, the real question is, what does he pair it with, right? I mean, we saw game number 1, he just had bulk galore. I think that that turned out to be a tried and true method for him so far, but he, like you said, we talked to him this morning, he was mentioning Kelsey's team is a menace for mine.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Definitely tough to get over some of these picks that she has on her squad. We have not seen their Superior at all from Kelsey, if I'm not mistaken. And for Tomahawk, we've seen, I think he might have used every single Pokemon on his team at this point.
He's just getting a lot of utility, right? He's like, all right, you get off the bench. You can play a couple rounds here.
Yeah, he's throwing the kitchen sink.
Playing the rounds. We are jumping into decisive game number 3. We got the Azumarill in the lead versus that Clodsire. We've seen it plenty of times already, but not in this actual position on even energy. It's going to take 2 Ice Beams to knock it out, and those pace pretty slowly. Meanwhile, already at the first one, will Kelsey want to use a shield?
A couple of things that we've come to expect and a couple of surprises. I think Tomahawk bringing the Toxapex is no surprise. Meanwhile, Kelsey bringing her signature MVP of Talonflame, also not too shocking. But seeing the Pangoro from Tomahawk in game number 3 can mean that if Kelsey gives up switch advantage here, it could be devastating for the Dugong.
I think a lot of times
Oh, she does!
Oh, she goes ahead.
Oh, she does!
Right to the Dugong, and Tomahawk says, surprise! In comes the karate chop. Pangoro pacing so quickly, and this is the gutsiest play. Going straight for the Krillose combat because he knows it's going to debuff himself. No shield by Kelsey, and down goes the Dugong.
That's a lot of damage onto the Dugong as you see the Talonflame come out here and try to look for a big farm down. We saw the Pangoro's close combat annihilate that Dugong, and now the Night Slash will connect to weaken this Talonflame. But look at the back line for Tomahawk. He's revealed the Azumarill, but he also has another water type in the back. This is actually very smart by Kelsey to bring out the Talonflame, try to get energy advantage, but she knows Pangoro gets another charge stack here.
Yeah, going for that heavy hitting close combat again. You saw how much it did from this fighting type Pokemon with such a high attack. Getting that shield off of Kelsey, there's so much energy, but where is it going to go onto this water type Pokemon? I like this play, going for that heavier hitting attack where there's 2 shields left, taking a page maybe out of Tomahawk's book here as this Brave Bird connects, knocking the Toxapex down to about half health. but in comes that Azumarill. What, and also Tomahawk has a shield advantage.
He does, yeah. This is definitely uphill for Kelsey. She's going to go for the Earthquake here, but you can also already see the head shakes. She knows this is going to be really tough to come back from. Great shield call as well by Tomahawk. That could have been the Stone Edge bait, but he calls it correctly, looking for the one bubble Ice Beam combination, and we can see Kelsey is starting to waver.
Yeah, this Ice Beam will be enough to knock out the Clodsire, forcing a shield here, even though it's so low health. There's a lot of energy on the Talonflame, but still one Incinerate, I think, away from a fly. Being able to go at charge attack priority. Great play here, saying, okay, I know that the Tomahawk is at the Ice Beam. This would be able to knock me out. I just need to get it low.
Oh, and she can't quite get the knockout, forcing the Ice Beam energy away from Tomahawk, though. This is actually important because if Tomahawk cannot switch out, his Azumarill will get incinerated down. I don't want to say that there's an opportunity here, but Kelsey might be able to maneuver. He switches out to prevent that, aiming for the brine. Here comes Tomahawk.
This is a 50-second timer in this world. Tomahawk is living in it. No Protect Shields remaining. Brine is loaded. Game number 1 and 3. Tomahawk with that Toxapex taking out the other team.
What an incredible finish to an incredible series between two of the most incredible trainers on the stage here in Baltimore. Tomahawk UK able to best Kelsey K 2-1 in a decisive game number 3. Again, the comfort pick of Toxapex, the gamble, the wild card Pangoro paid off for him in that decisive game number 3. Like I said, Amanda, there's no remote possibility he brings it. That's what Kelsey was thinking too. She sends out the Dugong. She says, oh no, my worst nightmare.
Dugong, normally a pretty safe swap, because not only can you debuff your opponent with the Icy Wind, you can also maybe, even if you end up winning that middle matchup, throw another Icy Wind at the Pokemon that comes in afterwards. Tomahawk UK also going for that very dangerous call, right? If she shielded up that close combat, that Pangoro would have been a little bit less in the defense, and we saw how squishy it was to begin with. But really, high risk, high reward. Hi Tomahawk, right? I mean, like, look at him. He's soaring to new heights with his wings.
Don't forget as well that Kelsey has Superior on her team. Tomahawk at Azumarill, as well as the Pangoro, the Diggersby, and the Clodsire, which Superior can win that matchup. So if there was a Superior back there, he would have been in big trouble running AVA water with the Pangoro sandwiched in the middle.
That's absolutely true. He was just playing so risky, but he did say it at the beginning of the day. My team is not good against hers. I'm going to have to take some risks. He really did that. Game number 1 here looked like it was in his pocket. This Toxapex being able to reach the brine, to be able to take out the Clodsire. Really a tried and true Pokemon for Tomahawk, I think, this whole series.
I'm telling you, the Toxapex is basically the mythical Kraken. Once it gets you in its clasp, it's so hard to escape, and we saw it seal up game number 1 for him by KOing 2 Pokemon from Kelsey's team, and it eventually sealed up the series in game number 3, but this is game number 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those matches were incredibly close. Congratulations to Kelsey taking the first game off of Tomahawk this entire series. She will be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, so there's potential we'll see some more of her. I hope we'll see some more of her later. I mean, you saw Tomahawk breathe that sigh of relief. He was sitting in the chair and he just went...
Yeah, well, he knew it'd be tough, right? And he's discussed it, pretty often with friends. He said, yeah, Kelsey K's team, very good. Kelsey K herself as a player, very, very strong. Going to be tough to beat her, and like you said, had to make some gambles, take some risk. Fortunately for Tomahawk, they did pay off. So he will advance to the next round. I believe he will take on Elite eventually later on in the stream. So if you're up early on the Pacific Coast and you're watching this stream, hold out. We're going to see the California King take on Tomahawk UK in a short while, but there's so many more matches that we will get in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I mean, grab your copies, right, if you're on that side. We're wide awake, especially after those battles.
Wired.
Yes, and as like you just said, we are in the winner's side of the bracket, so that means that none of these trainers have lost yet. They're very exciting matches, but I'm also excited to see a little bit later with Nighttime Clash here and Home Slice Henry, some of those losers side of the bracket, because that's where it really, you just feel all of the dread, you feel all of the pressure, but those make those games so intense and exciting to watch.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure, right? So much more pressure in that loser side bracket, and nobody wants to be there. Everybody wants to keep on winning, so there's a lot at stake. Amanda, we have an exclusive interview with our 2024 Liverpool Regional Champion and the Liverpool Regional Runner-Up. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Tomahawk UK, the winner of our second winners round of today. How do you feel about that match? I saw the Pangoro going crazy. Walk us a little bit through your mindset.
Honestly, those games were really hard. I think Dugong was really tough for my team. The Shadow Drapion's always scary as well. And Kelsey's a brilliant player. She played a similar team against Andrew Manyares yesterday, and she beat him. And especially after she lost game 1, she won game 2. It's exactly how it was going. Like my heart was just, pounding in my chest. And I was there locking in game 3. And I was like, Azumarill's pretty safe for me. I'm going to lead Azumarill. What do I put in the back? And my third slot, I was like, what do I put in the back? And I was like, do you know what? She's going to safe swap the Dugong, and I'm going to hard punish this with a Pangoro. Because Inadequates told me before this tournament that Pangoro is really bad and that if I use it, that I won't win. And I was like, well, now I have to bring it just to show him. It's an obligation. I just have to show Martine that Pangoro is the way.
It wasn't just sitting.
Yeah, exactly. So, Shiny Pangoro, MVP.
So you thought because it went really bad for the Pangoro in game number 2, she would and when the Talonflame basically got on the Pangoro, you would over adjust basically and then bring the Pangoro again?
Kind of. Basically, I had a really strong feeling that Dugong safe swap was the likely play. Right. And because Azumarill was so safe into the majority of the team, I was like, the Dugong safe swap will come at some point. And I really didn't want to shield the Azumarill because I was like, if I've got a Pangoro, you need shields for Pangoro. And I'm playing a way where I'm like, you've got these 4 tanks that don't need shields and Pangoro that needs as many as it can get. So, it worked.
So, you've got a big day ahead of you. Who are you most afraid to face, if you're afraid of anyone in the rest of this bracket?
I actually haven't had a chance to look at it. I think Kelsey, that was my main focus. I know Elite's an incredible player, so I think that's who I've got next, and I'll take it game by game, see how it goes.
Well, congratulations again, and we hope to see you soon on another interview. We'll be tossing to an ad break now, and stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Well played.
Hi there, I'm your host Anna Prosser here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここはティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice like every day just to learn the decks and like how all the matchups go, and like just to see how like the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me like focus and all them, and like I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see if I can like strategize a way to like play around that and like kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Henry, joined by the one and only Nighttime Clasher. We've had some amazing battles so far in day 2 here in Baltimore, and the action is only getting better from here.
Crazy games already today. Tomahawk UK versus Kelsey ended in a win for Tomahawk UK. Elite versus 610 Hero ended in a win for Elite. Just to keep you guys updated if you're just tuning in. But let's talk about the match at hand. It's Sceptile Ice versus Elum, which are going to be coming up soon. But tell us a little bit about Sceptile Ice's picks, which you were really excited about.
So Sceptile is bringing a Pokemon that we have not seen anyone else bring on stage this tournament, and that is the Shadow Celio. Shadow Celio, Powder Snow, Body Slam, and Water Pulse. Body Slam actually did get a nerf this season, but Sceptile saying that even though its moveset may have gotten worse, the meta environment for it is a little bit more favorable. Now, Elum is running some unique picks as well, so why don't you walk walk us through those.
Galarian Moltres on the side of Elum, and that's been a really strong pick this weekend.
Yes.
Arrow is also using it in the next match up against Wadaj. We saw Hot Pocket using it, or Out of Pocket. He already went down, though, unfortunately, in the lower side of the bracket. But, of course, Galarian Moltres had such a good showing inside of day number 2. Hopefully we'll see it go further because it is a lot of fun to watch.
That would be nice. And speaking of, I do want to take a look at the bracket so far. We do have Elite with the 2-1 victory over 610 Hero. Advancing to the winners semifinals, Tomahawk UK with a close series. Honestly, both series were very close. The 2-1 victory there. So Elite versus Tomahawk in the winners semifinals.
That is genuinely one of the most exciting matchups that you could see
Unbelievable.
at any tournament. Double regional champion and triple finalists.
Yes.
What a great matchup for both of them. I think Tomahawk is on a hot run now after those heart-pounding games against Kelsey. He said he was so nervous, one of the most nervous he's been for any match, and he literally lives inside of the Pokemon Go stage.
That he does. Looks like we have the battlers ready down on the stage. As we mentioned, Sceptile Ice versus Elum. Sceptile Ice previously got top 16 at Charlotte in 2024. Also a regional that we casted. So apparently every time we cast, Sceptile Ice is able to make day 2. His team's superior, running Aerial Ace, Overleaf Tornado, Standard Mandibuzz, Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Standard Dunsparce, that Shadow Celio, Powder Snow, Body Slam, and Water Pulse, and Shadow Feraligatr running at this point the Standard Ice Beam.
Yeah, Shadow Celio, you said this is the first time we've seen it on stage, like it's being run a ton, like in the off-stream matches. Shadow Celio is just rampant off-stream. Every person has it, but no, this is just the first time in the tournament.
Yes.
Period.
Let's take a look at Elum's team and his accomplishments. Top 4 NAIC, top 8 in Charlotte, Hartford regional finalist, Baltimore regional finalist. He's had massive consistency. Will this be the tournament that he is able to take home the crown?
House Stark was the only trainer who could stop him in the 2022 Baltimore Regional Championships. House Stark has been eliminated by Magic Mayson in the lower half of the bracket already. So this is Elum's tournament to win. He's just got to get through that Celio. He's got a lot of answers though, honestly. The Cresselia, the Feraligatr, the Dunsparce. Unfortunately, it looks like Shadow Celio's target might be just limited to the Galarian Moltres. I don't even know if it's that good against Clodsire.
Battlers have locked in game number 1. The stage is set. Sceptile Ice versus Elum. It's that Galarian Moltres on the field for Elum into the Shadow Feraligatr for Sceptile Ice. Sceptile running a line that is ABA weak to that Moltres. He has the Feraligatr lead with the superior in the back, which means he's forced to stay in this matchup. And look at that Sucker Punch damage. Feraligatr getting melted.
The less shields that are used, the better it is for Sceptile. He can actually get 2 shields by only using 1 on the side of the Feraligatr. Because as you see, he paces so quickly with Hydro Cannon. Is there a chance you even hang on here to an Ancient Power and just force 2 shields, bring in the Dunsparce? No, looks like he's opting for the Ancient Power. Probably going to build up a little more energy right. Oh, goes for the Ice Beam now. I like this play, but it's going to have to be shielded by Elum. Now, Sceptile, does he opt to let this Feraligatr go down, or does he make a swap to the Dunsparce?
I think he's just going to let it go down, try and bring in the Dunsparce to absorb energy and try and sweep with the superior. Although staying in may clue in Elum to the fact that there's a Pokemon weak to that Moltres in the back, and he has to identify, is it that superior? This Brave Bird is going to inflict so much damage, and there's the switch out. He saves the Moltres, brings in the Dunsparce, and now things are looking in a dominant position for Elum in this game number 1.
Rollouts coming through fast and furious. Rock Slide number 1 is already being launched from the side of the Dunsparce. Superior, though, has hard-hitting Frenzy Plants to hit back, though. Frenzy Plant number 1 coming through. Gonna put the Dunsparce pretty much into the yellow health, I believe. So only needs 2 to knock it out. But how is Sceptile Ice gonna overcome this big, bulky Cresselia in the back? It hasn't even been revealed.
And once you get through that Cresselia, there's still that Galarian Moltres, which can so effectively shut down Superior's energy. And that's where running a line where your lead and your closer are both sharing a same weakness can be a bit unfortunate. He's going to look to overfarm as much as possible, play to charge attack priority, and get as much energy as he possibly can. But we're going to see the Moltres re-enter the field of play, and Moltres can very comfortably absorb whatever residual energy that Superior has.
Is there a way to come with the Dunsparce here, get that Rock Slide off? No, not enough energy. Now it's going to be Dunsparce against the Cresselia. This is such a tough matchup. You're just not doing any damage, but at the same time, a Grass on is more than enough to knock you out. Oh my goodness, that drill run was an absolute tickle to this Cresselia. Moonblast not even being needed. Actually, there's another drill run here. Can Serperior clean this up?
I don't think so. The Moltres is just too healthy. And if you're the Cresselia, you can just look to pick up a knockout with Grass Knot. Choosing to throw one and the move, just putting pressure on the final shield of the Dunsparce. A 50-second switch timer is not going to come up in time to save that Dunsparce. He's forced to try and sweep with this Serperior and hope against hope that Serperior can clutch this game, but the Moltres, I think it's too healthy. I'll be honest, I have not seen the Moltres versus Serperior matchup play out, but it's very bulky. It survives. In comes the Moltres, taking the farm down, and that's a Game 1 win for Elum.
Moltres was surprisingly convincing again in that game. Just feel like it put in so much work on the front end. So little fast attack pressure from the Serperior, and for Alligator, the only way to take it out was to latch the Dunsparce to the Moltres. But when Elum made that hard swap, went straight into his own Dunsparce, I felt like from there the game was won.
I agree. That understanding that if my opponent is staying in a bad lead matchup, my Moltres has value. Saving that Moltres, Brave Birdie the Dunsparce, so that way Sceptile didn't feel comfortable staying in. And then once the health was gone on that Dunsparce, Cresselia just devastating in that endgame. So now this honestly leaves Sceptile a bit looking for answers. Going back to this Game 1, the Grass Knot picking up the KO, trying to sweep with the Serperior. Serperior going for the Frenzy Plant, hoping it can somehow knock out, but this is a Cresselia. Cresselia, a very bulky Pokemon. Frenzy Plant, a terrific move, but it doesn't KO. In comes Galar Moltres, Sucker Punch KO. And unfortunately, this is now a must-win game for Sceptile.
I'm wondering if there was a way to build two Frenzy Plans against that Cresselia and maybe get one off against the Moltres, but at the same time, we're not that familiar with the bulk of Moltres. Not sure if we can hang on to a Frenzy Plant there, but it definitely does a sizable chunk of damage. Would have made it a little bit closer. However, are we going to see that Serperior again? Or the Feraligatr? It seemed like they both struggled so much against the Galar Moltres. I think Sceptile has to rely on his Dunsparce because his Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb, has no way to deal super effective damage to the Moltres. It's going to be such a big problem for him if he can't get the right alignment.
One battler has locked in. The second battler making last-second adjustments, trying to craft the perfect line of three to deliver victory in this crucial game number 2. If Elum wins, he advances. But if Sceptile wins, then we get a decisive Game 3. Both battlers have locked in. Sceptile versus Elum. Here we go.
Oh.
Shadow Feraligatr into the Moltres once again.
A great lead for Elum, but I think Sceptile can play this differently. I think you have to, going straight for the Dunsparce. I like this, trying to just convince Elum that there is something in the back that is also good for the Moltres. Maybe it's a Celio. Oh, give us a free Cycle Cut here. This might be very beneficial from Elum because he swapped in late and now is going to get a little bit of that back.
This, as long as Sceptile is able to get shields down, Feraligatr can do well into the Moltres, but the Moltres intentionally stored a bunch of energy. Moltres' pacing, not the greatest there. 7-6 to that Ancient Power, straight 8 to the Brave Bird. But if you're able to store energy, which we've seen Elum do that play pattern a couple times, store energy earlier in the match, then suddenly your pacing feels way better because you're at a starting point where you already have a lot of residual energy.
Jorun comes through, and I think he's going to need 2 more. I'm not even confident 2 more does enough at this point. Let's hit another free Cycle Cut. Sceptile shaking his head, maybe tried to throw in a Charge Attack priority, but that's not going to be the case here. Elum happy to let this one go through, farm up as much energy as he can, and hopefully come out with an extra Grass Knot to launch into Feraligatr. Is there a way you hang on here?
I don't think this KOs.
Yeah, I think this is good if he no shields. Does he opt? Yes, there's the no shield. Do you hang on the Cycle Cut?
It doesn't!
Yes!
It
Rock
KOs!
Slide is launched!
He goes for the Rock Slide in case there's a catch out of the Moltres. Elum's gonna let this go, but now switch advantage is flipped. Sceptile able to free Feraligatr from the clutches of that Galarian Moltres. In comes the Moltres, 1 Sucker Punch KOs, and this Moltres energy is going to be very uncomfortable to deal with. Ancient Power baits will do nothing to a Clodsire, but a Brave Bird will make its presence felt.
Difficult decision here for Elum. Brave Bird is coming through, and let's see if this lands with the Clodsire. Sceptile has to make the right call. I think you have to shield this. Oh my goodness, there's no shield.
He calls
Brave Bird onto the Clodsire, and now Feraligatr has to come in to fight off the Dunsparce. This is such a rough matchup for Feraligatr.
This will be difficult. Feraligatr does actually can put up a pretty solid fight in this matchup. Shadow Feraligatr typically winning the 0 and the 1 shield unless it is a very bulky Dunsparce. The Drill Run not going to be shielded. Feraligatr not quite at the back-to-back. Dunsparce, however, does have a charge attack loaded here. So Elum could undertap the move and force a shield, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Really nice recognition there, knowing that if he tried there on proper timing, he would not get to a move before the Feraligatr and a Hydro Cannon. Goes for the Drill Run, and now he's going to be building up tons of energy. Hydro Cannon is being reached. 5 Shadow Claws. A little bit of poor timing, but this makes sense because now he can throw back-to-back.
2 Shield Galar Moltres. 2 Shield Galar Moltres. He's trusting in it to win him this game. In comes the Moltres. Sucker Punch goes through. This will not KO. Sceptile is going to look to immediately switch out. He's running Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire. It gets same type attack bonus, but it's only neutral. Galar Moltres is very bulky. This could come down to a potential Ancient Power boost. He's going for the Ancient Power. Sceptile shields. Do we see the boost? It's a low chance, but we have seen boosts on stage already. Does it happen? It does not. And now the Sludge Bomb should be able to be reached, but the question is, will it be enough to deliver a knockout blow against the bulky Moltres?
Don't forget, this Moltres is 1468 CP. That might be a slight indication that it's not that bulky. It just needs to do about 40% here with the Poison Stings and the Shadow Claws. It might give Sceptile Ice enough to get over the finish line.
It doesn't KO.
It's not enough. The Poison Stings are coming through.
Oh my goodness.
Is it within Shadow Claw range? I think it is.
I think it is. I think the Feraligatr is just outside of Sucker Punch range. This game will come down to a tiny amount of health remaining. In comes Feraligatr. It's a Simul KO! It's a tie! Feraligatr just cannot hang on. And by the narrowest of margins, we get to play game 2 all over again.
Absolutely crazy. This hasn't happened all weekend. And if you're not familiar with the Play Pokemon circuit, if a game goes to a simultaneous knockout, this will be replayed like it never happened. Trainers do not have to lock in the exact same teams. So obviously they could go for the exact same teams, but they're probably not going to. What are the adjustments you think they need to make?
Well, if you're Sceptile, maybe not leading Feraligatr into Moltres every time, because that did not end up working. Like, so far, there's been a loss and a tie, so the results have improved a little bit. And this endgame, oh my goodness. I thought Feraligatr could hang on, but this is the buff to Sucker Punch. It does so much damage now. Feraligatr tries to hang on, but it does not. And that game, it's like it never happened. It was incredibly intense game, but we have to almost forget it ever happened and then just start over again. Elum 1, Sceptile 0. A must-win game for Sceptile, or for Elum, a chance to punch his ticket to day number 2.
An absolute photo finish there. Now you gotta be thinking, what's going through these player heads? Elum is probably like, okay, now it's good. He still doesn't have any wins to his name. I just need one more win. But Sceptile's like, oh man, I almost won that game. I was almost clawing myself out of this, but I'm back to square one. How do I get back into this match and stay in the winner's side of the bracket? It's probably going to need to start with, again, not getting that Feraligatr aligned to the Moltres. But how do you address the Moltres without taking risks? You need the Feraligatr. But at the same time, you always take the risk if he's going to run it.
Elum has run the same line of 3 2 times. Moltres, Dunsparce, Cresselia. He seems to like that team of 3. So if you're Elum, so far you've had a win at a tie. Do you switch up what's so far been a winning strategy? Or do you end up trying to make an adjustment, anticipating an opponent adjustment to potentially bring one of those Pokemon that can knock Moltres out of the sky? So many mind games here. One battler locks in. The second making some last-minute decisions, trying to craft a perfect line in this matchup. We have a double lock-in, Sceptile versus Elum. Game number 2. Take us away, Nighttime.
Sceptile didn't look that happy when he was locking his team, maybe a little unconfident, but this seems to be a pretty solid lead for the Clodsire. It is technically neutral, but Moltres needs to land the Brave Bird. Ancient Power, such an awkward bait, does so little damage, and just has very, very huge consequences if it... Oh my goodness!
What a catch! Catching on to the Cresselia, the perfect prediction by Elum. This Sludge Bomb, not the move you want to throw on Kelsey. You typically want to go for Earthquake, and he's going to bring out the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to potentially give up a shield early in this matchup. Grass Knot is survivable, but it does do significant damage. But if Sceptile can exit with energy, this energy can threaten shields off that Moltres. This Grass Knot, you can survive.
Yes,
I
love
to let
this.
it go. He chooses to let it go. That does big damage. Sceptile would love to Shadow Claw this into Hydro Cannon range. If Hydro Cannon KOs, then Sceptile could be in a really nice position here.
I love this play because after that, the Sludge Bomb landed on the Cresselia, he recognized that he can.
Oh, it KOs!
Oh, this is perfect. He's got a Hydro Cannon loaded. He hasn't expended a shield, but the Galarian Moltres still has energy. How is he going to address that? Bringing in the Dunsparce. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. I'm surprised to not see him throw an Ice Beam, honestly, expecting the Galarian Moltres to come back, but of course, it's probably going to go shielded anyway. Hydro Cannon lands, and now I think you just bring in the Clodsire, and he has the right alignment finally.
Yes, he does. Honestly, I like the decision to go for the Hydro there, specifically because as you take a look across Elum's team, Hydro is really neutral into everything that he has brought thus far. Drill Run will connect. We see a switch into the Moltres. Moltres going to get hit with a Sludge Bomb. Elum gonna no shield. Sludge Bomb not gonna do a ton of damage. It should put the Moltres just into the yellow health. Moltres able to tank that damage. In comes the Dunsparce. And we're gonna see, oh, the rollout. Oh, it doesn't go through. The rollout doesn't go through there.
I think you
this
no
is an
shield
ancient
this.
power bait.
I think you put this on the Clodsire.
Oh, we see a shield.
Oh, is there a boost? There's no boost applied. Another Ancient Power is going to be launched. Does Sceptile Ice know his counts? Is he familiar with Galarian Moltres? I think almost everyone
He does
is
have
now.
the Brave Bird.
Oh!
He does have it.
Okay.
He just baited. The question is, can he now get to a third? This will be very close. The Moltres, can it hang on here and get another move? It could. It could have made the Ancient Power. Sceptile throws. This Moltres maybe at one hit point there, and if so shielding, it would still get knocked out. Choosing to let this go, and now Elum has a Dunsparce with 2 shields. Sceptile, 0 shields remaining, but he has a Sludge Bomb still loaded on that Clodsire.
I think it's in Sludge Bomb range, and it's in Drill Run range. What do you shield here? I think the Drill Run does more than the Sludge Bomb. I'm not 100% sure, but regardless, oh, tries to go for a catch there, but I don't think he needed to go for that catch. He just needs to go for this Drill Run, maybe on charge attack priority, and then go to that Clodsire. Oh, go straight for
There's
it.
the switch out. There's the switch out, going for the Sludge Bomb, going to get the shield. Elum's energy management is going to be crucial in this endgame. Elum has to try and double up here. If Elum can get a double up, which he can, oh my goodness.
Hang on.
Yeah. This will come down to, can Sceptile's Dunsparce survive this Drill Run? If it can't, then Elum has punched his ticket into the next round here. He's going for the Drill Run. This will be very, very close.
I think it's enough. I think it's enough.
It might be.
We already hear people clapping in the crowd. Is it hanging on? It
does not.
So close.
And the energy management there for Elum. Sceptile, maybe if he had stayed in, forced the final shield and comboed, he could have been in a slightly better position. But I think may have thought that Elum had a move. And that's why he switched. Elum was, I believe, one off of the Dunsparce. But that is why keeping track of energy can be so important in these games, because if he knew he was one off, then he could have potentially stayed, tried to go for the Drill Run, pick up a final shield, and then combo with the Sludge Bomb. But by switching, Elum, with the perfect awareness of the energy there, able to perfectly overfarm to the back-to-back, and Dunsparce does not hang on.
I think it came down to one, probably not shielding Ancient Power Bait. Second of all, probably needed to try to utilize a charge attack priority in the Dunsparce mirror. Maybe that was the only way to get an advantage, use his energy while also getting his shield. But at the end of the day, so difficult to overcome that Galarian Moltres.
And in this game number 1, he no-shielded and got Brave Birded. And that kind of set the stage for game number 2, in my opinion there. Because he did end up shielding because, okay, my opponent is full sending here, so I'm going to shield. But the opponent ends up baiting quite a bit. And then in the original game 2, the tie with the Feraligatr, forcing a rematch there. It's like the game never even happened. And then in game number 3, this perfect prediction here by Elum. He overfarmed by 3 to avoid a catch. Elum perfectly predicts he would overfarm by 3. The perfect overfarm by Sceptile, picking up the knockout with the Hydro Cannon and leaving with energy, but it still was not enough.
Huge Hydro Cannon comes down to that Dunsparce. Get the Dunsparce low, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough. Maybe Dunsparce needed a couple more hit points. It barely goes down here, and that is a photo finish for Elum. at the end, it wasn't even like a celebration. It was a sigh of relief. He is thanking himself for finally finishing this game. After a tie, you just need to feel like, oh my goodness, it's over. We're safe and going to the next round.
That's definitely got to be a good feeling. That tie, my goodness. I thought Feraligatr could hang on, but I guess I might owe Galarian Moltres a little bit of an apology here, because Sucker Punch, that damage is absolutely absurd. And even though its pacing isn't the greatest, that's what it relies on, is in that Feraligatr matchup, you're fully farming it down.
Yeah.
What is fully farming down a Feraligatr in the 2-shield? Neutrally. There's not a lot, but that's why people are opting for the Galarian Moltres, because something like a Mandibuzz, which occupies that exact same spot in the meta, it's a Dark Flyer, it's throwing Dark Pulse, it's throwing Aerial Aces. You're not snarling down anything. You are not snarling down anything. But that Sucker Punch damage, honestly, really makes me, because I do have 2 Master Balls currently, really makes me want to do my daily incense, maybe even extend it, because you can pause the timer with the Roar of Time. And if I find one of these Moltres, I'm going to be Master Balling it, because I need one of these things. It looks so fun to run.
We were really not too sure about it yesterday, and today we're really seeing what it can do. And honestly, yeah, what you said, we'd like to make an apology. We were unfamiliar with its game, and it has become very familiar now because so many people are using it. But of course, Moltres isn't the only spicy Pokemon that we are going to see. We're also seeing Arrow coming up here with Shadow Typhlosion, which is, I guess, less spicy now. But Quagsire, Shadow Quagsire is still a part of the meta? Question mark?
It's still around. At the very least, Arrow thinks so, and making it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket shows that Quagsire was doing something right. Another thing that I do want to note, Arrow's team also has another one of these Galarian Moltres. In the day 2 usage, there's more Galarian Moltres than Mandibuzz. Day 1, Mandibuzz I think was in the top 6. Day 2, where did it go? The Mandibuzz is gone. And all that's left is Galarian Moltres flying high. 1 Galarian Moltres already advanced to the next round. If Arrow's able to pick up the victory here, we could see a Galarian Moltres mirror.
Yeah, I think Moltres is like one of those things. Do you know? Do they know? And some people do, but others don't. That's why they use Mandibuzz. They're unfamiliar with the Brave Bird damage onto the Clodsire, and they're going to pay a price because none of those Mandibuzz users made it to day number 2. We have Arrow here, though, coming up very soon. I'm super excited to see how he pilots it. Out of the people who ran it, he was the most confident and comfortable with actually using the Galarian Moltres. He's been practicing this for a very long time, actually not that long because it's only been out for 11 days, but those 11 days have not gone to waste for Arrow. He's put every single one of them to good use, knowing the meta inside and out, and we'll see if he can take that into practice against Wadaj here.
And that Galar Moltres, so key for Elum, brought it every single game in that series. Let's actually hear from the man himself. I believe we have Speediest Chief standing by with the one and only Elum to hopefully give us some insights on this new Dark Flyer taking the Baltimore skies by storm, Galar Moltres.
Everybody, I'm here on the floor with Elum, last season's Carbink King, and now he's here in Baltimore. I told him he was going to roll his eyes. Now he's here in Baltimore. As Homesite Henry just said, you are rewriting the story. You brought Galarian Moltres with 1469 CP, right?
1468, unfortunately. Almost nice.
Almost very nice CP. I wanted to ask you, you told me you knew you were going to lead that Pokemon in every single game. What went into your strategy there?
Yeah, so I prepped last night, actually quite a lot, because I was worried about the Celio, I'm not gonna lie, even though it didn't come. But after like several scrims, I just realized Moltres is just the best lead, even if I lose the lead. And yeah, it worked out today.
It's such a neutral Pokemon. I was really surprised that the Sludge Bomb didn't do too much damage. You're able to throw so many ancient powers over and over again, pull away 2 shields from Sceptile in that one decisive game as well. You also had a tie. Can you talk to me about what it takes to stay locked in, to stay focused, especially after a tie in a really high stakes match?
Man, when the tie happened, honestly at that point I was happy that I didn't lose the game, and I just completely forget about it and just move on. Just think about the next team. Even though I brought the same line all 3 times, I just gotta keep him guessing. Like he doesn't know I'm gonna do that. And yeah, once there's a tie, I just move on and forget about it.
I think it's important to have a bit of short-term memory, right? Just kind of play things as they go. And it's always very risky to bring the same team 3 times in a row. But risk paid off. Elum, you're staying in the winner's side bracket. Do you have any final thoughts? Anyone you want to thank as you continue your journey in Baltimore?
For now, I just want to thank SJ because he helped me to scrim, and then ETMs that gave me some ideas. So,
all right, Elum, best of luck. Thank you. We'll see you on the main stage pretty soon. Casters, back to you.
All right, really nice thoughts from Elum there on the Galarian Moltres. Just taking all the risks possible, playing it 3 games in a row. Will Arrow follow suit with that strategy? I wouldn't be that surprised, but there are some challenges on the opposing team of Wadaj, we'll see soon. But Arrow, no stranger to the big stage. Columbus, NAIC, top 6, oh wow, top 16 at 3 international championships. That is no small feat. And of course, San Antonio regional finals. He got so close to tasting that medal, but today is his opportunity for redemption on the back of the Phoenix, the rising star, Galarian Moltres.
Pairing up that Galarian Moltres with the Shadow Typhlosion, which has been so impressive. Leaf Tornado Superior, so sacrificing coverage for debuff ability, Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Standard Azumarill, and Shadow Quagsire, with Mudshot now doing more damage, but generating slightly less energy.
Slightly less energy is hurting it a little bit at some point, but the damage is helping it in other matchups. For example, I believe that with the improved Mudshot damage, it helps to take down the Clodsire just by doing 2 Aqua Tails. Of course, Wadaj, we all know Wadaj. He's won 3 regional championships and an international championship. He's here with a bit of a spicy team, has Chestnut, and it was not the grass type of preference for most trainers in this tournament. Most even preferred Cresselia as the grass type to Chestnut. It's not even a grass type, and people wanted more than an actual grass type. Of course, its weak superior matchup was mostly the reason people did not prefer it as much.
Pairing that up with Dunsparce, Sludge Bomb, Clodsire, and that's been one thing to note. We've seen a couple Stone Edge Clodsire, but we've seen a lot of Sludge Bomb Clodsire. People really wanting that coverage against those grass types that are re-emerging, the superiors of the world. The Azumarill, which has almost eclipsed Claude in day 2 usage. We've got a double lock-in here. And oh my goodness, we have a battle of sires on our hand. Quagsire versus Clodsire. Safe switch into Azumarill. Azumarill met with the Sludge Bomb Clodsire.
This is setting up Typhlosion so well in the back. How is Wadaj gonna get it down? No more fast attack pressure on the side of Wadaj. Now the Azumarill's been swapped, but at the same time, this Quagsire needs to get the right alignment. It needs to get onto that Clodsire, otherwise the Cresselia will be able to one-shot it with Grass Knot.
Even if Arrow does concede switch advantage here, as long as he can get a shield advantage, Typhlosion can put in a tremendous amount of work. He is going to throw on, he gives 2 free turns there, but the goal is to outpace. But does this Sludge Bomb actually knock out here in the Azumarill? No, it doesn't! It does not KO! The Ice Beam is reached. Does this knock out the Clodsire?
It's gonna be super close. The Poison Sting went through. I don't think it's enough. Here it goes. It actually-
It does!
It does! It takes out the Azumarill. Oh! We don't farm that with the Typhlosion. Now this is gonna be a line versus the Cresselia. How do you overcome this? Do you swap into Typhlosion? I think you do. He's getting an energy advantage of about 2 turns. Can it overcome this? Oh, it's a Sludge Bomb Clodsire. I don't think you can.
This will be interesting. Oh my goodness.
Oh!
This could be game-changing. The Thunder Punch bait shielded up by Wadaj. This is double resisted damage, but Thunder Punch is cheaper than Blast Burn, so he throws it to try and gain a pacing advantage. Sludge Bomb is faster than Stone Edge. The 6.65 pacing as opposed to 7.66 for Stone Edge means that you are in a bit more trouble here, even though the move...
What?
Oh my goodness.
I don't think he needs to do this.
The double bait and the double shield!
What?
Arrow making the calls. He forced him to shield 2 double resisted Thunder Punches, and now he can outpace. Clocks will be up. Wadaj will have an ability to catch, but do you really want to catch a Blast Burn on a Cresselia? This Blast Burn landing will do massive damage to whatever it hits. You see a combo play.
Is it enough?
Combo play. Going for the Aqua Tail. Will this knock out?
I don't think it's enough. But Arrow, if he can get this down, it's just not enough.
It survives.
The Cresselia is going to take down this Quagsire. Does the Moonblast do enough with the Psycho Cuts to deny the Typhlosion?
This will be very interesting. Cresselia needs to farm to 100 energy in this moment. Try to get as much energy as possible to be able to outpace that Typhlosion. Typhlosion, I don't believe, has a Blast Burn stored, so he is going to farm up to the back-to-back Grass Knots. This should allow him to outpace and get to a Moonblast versus the Typhlosion. So even though 2 shields were used on Thunder Punches. Suddenly, Wadaj back in the driver's seat.
Is there any reason to undercharge this? I don't think there is. You just go straight for the knockout here. Grass Stomp, boom, onto the Quagsire. But does it hang on? Does it hang on? There's no switch time available.
Gets there.
But he needs to get it in range where he can do cycle cuts and
I
Poison
think this might
Sting.
knock out. Typhlosion is, oh, it barely hangs on. Oh, he anticipated the switch out there, and Wadaj fighting back. Arrow tries for the combo play, but the combo play backfired on him as the Aqua Tail didn't knock out, and then Wadaj's energy management with the crest was perfect as he takes a 1-0 advantage in this series, shielding 2 Thunder Punches, but still taking victory.
Very, very well played there from Wadaj, but at the end of the day, I think the strongest thing there was still the Typhlosion. It didn't even win the game, but I feel like Typhlosion looks so good. Ice Beam comes down onto the Cloudsire. Was this the opportunity to farm down with the Typhlosion? Would that have made this game more clean?
Taking a potential 2 bubbles there is tough. And here, the reason he doesn't throw the Blast Bird is he expects a switch out.
But at the same time, 1 Poison Sting. If you swap in Poison Sting, I think that's it.
Yeah, like either way at that point it's lost, but he had to try and make a prediction that maybe Wadaj waits and then tries to switch and
something goes wrong.
Yeah, you try and play to your win con at that point, and that's what Arrow did in that end game. Landing that Blast Burn doesn't win him the game because he gets Poison Sting down, so he has to try and play to Wadaj making a misplay. But as we've seen, Wadaj,
make misplays.
Yeah, he very rarely makes misplays, and he's able to emerge victorious, and he's now 1 win away from advancing to play Elum the next round. For Arrow, this is a must-win game. The Battlers have locked in once again, and again, we see the same leads as last game. Shadow Quagsire into the Cloudsire, safe switch into Cresselia, out comes Typhlosion.
Not just the same teams, no, the same leads, they're the same teams. Here we go, Moonblast coming down onto the Typhlosion. If you get a debuff here, you actually make another charge attack and maybe force a shield. Moonblast comes through, huge damage onto the Typhlosion, and here comes the Blast Burn. Does this knock out the Cresselia? I don't think it does. I think Wadaj can, going for a shield. Actually recognizing that this Typhlosion is so glassy that we can take it down with just resisted charge attacks.
I think if he's able to get shields down in this matchup, that could potentially open up avenues for the Cloudsire. We know Cloudsire really likes when shields are not in play. It is hard-hitting charge attacks, and it really likes to land them. And Wadaj is actually playing this out. Typhlosion getting very low. Typhlosion going to try and make it to the charge attack, but if it does, it's forced to give up this final shield. And does Wadaj, if this is a shield, do we see a switch into the Azumarill and a try and snipe with a bubble? That could be a potential play. No, he's staying in. He is going to stay in here, going for the Thunder Punch to pick up the knockout. So Wadaj opting to not make an aggressive play, switch lock the Azu. Instead, just going to let Cresselia get KO'd and bring in Cloudsire.
Maybe I'm crazy, but Cloudsire with his energy advantage isn't actually able to take down the Quagsire? Okay, comes in with the Azumarill. Sludge Bomb Cloudsire is answering immediately, and it's pacing so quick to these Sludge Bombs. Oh, actually gives him a free bubble there, so throwing it a little bit improper timing. I'm not sure if this will actually impact the outcome of this matchup because, again, two is enough to knock it out, right? But Ice Beams, I believe 2 is just barely not enough.
It'll be very close. It'll be very close there. The Ice Beam is going to connect, and does this actually come down?
Oh my gosh, it mattered. It mattered.
Oh my goodness, it did. The timing there ended up mattering.
Oh my goodness.
In a pretty significant way. The Ice Beam knocks out. And now it's just Quagsire versus the world. But if Quagsire can make the Stone Edge here, it looks like Arrow's fast moves are actually having some trouble going through, which is a little bit unfortunate. Going to try and fire off the Stone Edge, and Wadaj is going to be able to land this Play Rough. Play Rough is going to do significant damage onto the Quagsire. In comes the Cloudsire. Cloudsire going to get hit with Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail. Arrow shaking his head there, and I would not be surprised if this gets taken a look at after this match.
Wadaj just laughing his way through this match. I think it's just so funny to me. But of course, Sludge Bomb, that actually does kind of a lot of damage to the Quagsire. But yeah, I think if that hadn't happened, had that bubble not gone through, I'm not sure what the discussion here is. Is it that when the Quagsire was against the Azumarill, it was a little stuttery? Or was it that the bubble came through and it shouldn't have?
I believe the Clodsire, it looked like it could have been a charge attack priority attack Clodsire into Azumarill based on the energy, and then it wasn't. And then again,
Should have been.
Quagsire could have been able to outpace the Azumarill, make a Stone Edge, and knock out, and then you have a basically full health Quagsire into a Clodsire, which you can survive an Earthquake. But again, we saw those mud shots really having trouble in that matchup, and we do have confirmation that the match is going to be under review. We have a terrific judging team going to help out, take a look at the match, and we will get more information as we do get updated. So if the match does end up, obviously, Wadaj able to emerge victorious, but if it does get ruled into a rematch, then it would be like this game 2 never occurred.
The current review is that Arrow thinks he is missing Poison Stings, so that we're going to review that. Let's take a look. Here we go. This is all according to play, and then he throws. I think I see what he's talking about. I see what he's talking about.
Yeah, the Poison Stings looked like they were coming through
Missing one
slower
turn.
than they should.
Yep.
Yes. Because typically Poison Sting is a 2-turn fast move, Bubble a 3-turn fast move. So typically you are able to, as long as you begin with both moves in alignment.
Yes, that was 7 Poison Stings, so it should have been fine.
Yeah, you are able to throw on 1, 4, 7, or 10 and not have a free bubble sneak through. And that's something that these competitors are very well versed in, is trying to play out matches and deny as much free energy as they possibly can. And that's what he attempted to do there, and it looked like the Poison Stings may have been coming through a little delayed. Wadaj got a free bubble, and then ended up allowing him to outpace in that matchup. So as we do take a look at the replay again.
Oh yeah, it just feels slow.
Yeah, and then the
not because it's
the
slow-mo,
bubble goes
not
through there.
because
Yeah,
slow-mo.
not even just because it's slow-mo, but yeah.
I'm counting in my head.
Even in slow-mo, like you should get 3 Poison Stings for every 2 bubbles.
But it was like he was getting 2. It was like they were pacing at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. The easy way to do it is basically just
start it from alignment.
Yeah, start it from alignment and then multiply the 2 turns together. I bet you didn't think we were bringing math into this, but I'm bringing math into this. So you have a 2-turn and a 3-turn. If you multiply it, they will be in alignment after 3 Poison Stings or 2 bubbles, because that is when they get back in sync. So for every 2 bubbles, you should have 3 Poison Stings, and if he throws 7, then Wadaj should be in a situation where he is getting a 5th bubble, but should not get a 6th. And in that instance, we actually did see an extra bubble go through, and that's what they're going to be reviewing here, is Pokemon Go is a game where, okay, we do have breaking news here. It looks like a rematch has been granted. Big thanks to our judging team there. Taking a look at the footage, identifying that something did happen that impacted the outcome of the game. So we are doing game 2 all over again once more.
Yeah, thanks to our judge here, Frag and Wagon, giving a little bit of a shout out. And of course, we are going as if nothing ever happened. Trainers can pick different teams, but they can obviously opt for different teams, but they can also stick with the same one. Do they stick to their guns? I noticed Sceptile Ice and Elum did. It looks like Arrow is going with the Clodsire now up against a Sand Slash. Not a very great lead for the Clodsire in the 2-shield scenario. It just gaps through against.
Oh my
goodness! So aggressive. Switching to that Typhlosion is giving a free bubble again. This time I believe that was intentional. But Thunder Punch is going to do a lot of damage onto this Azumarill. Oh my goodness, putting it in almost the Yellow House Range. I think it will be after this Incinerate. Can he actually hang on to an Ice Beam here? No.
Going for the play rough
that's the right call.
is the safe play here. It gets same type attack bonus. It's resisted, but it should knock out Shadow Typhlosion. Very glassy. This does clear Azumarill from the floor of play to try and set up a Quagsire sweep. Azumarill making it to the Ice Beam. Ice Beam is going to do some pretty significant damage to that Clodsire, and Arrow has to hope and trust in that Quagsire. Quagsire, a Pokemon that not a lot of people have been bringing, but he's hoping that it will be able to deliver him victory in this must-win game number 2.
Sludge Bomb going down on the Azumarill. Is he going to be able to reach this Earthquake against the Alolan Sand Slash? Quagsire is doing damage to that. Oh, already a switch into the Dunsparce. this is a favorable matchup, but it looks like he's trying to reach that Stone Edge, gets a free mud shot through. Looking pretty good so far. Drill run for Wadaj is going to be landed, and here we go. Comes down onto the Quagsire. It looks like he's behind a couple of mud shots, and definitely we can see it on his face. He's not too delighted about the situation. We'll see if this ends up going to a review, of course, but we will have to trust our judges on that one. He's trying to get to another move, and the drill run is reached just a little bit ahead.
Yeah, it does look like this will be able to force a shield from the Quagsire, as Drill Run could potentially pick up the knockout, and getting rid of that Sand Slash is so important here. But first you have to get through that Dunsparce. Going to fire off a Stone Edge, trying to pick up the knockout. There's a no shield on the Dunsparce. Can Stone Edge do it?
Wow,
it
so
does
bogey.
not. Oh my goodness. And Arrow really has to try and force these shields away to try and potentially line up a game-winning Earthquake. Wadaj says no, though. He's holding on to his energy. He's holding on to his shields, and actually he's holding on to his energy too, as he's gonna try and commit to this farm down and just say, you can't Poison Sting me down.
Try as hard as you want, Clodsire. You can be going to Clodsire business all day, but there's just not enough fast attack pressure. Here comes the drill run. It's super effective. It's enough to knock out the Clodsire, and Wadaj gets this win here. But of course, it looks like there may be a little bit of there may be a little bit of a dispute here, or a match under review. Oh, looks like we're going to cut straight to winner. It's going to be Wadaj taking our winners round one in the fourth match of the day.
The competitors are discussing it on stage, so we will keep you up to date with any information as we get it, because it did look like there was a couple matchups where the fast moves were not going through at the duration that they should have. Of course, and it looks like we do have confirmation that this match will be under review. There was a couple moments there where visually, after watching a lot of games, you can kind of tell when things look as they should and when things might look a little off visually. Now, whether that impacts the game or not, that's why we have our terrific judging team to take a look at it. So that's what they'll be taking a look at here, because that's the things that the judges have to take a look at. It's not only did something happen, but did it have an impact on the match? And that's why we do have, I believe you mentioned yesterday, like they are like play Pokemon professors. They are well trained to handle the pressure of a moment like this, because being on stage, looking through that footage is definitely a task that we are very grateful that they are able to help us out with.
That's right. Fragenwagen, our judge here, is not unfamiliar with the competitor stage either. He has played in a couple of regionals himself, I believe in Pittsburgh. So, of course, we have the best eyes, the best team working on it. It's not just him. There's more people behind the stage. Yes. I believe we have Dijon Dejin as well and King IV to also be our experts on the match. They're all talking through the headphones. I kind of wish we could hear what they're saying to each other. I'm a little bit curious.
Yeah, we don't quite get any extra audio over here, but we'll keep you up to date as we get the info as it comes through. And one thing that I do want to take a note of here that somehow I missed up until now, that wonderful Bidoof plush in the middle of the stage.
It's beautiful. I like how its nose is really blue. It really brings out the color, right?
It does. It does. It complements the background quite nicely, to be honest. Like, Go, obviously, each game is going to have its own unique color scheme, but I feel like the Bidoof fits with Go, so I'm glad we have the Bidoof.
I think the color contrast really brings out the red, actually, in the background. I love that new logo, but as we see here, Wadaj just chilling over there. He looked so zen before the match, something you were saying. He looked so calm and collected. He was wearing the hoodie. That was Wadaj hoodie mode. And this is just, what would this be? Wadaj standard mode? What is, there's like a Giratina has all
exactly.
There's hoodie mode. What would this, it would just, standard mode sounds, I don't know. Oh, this is Wadaj Unbound.
Wadaj Unbound, I like it.
Takes off
Wadaj hoodie mode and Wadaj Unbound. Wadaj came on stage in hoodie mode, and now we have Wadaj Unbound ready to go. And let's take a look at this matchup right here. I believe this Typhlosion matchup actually played out like Azumarill should typically outpace there, as it is 3 bubbles versus 2 Incinerates, 3 bubbles, 9 turns, 10 turns, but watch the Poison Stings on the Clodsire when the Clodsire is brought in.
This is on alignment now.
Yes.
So, 1, 2.
In the time that Wadaj gets 4
Oh,
bubbles,
yeah.
there is only 5 poison stings that have gone through. So
You can even see he's confused, right? Because
Yeah.
he threw on good timing. Good timing as in you're not letting anything sneak. And he saw poison sting come through. He was like, that's weird. That means he was behind one.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because he could actually throw one more bubble and then be on good timing and then just be objectively ahead. But after that, I think it resets. So in terms of straight turnage there, nothing was wrong because it just gave it back.
Yeah, the animations did look a little less than normal at that current moment. So
yeah, they're thinking it's one of the phones on the left. So just gonna go ahead, take a second, maybe swap that out, and hopefully we'll be right back with you guys to some games. But in the meantime, if you're just waiting around, feel free to leave us some social posts. We still got a ton of lower bracket matches and winner side matches to go through. Let us know who you think is gonna win the whole tournament. We've already gotten a couple of players through to the semifinals. Tomahawk UK won his match, I believe. Who else? Elite won his match, and we just watched. Oh my goodness, Elum. My memory is so bad. But those 3 players are already through into the winners bracket on the semifinals, so they're just increasing their chances to win this entire tournament. Here, though, we're trying to decide one more winner. Is that going to be Wadaj or Arrow advancing into the semifinals? Yeah, I definitely noticed this here. Yeah, because we know 3-time regional champion and IC champion doesn't just throw a bubble on the wrong, doesn't just throw on the wrong timing to a point sting. That's out of character.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but one thing that I do want to talk about as this review continues, our judges hard at work, is going to be some of those next round matchups on the winner's side of the bracket. You had mentioned Elite versus Tomahawk. Elite, a multiple-time regional champion, typically playing in North America. And Tomahawk has been a very consistent top-cut performer, being able to do quite well, although he typically plays in Europe. So,
he plays in Europe. I think maybe I've played against him before. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
I'm not really.
Oh no.
Maybe I was there for a little time. I don't remember that.
All right. For those who are following along at home, in the Liverpool Regional Championships in the 2024 season, the grand finals was Tomahawk versus our good friend Mr. Nighttime Clasher here. And Mr. Nighttime Clasher had a flight scheduled that because he was thinking, okay, I'll do okay at this tournament. I'm not going to be in the finals.
I thought about it the 2 days before we booked it, and I was like, we're here for fun, right?
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then he gets to the grand finals, and then the grand finals, he's like, okay, hopefully I can just 3-0 and just get out of here. And then the finals ended up having a lot of games, and then there was a bracket reset as well.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure like he showed his coworkers and like friends only that best of 5. I'm sure he like pulls up the video on YouTube, plays and stops at the 20-minute mark.
And then my favorite part was after you were crowned regional champion, you ended up basically sprinting off stage to try and make your flight. I don't think you made the flight, but because I'm pretty sure you had to play out like a full 10 games to do so. But
only 8 games. The second half was a 3-0.
Okay.
Miracle.
8 games. Okay. Still didn't make the flight. Not too much of a miracle. But, so, a very decorated competitor from Europe and a very decorated competitor from North America. I am incredibly excited to see what that matchup is going to take a look like. Because we have 2 pretty unique dark types from each of these trainers. Elite, of course, with the Shadow Drapion, and, of course, our good friend Mr. Tomahawk with the Pangoro. And Drapion, I believe Kelsey, Tomahawk's last opponent, it's
so good.
Had that Shadow Drapion as well.
So safe.
It'll be very interesting to see if he's able to kind of avoid those bad matchups, because that Shadow Drapion does look very safe. But in that matchup versus Kelsey, that Pangoro, close combat landing through 2 shields on the Dugong, that was beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so we're still waiting on their confirmation. Thanks everybody for being so patient. And speaking of social posts, right? We're going to be playing a couple of those later on today. So I'm really excited to see. Don't forget your favorite snack. I'm so curious to see. We saw someone making stew yesterday. They're making stew at home. People are cooking. On stage, we're cooking as well. Welcome to the kitchen.
Absolutely. Yeah, please hashtag play Pokemon with your favorite snack while you're watching. And no, your favorite snack cannot be Nighttime Clasher. You have to pick food. You're not allowed to pick nighttime as your favorite snack.
But speaking of food, there's actually a pizza place right next to this convention center called, I think it's just Home Slice.
It is, yeah.
Literally, there's a pizza place called Home Slice.
Right next to our hotel. I was very surprised. I have not had a chance to visit it. I might have to visit it while I'm here, just purely for branding purposes. But yeah, it is Home Slice. It's spelled slightly differently, but I saw that and
Rebrand?
Oh my
Sponsor?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, it sounds like we are still taking a look at this match. So we will continue to bring you our high quality banter in the interim here as these judges are hard at work taking a look at these matches.
Well, I'm honestly heartbroken for the viewers. It hasn't cut to our cam in a long time.
It has not. You have not got to see our handsome faces in quite some time. So maybe they will come back to us at some point. We don't know. It's been a bit. We miss y'all. We miss y'all.
Deepest apologies. It feels like it's been so long.
Yeah, it has.
So far from home.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, one thing that the viewers in the venue are getting to participate in at the current moment, and it's something that I mentioned yesterday, is we do have double dust at the venue. And for this season, we obviously had a massive move update. There are meta-relevant spawns at each regional championship, which is terrific. And it looks like we do have a list. Thank you so much, Mr. Nighttime Clasher. Cubone, because Kanto Marowak did get a big double buff. Shellos, Machop, and of course Shellos, Gastrodon, Machop, Machamp. Clefairy, as Clefable did get its move Swift buff. Totodile for Alligator. Lickitung used to be for XL Lickitung, now for the more accessible Licky. Scorpy, we've seen that Shadow Drapions put in a tremendous amount of work. Paldean Wooper, if you're looking for a Clodsire. Inkay for Malamar. Carbink, which Rockslide got nerfed, but Power Gem got a big buff.
Huge
and
upgrade, actually.
Vullaby for Mandibuzz. So Mandibuzz did see a lot of usage in day one, not as much in day two. I'm curious to see in these future regionals, does that continue to be a trend? And if so, do people try and opt more for that Galar Moltres? Because that Galar Moltres is able to output an immense amount of pressure, even against the Dunsparce in the Sceptile match.
Crazy. It's just so much.
Yeah, it was tanking those rollouts surprisingly well. So for a Pokemon, I will be honest, I did not think it was as bulky as it is, but it turns out that it can take the rollouts very well. It forced 2 shields with Ancient Powers.
That's
Sceptile
criminal.
tried to farm down, and he would have made a 3rd Ancient Power unless Sceptile had to throw that Rock Slide. So Galar Moltres really making a name for itself at this regional. Arrow has yet to bring it to this particular matchup, but considering Chestnut resists Sucker Punch, there's also the Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, the Azumarill. It is a little bit of a tougher bring into this team, as well as the Dunsparce.
Dunsparce has just been so consistent this weekend. Actually, one of the main hard answers to Dunsparce and Gastrodon, we have not seen a lot of Gastrodon. I think it might be the most overhyped Pokemon of this entire meta. People are talking about Mud Slap this, Mud Slap that, so consistent, so much pressure, but there's so many grass types, there's so many flying types, so how do you overcome that? I think Gastrodon becomes a very rock, paper, scissors-esque pick because the matchups are so polarizing, whether it's on a Clodsire or a Sandslash versus something like a Serperior, it can turn the tide way too quickly, and people are opting for better Mud Boys. Quagsire, for instance, Stone Edge just gives it such good. Oh,
We're back.
It's a
We're
blessing
back.
for everyone.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is terrific stuff. Welcome back. Hello. We are still here with you while we are awaiting news from this match under review, but we are back, and it's good to be back. Nighttime.
We are here whether you like it or not. Of course, this match still is going underway, and even if this review does not go through, we probably needed to do those phone swaps regardless. It was a little bit stuttery on the left side. So again, thank you so much for your patience. We are here to make sure that the competitive integrity is at 100%. We want to crown the most deserving trainer this weekend, and it would be unfit to do that if we couldn't go through all these rigorous processes.
Agreed. And while we are awaiting news on this match, I do want to take a look at our bracket so far, because we have had some developments here. Winner side of the bracket, Elite and Tomahawk. We discussed this matchup. 2 extremely talented trainers, both battle-tested throughout the course of several regionals. That's going to be an amazing match. And Elum awaiting the winner of this Arrow versus Wadaj matchup. So Elum either Wadaj gets to see back-to-back Galarian Moltres, or we're going to have Galarian Moltres mirror with Arrow and Elum. We also do have some losers bracket matches that have been going on as well, so we can take a look. And we have information. This is great. We have Little Winery taking the 2-1 versus Murphy, so it'll be Little Winery versus 6'10 Hero in losers round 2. Magic Mayson 2-1 victory over House Stark, which means that Magic Mayson and Kelsey are going to be queued up in losers round 2. Bopper knocking out of pocket, so Bopper versus Sceptile Ice. And in the final match, Valor Ash taking out Andrew Manjarres, which means Valor Ash will play the loser of the Arrow versus Wadaj matchup.
Yeah, a little bit of lore on these games. I got to talk to some of the players. Out of Pocket said it went to a very close game 3, but he led a Serperior into an Arctibex, unfortunately. Oh, and no. After that, very difficult to come back from. Magic Mason, on the other hand, he said in the first game against House Stark, he didn't even see the third Pokemon. The Feraligatr took out everything.
Oh, no.
He even caught a Hydrokin onto his Azumarill, so he just left that game genuinely so confused. But I think that's something that separates the good from the great. Magic Mason made a full mental reset and then took it back in a reverse sweep, taking it 2-1 against House Arc. That is so impressive. A lot of players that get stuck in a little bit of a mental block be like, oh my gosh, I didn't see his third Pokemon. What do I even do? Magic Mason, cool and collected, and I'm so excited to see more of him later in the lower bracket. We're now almost down to top 12 players.
Yeah.
Actually, we are top 12 players.
Yes, that we are. We are in top 12, so inching ever closer to that top 8 where the cash prizes start to be handed out. So these battlers have made it through a field of 182 competitors, and now it is crunch time.
It's crunch time, but that's a dark type move. Let's talk about Psychic Pokemon. We are looking at the Psychic Spectacular here. Hatena, Hattrem, and Hatterene as the new debuts. These Pokemon just look so cool. I know in the VG, these are used as Trick Room Pokemon, as told by some VG casters. So I want to flex my knowledge here a little bit, make it seem like I know what's going on. Of course, the most important thing here for a PvP player, more LOL. Most people will be like, more what? More Stardust. Every single more LOL gives you 750 Stardust. That is nothing to scoff at. And of course, Inkay being the shiny Malamar is so cool to play on stage. And here we have our legendary heroes event, Galarian Weezing. You can evolve your Coughing into Galarian Weezing. Go check your bags. See if you have a Shadow Coughing. This will be one of the only times you can evolve it for a Galarian Weezing. And then, of course, Shiny Zacian as well. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what Shiny Zacian looks like?
Well, you see, Shiny Zacian does look like the regular Zacian, but obviously, Shiny, it's going to have a slightly different coloration. Do you know what Shiny Zacian does not look like nighttime? It does not look like the pin that's on there. So nighttime backstage actually came up to me and is like, so I got this pin, the Shiny Zacian, and it's like...
It's a theme, right? Like this event coming up.
It's a theme, the Shiny Zacian. There is, however, one small potential problem with that fact, and that is that it is actually Zamazenta.
And it is actually Wadaj winning this game here against Arrow. I guess Arrow, the rematch did not go through, or he just conceded there. But congratulations to Wadaj. He's going to be moving on against Elum later on today. And now Arrow descends to the lower bracket where he's going to be facing off against Valor Ash.
And with that game, one thing that we mentioned is sometimes turns can be lost, but it's about checking to see if the game had worked as intended, would the outcome have been different? So in that instance there, you have to take a look at quite a few factors. You have Clodsire into the Alolan Sandslash, you have Quagsire into a Dunsparce, which Quagsire can do pretty okay there, but Dunsparce still tanks a lot of moves, it can fight back, and then ultimately saying that regardless of that situation, the game outcome would have resulted in a Wadaj victory. In this game 1, trying to anticipate a potential combo, a switch into the Clodsire, unable to get it, and then the Azumarill versus that Quagsire. Azumarill able to deal some significant damage to set up the Clodsire to pick up a knockout with a Sludge Bomb.
This is like sludge waving a Diggersby at that point. Takes it out on very low HP, and Wadaj takes this 2-0. This kind of makes it really interesting, right? We have Wadaj versus Elum. Then we have Tomahawk versus Elite. 2 finalists and 2 regional champions.
Wow.
So there's a good chance at the end of the day that somebody gets to redeem themselves. Is that going to be Elum? Is that going to be Tomahawk UK? Or will Elite or Wadaj continue to stand strong? Both of them won a regional very early in the season last year, secured their spot in Anaheim. Oh, and not in Anaheim. That would be Honolulu last year, very early, and kind of just got to chill out for the rest of the season. But of course, all players want to not just do that, but win a regional. That's the most important thing. Qualifying for Worlds, that's just part of the journey to winning regional, but a lot of them have gone through such difficult paths, such difficult opponents, and they all want the same thing.
I 100% agree. We are now in the stage where a lot of championship points are being given out. Each round, as these battles on the winner's side get closer and closer to that grand finals, they're accumulating more and more championship points. All roads lead to Anaheim, and winning Baltimore, the first regional of this brand new meta, will put, honestly, your stamp on that meta, saying this was successful. This is a winning strategy. And now for the future regionals, it's about how the rest of the field tries to adapt. Do you run the same team, or do you try and find more anti-meta Pokemon that can disrupt that winning strategy? So the outcome of this tournament is going to have a massive, massive impact and some pretty significant implications on the rest of this max out meta.
And to some extent, your team even becomes kind of a template for Louisville, a template for Dortmund and Joinville. It kind of sets the stage for the meta in the future. Let's say you could play any team into the winning slot in Baltimore. Whatever team you put there would kind of be the entire template for the next regional, no matter what that team is, even if it was something not even like a good team. If everybody was using something silly, for example, like Shadow Swampert right now, people would adapt for the next regional. Like, oh my gosh, Shadow Swampert just won. We have to adapt.
Yes.
Even if it's not good.
Yeah, and we have seen these meta shifts be adapted quite a bit. One thing that I do want to briefly cut to is we actually have the winner of that round, Wadaj. Took some time off, is back, and it's like he never left. He's cruising through the winner side of the bracket. It's something we've seen him do again and again. So Amanda is standing by with Wadaj to give his thoughts on returning to competition and still performing at an unbelievably high level.
That's absolutely right, Henry. Wadaj, we've spotted a wild Wadaj. It looks like he is back and better than ever. Coming off of another victory on the winner side of the bracket. We didn't see you basically at all day one. Walk us through what got you to day number 2.
I think my team is really good. I think that helped me a lot through day one. Like, I didn't drop a game until Mayson. And then I thought my team comp versus Mayson was a little bit not good, but I made it work, so I don't know.
I mean, you're known for making it work. I think you are one of the names who has been the most feared in the Pokemon Go PvP circuit. You actually won the very first event of the last year. Are you looking to do it again this season?
I mean, like, obviously, I don't want to play more than I have to.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And I have to ask you a little bit about this new meta, because you took a short break. Henry pointed it out. It's like you were qualified for Worlds. You obviously won some tournaments. We didn't see you for a bit, but it looks like you're back in action. What brought you back to the game?
I thought the new meta changes were actually very interesting. I think this meta is a lot more fun than the last one. I don't like the last one at all. I think I'm in a better spot in my life where I can devote time to this game. Like, my last 2 tournaments, I just didn't practice at all, and I didn't want to play, and it made me super upset when I lost. But I'm doing okay right now, so I'm like playing when I can.
All right, and you just said that you think your team is pretty good. You're pretty confident. You want to stay on this winner side of the bracket, not play a lot of games. Is there anyone that you're fearing playing in this tournament, or do you think like, okay, I know that I'm going to win this, or is it if I can get past X, I can win?
Honestly, I told Leslie that if I beat Arrow, I'd win the tournament. Arrow was definitely who I was scared of most, so I think I'm going to win.
All right, yeah. Leslie being out of pocket running the same team as Arrow. You defeat Arrow, so I think that, yeah, maybe you have it in the hand. We're about to see. We're going to go back to the action. Thanks for the time, Wadaj.
Can I give a shout out? I want to shout out my driver's license that brought me here. My parents gave me their car, and I got a driver's license. I decided I wanted to come up here on like a week. Shout out to having a driver's license. It really clutches.
That's right. He's old enough to drive everyone. He's old enough to beat all of you already. Back to the casters.
It's scary to think that he's my age sometimes. But anyway, we're going into these next games. We'll have 6'10 Hero up against Little Winery soon on your screen. 6'10 Hero was, I believe, Speediest Chief's pick to win today with that MVP Guzzlord and against Little Winery, who also has Shadow Typhlosion. So that might be pretty exciting to see more of that Shadow Typhlosion action.
Yeah, that Guzzlord looks to be a pretty good core breaker. Guzzlord hunting for those fire, water, grass cores. Even if it can only find 2 of the 3, as long as that water type isn't a Azumarill, Guzzlord is going to be a very good core breaker. And taking a look across Little Winery's team, there's the Superior, there is the Shadow Typhlosion as well. So that Guzzlord, it becomes how do you deal with it? Because the Guzzlord looks very scary into those Pokemon.
Guzzlord with the new Brutal Swing pacing becomes so strong against Cresselia. Constant, super effective pressure, but the Cresselia has no sort of fast attack pressure. You have to land a Moonblast. If you're even behind a shield, behind a little energy, the Guzzlord will exit the matchup without even taking a hit, and the Cresselia will be completely demolished.
Players already on stage, so we will swing you down there. 6'10" Hero versus Lil Winery. We have moved from the winner's side of the bracket to the loser's side of the bracket. 6'10" Hero, top 8, Toronto 2024, top 4, Vancouver 2022. The team, let's take a look. Sludge Bomb on that Guzzlord, the standard Dunsparce, Superior with Aerial Ace instead of Leaf Tornado, the Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Azumarill with Ice Beam and Play Rough, and the double flying Talonflame, Fly plus Brave Bird.
Great moveset on the Talonflame, honestly. We talked a little bit with Kelsey, I believe, on why she used that pick, and it's because nothing in this meta resists flying. Let's take a look at Little Winery's team. It doesn't have any way to resist that damage, right?
Not really, and Lil
we'll see
Winery,
soon,
top 16 in this 2025 Baltimore Regional. Stone Edge Clodsire, Cresselia, Shadow Typhlosion, Dunsparce, Diggersby, and Superior, and you are correct, partner. There is 0 flying resist on this team. So that Talonflame's energy can prove to be extremely flexible, even if it's against something like a Dunsparce. We've seen Brave Birds land on Dunsparces, and Dunsparce does not have a terrific day.
We have to be careful, though, because that Talonflame is up against a Clodsire with Stone Edge. That is an incredibly important distinction, turning that matchup from neutral with Sludge Bomb to a very bad loss for Talonflame. Stone Edge just demolishes Talonflame, shoots it right out of the sky, and we're going to see here lock-ins from both trainers. It's going to be the Superior from 6'10" Hero leading into a Cresselia from Lil Winery.
This is the battle of the bulk. Superior and Cresselia both able to absorb multiple charge attacks in this matchup. Superior does have the superior pacing here, going to strike first with the Frenzy Plant and the immediate no shield by Lil Winery as Cresselia tanks Frenzy Plants for days.
As we see, Cresselia not in the yellow health range yet, meaning that Frenzy Plant with 7 Vine Whips is not enough to knock out the Cresselia, so Lil Winery can know that and be like, okay, I know that second one's not going to knock me out. There's no pressure to use my shield here. But at the same time, this backline looks so tough for Lil Winery. Has Azumarill and Guzzlord throwing a perfect charge attack priority here. Great no-shield, recognizing that this is not enough. And this Cresselia is in great farm down range for the Azumarill now. Is that a danger in the backline?
Azumarill, if it gets aligned onto the Diggersby, would be very, very tough to deal with. Moonblast into the Superior. Superior is going to be able to hang on both these bulky Pokemon incredibly low. It's going to be a race of fast moves. Psycho Cut versus the Vine Whip, and that's Superior getting the farm down, leaving with a Frenzy Plant. Oh my goodness!
What?
In came the Diggersby. I think he may have tapped the screen too late, but the Diggersby was brought in instantly here. The good news for 6'10" Hero is he still has this very favorable alignment with the Azumarill into the Diggersby. Lil Winery did not wait the timer, brought in the Diggersby instantly. 6'10" Hero may not have been prepared for that, and instead loses a very crucial Frenzy Plant in the process.
And there's no debuff applied here. Ice Beam going to be launched out by the Azumarill. It's not a Hydro Pump, but this still does a significant amount of damage to the bulky Diggersby. Shield comes up on the side of Lil Winery, knowing that my Clodsire doesn't have access to the Sludge Bomb, and the Azumarill is going to be a huge problem if it is able to make it through this Diggersby.
Diggersby going for another Scorching Sands. Lil Winery would love to get an attack drop. It's a 30% chance at an attack drop. Does it come through? It does not. We're going to see a switch, a catch, and a sneak onto the Clodsire. Very well timed by Lil Winery, doing what she can as she tries to dance around this very tricky Azumarill.
Now, Azumarill still very healthy in the back, probably won't succumb to just one Scorching Sands. This Guzzlord, though, it can try to call a Stone Edge bait because basically you don't want to get hit by an Earthquake. If you get hit by an Earthquake, then you become in Stone Edge range. If you no-shield Stone Edge, you force them to go for succeeding Earthquakes. But of course, I think you just play this out the safe way. Go straight for these brutal swings. You now throw this one and throw the other one back to back. This is not going to be enough to knock out. Lil Winery recognizes that, so you throw brutal swing 1, and you charge attack priority here against that Stone Edge right. Oh, goes for the energy. Okay, maybe you no-shield this. Maybe you do.
Earthquake is no-shielded.
Oh, man.
This is going to deal some significant damage, but Guzzlord able to hang on. In comes Diggersby. Diggersby going to get hit with Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing is cheaper this season, but did get a damage reduction, which means this Brutal Swing is not going to be inflicting a lot of damage to the Diggersby. Diggersby withstands that pretty well, but the issue is Guzzlord can make another, and the Diggersby is forced to throw energy to deny this Brutal Swing.
But don't get it twisted. Just because they reduce the damage doesn't mean it's a worse move.
True.
It's actually better now. Pace is way quicker. I think he needed to shield that Guzzlord against this Diggersby. Can he bubble all the way down? I think she's going to need a Fire Punch bait. Does this go through? He's got to make the call. Does he no-shield this? Does he know of... Oh, he
commits the shield. This will be very close. Right down to the wire. Can Diggersby make a move? Diggersby gets the Fire Punch.
It's not doing anything.
Fire Punch will not knock out here. There is still the very low health Clodsire available for the Winery. Fire Punch connects.
Wow.
That's not Poison Sting range. In comes the Clodsire. Clodsire gets bubbled down, and 6'10" Hero, by the narrowest of margins, is able to survive and take the Game 1 victory.
I love how he's so calm and collected like before the match, just like also in like Zen mode. But now when he wins a game, he's just in unleashed form. He just gets so excited when he wins a game, and you love to see it. 6'10" Hero bringing us a show here in Baltimore, and can he run this back? Needs to continue using the Guzzler, I think, at the minimum. I think Guzzler's the best in the lead, right? Because you want all your shields. If you have Guzzler in the back line, and it's against a Cresselia, and there's no shields left, it becomes really, really bad really quickly.
The pressure that Guzzlord was able to apply into the team building process for Lil Winery cannot be stated enough. Lil Winery has Shadow Typhlosion and Superior.
So unsafe.
We did not see either one in this matchup, but what we did see is the Superior from 6'10" Hero surviving this Moonblast, knowing the matchup, and look at this farm down Vine Whip for Psycho Cut, surviving there with a small amount of HP. Lil Winery hoping for Scorching Sands debuffs, unfortunately does not get them. Gets a nice catch and a sneak there to get a small energy head start onto the Clodsire. But the Fire Punch does not get same type attack bonus. It's resisted, and that's an Azumarill. Azumarill secures the victory and the fist pump from 6'10" Hero.
He's absolutely stoked to be winning that first game. Probably just thankful that it's over because he kind of let the Frenzy Plant go. Imagine it wouldn't have even been close if that Frenzy Plant was able to land on the Diggersby or even get a shield.
Yeah, it turns out that Frenzy Plant entirely optional. He could just let it go. He was in control the entire way, able to take that win. And now for Lil Winery, you've made it to day 2. You've made it through round 1 of losers. Can you fight back and pick the line that will force a decisive Game 3? We've got double lock-ins from these trainers. It's going to be Superior for 6'10" Hero into the Dunsparce for Little Winery. A great lead for 6'10" Hero.
It could not be going better for 6'10" Hero here. And I think he's going to have to be very careful, though, regardless. As that Guzzlord is in the back, there's a Cresselia. You want your Guzzlord on the Cresselia. You don't want your Azumarill there, but you're going to need shields to keep it healthy in that matchup.
If Guzzlord has shields to hide behind, Cresselia is not going to have a terrific day. Cresselia is running Moonblast. Moonblast will absolutely vaporize a Guzzlord with double super effective damage, but that matchup, as you identified, partner, is one that is very flippable if shields are off the table. So does Lil Winery try and play to that potential win condition of getting shields down early in this game to set up Cresselia for success? We're actually going to see a switch out into the Cresselia. Cresselia going to be hit with a Frenzy Plant, as 6'10" Hero doesn't have a terrific counter switch here. Yeah, the Frenzy Plant is going to connect. You can bring in the Guzzlord, but if you do, you're forced to shield. Superior just going to stay, making it to another Frenzy Plant, and this is valuable damage onto the Cresselia. Lil Winery actually commits a Protect Shield.
I think you just stay in here until the Superior falls, bring in the Guzzlord, and then this Azumarill should clean house in the back line. Earlier, oh
no, he caught it onto the Guzzlord. Does he think he caught a Grass Knot? Oh, this could change the game. He shields! Oh my goodness! Disaster avoided for 610 Hero. That was almost devastating. But this Guzzlord is so far behind on energy. This Guzzlord may still be in a significant amount of trouble. Cresselia firing off this Moonblast. Guzzlord with the double protect shield. Guzzlord, we're now going to see a switch out by Lil Winery, taking advantage of the desync switch clocks, saving Cresselia, understanding that if 610 brought in Guzzlord, 610 is weak, and sending in the Diggersby to absorb these brutal swings.
Those honestly do a pretty convincing amount of damage, I want to say. As we see, Diggersby is super bulky, and it's already in the yellow just from Dragon Tails and one brutal swing. Scorching Sands comes down now. Will it apply that debuff? It will be so impactful in this matchup. It doesn't get it, and here comes the Azumarill. Guzzlord saved that energy for the Cresselia. That's going to be super crucial for the back end.
This game is a perfect demonstration of the new 50-second switch timer. You're stuck in these matchups for less time, so we have more dynamic games, battlers switching in and out. The switch timers are about 25 seconds desynced from each other. After this move into the Diggersby, Lil Winery's switch timer will be up. Ice Beam will hit for super effective damage into this Diggersby. Diggersby is unable to hang on as it gets KO'd. Back in comes Cresselia. Cresselia does have a shield to hide behind. This Azumarill not in grass, not range, so even though the Azumarill has no protect shields, this will not be lethal.
But this is a great situation, right? Because you throw this Ice Beam off, you have the Brutal Swing locked and loaded, but can Lil Winery get that catch? Cannot. This Ice Beam is not enough. Does she know? She does. Now, what do you bring in here? You have to try to farm it down, but do you risk it getting to a Moonblast? I don't think it's getting to a Moonblast. Brings it to Dunsparce. How do you respond? Can you outpace? You need the Frenzy play now. You get it off against the Dunsparce and has to commit a shield. The Brutal Swings load on the Guzzlord. I think you win charge attack priority. You just need to get in the Brutal Swing range. You're so close. One Vitamin Whip away, I feel like.
Can she farm down here? It looks like she will get the farm down.
But it's not going anywhere.
But this will come down to charge attack priority. Guzzlord also survives a drill run, so even if it somehow lost charge attack priority, it could still connect with that move.
Or even come in a Azumarill right now, just force to throw energy.
Yeah, clock is not up. Going to go for a Rock Slide. Rock Slide does not, it's actually slightly less efficient here.
Didn't get the
so
sneak.
It will not pick up the knockout. Clock still not available.
Okay.
This brutal swing into this Dunsparce should be enough to pick up the knockout. We've seen it do some okay damage so far, so I don't believe Dunsparce is hanging on here. It will get KO'd. In comes Cresselia. Guzzlord able to take it. 610 Hero, his journey in Baltimore not done yet. A 2-0 victory. That MVP Pokemon Guzzlord pays massive dividends.
This trainer has actually only made top cuts in Canada, but he came all the way here to Baltimore to prove that he can do it everywhere. Top 8 now locked in for him here, and he will be going against, I'm not sure who he will be going against, honestly, but nope, I can't remember. I was going to say, and I really had it in my head, but I don't anymore, so I'm very sorry.
All good, partner, all good. I'm sure we'll get to go back to the brackets at some point, but what a series there. What a series. That really showcased Guzzlord. Guzzlord didn't even end up using Sludge Bomb, but Brutal Swing, the same energy cost as Dragon Claw, but a better move overall. And let's take a look at these highlights. Guzzlord surviving, going for that Brutal Swing. Dunsparce hoping it can hang on, but it cannot. The Guzzlord just felt inevitable, and another fist pump from 610 Hero. He's feeling it right now as he's able to advance in the losers round. I believe now to losers round 3.
It's so interesting to see like the differences, right? Wadaj wins, he's just like, and then 610 Hero's like, let's go! I wish we could hear like his like sound, just him like getting excited. I think that'd be super cool. But of course, all the trainers celebrate differently. That's something awesome just to see. We get to see how everyone reacts. We get to see it firsthand here and react to it for you guys. So we're reacting to a reaction?
Possibly.
Reaction YouTube meta.
Some of these competitors seem so dialed in and focused that they haven't really outwardly displayed those emotions yet. But as the tournament goes on, as the stakes continue to grow, I'm willing to bet we're going to start seeing a few more pop-offs, but these battlers are so laser-focused on these matchups. So much to consider, and even more this season, now that you can switch a lot faster than you could in previous seasons, and we saw that in these games. There was switches going on left and right, switch clocks coming up, banking moves, switching out, saving a move on the Guzzlord for later to knock out that very low-health Dunsparce. So very dynamic gameplay, and that's why I was so excited about about the update to the switch timer is it allows for games where you can dance in and out of matchups, store moves, try and snipe, go for combo plays, and really try and let that skill expression show.
Because of that fast switch timer, these Pokemon that spam so many charge attacks over and over just run down that clock. And because they're throwing so many charge attacks, I think they're a little bit tired. Let's cut to a break while they can rest a little bit, and so can we.
Nice job. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, boys. Good luck. All right, good luck, dude. You gonna leave me hanging? Good luck. All right, good luck, dude. You gonna leave me hanging? I'm lagging, man.
I genuinely think there's no word I lose that game.
GG's, dude. That was crazy. GG's, dude.
My name is Sean Pulowski, and I'm from Wildwood, Missouri, about half an hour from St. Louis.
S. James P. In his one previous tournament, he was a Peoria regional finalist.
Well, I started playing Pokemon Go around like the start of the game. I took a 2-year break, came back to it. That was during COVID. Noticed that they like a PvP format. Connected with some people on Discord, and that's how I kind of got into the game.
He wants to go that one step further. He wants to be the champion.
If I were a Pokemon, I would be a Dragon type. I think the offensive pressure just kind of suits my playstyle. When I hit rank 1 on the Go Battle League leaderboard, it was probably like my first real achievement. I got first place in GBLA, which is like a different kind of format that's hosted by a few people, like Speedy's Chief was one of the people that hosted that tournament. That's where I kind of made a name for myself, and then I transitioned to Show 6 Pick 3. I think if anyone is interested in GBL, I think they should definitely try Show 6 Pick 3. If you're hesitant at all, I think you should just go in and do it, because the second I did, like, I kind of fell in love with it a little bit. A lot of people like to scrim, they like to look up their matchups ahead of time. I kind of take a different approach. I like to not think about my matchup at all until like maybe like 10 minutes before, because I feel like my first instinct is usually like the correct way to go. I don't like to second guess myself, and I don't like to think about it too much.
SJ is so unpredictable, capricious with his decision making.
I think I've definitely had some self-doubt at some points, like getting second in that regional. Like initially, it's like you're so excited to make it that far, and then you get hit with a bunch of losses, and then you kind of lose that drive a little bit.
No one gets second place at a tournament by accident, and no one gets 2 top 3 finishes in back-to-back tournaments in your only tournament so far by accident either.
I'm a super competitive person, so I'm a little tough on myself when I lose. In Peoria, I think I was getting down on myself after some of the losses, made some mistakes. This time around, after the losses, I feel like I bounced back very well. Getting used to the crowd, you know, watching you play, it's a little bit different than playing at home. I think I was a little bit more comfortable with it today, like I knew what I was getting into. I think you just have to acknowledge the fact that you're gonna make mistakes at some point, and you just have to try to come back from it. It's just an unbelievable feeling to finally come out on top.
We're about to crown our Indianapolis Regional Champion.
I think it hasn't really hit me yet. I'm super pumped, a little tired, a little exhausted, relieved as well. What kept me going was my friends. They've shown me so much support, and it's really why I feel like I did so well today.
Put your hands up!
S. James P21!
To win a regional. That was my initial goal, but now that I've done that, I guess the next step is to try to win Worlds.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I've started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I always get so hyped after watching Lyle Jeffs talk about his Pokemon Go journey, but I'm also so hyped to continue the coverage of our Baltimore Regional Championships. Again, this is the first Regional Championship of 2025. Brand new meta, brand new look. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with the Amanda Lundberg.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And Lyle Jeffs is actually here in Baltimore, wasn't able to make it into the top cut, but I think it also shows that a player as good as him, if he's not able to make it, that means that the players here have been doing some absolute fireworks, showcasing of new talent. I'm so excited to see a lot of these matches. We are in the loser's side of the bracket currently, so that means if these trainers end up losing, they are out of the tournament, but that just makes it all that more exciting. Just like that.
Get him out of here.
Get him out.
Well, we're going to find out which trainer will be hitting the road as we get a overview, a bird's eye view here of our loser's side bracket. Going from top to bottom, losers round 2, we've got Arrow versus Valarash, Sceptile Ice versus Bopper, Kelsey K versus Magic Mayson, and we've already settled the 6'10 Hero versus Low Winery debate. Honestly, Amanda, looking at these 8 trainers, this could be a winner's side bracket anywhere else in the world.
Absolutely, and if you've been watching these trainers throughout day 1, and even some of them showcased on day 2 as well, you're going to understand that you are in for a treat. Next up, we have Kelsey K against Magic Mayson. Kelsey K playing a little bit earlier on in the day against Tomahawk UK, stealing his very first loss of the tournament from him there. She is top cut here. This is her first top cut ever, but she is doing a fantastic job here in losers round 2.
Kelsey K has been so incredible. I think if there were any trainers to take her down, it would have been Tomahawk UK, one of the best in the world as well. She's been so impressive, and I look for her to continue that in the loser side bracket. We're going to learn a lot about Kelsey as a player and as a person, judging by how she responds under the pressure here on stage in Baltimore. Really excited to see more Talonflame gameplay, but let's bring it back to the Dream Eater himself, Magic Mayson.
Yeah, Magic Mayson, as you can see, a well-known player within this Pokemon Go circuit. Top 8 at NAIC last season, Knoxville Regional Finalist, top 4 in Fort Wayne, and the Toronto Regional Champion in 2023. Rocking a pretty spicy team with that Shadow Machamp. We haven't seen too much of them, but we did see one on Elite's team as well as that Shadow Drapion.
I have a couple of comments about the team. So first of all, having a Karate Chop Cross Chop user does remind me of Tomahawk's Pangoro situation, so Kelsey's got to watch out for that. Secondly, Drapion is a Pokemon that Magic Mayson has used to great effect, and the point I wanted to make about him as a player is that he set the entire meta for multiple weeks back in 2023. The team that he used to win actually translated to an IC where another champion was crowned there as well. So Magic Mayson has the ability to set entire metas for our game as a whole.
And since this is the very first tournament in this new meta, I think a lot of eyes are here in Baltimore seeing what the top players are choosing to run, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these teams, perhaps some of them copied completely in our next regional in Dortmund in a couple of weeks. But for now, we have to see, while the dust settles, who will become the Baltimore Regional Champion. Loser side of the bracket, looks like both of these trainers are getting locked in.
I'm so excited for this match. Again, Kelsey K on the left, one of the newcomers to the scene who's been taking the stage by storm, versus Magic Mayson. We call him the Dream Eater because he eliminates opponents left and right, quelling their dreams of winning, and he might do the same to Kelsey K.
Looks like we're jumping straight into game number 1. We have an Azumarill mirror match. We've seen how these go, especially because both of these are going to be on the same charge attack, being Play Rough and Ice Beam. It really comes down to who wins that charge attack priority, who will be able to throw first, and how these two want to play it out. Looks like Kelsey K going for that Play Rough.
It's ironic too because the charge attacks are actually mirrored, right? Play Rough on the right for Kelsey K, Play Rough on the left for Magic Mayson, and it was the charge attack priority tie. Kelsey K getting to go first is important information. That means if this matchup comes down to the wire, she will win that charge attack priority tie next time.
And of course, Magic Mayson is filing this information away. We may see a potential catch scenario on a Dropion later on. We might see him store up extra energy, go over one extra of the counts. No, they're both going once again for that charge attack priority event. Kelsey K not playing nice, she's playing rough.
You saw her kind of smile and look across the stage. She says, "Oh, really? Again, we're gonna do the charge attack priority dance one more time." One of the big challenges to playing the Azumarill mirror match is that every bubble is 11 energy, and you can go up to 99, but you don't want to go any higher than that because you only get 1 energy for that last bubble. So for both these trainers, they're managing the bubbles, managing the energy, and just like you called out, Amanda, what a swap into Drapion.
Drapion's going to be able to soak this energy pretty comfortably. Not only that, if Kelsey K chooses to stay in, it's going to be an aggressive farm down, and she doesn't want that at all. Going into yet another mirror here, saying, okay, you've got energy on the Azumarill, but you know what? I've got a healthier Drapion, forcing Magic Mayson to throw that first Aqua Tail.
Look at this quick read by Kelsey as well. She saw the Azumarill in the lead. She knows the only way Talonflame can go wrong in the back is if it's an ABA water team with Shadow for Alligator, but that is not what Magic Mayson is cooking. So I really appreciate this call to go into her Drapion here, and she does land the Aqua Tail and a huge knockout.
Aqua Tail able to take it out. Magic Mayson is stuck in a tough position here. Does he want to bring that Azumarill back in? Yes, he does. The Ice Beam will be plenty enough to take out the Drapion should Kelsey K not use Protect Shields. And she says, you know what, Drapion? You did your job here. I think we're going to see another Azumarill coming in, but we're going to see a quick... If you're looking at Mason's side, he's going to swap to that Machamp, and she already called it, knowing that was going to happen, coming straight in with the Talonflame.
Look at that, calls the immediate counter swap, goes in with the Talonflame, and gets a bonus Incinerate as well. A stumble is turning into a fall. I think Magic Mayson is in trouble here as the Stone Edge gets shielded as well.
Not only that, exactly, Stone Edge paces a lot slower. Karate Chop is going to be able to be thrown here. Magic Mayson throwing on nice timing at this point. Kelsey K not taking any chances. She's got so much energy on that Talonflame, saying, okay, I'm just going to completely Incinerate down. Fully loaded here, going for yet another Incinerate, even though she's at 100 energy, forcing Magic Mayson to do something here. He's got 2 Protect Shields. There's no Protect Shields remaining on Kelsey's side, but this Ice Beam, will it be enough?
This is going to be tricky, right? Because the Ice Beam will connect. Talonflame hangs on. Azumarill got a little bit of health. Kelsey recognizing the fast attack win condition. 2 shields in this game. Magic Mayson doesn't have a chance to use either of them. And if Magic Mayson is the Dream Eater, then I think Kelsey K has a Silph Scope.
I think this is well played by Kelsey K, well thought out by you, Will Dunphy, and Magic Mayson, 2 shields, can't bring him into the next matchup. Unfortunate plays by him there. You saw it himself, recognizing that getting an extra Incinerate energy sneaking through was not ideal for him in that scenario. But I think if you're Magic Mayson, you know that you have a plan in mind, right? I mean, like you saw game number 1, like you said, the only way it had been potential is if it was ABA for Talonflame. Unfortunately for Magic Mayson, it wasn't. Here is the point where Stone Edge goes through, but another Incinerate just goes through onto the Machamp.
Yeah, I think Magic Mayson recognized the Dugong safe switch that was punished by Tomahawk UK. He said, I want some of that action. Kelsey says, no, 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 I am not bringing that Pokemon. But now we're jumping right into game number 2. Not a solid lead for Kelsey, however. She's going to return her Azumarill safe switch, and this is actually super problematic for Magic Mason. He does not have superior Superior in the back.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, oh my goodness, that is the safest of swaps for Kelsey right now. A little bit risky because there is a Superior on the team, but with it not on the field, Magic Mayson is forced to at least dump some energy into this Azumarill to chip it down a little bit lower there. Meanwhile, Kelsey going up to 100 energy basically for the Azumarill before throwing her own play rough.
Yeah, going very close to the cap there, trying to maximize her stored energy with the bubbles. Great awareness and control, and look how it pays off. It means that now she can outpace the Drappy into a charge attack before it even reaches the crunch. Great awareness and positional strategy by Kelsey K.
Another play rough coming through here, going and will connect with that drop-in. Drop-in is at crunch energy, but it just wants to whittle away at the Azumarill a little bit more. Neither one of these attacks will be quite enough to knock it out, but we've seen this time and time again in this tournament with drop-in. Getting a ton of energy to be able to throw whatever is the back could prove out to be crucial, and I believe also saw a defense drop coming in now with the Talonflame, but we've seen this before. This does about 50%.
Yeah, and looking at Magic Mayson as well, he knows that he can get 2 more Poison Stings perhaps here and queue up another Aqua Tail. He goes for 1 with 1 HP in a dream. He's able to get to this Aqua Tail and potentially force the shield away from Kelsey K, but she sacks the Talonflame.
Recognizing that Talonflame does not have play into that Azumarill there, going ahead and now coming in with the Superior to be met with Machamp, and this is a Superior running Aerial Ace, which means that's going to be a super effective attack against this fighting type Pokemon, but look how quickly Machamp paces. Karate Chop coming through for the cross chop now.
That's nice, right? Being able to deal super effective damage, but there's a huge problem in the way in the form of both of those Protect Shields. Magic Mayson has the cover he needs for his Machamp to dish damage and peel away Protect Shields in kind.
We've seen how quickly this Machamp paces. Not only that, that shadow damage is adding 20% more. Even though those cross chops aren't going to be hitting so hard, they are going to start chunking away at the Superior here, and it looks like forcing that last shield off of Kelsey K as well, because this is a charge attack priority event, folks.
Yeah, it's pretty nice for Kelsey K there, not allowing any additional karate chops to come through, gathering energy for the cross chop. She does peel away the second Protect Shield. Now we are in 0 shield situation. Look at Kelsey K with the heads up Ice Beam.
Ice Beam coming through, even though it's not going to be that effective against the Machamp, it's enough to knock it out at that range. Azumarill just bubbling through, but there is a lot of health and even more energy on Magic Mason's Azumarill, completely bubbling down. Basically has an Ice Beam and a half to throw. Just needs 1 more bubble for the next.
Magic Mayson might actually be able to pull this out. He needs 1 more bubble in order to get to that second Ice Beam here against the Superior. He's closing in. He's got the bubble. He's got the Ice Beam.
Watch out. He'll chew you up. He is a Dream Eater here. Ice Beam coming through, knocking out the Superior, securing up game number 2 for Magic Mayson.
Absolutely stunning comeback there from Magic Mayson. Bending but not breaking under the pressure of the Superior and Azumarill duo from Kelsey K. Great plays to come back into the series. Still committed to the Machamp. Doubled down on the Shadow Machamp, and it actually paid dividends.
I think if you're Kelsey K, you're getting a little bit of flashbacks. Like you said, the Pangoro had a very similar strategy with the Karate Chop being able to pace so quickly. What's different about Machamp is its fast attack is generating energy, but actually the Cross Chop is the one that's quicker to damage. So it doesn't do as much damage overall as that close combat did for Pangoro, but I think Magic Mayson is really relying on the Shadow Machamp. Do you think we're going to see it game number 3?
It's a really good question. I mean, this is a very important matchup as we look more at the macro sense of this. This is losers round 2. Both of these trainers came into day 2 with high hopes of making it deep into this tournament here in Baltimore, but this next game will send one of these trainers packing on the light rail or on the plane back to where they came from. So we're going to find out just how this will unfold. I think it's really tough for Kelsey to bring Dugong. I don't think Dugong really has a spot here in the meta, or excuse me, in this matchup versus Magic Mayson. However, does that mean that Shadow Machamp has 1 less target?
And I also want to point out as well, we haven't seen it in any of the matches, but Magic Mayson is running an Alolan Sandslash. This is what Kelsey K ended up beating Andrew Manharis with earlier on in day number 1. We have a Drapion versus a Azumarill in the lead here. Those Poison Stings just stinging, just stinging a little bit on this Azumarill, but it's going to start adding up here. Already at an Ice Beam, going 1 over here, and trying to catch on Magic Mason's side, not able to.
This is actually really important, right? Because as you look at the back line for Magic Mayson, he had the Shadow Drapion lead with 2 water types in the back, and Kelsey's got a Talonflame lurking back there looking for a target, but it's going to be really hard to find that position if you go online against the Drapion later.
Yeah, both of these Azumarill just content to stay in for the moment, but because of this, as a reminder, 50-second timer, the clocks are completely misaligned at this point, giving Magic Mayson a little bit more wiggle room as well the longer that Kelsey stays in this. And I think Kelsey's just content to be taking these play roughs on the Azumarill while she figures out a game plan for what is in the back. She already knows 2 of the 3 Pokemon.
And meanwhile, the switch timer is expired nearly for Magic Mayson. I think after another charge attack minigame, he is going to have his switch available to him. So at this point, if Kelsey K does want to make a fast pivot, Magic Mayson can match her pace.
And we have to remember from game number 1 that Kelsey's Azumarill does end up winning that charge attack priority. In comes the Feraligatr to try to do a bit of damage here. We'll be able to reach a Hydro Cannon before Kelsey's able to make it to an attack, and going for it right here, getting a little bit of energy ahead of time too. There are 2 Pokemon on Mason's team that will do a nice job of farming energy. Both those Drapion and the Feraligatr is going to generate very, very quickly.
Look at this position-wise, though, because Magic Mayson has revealed both of his Water-type Pokemon. There's still the Talonflame in the back for Kelsey that she has not shown, which means that now she can kind of game plan. She can manage this game state as she moves through it. She can try to chip down the Feraligatr. She knows the Azumarill's weak. There might be win conditions here. Magic Mayson has to prevent that.
I think if Kelsey, you're like, okay, well, I'm glad to see the Feraligatr here. I know the Azumarill's very, very low. No shield by Magic Mayson.
Oh my
and this
goodness.
does a hefty chunk of damage. I think if you're Kelsey, maybe you're just content with letting this go down, because Talonflame up a shield with some energy is going to prove really nice against whatever's in the back.
You don't see the instant switch out. Actually, the combo play from Magic Mayson. This is solid to knock out the Drapion. However, it does empty some of the stored energy and clears the runway for Talonflame here by Kelsey.
You say that, but look how much energy is still on this Drapion, and Magic Mayson is grinning from ear to ear as this first Aqua Tail goes through. She's got to shield up 1, but she knows at this point it's going to be uphill as 1 Aqua Tail is already loaded. She's smiling as well, but she's smiling through the pain as that last shield is deployed.
Exactly right. We call Magic Mayson the Dream Eater for a reason, and new trainers who are coming onto the scene who want to make a name for themselves might end up in their worst nightmare against this trainer here as he gets to the triple Aqua Tails to take down Kelsey K 2-1.
Aqua Tail going through, Talonflame falls from the sky, Magic Mayson continuing on in the loser's side of the bracket, pumping his fist. Congratulations to him, and really well played overall by Kelsey K. First time top cutting in a regional competition here in Baltimore, where anything seems to be able to happen.
I just got to say one more time, right? If you're a trainer that is not, a well-known commodity, if you're coming onto your first event and you face off against Tomahawk UK and Magic Mayson in day number 2, that is a gauntlet for anyone. I don't care if you're Dancing Rob, if you're Emmy Weedle, if you're Yakayo 904. That's really, really tough draw there for those to get those opponents, right? So definitely many, many kudos to her, and I look forward to watching her compete in another competition down the road.
I was actually talking to Tomahawk UK about her a little bit ahead of time, because he said, I actually knew her name before this circuit because she is a really, really good Master League player. One of the best of topping a lot of grassroots leaderboards, in fact, in this. And just recently, her and a couple of teammates and friends have decided, hey, you know what? We're crushing so hard in Master League, we might as well go ahead and give that Great League thing a try.
They say it like that? Like, you're crushing this
I'm
so hard?
I'm sort of like, condensing it down. I'm getting the gist and the feel of what I think that they're saying.
Paraphrasing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's me. I'm a paraphraser.
No, that was definitely an impressive showcase, and Magic Mayson will keep his tournament hopes alive. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know if Magic Mayson has ever reached the grand finals from the loser side of the bracket. Maybe he did against Dunebug last season in Orlando. That might be the closest that he's gotten, but only time will tell because he's got a lot more rounds to go. As you take a look back at our series highlights, Kelsey K with the perfect team composition. I want to point this out as well. Game 1, Magic Mayson played Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and his Shadow Machamp. In Game 3, he played 2 of the 3. He played Azumarill and Drapion, but he went ABA Water because he had made that adjustment to Talonflame and recognized it would be an issue.
I think, just like I pointed out earlier, that it is sort of her MVP, her most valuable Pokemon, and I think Magic Mayson really identified that in game number 1. You called it out during that actual game. It's still saying it's really risky to play ABA, and the fact that the other water hasn't come out, I think that, Kelsey K was a little bit more comfortable bringing that Talonflame every game. Mason played very risky in game number 3, but it paid off for him in that sense, able to continue on in this tournament, and maybe he's looking for another regional champion title. You know, he didn't get one in the 2024 season.
That's true.
He's hungry for it. If he's eating dreams, I think he also wants to be able to, you know, he has that hunger to get that regional championship title.
I think so as well, and he's going to do his very, very best. But there's so many incredible trainers still left in this bracket on the winner's side, on the loser's side. I mean, at this point, I do agree with what a lot of competitors say. You have to take this one step at a time. If you start looking too far down the road, you get distracted. You don't know what's right in front of you. So I think it's so important to focus in on the next opponent and just, again, you can't just leap up a flight of stairs. You have to go one step at a time.
Speaking of, you know, staying focused, you guys need to stay focused to this Twitch channel, not only today, but just make sure you're following, right? Because there are so many cool things that will be coming up. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few of the things that will be coming up in the next couple days as well. We got the Pokemon DP Battle Dimension. We have the North American International Championships for Go. I mean, if you missed it, right? This is the time to tune in.
That was a thrill, right? If I'm not mistaken, that was the finals were Andrew Minares versus, I don't know if you've heard of him. It's Axon, I believe.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it might have been those two playing it out there. But then we have Pokken. And then if you fast forward to Thursday, September 19th, again, we're heading back to the Diamond and Pearl Battle Dimension, which is going to be really, really fun to watch as well. So, again, if you're a Pokemon fan, there is absolutely no reason not to follow the channels, turn on those notification bells, and make sure to get as much Pokemon in your life as you possibly can.
Exactly. There's so much going on the channels all the time. As another reminder, we brought it up many, many times. I hope you guys aren't sick of it yet, but this is the very first tournament within this particular meta.
It's true.
All eyes are going to be on this, but there's going to be another tournament in 2 weeks as well. So we'll be very interested to see what kind of comes from here, and then we'll be showcased in Dortmund, Germany. I told Will backstage, I'm like, I think we're going to see a ton of Galarian Moltres in Dortmund.
Okay, so that was actually the question I prepared for you.
Okay.
Amanda, you are also a caster for the EU region.
I am.
Right?
Correct.
We might see you in EU at some point this season.
I think that could be correct.
Knowing the region as well as you do,
Uh-oh.
What Pokemon do you expect to see in Dortmund?
What Pokemon do I expect to see? Overall, top cut of day 1 or day 2?
Give me day 2, top usage.
I think we're going to see a lot of Shadow Drapion. I mean,
Shadow Drapion and Galarian Moltres?
And Galarian Moltres. I think both of those are going to be on the docket. Of course, we're going to see Clodsires. They're everywhere. For Alligators, going to be eating up the time as well.
Yeah?
Talonflames with both the flying attacks. I think I see it.
Ooh, okay. Well, there's a lot to look forward to. Like we keep on mentioning, this is the very first regional, so we get kind of a temperature check on the new meta, but we are by no means solved in terms of how this game is developing. On the left side of your screen is Sceptile Ice. Highest accolade in the Play Pokemon series is top 16. However, he is a prolific grassroots battler, and he's done very well here. Shadow Celio was not on my list of Pokemon to expect for Baltimore.
Same. I mean, I think that it's been playing extremely well for him. However, being able to, you know, I think the main point of picking sort of an anti-meta pick that does well is sometimes everyone can't prepare for every single Pokemon, right? So I think if other teams are running scrims or they're doing some simulations, they're not accounting for Shadow Celio, and it's really well for Sceptile Ice. You have to wonder if Bopper had been able to do this, because if you look at that man's accolades, he's probably studied up against a lot of the different meta, running some pretty spicy things himself with that Arctibax.
Not only the accolades, but look at the aura here as well. He's got a Shadow Typhlosion and a Shadow Feraligatr on his team. Arctibax is a special Dragon and Ice-type Pokemon that I think is a solid core breaker for what we like to call the big three, being the Clodsire, Feraligatr, and Mandibuzz. So he is well equipped to deal with this team. I think, if not mistaken, I think that Arctibax also has a very good matchup against the Celio. So if those two spicy Pokemon do match up, I give Bopper the slight edge.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you see how people build teams overall. There's what we call Pokemon with a lot of bulk. Tomahawk UK said that a little bit earlier on, where he had Pangoro, which needs all of his shields, and then the rest of his Pokemon don't really need his shields because he wants to absorb it. Bopper has a kind of a similar thought with the Clodsire, Azumarill. You know, Superior is rather tanky, but the problem is I see two Pokemon on his screen that pretty much need two shields, and that's that Shadow Feraligatr and that Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, exactly. And as you look more broadly at the team, Bopper does have that fire, water, and grass trio that is very powerful in almost every Pokemon format. So if he does decide to bring those Pokemon, he's got to be very careful with his Protect Shield allocation. But as you can see on stage, all smiles as we get the games queued up here for our next round. This is Losers Round 2. So if you're a Sceptile Ice fan or if you're a Bopper fan, this might be the last time you see them today, so make sure to tell your friends to get in here and watch these battles.
Yeah, and if you remember Bopper from day number 1 playing against Cindy, he ended up playing both for Alligator and Typhlosion in the same matchup, so he's not scared to not have a lot of bulk. He plays very aggressively, and it really proved favorable for him. I'm interested to see how that playstyle will work against Sceptile Ice. Sceptile Ice nodding his head as the Dunsparce is faced up against the Arctibax, and we're going to see Bopper just immediately swap out into that Shadow for Alligator. Not a great matchup for it either because it's relying solely on those Hydro Cannons to do damage to the Dunsparce.
If you blinked, you missed it, but Bopper's mechanical controls absolutely stellar. 2 Dragon Breaths and then the switch. That's 3 turns in the span of the rollout from the Dunsparce. Great mechanics there to get to the Feraligatr, but now he's squared up against the Shadow Celio, and all he can do is fire the Hydro Cannons.
Hydro Cannons are not going to be that effective against this water-type Pokemon, but as you can see, Celio is not as bulky as you would think, already in the yellow, but this was a charge attack priority for the next one here, forcing Bopper to shield because he has another Hydro Cannon already loaded up, wants to at least do some damage or force that shield off of the Celio here, and it looks like he's going to be able to get his wish going right at charge attack priority.
Yeah, Shadow Claws maybe misbehaving a little bit there, but Bopper still gets to the Hydro Cannon all the same. Gonna look to fire that off, take that protection from Sceptile Ice. Sceptile is meanwhile gonna fire back with the Body Slam. The pacing for the Shadow Celio, 5-4, is blindingly fast for this Body Slam Powder Snow combination.
Body Slam connecting with that Feraligatr here, and now we'll see what he wants to bring in. Didn't have a great matchup at the beginning, but Arctibax coming in now, just getting a little bit more energy, and looks like a Body Slam is going to be thrown now onto it. Bopper is kind of shaking his head here.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to seeing just a flurry of Dragon Breaths coming out. I'm pretty sure Bopper is tapping as quickly as he can. More Dragon Breath damage does KO that Shadow Celio, but now in the back, we've got the Dunsparce coming out, and that rock damage is going to be effective against the Arctibax, so Bopper pivots into the Clodsire.
Clodsire is one of the more bulky Pokemon, able to absorb this energy quite well. No shields on Bopper's side here, as the Drill Run will connect with the Clodsire, and we're going to see an immediate and aggressive swap out by Sceptile Ice into the Clodsire of his own.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the Clodsire mirror match here, but moving at different paces. Going to see the Earthquake come out here from Bopper as he tries to deal some super effective damage to that poison typing on the opposing Clodsire, and he does connect. Going to look for another Earthquake pretty soon here. Meanwhile, Sceptile Ice kind of pacing himself. Going to go for the Earthquake in return.
Earthquake will do a nice chunk of damage. We just saw how much it did to Sceptile Ice's Clodsire. Now this one responds in kind. The poison jabs aren't going to be a lot. Looks like Bopper probably will be able to reach another Earthquake. No! Sceptile Ice negating all of that energy, going for the Sludge Bomb here, which will be enough to knock out the Clodsire at this very low rate.
Yeah, it's so weird, right? Triple resisted Sludge Bomb into the Clodsire, gets it done, and now Arctibax comes back onto the field. A little hiccup here with the Dragon Breath, but it does reach for the Avalanche. Maybe the third time is the charm here. Gonna fire off the Avalanche, and this will pick up the knockout into the Clodsire. But I think the real issue here has been the Dunsparce for Bopper, because the Rock-type rollout damage is still super effective versus the Arctibax.
Yeah, Arctibax going down to those rollouts there. You can see both of the trainers kind of discussing some things. I think that we might have a potential match under review there. It looks like some Pokemon were maybe not performing up to snuff. Maybe they were a little bit sleepy from the afternoon. And
it might be. Maybe they just had lunch.
Need a refresh.
Yeah, maybe they just had lunch and they're kind of slowing down a little bit. But I think when you play enough Pokemon, right, you kind of have a feel for how things progress. And even if you don't know it internally, if you played enough Go Battle League matches, you know the pacing of the Pokemon. You kind of feel your way through it. And you can tell when something's like moving as it should, or when it's moving not quite as it should behave.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good example you called out a little bit earlier was when the Arctibax was in, and the Dragon Breaths, which are a one-turn fast attack, were just not moving at a one-turn fast attack pacing.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people make jokes. They say, oh, you actually count Dragon Breaths? I'm going to give everyone a massive hint. A lot of trainers know this, but I want to just reiterate one more time. If you are having trouble counting your opponent's Dragon Breaths, count your own fast attacks instead. If you have a 2-turn fast attack, that's two Dragon Breaths. it's really tough, right? Especially with like Malamar Psywave to count all the the nonsense craziness coming across your screen. But if you count your own fast attacks, remember that you are locked into the same pace, and you can measure your opponent the same way you measure yourself.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and kind of talk about, since we can't really get into the actual battle of what happened, let's talk about the team compositions that were used. I think Sceptile Ice had a good strategy and a really great lead, but Bopper played and maneuvered around quite well within that bad lead. I think it's a really fun thing to point out that just because you end up losing that lead position is not a guarantee that you will lose the game, especially now with a more dynamic switch clock timer that is only 50 seconds rather than what was 60 seconds in the previous seasons.
I feel like there's like a scale, right, or a spectrum. When you get a tough lead, it's negative, but it's not game over, like you said. When you get a tough lead and you make a switch and your opponent has a hard answer to your swap, then it becomes pretty bad. You're kind of in the red zone at that point, and then if your closer also has a tough matchup against your opponent's third Pokemon, you are in real trouble, and they might have just won that game on the lock-in screen. But look at the Dunsparce as it matches into Bopper's team. So we don't have the graphic on screen right now, but Bopper does have the Clodsire, the Azumarill, Serperior, Arctivax, Shadow Feraligatr, and Shadow Typhlosion. Amanda, how many of those Pokemon have fighting type attacks, fast or charged?
Good point there.
Zero.
Absolutely zero of them. Dunsparce looks like a pretty safe swap. Although the Serperior is able to negate a lot of the energy, we've just been informed that it is in fact going to be a rematch. So that means that the score is still remaining 0-0 here. Wipe the slate clean. Everyone, new matchup basically. It's not like we might not even see that Dunsparce. Although to be fair, we saw how well that it can perform. I think we're going to see the Dunsparce.
Yeah, I think I do agree here with the game rematch ruling. I trust in our judging staff completely. We have a very, very talented team. I do want to say as well that on both sides, those are always tough. Because for Bopper, he felt like he might have had a chance to win. It didn't work out. And for Sceptile Ice, he called a perfect composition. And now he's got to do it again. And it's really unfair that he's, able to do that one time, and now he's got to do it all over again. But I do think it is the right decision move.
Yeah, of course, this is the problem, but also the fun of a Show 6 Pick 3 format, right? So you have 6 viable Pokemon that you can bring onto the field, but you can only bring 3. So you really have to decide, okay, if I was my opponent, what 3 Pokemon do I think are the strongest against mine? How do I think that my opponent is going to play it? Are they going to play it in what we call an ABB strategy, where you have 1 Pokemon in the lead and 2 Pokemon in the back that are weak to a specific Pokemon? Let's say, for example, for the Azumarill and the Feraligatr on the Bopper side would be pretty weak against the Serperior on Sceptile side. So perhaps you swap your Azumarill in to lure out that Sceptile, and then you have their Feraligatr later on to really roam free once that Sceptile is out of the way. That is an example of an ABB format.
Sceptile or Serperior?
Sorry, Serperior.
I see Sceptile Ice's name.
Yes, exactly.
I'm trying not to get my wires crossed as well. But
and the Serperior is right under him if you're looking at the bracket.
No, and they're both grass-type Pokemon.
Thank you, Will.
That honestly looks similar as well. So honestly, I can't fault you for that one, Amanda. I probably have said the same thing.
The Serperior.
Serperior. Probably didn't even realize it. Speaking of Serperior for Bopper, I want to just reiterate your point. Like, pulling out the Pokemon you want to beat is really important. I think Serperior with a Protect Shield advantage for Bopper could be devastating for Sceptile Ice. We're going to jump right into a fresh game number 1, and here we have the Celio versus Serperior.
And this is an Ice-type Pokemon with that 20% more damage, but look, it's also taking super effective damage from those Vine Whips there, and Frenzy Plant is loaded, it is deployed. It should get a shield, yes, from Sceptile Ice, because that Celio does not want to be taking it.
Absolutely not, right? I think that Frenzy Plant would absolutely knock out the Shadow Celio. We see the pivot into the Arctivax now, and Bopper wants the Dunsparce. He says, bring me the Dunsparce. I have an answer for it to send.
So this is sort of an example as well. While it's not a typical lineup of ABB, I think he is trying to lure out this Dunsparce, because if you look in the back, he's got that Shadow Typhlosion, which wants absolutely nothing to do with the Dunsparce. Once the Dunsparce is out of the way, Shadow Typhlosion, especially with the shield advantage, could do so much damage, gaining energy so quickly. This Rock Slide is going to go through, but it is not enough to knock out the Arctivax.
It's close, Amanda. I thought it might be enough, but you already knew at the damage calculation. We see Serperior come back into the fray. Dunsparce, we're going to fire off a Rock Slide. This is going to deal some chip damage, not too much, but getting rid of the Serperior is Sceptile Ice's #1 priority.
But this is just giving a nice amount of farm to Sceptile Ice as well, being able to completely... farm down before that rock slide is ready, and you see Bopper tapping. He's ready for whatever is coming in with that Typhlosion, but he's got a Frenzy Plant loaded, which hurts whatever is going to come in. It's going to be that Clodsire, and it's going to be able to take a Frenzy Plant here.
Yeah, Frenzy Plant coming through here from Bopper Superior into the opposing Clodsire. Poisoning Ground means this damage is neutral, and a Frenzy Plant usually packs a punch, but that Clodsire is absolutely thick.
Clodsire going ahead, getting a little bit of energy here, going for that Sludge Bomb right before the Blast Burn is available. The Thunder Punch would not do a lot. Bopper has 2 shields left, wants to be able to use it on this Typhlosion, like we kind of talked about earlier, just getting a ton of energy, and wow, we talk about risky plays, risky team compositions. What a risky thing, and it is called by Sceptile Ice. This Thunder Punch doing nothing to the Clodsire.
We saw Arrow working some magic with Thunder Punch baits earlier on in the stream, but Sceptile Ice does not fall for the same trick. Sludge Bomb coming through here. If this connects, this might KO, so Bopper's forced to use his Protect Shield.
Protect Shield coming up, no more Protect Shields. A quick swap in by Sceptile Ice, but forcing a shield because Thunder Punch would do a lot of damage. We also have to remember there is energy stored on the Superior. It's coming in, but it's not enough energy. Body Slam hitting, no Protect Shields left on Bopper's side.
Wow, a tough lead has converted into Shadow Celio eventually getting the better of Superior. Shadow Body Slam comes through, and then the Powder Snow is enough to pick up the knockout. Shadow Celio so spammy. Got the Water Pulse already, Amanda.
So spammy, didn't end up using any of those charge attacks earlier on in the game, able to hold on to the energy to release the Water Pulse onto the Typhlosion. Sceptile Ice taking game number 1.
Let's get some claps in the chat for Shadow Celio and Sceptile Ice. Exactly. Hey,
clapping with the seal hands.
Hey, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I appreciate it. I do think that the Shadow Celio was such a solid pick there for Sceptile Ice. Its neutral play needs to be respected across the board. Even though you kind of ran into a tough lead, I think it was so poetic that Sceptile Ice's Shadow Celio came back in the end and won the game.
I want to point out a couple other things about Sceptile Ice's team. If we remember the top usage of day number 2, Mandibuzz was nowhere on that list. Shadow Celio was nowhere on that list. So Sceptile Ice is running actually a fairly unique team for people who have ended up making it into the finalists portion of the day 2 in Baltimore.
Exactly right. You can see some knowing nods as well. Sceptile Ice feels good to have that game 1 win under his belt. He's got a lot of positive momentum. I think the pressure is really mounting here on Bopper's shoulders to actually bounce back in the series. I mean, Bopper has been to a lot of world championships, but he's been in the heat before, and we'll see how he responds this time.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, I love the way Bopper plays. It's very aggressive. He's usually the person to swap out first, and it looks like he did it in the game against Sceptile Ice, but Sceptile was very calm and collected, cool as ice, if you will, about it all, managing to keep all that energy on that Shadow Celio to be able to deploy it later on when it was actually impactful in the matches.
He's cold as ice, and he's trying to make Bopper pay the price, right? That's the goal here for Sceptile Ice, as he is up 1-0 in the series. Losers round 2. If Bopper loses this next battle, his Baltimore dreams are finished. You're gonna lock in.
If there's anyone that can come back from a bad situation, it is that man on the right. Bopper plays very well. These two teammates are locked in. You can see the Sceptile is already nodding because it is a great lead for him here. Celio being able to absorb a lot of this energy that the Feraligatr is throwing and being able to pace to those body slams very quickly is going to prove impactful. They're going to hit harder on the Feraligatr than those Hydro Cannons are hitting on the Celio. First one coming through.
In order to bring a crazy tech like Shadow Celio, you really need to learn the matchup. So I think for Sceptile Ice to be so confident about the situation, he's feeling very good in the Feraligatr matchup. Hydro Cannon does get fired off. Sceptile Ice's Shadow Celio will pace to the second body slam, just one fast attack faster, and look at the heads up swap and wait by Sceptile Ice.
Waiting a turn, now coming in with the Clodsire, and I think that this was a really good play, but you can see him already wondering if this was the right call, because as we've seen so many times in this tournament so far, 2 Ice Beams plus the bubble damage is enough to knock out the Azumarill, but Sceptile Ice has Sludge Bomb on his Clodsire, and that can be a complete difference maker.
My personal theory is that Sceptile Ice was a little uncertain there because he thinks it's superior in the back from Bopper, which was so strong in game number 2, but it's not. Bopper pivoted back to the Ice and Dragon type he brought in game number 1, so we're going to see how that turns out. Like you said, Amanda, super effective Sludge Bomb. wrecks that Azum roll. That's so much damage, but it still gets the Ice Beam.
Wow, this is incredible. Hanging on by a thread to give a parting gift here, and Bopper completely undercharging because he still wants that bubble damage. He wants to be able to at least get some farm on whatever is going to come in on this Clodsire. But does he want to reveal the third? It looks like he's going to. In comes the Artifacts, a quick pivot out into the Dunsparce. The timer is up for Bopper, but neither one of these Pokemon really want to face it.
This is interesting too because the Dunsparce actually is dealing a lot of super effective damage, but with Protect Shields in play, I do think Artifact's Dragon Breath will power through. Also, Sceptile Ice doesn't shield, and now we see Bopper switch into Feraligatr.
Feraligatr is going to be able to throw this Hydro Cannon. It will threaten a knockout if a Sceptile doesn't want to shield. Looks like the first one is going to be deployed because there's so much energy on this Dunsparce. This drill run coming through. You want to talk about undercharges? We're seeing on both sides of the screen here.
No
Not
way.
even a nice.
No way. Is he going to get punished for this? I mean, look at Feraligatr. He's going to try to paste another one. He thinks he can get the triple rollout KO, and it looks like Sceptile Ice is able to do it. What a savage undercharge.
Nice by Sceptile Ice. That's all I could say about that. Going in for the Rock Slide damage. Bopper not even choosing to shield. This will do a nice amount of damage. Bopper still all smiles, recognizing he just kind of got outplayed here. Rolling out, rolling in the loser's side of the bracket. Still Sceptile Ice coming through.
Sceptile Ice, so impressive there against one of the top trainers in competitive Pokemon Go and arguably in Pokemon VG as well. Bopper is definitely a force in the Pokemon franchise, and I'm so impressed to see Sceptile Ice. Such a tongue twister.
It is, and then you see a Superior on the screen, and then it's
and you think
like,
it's a Sceptile?
Yeah, no, because you're just so silly.
What a crazy showcase there by Sceptile Ice. I do think that he was worried about Superior in that game number 3 because Bopper used it to such great effect in game number 2, but unable to see it there. He did have Arctivax as his final Pokemon, and that rock-type pressure, that rock-type rollout damage was just too much for Bopper and his Arctivax.
I want to point out as well, it's not often that you see an Arctivax make it so far into a tournament, but it was actually number 12 on our top 12 usage for day number 2. So Bopper is not the only one with this idea. It really paid off for him. He was able to get so far in this tournament. Unfortunately for Bopper, not quite able to take it all of the way, but he has gone away with a lot of championship points.
Let's take a look back here briefly at our highlights. This is game number 2, the triple rollout farm down. This is one of the most vicious plays I have seen all weekend. Sceptile Ice nodding because he already knew as soon as that rock slide landed, he knew he's going to get the full farm down.
And I think writing was on the wall at this point. Had it been the Superior, like Sceptile was thinking it might have been, this could have been a completely different matchup, but that is part of the game. You said from the beginning, the match that was a rematch because of the, the turn durations.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's also unfair to Sceptile Ice because he had a great call at the beginning. He also had a great call at the end. Sometimes, it's really about the alignment of your Pokemon, a little bit of luck, but also knowing how your opponent wants to play.
I think it's
not like they just randomly throw 3 Pokemon on the screen.
Of course. And I think it's also such a huge testament to Sceptile Ice as a player because you can feel really good about a matchup, and then if that matchup kind of gets sent to the review and then a rematch, a lot of trainers will second guess themselves and say, well, can I make the same calls? Can I make another prediction? And you saw him run into a negative lead against Superior, and that would have rattled most players. But still, Sceptile Ice persevered, found a way around that. So I'm really, really proud of him and his progress. I mean, beating somebody like Bopper is a huge accomplishment. He was top 32
absolutely.
at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been absolutely loving this tournament for this exact reason. There's a lot of names, like, for instance, when I was saying I'm not super familiar with Kelsey K, and Tomahawk said, oh, I am definitely already familiar. I think a lot of trainers, maybe not in this Pokemon circuit, are super familiar with Sceptile Ice, but they might be after this tournament. Others know him from grassroots, from ages ago. So it's a really cool thing to have tournaments like this, bringing people together in the name of Pokemon Go.
Speaking of bringing people together, we're going to do a couple of check-ins. Let's check out social media, and then we will flip over and take a look at the bracket. We have some awesome tweets to share. This is beautiful artwork by Serena, which says, I'm so excited to watch the start of Pokemon 2025 competitive season. I absolutely love the artwork for Worlds 2024, and I got inspired myself to draw this piece. Can't wait to see the theme for 2025.
That is really cool. There's a plushie in the Pokemon Center looking like that Riolu as well, with the little scuba thing and the little camera. This is a really great drawing.
Yeah, that's really, really awesome. Thank you so much, Serena, for sharing the post. I encourage everyone to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Otherwise, we can't find your posts. We don't know where they are. They could be the funniest, coolest posts out there on social, but we don't know it unless you use the hashtag.
We're looking for him. We are looking for. Oh, I feel like I'm staring. Like he's everywhere. We have Jared Seawolf with this guy I'm not super familiar with. Good to finally meet some folks I've wanted to shake hands with for a long time. You all rock, and a pleasure to see you all in action. Even the ones I met but forgot to take pictures with. Have a great rest of the weekend. Is this someone who's like writes a lot of articles about Pokemon? He really dives into the different, spreads that there are,
Yeah,
how
of course.
Pokemon play against each other, meta-analysis. Jared Seawolf is a great contributor to our community.
We're kind of like the Yapper contributors, right?
Yeah.
We're talking constantly. JRE takes the pen and he absolutely authors some masterpieces. So if you are involved in the grassroots community, I highly encourage you to read some of his work on matchups, on stats, and that kind of thing. He really goes into the numbers, so definitely a good resource to have. But
And I mean, I'm a little bit jealous if we got to see Will in one of these posts. Come on, where's the people hashtagging the photos they took with me at the Play Pokemon events?
I don't know. I mean,
Sad.
you got to ask your friends about that.
I wish I had any. Here at the event.
Okay.
I wish I.
Nice save.
Can we just go to the stage?
nice save. We've got Arrow on the left side of your screen and Valor Ash on the right. To me, this pairing is so special because having been involved in grassroots PvP for a number of years, these two players are some of the closest friends. They have battled countless, I'm serious, countless times, and to see them here in the 2025 Baltimore Regional is definitely poetic.
Yeah, and we've seen Arrow play a little bit earlier on. He is such a talented trainer. Interviewing with Dodge, he said, I was most fearing playing Arrow. Once I was through those matches, I think I have a very positive showcasing. And Arrow is, I think, he just got knocked down into the loser side of the bracket, but he had so much confidence coming into this game.
Not just talented, but also unpredictable.
Right.
I think that's one of the biggest nuances of Arrow's gameplay that really throws people off. Meanwhile, Valor Ash has been trying to break through a limit that he has been hitting time and time again. He wants to make it back into the top 8. As you saw at 2024 Indianapolis, he was able to do it, but he wants more of that special magic here in Baltimore.
Yeah, and he has been able to use his signature Pokemon Talonflame. There's so many of them in the meta. I think that he's probably pretty happy to see his favorite Pokemon in the meta because that means it's here, but he knows how to use it better than almost anyone. He's also running that Mudslap Gastrodon, one of the few to be able to make it into day number 2. These two are already fist bumping. They are ready to go. We're going to get right into this losers round 2 between Arrow on the left-hand side and Valor Ash on the right.
Exactly right. This is going to be so much fun to watch. The Mudslap Gastrodon versus that Galarian Moltres. And now we have Superior actually in the lead for Valor Ash. This is a solid position for Arrow.
And Arrow is giggling. He was just so happy about this. Look at these sucker punches just whittling away. Not too much damage is going to be able to be return fired on the Superior side, but an Aerial Ace will come through to do a little bit of chip damage. And we'll have to see how Valor Ash actually wants to respond. Going into a safer swap of an Azumarill to be met by the Superior on Arrow's side. Safe swap punished.
Yeah, this is really bad. I mean, when you do have a position where you've got a tough lead and then a tough swap, it's really, really difficult to come back from. And now, Valor Ash, being ABA weak to Galarian Moltres, tries to find a spark of hope, and he runs into a shiny Superior on the other side.
Now, we were talking about this actual pretty much lineup before, an ABB using a Pokemon like Azumarill to draw out the Superior. Got it right this time, guys.
You got it.
To be able to do this. But this Superior is Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant, which means it's going to be able to pace just a bit quicker. This one is going through right as the Ice Beam was loaded from Valor Ash, and it looks like he is going to shield it up because he wants to either get a shield or get that Superior out of the way.
It just feels so cheesy shielding a Leaf Tornado, right? But in this situation, that's what it called for. Valor Ash grinning. The Ice Beam comes through
Oh
it
my
after.
goodness!
It's not even enough, and now the Superior whips down. Talk about insult to injury. That's really, really tough for Valor Ash.
Leaf Tornado was able to make the attack debuff go on the Azumarill. The Ice Beam wasn't enough. That comes in the Superior. They're laughing, we're laughing, but it's gotta hurt if you're Valor Ash.
You gotta smile through the pain, right? Valor Ash, meanwhile, knows there's a Galarian Moltres in the back, and he needs to find some way to deal with this Pokemon.
If you're looking, though, if he can get through this, then in the back, there's a Gastrodon versus the Clodsire, but this is a Brave Bird. No shield, down it goes, and now in comes the Gastrodon, which doesn't really really have much play against it here, but I think if you're Arrow, you're saying, okay, I got to try to do as much damage as possible because Clodsire doesn't really have a chance.
You've got to watch out for these Galarian Moltres players. I mean, Elum did it earlier as well. Just Brave Birding when there's still a Protect Shield in play. What a savage situation here. We're probably going to see Valarash no shield this next Brave Bird because he knows there's not much he can do. And the only thing you really could bargain for is try to get through it and see that Clodsire in the back.
Yeah, but if you're Valarash, I think you know, okay, the writing is on the wall there. I'm going to lose this matchup, but aren't you a little bit curious about that third Pokemon? Because any information that you can gather in Game 1, even if you're going to lose, is stuff that you can bring it into the next matchups. Not even knowing what the Pokemon in the back could be ends up hurting Valarash's chances of predicting how Arrow wants to play out these matches.
I'm looking at this team from Arrow, and I mean, we saw Sceptile Ice just use this over and over again. Where's the fighting type pressure? No fighting type fast attacks, no fighting type charge attacks. Why not start bringing the Dunsparce if you are Valarash in game number 2?
I think if you're Valarash, you're saying, well, my game 1 strategy did not really work out for me there. This was a big moment. Going for that heavier hitting Frenzy Plant at the beginning, not quite enough to knock out the Zoom Roll, but this is Arrow's wonderful counting, throwing right at charge attack priority. And because that Leaf Tornado hit, this Ice Beam is not even enough to knock out the Superior.
And you can see the knowing looks from both players just shortly after that. They could not believe that happened. We're going to jump right into game number 2, though. This is a fresh matchup, a fresh start for Valarash and Arrow. We're going to see Shadow Quagsire versus the Gastrodon.
Yeah, we got Slappers versus Shotters here as the Mud Shots from the Quagsire are going to pace a little bit quicker, but the damage of the Mud Slaps are just doing a ton before not even throwing a charge attack yet, and the Quagsire is down pretty low. First one coming through, the Aqua Tail coming through, Body Slam, could be an Earth Power. Does Arrow? No, he is. He wants to shield that up.
Yeah, this is a really great call by Arrow early on. You do not want to absorb an Earth Power at this juncture in the matchup. No defense drop occurred either. There is a small chance that Earth Power could trigger that. He's going to go for the Aqua Tail here.
This is a Shadow Quagsire, so it's going to be doing a little bit more damage. We saw how much the first Aqua Tail did. I'm not sure if this is quite enough. No, not quite enough to knock out the Gastrodon. Body Slam is ready. It is not as heavy of an attack, but it's not going to get the shield from Arrow either. I think he's very comfortable in this matchup. He knows he's not going to be able to get knocked out, and he's just going to be able to farm down with the slimmest of margins.
That's been the theme for Arrow, right? His Superior hanging on with just 1 HP. Now his Quagsire able to deliver a Stone Edge into this Superior as well. Valarash is like, oh my goodness, I just can't stop this guy.
This coming in now with the Frenzy Plant, which will be the heavier hitting attack, but those Poison Stings, as we've seen time and time again, are just starting to add up. Poison Sting getting a little bit of a buff this season. This Frenzy Plant will connect it, will still keep the Clodsire in the green. Now coming in with the Talonflame, and again, if you're Arrow in this position, this is exactly where you want to see it.
I mean, you would have liked to see it earlier, right, before your Clodsire was half health, but at this point, this is a best case situation for Arrow. I mean, if you think of Valarash, you think of Talonflame, and this Pokemon is definitely going to be what he relies on in a potential elimination game.
Yeah, I think Valarash has 1 shield left. He's wondering what is in the back. Once again, hasn't seen the third Pokemon, which it would do so well because it's brought in now. A very interesting play by Arrow, but I think he's recognizing his Clodsire play and that the Superior is not going to have much health overall. Valarash going for the fly, going unprotected by Arrow. Superior saying, see you later.
Oh, no way. He gets 1 more Incinerate, but also Arrow reaches the Frenzy Plant. This is going to be double resisted, right? So there's really no reason to Protect Shield this. Valarash lets it through. Now he's got to manage his HP because he still has a Clodsire to get through.
I was considering the way we've seen Arrow play in the past that he would have thrown the Leaf Tornado for a potential debuff on the Talonflame, but I guess since it was a Superior in the back, he knew it could potentially clear that. Arrow not super happy about how that one played out, recognizing Valarash's Talonflame was too strong at that point, taking game number 2.
Noticeably, Arrow leaving the Galarian Moltres on the bench for game number 2. It was very powerful for him in game number 1, but he thought Valarash would actually adjust to it, probably bring the Dunsparce, and honestly, Arrow's team was pretty well equipped for the Dunsparce. He just didn't see it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. You were talking about that before. Where is the Dunsparce? I think Valarash was just predicting that Arrow would think the exact same thing and just decided, okay, I'm not going to bring it. Instead, I'm going to bring one of the harder counters to Superior, which I think is pretty much Arrow's hardest counter to the Dunsparce on the other side, and that is that Talonflame.
Taking a look back at our replay from game number 2, this Talonflame has been so good for Valarash, so many tournaments, and now it's back in 2025, and it might be better than ever.
back and pesky. This fly is enough to knock out a ground-type Pokemon here, still remaining in the skies. One more fly to go in case Arrow wanted to use the shield. This is going to be a decisive Game 3 in losers round 2. Both of these trainers, as you pointed out, Speedy, really good friends. They've scrimmed against each other plenty of times. They've known each other for years, and though they are friends, I mean, they're heavy opponents at this point. Both of them want to stay in the tournament. Both of them are going for that glory of winning.
Jumping right into a decisive game number 3, a potential elimination match between two close friends. We see a solid lead for Arrow, superior into Azumarill.
Not only a solid lead, we see a solid nod from Arrow as well, as a Dunsparce is being come into the Superior, kind of going ABA weak to Superior. You see Arrow just kind of saying, "Oh, okay, well, I think I'll stay in for this."
Yeah, Arrow says, "Why not stay? The water's warm." He fires off the Frenzy Plant into that Dunsparce, lowering it down to half health. And meanwhile, Dunsparce trying to gather up the right energy throw on proper timing, and he does exactly that. Rock Slide coming through here.
This is the big problem. Dunsparce up energy against Arrow's team looks pretty darn good. This is actually the Pokemon that you want to see it on. Even though Azumarill does have a pretty good bad matchup against the Superior, the Dunsparce against the Moltres and the Typhlosion would just be bad. Get it out of the way, says Arrow, and now the Moltres will come into play.
Arrow expecting the Talonflame here or a hard counter to Superior is reaching for the Galarian Moltres. That's exactly what he gets, and now this allows Valarash to align his Azumarill versus the Galarian Moltres, which is actually not a bad spot.
Yeah, I think that the Superior obviously was Arrow's MVP so far. A wonderful read by him at this point. Ancient Power coming through here. Not going to do too much to the Azumarill, but just slowly going to start chipping away. Potential for an attack and a defense buff. Did not get the first one. Maybe he'll get it on the second. But the Ice Beam coming through.
Ice Beam going to be super effective damage here. And now Arrow has seen all three Pokemon for Valarash. He can start to formulate a strategy. I think neither of these trainers want to give up a single Protect Shield because they recognize their fire types in the back are so much better when they do have them.
Ice Beam coming through here. Will it be enough to knock out? It's not debuffed at this point. Forcing that first shield off of Arrow because he wants to keep that a little bit healthy. He needs this Azumarill out of the way. He also has to be wary that that switch timer is almost up, and it looks like trying to go for a catch, and it's successful by Valarash.
That's a massive swap there by Valarash to reach for the Talonflame just one bubble later than Arrow was expecting. Landing the Frenzy Plant there, a little bit of chip damage. Now the Typhlosion comes out at a shield deficit. This is really, really bad news for Arrow.
And if you are in this position at Arrow, you have to wonder, is this a fly? Is this a Brave Bird? You're kind of forced to shield it up here because there's so much energy on the Talonflame. Who will win Charge Attack priority? Pretty sure it's that Typhlosion. And the Talonflame is getting so low, but there are two shields left on Valarash's side. Arrow shaking his head a little bit as that first one is caught up in the web.
I almost had a heart attack there. I wasn't sure if Valarash was actually going to use the Protect Shield. I thought he was going to go for the Azumarill closer, but he does decide to protect the Talonflame, land the Brave Bird into the Typhlosion. Now Superior all alone. Incinerate adds up.
Going for a last-ditch hope effort here as the Leaf Tornado is going through, getting that last shield off of Valarash, but at this point, it's still going to get incinerated down. Make some noise, everyone. Valarash with his signature Talonflame continuing on in the loser's side of the bracket as these two friends, teammates, hug it out.
Exactly right. Valarash able to persevere through a tough matchup, a disastrous game number 1. ABA weak to Galarian Moltres, just started allowing charge attacks through because he says there's no way I can come back from this, but he played the long game, bounced back in games number 2 and 3, eliminating Arrow from Baltimore and continuing his bracket run.
And we really have to kind of highlight what happened in that last game, because if you were looking at that matchup from start to finish, I thought it was completely in Arrow's hands. I mean, he lured out that Dunsparce, which the whole backline was weak to. He was basically had that Superior lined up against the Azumarill. But again, want to point out, the change with this 50-second timer is so dynamic here. Arrow being able to just kind of like dictate. He wasn't sure when that Talonflame was going to be able to come in, and Valarash just took a total advantage of this. As you can see, that part is one of the funniest things that I think has happened. Both of them are laughing about it. The fact that the Ice Beam could not knock out the Superior here was really detrimental for Valarash.
Arrow's like, yes, I'll take it, and Valarash just can't believe it. Frenzy Plant into the Talonflame. It was some valuable chip damage, Poison Stings coming through, but the double flies in game number 2 gave Valarash the spark he needed to start to fight his way back into the series.
This last game was very sweaty, and this is the one that I was talking about where I was like, it's clearly in Arrow's favor, but at this point, with basically 100 energy, with a switch timer up, able to catch his Frenzy Plant, just completely changed it for Valarash, getting an Incinerate through as well. This Leaf Tornado was not enough. Incinerate goes through, knocking him down and keeping Valarash alive.
Yeah, absolutely stunning gameplay there. Even shielding the Leaf Tornado in the final moments, but the Talonflame is just too powerful, too strong. And how poetic is it, right? After losing that game 1, Valarash pivots to the Talonflame. He pivots back to what he trusts and what he's confident in. And again, has just powered through so many tough matchups. Doing so, he's going to look to continue to do that here in the Charm City.
It's heartbreaking to see the games in the loser side of the bracket, as much as they are exhilarating, because you know that one of these trainers is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Arrow was very confident coming into this, but I think that he should be very proud of how well he did, especially with such a crazy, unique, and spicy team used by 2 players in the top 16.
Exactly right. It's really formidable when you come up against tough teams, but also with tough players behind it. It can be really tough to find your way through those matchups, but Valarash keeps his tournament dreams alive. You know what, Amanda? You and I have been, putting in the extra effort. We've been recording some skits. We've been having a fun time.
It's true.
Caught up with Crimson yesterday.
We did.
We also.
Guys, he does not want lettuce on his burger.
He does. Do not. If you are working the counter and Crimson K orders a burger,
Fair
do
warning.
not put lettuce on the burger.
He doesn't like it.
We also had a chance, though, to catch up with 2 other people. One that just took the stage, and Mama Climb. So why don't we take a look back at some of the questions we asked them and their interesting answers.
Love it. Welcome into Pokemon Partners, a new segment that we're trying out here in Baltimore, and I can't think of a better duo to start this than Valarash and Mama Climbs, who I believe you guys met here in Baltimore.
We did. 2 years ago exactly, we met the first time here in Baltimore for the regional.
Okay, so are you guys ready for this segment? So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask Mama Climbs questions about Valarash, and she's going to see if she knows these answers before he reveals them. So the first question is, we know that Talonflame is his favorite Pokemon, but what typing is Valarash's favorite typing in Pokemon Go?
So again, Mama Climbs is going to write her answer. As soon as she's done writing, I'll hand the mic over to Valarash. He will say his answer, then we'll get the big reveal from Mama Climbs. How well does she know her partner? Ready?
Fire types.
Ooh, fire types. Okay, we're 1 for 1 so far in this. I didn't know, maybe it could be flying. Talonflame is both. All right, well, go ahead. We'll erase that answer number 1. We'll see. And while you're erasing, we'll go ahead for question number 2. What is the spiciest Pokemon that Valarash has used in the Go Battle League? Ooh, give her some time to think. She's already writing it down here. Okay, her answer is complete.
Shadow Camerupt.
Wow.
No way.
Okay.
Actually, no way. Wow.
Okay, I don't know. These questions were not, they did not know these questions ahead of time. Just want to go ahead and say, it looks like Mama Climbs knows Valarash pretty well so far, but will she get the third question? And that is, we know your favorite EV evolution from an interview that you did earlier. What is Valarash's favorite EV evolution? All right. Looks like she has completed it.
Umbreon.
Umbreon. Ooh, Vaporeon. Okay, 2 for 3. That's pretty good overall. All right, we're going to go ahead and kick it over to Valarash, see how he does in this tournament.
All right, yeah, we're going to invert this process just a little bit. Valarash has the marker. He's got the board. All right, here's the question. Valarash, everyone knows that your signature Pokemon is Talonflame. What's Mama Climb's signature Pokemon?
Ooh. Okay, looks like he's done writing. What do we have?
Mawile.
Mawile, all right. Looks
Got
like
it.
1 for 1 there.
Got it. All right, Valarash, this one's a little bit of a curveball. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, the question is, What is Mama Climb's favorite Play Pokemon event that she's ever attended?
It's already writing it down. Are you have something already in mind? Okay, let's see.
Hawaii for Worlds.
Okay. Man, these two are on fire, just like Valor Ash's favorite Pokemon typing. Let's see if they can go 3 for 3 on this end.
All right, the final question. Who is Mama Climb's favorite scrim partner when she's practicing for a tournament?
Both of them so far very definite in question 1 and number 2. We'll have to see if they come up with a, can they get the 3-0 here?
Lyle Jeffs the third.
Oh, womp womp. So I think overall, it goes to show these Pokemon partners know a lot about each other. Getting these questions basically almost, 66% right. That's pretty good. Getting that final tiebreaker round as well. This is it for Pokemon partners. We'll see you guys in the next one.
We hope you loved that exciting gameplay. But here on the floor, we're talking to some people who came here just to watch these Pokemon Go regionals. So, just a quick question. Why are you guys here and how are you liking it?
Well, originally we came here to play, but we were a little bit intimidated by the players out there. They are tapping their phones so fast, tapping and swiping like crazy, and we were a little bit intimidated, so we just came to watch. It's our first time here. We're all around the area. We're pretty close to here, so we're just very excited to be here.
Dude, that's super awesome. I'm glad. Well, what's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon personally is Gengar, but I also like the big black fish that guy was using up there. Man, that was crazy. It seems like I've seen a lot. Yeah, that's the one. I've seen a lot of those. Apparently that's really good right now. I don't know that much, but I'm learning. I think you just caught one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, I felt the aura of the venue here, and I opened my app up, and there are so many spawns. I was really surprised.
I know.
And
really cool.
and speaking of, what was it? The big blackfish, was it Clodsire?
Oh, yeah.
I caught the baby version of it actually outside,
Yes.
right before coming in.
That's super cool. These are all spawns that you can get by coming to one of these regional championships and just collecting the local spawns. And you, why did you enjoy coming to this regional? How are you enjoying it?
I really wanted to watch the gameplay here, and just watching the people tap fiercely and swiping on their screens was very attracting to me.
I'm really glad to hear that. A lot of people just say it's like tapping and swiping the screen, but there's a lot more nuance to it. There's actually a lot of move counts to look at, a lot of energy counts to memorize. So overall, a very exciting game to watch. And overall, you guys watch these streams a lot, of course, but who do you watch as just a general Twitch streamer?
D-Generprise. D-Generprise is my favorite Twitch streamer.
Oh.
Every time he goes live, I drop everything. If I'm out, I see that live notification, I'm just straight up watching him. It's not even close. My favorite streamer.
That's super cool. I actually watch him as well. He's a friend of my brother's, and he's around New York City area. Super good streamer, of course. And how about you?
My favorite is Mystic 7. I always love watching him play.
That's super cool. Yeah, another player also yesterday really liked watching Mystic 7. Overall, he's a really popular streamer, of course. And lastly, you?
I like Lyle Jeff. He has a lot of cool, interesting Pokemon with good IQ and CPs. It's very interesting to watch.
Oh yeah, Lyle just actually competed at this tournament. He made it pretty far into day 1, but was not able to make it to day 2. That's a 2-time regional champion right here. Thanks again. This was, what was your name?
Eugene.
Phyllis.
And Stewart.
Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great rest of the stream.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in the midst of day 2 in Baltimore for the first regional championship of the 2025 competitive season. My name is Homesize Henry, joined as always by the wonderful Mr. Nighttime Clasher.
And I am so excited to watch some people furiously swipe and tap on those phones as we're getting into our next match here. It's going to be Elite Zero versus Tomahawk UK. We'll see who can tap faster.
Honestly, it's going to be an unbelievable matchup. Elite, a multiple-time regional champion, and Tomahawk. It feels like every tournament he goes to, he is top cutting. He has been a regional finalist, I believe, 3 times. So this truly feels like a match of titans.
Yeah, Tomahawk UK here to redeem himself. He's trying to get that title finally under his belt, and Elite is just doing what he does best, winning regional championships. And I think Elite and Wadaj kind of share the same prospects. They want to win as early as possible and kind of just relax for the rest of the year.
I definitely get that. Let's go over the bracket that we have so far. So we have Elite versus Tomahawk UK on one side of the winners semis. For the other side, we have Elum versus Wadaj. So winning this matchup has massive implications. On the loser side of the bracket, Valor Ash versus Sceptile Ice as the losers round 3 matchup, as we now have moved into the final 8 trainers left in Baltimore, and Magic Mayson versus 610 Hero. So we started with 182 competitors. We're down to a top 8. One of these 8 competitors will be our first regional champion of the 2025 competitive season.
I think it could be anyone's game at this point, even the lower bracket. Such strong trainers who have had a really long run so far, won a lot of lower bracket matches, have the momentum on their side, while the others in the winner bracket kind of been waiting on the wings for their matches, so that could give the lower bracket players actually an advantage. But here, it's going to be Elite using that signature Shadow Machamp, one of the best Pokemon right now for dealing fighting type damage. Actually, probably one of the only Pokemon that can deal fighting type damage. But
and that Shadow Drapion as well, putting out incredible work in every single matchup it goes up against. And for Tomahawk UK, the double water strategy, Azumarill, Toxapex, a double ground strategy, Diggersby and Clodsire, Talonflame, and his own fighter of choice, Pangoro. Now this will be a very interesting matchup. Do we see these fighters brought? We have not seen a lot of fighters in this new max out meta. Does either trainer decide to bring the fighters, even though Clodsire is a very good Pokemon at dissuading those fighters from being used?
In a weird way, Tomahawk UK's fighter is a lot harder to bring because it loses really badly to Machamp.
That
of course, you need to land the close combat, so I think you probably win the Zero Shield scenario. Let's see if those are brought, though. It's going to be Cresselia leading into the Diggersby. What is Tomahawk UK's plan? This is a negative lead.
He could choose to stick in if he wants to, but no, he's going to switch out into the Clodsire. Clodsire is going to bait out the Feraligatr, and Tomahawk attempting to clear the path for Talonflame to try and sweep in the back. Feraligatr winning charge attack priority. This Hydro Cannon will inflict big damage, but Hydro Cannon will not knock out. Clodsire withstands the damage and is going to full send the Earthquake.
Great shield by Elite here, getting that call correct on the Earthquake. This is not going to do any damage, but it will allow him to farm all the way down potentially in the 2-shield scenario. He can go for this Hydro Cannon on the... Oh, this sets up a huge farm. This might be really good for Elite if he lets this go.
It is a Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb, we're going to see a double shield from Elite, and now this Talonflame looking incredibly scary in this endgame. Can Feraligatr get the farm down here? It does! It does! And this energy goes everywhere. In comes Diggersby, but Tomahawk's remaining Pokemon, they are all weak to water.
The Shadow type, the Shadow Claws are resisted on the Diggersby, but that is not. That is taking out more than 50% of this extremely bulky rabbit. We're going to throw one more Hydro Cannon. I think he has to shield this. He can't just let it go. Can he? No, he can't. Here comes the Fire Punch most likely, but Hydro Cannon is thrown again. He's going to have to commit 2 Protect Shields just to stay in this game.
This Feraligatr is going on an absolute rampage against Tomahawk's team. Feraligatr, if it shields the Fire Punch, will actually get another Hydro Cannon. So if Elite wants to shield this, actually, I stand corrected. No shields remaining, not going to be able to do so. I forgot that Feraligatr double shielded here. The Fire Punch will KO. He's going to trust in a Talonflame sweep, and Talonflame answered with the Clodsire, but this is not the Sludge Bomb Clodsire. It's a Stone Edge Clodsire, and Stone Edge will inflict devastation on this Talonflame.
Brave Bird hits like a truck, but it's not going to hit just hard enough. Brave Bird coming through onto the Clodsire, but Elite is going to reach the Stone Edge. Is he going to overfarm? Yes, goes to 100 energy almost, and throws off the Stone Edge at 4 Poison Stings, not even taking the Incinerate damage.
Very perfect timing there by Elite. Stone Edge picks up the knockout. Back in comes Diggersby. Diggersby will be hit with an Earthquake, going for the Fire Punch to try and deny this energy. Fire Punch, not the strongest move ever, and Clodsire is very bulky. Can Clodsire hang on here? It does! It withstands the damage. Earthquake will land, and this is a Game 1 win for Elite.
Cresselia pulling out the big moves here in our game number 1, putting a shift for Elite here as the Clodsire finishes off the Diggersby. What an amazingly clean game played by Elite here. I feel like he made no mistakes.
Elite used those shields so quickly in that first matchup that I honestly forgot both of them were gone. But he used both shields. He gets the shields back. The Hydro Cannons go everywhere into Tomahawk's team. And even though at the time being down 2 shields looked a little rough, that farm down changed everything for Elite.
Another thing is I want to mention how little damage this did to the Clodsire. The Earthquake comes through and the Diggersby is just staring at him. The Clodsire stares back. Here comes the Earthquake. Boom onto the Diggersby, and that is game number 1 for Elite. I want to mention something really quick.
Okay.
Elite has not locked in his team yet. Tomahawk locked in his team
instantly.
As soon as that first game finished. He locked it in.
Yeah.
He is so prepared for this. He's been thinking about it for quite a long time, clearly, and they are ready for game number 2. Elite is finally locked in, and we're going to be seeing the leads here. It is Diggersby up against the Cresselia. It is a repeat of game number 1. Will Cresselia actually do anything now?
That is an unfortunate lead for Tomahawk. He's ABA weak. He's going to stay in this matchup. Elite brought that Feraligatr back, and that Feraligatr looks incredibly strong into the backline of Tomahawk. Even though Azumarill is going to be resisting the Hydro Cannons, that's a matchup that Shadow Feraligatr can and typically does emerge victorious.
While Azumarill resists those Hydro Cannons, it does not resist those Shadow Claws. And another thing that is not resisted here, this Scorching Sands, 50 energy. It should be a hard-hitting move. No, it does not look like a hard-hitting move and does not get the debuff. This means that these Grass Stalks are going to be threatened to put it into Psycho Cut down range. This could be a big problem for Tomahawk. That Cresselia energy just goes everywhere on that backline.
Another no shield on this Scorching Sands. Tomahawk would love to try and get an attack drop here. Does not get the attack drop. Elite intentionally over farming in this matchup. The Cresselia does have a pacing advantage here, so it will be able to pick up a knockout with a third Grass Knot. Tomahawk content to just play this out. The Grass Knot will even be reached before a Fire Punch. Waits the turn there.
Love that.
Great patience. Watch the quick attack come through. You can't switch in the middle of a fast move, and that way you can guarantee the Grass Knot lands on its intended target of Diggersby.
Ooh, brings in the Clodsire. Is he looking for a big farm down? I like the situation for Elite here. As long as you land one Grass Knot, it's in Hydro Cannon range, so you don't have to worry about losing the ones. If you bring in your Feraligatr, I wouldn't even, maybe even bring in your Feraligatr instantly now, knowing that backline probably doesn't have anything against your Feraligatr. I mean, the Diggersby is already out of the way.
Tomahawk throws energy. If Tomahawk left with 100 energy, things could have been very complicated, but he didn't want to take the Grass Knot. He throws a Sludge Bomb, and with a lot less residual energy on the table, suddenly it's a lot less bad for the Feraligatr. In comes the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to be baited with a Sludge Bomb. Tough call to make here. If you're Elite, Elite will commit the shield on that Sludge Bomb bait.
Here's the difficult part, though. He is at a huge energy deficit here. Another bait of the Sludge Bomb, and at this point, it feels like you can't no-shield this next attack. If your Feraligatr goes down, your Clodsire could be locked against this Azumarill in the back. You don't have Sludge Bomb. That has to be a huge consideration here for Elite.
Does he decide to shield? He does. We are going to see the double shield in this matchup. Feraligatr still so healthy, will be able to outpace, but Tomahawk still with the shield to hide behind. Gonna go for the Hydro Cannon. We see a catch onto Azumarill. This is a potential opportunity. If Feraligatr wants to stay and farm up a bunch of energy, it will have the ability to do so. Or we could see the quick switch out into the Clodsire. Feraligatr going to stay in this matchup. Feraligatr locking in so much energy, going for the Hydro Cannon right before the Ice Beam is reached. Azumarill not even able to make it to a play rough.
I don't know how I feel about this, right? Because how do you bring in your Clodsire now? Do you even throw this?
Oh, what a catch! We see one Shadow Claw waiting the turn and catching the play rough. Beautiful gameplay there by Elite. That is what he had to do. That play rough landing on the Feraligatr would have knocked it out or gotten it very low. The Ice Beam would have been bad onto that Clodsire, and Elite says, I choose option C, making a devastating catch that might seal Tomahawk's fate in this tournament. Quick switch out into the Clodsire, but Elite is not in a range where an Earthquake will knock out.
It's too far gone. Earthquake's gonna land on this Clodsire, but unless it's a 15 attack one with no health or defense, it's gonna hang on, and it does. Here comes the Earthquake from his own Clodsire, gonna be knocking out Tomahawk UK into the lower side of the bracket. Absolutely clinical from start to finish here for Elite. It feels like all of his resources were used so well, and not even that, he didn't even use all of his resources.
And there's that combo play. Elite is locked in. back in regional champion form. We've seen him win multiple regional tournaments, and can anyone stop Elite today? As Tomahawk is an incredible competitor, and Elite just put on a Shadow for Alligator masterclass in that game.
Seems like Elite has a lot of fans. From the casting booth here, I can hear his friends
We
going
can hear them.
wild
We can hear them.
over there. I'm sure I know who those people are. But for now, we're just going to have to listen to them screaming over the win of their friend. Of course, though, Tomahawk UK probably has a lot of fans on Twitch as they root for him to take EU to the end here.
Yeah. Tomahawk making a flight over, and I believe the flight was actually on Friday, so he arrived, did not get much sleep, battling jet lag as well, and has had an incredible tournament. His tournament run is not over. That was the winner side of the bracket. He now moved to the loser side of the bracket, and as I really like to mention, especially among those European players, we've seen some unbelievable losers bracket runs before in these regional championships.
Amazing losers bracket runs, not only in Europe, but here in America, we've had Elite go on 12 win streaks in Fresno, for example, and it just shows how strong all these players are, how much fuel they have left in them. But for now, it's all the Hydro Cannons coming out of this for Alligator. Seems so strong and impressive against Tomahawk UK's team. I think he needed to rely more on that Toxapex. It was a little difficult to justify the Toxapex pick, knowing that Cloudside was just coming from Elite every single game.
And that Fire Punch, you want it to KO, but it does not. There's a reason why Cloudsire is top usage. Its ability to absorb this damage. Tanking the Fire Punch, Earthquake knocking out the Diggersby. And in this game too, this catch onto the Azumarill was great by Tomahawk, but Elite gets his revenge with a catch of his own a bit later on in the match. The catch is fully on display, and I believe this is where the catch happened. Watch this. Throws one, waits the turn, and gets the catch. Just beautiful, beautiful execution there by Elite, as Elite then gets the combo play with that Hydro Cannon. Elite honestly putting on a clinic in that series. That was unbelievable.
It's what we expect from him, honestly, in regional championships. He's done again and again. And other players who have also done again and again, that's Wadaj, who we're going to be seeing up next, and Elum, both no stranger to the winner semifinals.
Elum running that Galarian Moltres. Wadaj running a Pokemon that we really haven't seen many other people have success with, the Chestnut. I don't know if Chestnut has been brought yet, but as we look across this team, I think this could be the team to bring it against. Dunsparce, Gastrodon, the Shadow for Alligator, like the energy from this Chestnut, even superpowers into the Moltres. Looks like
resist it, actually. I mean, it's a great
yeah,
matchup.
you are resisting Sucker Punch as well.
And Ancient Power.
Yeah, so as long as you have an ability to shield the Brave Birds, Chestnut is somehow okay in a matchup versus a Flyer, which is a statement that I don't think I would have ever made previously.
So say you shield up the Brave Bird. Your superpower is more than enough to knock out at that point, right?
I would imagine so, yes. Galar Moltres is very bulky, but lowering its defense by 3 stages, that superpower is going to hit hard. So will that Chestnut make an appearance? So far, Wadaj has been able to honestly just win through very clean gameplay, trying to run safe Pokemon like that Azumarill and being able to put in a tremendous amount of work and just get value out of those Pokemon. So do we see a bit of a riskier bring here with the Chestnut, or will he stick to old, reliable? Battlers are thinking about it here. They're making last-second Pokemon adjustments as we take a look at this matchup.
This matchup is really interesting because we've seen, okay, against Elum, I think a lot of people have been running Dunsparce against him, so he's got to be able to expect that. But to answer that Dunsparce, you feel like you need the Gastrodon. The next problem with Gastrodon is just a Cresselia and a Chestnut.
Yeah.
Is that a risk you're willing to take?
It's tough. Gastrodon incredibly strong neutrally, as that Mudslap Earth Power combination is a very, very strong one. However, if it gets stuck against something with grass damage, Gastrodon is not going to have the greatest day ever. We have one battler locking in almost instantly, and there's the second lock-in. We are set. Winner semifinals here in Baltimore. Elum on the left, Wadaj on the right. It's Shadow for Alligator for Elum into the Dunsparce for Wadaj.
Feraligatr actually not as bad here as you would think it should be. Because you outpace the 2 Hydro Cannons before they get the 2 drill runs, you can actually win the zeros, I believe. So it's going to be launching Hydro Cannon number 1 here. Of course, you no-shield this. It doesn't come anywhere near knocking out, but it's going to require another one to take down that Dunsparce. Yeah, exactly. I would love a swap out there because you've already done your damage. You don't want to stay into a negative matchup that gets worse when more shields are applied. Come into the Cresselia. What are you trying to bait out here? I think the Alolan Sandslash.
Looks like it with Dodge, looking to bank a lot of energy, and does. In comes the Sandslash. Sandslash only going to be hitting for neutral damage, but the value of the Sandslash is going to be the complete nullification of the energy from Cresselia. Psycho Cut, Moonblast, Grass Knot, neither of those moves are even going to be hitting for neutral here. Sandslash continues the farm and will fire off the Drill Run, winning charge attack priority.
I think he needs 2 more Moonblasts to take down this Sandslash. Moonblast number 2 going to be reached here, actually. If he can get a debuff, it might prevent Wadaj from farming down with the Powder Snow, so that could be a huge risk. If Wadaj comes out of this with energy, the Feraligatr, Feraligatr comes back in. Does he try to, he does get to the move just before the drill run. This is a really nice play. Wadaj, happy to let it go down. Is he going to farm down?
Is it Chestnut time? Oh my goodness, Chestnut
we are
brought
so bad.
on the team of 3. Is it time? It is, in comes that Chestnut, and Chestnut is gonna look for a full farm down of this Feraligatr. Feraligatr is going to make it to a Ice Beam, baiting with the Hydro Cannon, and the bait will be shielded up by Wadaj, who looks to commit to this full farm down. Switch Clock not yet available, does get that farm down, and this energy is going to inflict a lot of damage even against the Clodsire.
What do you even do now if you're Elum? This is so awkward. You're going to have to start shielding these Frenzy Plants. You come in with the Cresselia, force him to go over 100 energy. I love that play. Just getting rid of, maybe you even undercharge this. Is there a way to do that? Okay, Wadaj just goes for the full charge, exits with the move, and now, what does more? I think a Frenzy Plant does more even than the super effective drill run. Okay, Frenzy Plant being launched now, building up the 2. This Clodsire can no-shield 1, but it's going to have to shield 1 eventually.
Chestnut is a wall to the charge attacks, but Chestnut has taken a lot of damage throughout the course of this battle, which means that it may even need to shield up a Stone Edge. Stone Edge maybe not being launched, I don't know.
If you throw this...
he's letting it go. He thinks he can survive it. Yeah, can Chestnut hang on here?
Yeah.
It can!
Comfortably
oh
as
my
well.
goodness! Chestnut able to hang on. I did not trust in the Chestnut enough. Clearly, Frenzy is going to connect, and with Wadaj stored all that energy on the Dunsparce earlier in the match, will still need 2 drill runs to knock out. This is not 1 drill run range. So he's going to need a total of 3 drill runs to be able to try and close out this game. The first is going to be shielded. A second one will get the Clodsire low, but it will not be enough to knock out, and Rollout does very limited damage in this matchup.
Now, the interesting thing to me is, why did he not shield the Frenzy Plant? We know that the Frenzy Plant does more than this drill run, so he could have simply shielded the Frenzy Plant and saved himself a little bit of HP on the Clodsire. I don't know if that would have made a difference, but just something to think about.
And unfortunately for this Clodsire, it can force the final shield, but there's a drill run ready, and that's going to be a game 1 win for Wadaj. Wadaj absolutely steamrolling through this tournament so far. The Chestnut makes an appearance, and my goodness, it put in a tremendous amount of work for Wadaj. We now see why it was brought on his team of 6.
This was one of my predictions. I think Chestnut is just such a strong core breaker. You see here, Dunsparce, we see Clodsire, Gastrodon, Feraligatr, Cresselia. Everything here is a target for the Chestnut. Even that Moltres as well. It's not that bad of a matchup. Chestnut can almost be used here as a safe swap. Maybe that's a crazy statement, but I feel like it could honestly be used as a safe swap. Maybe lure out the Cresselia and have the Azumarill on the back.
In this game number 1 replay, Elum with the great catch, preserving health on the Feraligatr, but in doing so gave up switch, and that meant that in this endgame, Wadaj, who rebanked energy on that Dunsparce, that energy was so clutch as the drill run was able to secure the knockout onto the Clodsire, and now Wadaj 1 win away from winners finals.
He's so close to the winner's final, something he's clearly very familiar with. And as Elum looks at his opponent's avatar, he just wants that regional championship for himself. He got so close 2 years ago against House Stark, but he's not a part of the competition anymore. He can take this home, and it's going to be on the back of the Galarian Moltres. Can we see a bounce back? He's going to have to answer the Chestnut, though.
That Chestnut, the more I look at the matchup, the more I like the Chestnut. Chestnut looking so strong. We do have one battler who, again, has locked in almost instantly. Another battler making last-second adjustments to try and figure out the perfect line to take home this win.
Galarian Moltres still, I don't think it needs to be brought here because A-Slash and the Dunsparce, so many difficult matchups. So it's a great lead for Wadaj. Cresselia up against his Alolan Sandslash to start things off here. And look at the backline, this is a disaster.
Oh my goodness, had to bait out the Chestnut. That is a must. The Chestnut absolutely destroys the Dunsparce, but there's
no shield.
There's the Cresselia in the back. Oh my goodness, we are going to see the shield from Wadaj, not wanting to risk a rogue Ice Beam landing onto the Chestnut and flipping switch in this mid-game.
I think he actually throws some energy, making sure he gets at least, lets it go. Happy with the shield advantage, gonna bring in the Cresselia here, but where is that Dunsparce gonna go in the back? Dunsparce is technically neutral in the Cresselia, and while they both have non-stab charge attacks, Dunsparce just feels so weak into that matchup. I don't know what it is. Like, theoretically it should be more neutral, right? Dunsparce against Cresselia. Cresselia just seems overwhelmingly good in that matchup.
These Frenzy Plants from Chestnut are going to hurt. Look at the damage on the Cresselia, and Cresselia isn't even able to overfarm much, forced to fire off a Moonblast to avoid a second Frenzy Plant connecting and putting it deep into the red health.
Alolan Sandslash is an easy bring here. Do you even try to chip? Yeah, maybe you try to chip this Dunsparce and then bring in the Cresselia, thinking, okay, if he doesn't shield his ice, very good call by Elum. Almost like he expects what's in the back, knowing this Ice Punch is going to hit harder than that Grass Knot or that Moonblast. Here comes the Cresselia. It's going to be soaking up all this energy, just taking it all into that sailboat there. And we'll see. Drill Run is going to be landing, but this does no damage.
The switch timers are misaligned, but energy from the Cresselia from Elum is not going to do a lot to the Cresselia from Wadaj. Cresselia, it's built to survive these charge attacks. It's not really built to be an offensive threat neutrally. So in this instance, the drill runs will add up, but man, this alignment looks so good for Wadaj. Another move fired off, and Dunsparce gives up the final Protect Shield.
Wadaj doesn't need to shield this Cresselia at all. He can just put it on the back of the Alolan Sandslash. Using the desync timers to get out of that matchup. But, I like this. So he throws the Grass Knot, but Wadaj hangs on here, switches to the Alolan Sandslash, has energy on the Cresselia. I feel like this is a one game.
This is looking quite good, able to bank the energy there. Looking to switch out into the Alolan Sandslash, and Sandslash gonna try and make it to a charge attack. Moonblast is reached, but Sandslash does not worry about a Moonblast. Moonblast is perfectly fine. Going to be hit with the Moonblast, taking that damage, no problem, and just continue the overfarm. As much energy as you can possibly get. Drill Run here is the harder hitting of these two attacks, even though it does not get him to attack bonus, as Drill Run is a terrific move.
Great call, though, not throwing an Ice Punch, because that could be a lose condition, taking an extra move.
Back in comes that Dunsparce. Dunsparce going to be hit with the Drill Run. Again, Wadaj opting for the more optimal charge attack to throw. This Shadow Drill Run will add up. It looks like another Drill Run landing will just be game winning. The Drill Run fired by the Dunsparce. Wadaj gonna let it go. He is feeling like this game is a win. The energy stored on that Cresselia from earlier now going to be so valuable. This is double Grass Knot reached. Going for the Moonblast first into this Dunsparce. Can Dunsparce hang on?
I think it'll barely hang on, but it's gonna go down to these Psycho Cuts. And the attack drop. Wadaj laughing his way to the finish line here, advancing to the winners finals where he will face up against Elite later on today, but a very well played game from both the trainers. And as we see, this is kind of interesting. Now 2 regional champions are in the finals, and the 2 who have gotten to the finals are trying to redeem themselves from the lower bracket. Will they get revenge later on in this tournament?
We will have to find out as the tournament progresses. But honestly, this feels like a collision course that's been a little bit inevitable with how clean of gameplay we've seen Elite and Wadaj. Trainers who have won these regional championships before, multiple on both. And now this collision course has concluded with both of them in the winners finals, which will be a best of 5. And I'll be honest, I don't think I could be more hyped for a matchup than this one. It's going to be unbelievable to witness.
If these 2 make it to the grand finals, I really want to see the lounge interview, or if we'll be interviewing them. I think that would be a lot of fun, but I'm sure everyone at home wants to see that as well.
The gameplay on display has been terrific. Both trainers running unique strategies, and they've paid off in a big way. Back to the games. Wadaj versus Elum. Elum getting that catch, but the catch ends up backfiring as giving up switch advantage does mean that unfortunately alignment was lost.
Dunsparce just putting in a shift here for Wadaj, showing why it is so strong right now, why it is topping the usage leaderboards and taking out a Clodsire with that super effective draw run. Another draw run coming here from the Alolan Sandslash, taking down the Cresselia Alolan Sandslash. No fighters in the meta, no counters to be seen, and it just tears through all the Pokemon, doing so much damage. Cresselia with the Moonblast and finishing off that Dunsparce here to a great 2-0 victory over Elum.
And the Moonblast debuff as well, not needed, but provided the competitors a bit of a chuckle, which is always good to see. But Wadaj just stacking up these 2-0 victories. That matchup versus Elite is, oh my goodness, it is going to be unbelievable. It is going to be must-watch gameplay.
If you're thinking about staying on the stream, just think about that match. We hope to see you through the entire end to the grand finals, everyone. And if we can't hype you up enough about that match, let's get you onto this one here. It's going to be Valor Ash versus Sceptile Ice, the Celio Spice expert versus the Talonflame veteran.
And while they are getting set up on stage, I believe we do have a brief message to demonstrate here. So we're going to cut to a brief break, and we'll be back with you with more terrific battling action live from Baltimore.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Loyalty's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first two matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing, you're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers! Gabby Snyder here with your recap of all the electrifying action that took place at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. The second ever World Championships in Pokemon Go brought trainers from around the globe to fight for the title, the prizes, and the glory. With so much on the line, trainers fell back to consistency, relying on Pokemon like Medicham, Lantern, Lickitung, and Altaria to take them through 2 days of tough competition to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. It's Axin and Rubik's Master were the final two standing after taking down challenging opponents like Elche, who made it to the winner's semifinals with only 5 Pokemon, and Wadaj, who won the North America International Championships and Hartford Regional Championships back-to-back. While its Axin relied on Medicham as his counter-fast attack user, Rubik's Master chose Deoxys defense form instead. The two had faced off already, not just in the winner's semifinals, but also in the Portland Regionals Grand Finals. With the stage set and trainers ready to go, it was time for the World's Grand Finals to begin. In the final game of the weekend, its Axin made an incredible prediction. Seeing that Rubik's Master left his Shadow Quagsire on the bench for 3 games, he led with his Shadow Alolan Sandslash against Altaria, putting Rubik's Master on the back foot. Switching in his Medicham to counter down Rubik's Master's Umbreon, it was Sableye who knocked out Azumarill to make its Axin not only the 2023 World Champion, but also the first Pokemon Go trainer to win the Triple Crown, a regional, international, and world championship title. With the sun setting on the 2023 season, now is your chance to vie for the opportunity to compete at the next year's World Championships. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need, and who knows, maybe next year we'll see you on stage with the trophy and the title of World Champion.
Battles in Baltimore have been extremely intense at the first ever regional competition here in this 2025 Play Pokemon regional circuit. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside Speediest Chief 2. We're going to kick back into the loser side of the bracket. What have you been thinking about these matches so far?
I was thinking about lunch, actually. Just had some lunch. We're fueled up, recharged, ready to go. In terms of these matches coming up, again, a star-studded roster. Let's take a look at our losers side bracket. Again, it's such a tough position to be in because once you lose, you are out of the tournament. So many talented trainers have fallen, but Valarash and Sceptile Ice, as well as Magic Mayson and 610 Hero are still persevering.
As we can see, Tomahawk UK and also Elum have been dropped down to that loser side of the bracket as well. They will be playing whoever will be winning in these next upcoming matches. Up next, we have Valarash against Sceptile Ice, 2 trainers we have seen very recently play. Now they will be playing against each other to see who will be continuing on in Baltimore and whose dreams potentially will be gone for at least this tournament. Both of the trainers look like they're having a good time on stage, but I have to suspect that the tension is high.
Oh, absolutely. And a lot of our Talonflame-eyed viewers have probably noticed that Elum and Tomahawk UK both fell to that loser side bracket as well. So we're going to see how they progress through the tournament. Right now on stage, though, we've got Valarash versus Sceptile Ice. This is losers round 3. Valarash was able to lean on his Talonflame to best arrow, and Sceptile Ice powered through with Dunsparce. Will that strategy come to fruition again?
This is truly a story of fire and ice. If you think about it here, Talonflame on one side, on the left-hand side against that Shadow Celio on the right. Both trainers completely locked in, getting ready to go. We see a little glance at the camera as we see that Talonflame is stuck against the Clodsire, but we do know that this Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb rather than Stone Edge, which will not be hitting quite as heavy. Still not something that Talonflame wants to take.
I just have to chuckle that we have identical back lines here for these 2 trainers. The superior Dunsparce duo in combination in kind. We're going to see the Sludge Bomb connect into the Talonflame, like you said, Amanda. It doesn't do too much damage, but now Talonflame has the Brave Bird plus chaos energy, and it's going to fire the Fly.
The Fly will be able to connect. Neither one of these attacks are enough to knock out Clodsire at this range, but the Fly does get it down to the yellow. Meanwhile, another Incinerate going through, but a Sludge Bomb is ready. It is being launched and getting that first shield off of Valor Ash.
I think if you see Talonflame, you can expect for it to use Protect Shields as well. Similar principle with Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Typhlosion. This Pokemon needs protection because once it has it, it can dish out damage. We're going to see a Charge Attack priority tie Sludge Bomb and Fly.
I like this play by Valor Ash, saying, okay, if you want me to use another shield too, looks like you're going to have to do that because Sceptile Ice wants this Talonflame off of the field. This looks like the Sludge Bomb will go through. Does Talonflame want to take it? Both. He will be able to knock out the Clodsire. It looks like he will do so. Once that switch advantage, that Fly is coming through as it was already clicked.
It might be because Sceptile Ice has been so prone to bringing that Shadow Celio. Maybe Valor Ash wants control switch advantage so he can line things up. Look at this though! Able to get a full Incinerate. What a masterful undercharge on the Fly.
Well, literally, it was done on the fly, as you could tell that he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do. Able to get up to another one here. This will do a nice chunk of damage. No shield on Sceptile Ice's side, just continuing to get that roll-out damage as the Talonflame goes down. But now Valor Ash has some alignment on his side. The Dunsparce is pretty low health, and none of the attacks are going to be doing so much damage to the Sceptile, though there are no shields left on the side on the Superior.
Yeah, I suspect that Valor Ash will allow another Rock Slide through at least. He's just going to overcharge, try to pressure the Superior. He actually goes on the Charge Attack priority tie. This is very good knowledge by him as well, recognizing he will win this exchange and get to go first. Frenzy Plan might actually be enough, and it is. Dunsparce gets knocked out.
Dunsparce goes down, in comes the Superior, and I think if you're Valor Ash, you're kind of laughing, but you're recognizing the situation. At least he has a little bit of an energy advantage, but the Dunsparce in the back on his side is not going to fare so well as either. He wants to get the Superior as low as possible.
Yeah, I think the win condition here for Valor Ash is to land one more Aerial Ace. I suspect Sceptile Ice will shield this one up here because it is super effective damage. But look at the health on the Superior from Valor Ash. It's outside of Aerial Ace range. So he's kind of forced to throw maybe 2 charge attacks here when he really doesn't want to.
There's so much energy on Sceptile Ice's side, but he has to get rid of it at some point. Aerial Ace #1 is not quite enough. He does have enough, and if he knows his counts, he's probably going to throw right before the next one's available. I like this play as well, throwing the Frenzy Plan just in case whatever comes in, because this would be the heavier hitting attack. Down goes the Superior.
Yeah, exactly right. Throwing the Frenzy Plant looked a little funny there. You saw the head shake as well, but Amanda's absolutely right. Anticipating the catch, you want that same type of attack bonus attack every time that you can get it. Rock Slide coming through here. We know that Superior is a very bulky Pokemon. It's going to take it deep into the red, but it still hangs on.
There's so much energy. Basically, 2 Frenzy Plants are loaded, and the real question is that enough to knock out the Dunsparce? Dunsparce's rollout will not be enough to knock it out. That does so much damage. Next one is ready and loaded.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be really close. I don't know why Valor Ash is putting down the phone. He might actually hang on here from this second Frenzy Plan. It connects. Dunsparce cannot hang on, and Sceptile Ice is able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
They're surviving with just minimal amounts of HP, sneaking away game #1 from Valor Ash. But if you're familiar with Valor Ash, if you've seen him play earlier on today, he also lost game #1 in a couple of the series, managed to come back and reverse sweep to take the game. I think he's still sitting in a nice position. Those games were very, very close.
I've got news for you, Amanda. Valor Ash has already locked in his team for game #2 in a potential elimination game. He gave very little time to thinking about what he wanted to run. But let's take a look back at this game #1. Instant replay. Shout out to our production team because this Frenzy Plan, we knew it was going to hurt, but it hurt a lot more than we expected.
That Dunsparce goes down, and Sceptile Ice taking game #1. I have to ask, where was the Celio that round?
Exactly. That's a really good question. I think anticipating a Pokemon that a trainer has used over and over again is definitely a valuable skill. However, you don't want to overcorrect. And I think that having a more neutral approach like Valor Ash had in that game #1 was the right strategy. But in game #2, he might need to actually take some more gambles. Whether it's Celio, whether it's Clodsire, he needs to make a call about what is going to be on the other side.
I mean, I think you've been calling it time and time again, Speedy. When there is not really a fighting type damage or a way to punish that Dunsparce hard on the other side, I think we're going to see it come into play. We saw it for both opponents in game #1, and you saw how close those matchups got. Dunsparce just has a really nice coverage in this current meta, and with for Alligator Shadow Claws, basically not doing any damage to it. I think it's one of the most potent Pokemon that we've been seeing in this championship meta.
Yeah, Dunsparce doesn't look that menacing, right? It's kind of flops around, does what it does, doesn't hit too hard, but sticking in the matchup as long as it does makes it a nuisance to get rid of. We're going to jump right into game number 2, possible elimination game for Valor-Ash.
Yeah, and you see Sceptile is already nodding his head a little bit. He knows how this one will play out, and it looks like it wants to be to his favor here. Frenzy Plant is already ready, but both of them going over the counts, trying to catch on the Dunsparce, and it looks like he is successful getting that charge attack on the Dunsparce rather than the Serperior.
If you remember game number 1, Valor-Ash did lead his Talonflame in a Clodsire. Not seeing the Talonflame here probably tells Sceptile Ice it's lurking somewhere in the back, and he's got good matchups because he's got the Dunsparce and the Feraligatr. So if his predictions are right, he's in a good spot.
I think Sceptile Ice is really playing against the opponent, maybe more than he is even playing against the team, because all of the Pokemon on Sceptile Ice's team, I wouldn't say handle Talonflame, but at least can put some damage into it. And I think that this is a play when you know someone who uses a Pokemon time and time again, you're saying, okay, I dare you to bring that signature pick because I am kind of figuring it out. At this point, we're seeing who wins charge attack priority. It looks like it is going to be Sceptile Ice here, and this Dunsparce will go down.
I really like this play by Sceptile Ice. It's aggressive, it's full offensive pressure, and it works because he knows he wins that charge attack priority. Probably captured a Dunsparce with a little more pep in its step. We're going to see a Frenzy Plant connect into the Dunsparce. If Sceptile Ice chooses not to shield, this might actually KO, or it might hang on. We're going to find out.
Yeah, we just saw it in the last game. This one barely able to hang on. He was able to get to another rollout, just giving some impactful chip damage before being sent back into its ball. This will connect. It's not going to do too much to the Serperior, but at the same point, I mean, the Serperior still has a lot of energy loaded for whatever is coming back in.
Yeah, outside of Mandibuzz, this Serperior's energy goes everywhere on Sceptile's team, and now seeing the Clodsire come in, I think if you're Valor-Ash, you finally need to give up a Protect Shield here, otherwise you will lose the Serperior, and he does exactly that. Let's see if he gets off the Frenzy Plant, though. At any point, you can throw the Frenzy Plant, and it's going to hurt, like I was saying.
Yeah, I think Valor-Ash does not realize what is in the back, however. Frenzy Plant is going to do a nice amount of damage. As you can see, the next one already loaded up here. I think the shield is a good indication to Valor-Ash that something that is weak to Serperior is in the back and does not want to see it. Will that change the gameplay?
Exactly right. I mean, we're going to see the Sludge Bomb get fired up. Valor-Ash finally opting to let it go. He's got his Talonflame in the back. Clodsire still has significant health. Sludge Bomb is enough to KO the Serperior. Now it's all on the shoulders of Talonflame, and Feraligatr comes out to play.
Feraligatr is saying, yes, my friend, nice to see you again. Both of the trainers nodding as the writing is a bit on the wall here. The Hydro Cannon is loaded. It's going unprotected. Talonflame going down. Sceptile Ice going through.
Yeah, I think that Valor-Ash recognizes there that the pacing is a problem, the energy is a problem, and the health is a major problem. Still a Clodsire in the back, even if he was able to claw his way through that Feraligatr. So good games there to Valor-Ash. His Baltimore dreams will come to an end in losers round 3, and Sceptile Ice, I gotta say, he's been one of the most resilient trainers I've seen in quite a while.
I think we've talked about this a time and time again with him. He's a trainer that is not as familiar of a name within this actual circuit, but a lot of players, especially from grassroots PvP, definitely know who he is. He's proven his worth here in Baltimore, continuing on to losers round 4, where he will play up against Tomahawk UK. We'll have to see how these two trainers will fare.
I think Sceptile Ice is one of those players that it's like he's in your friend group, and you know he's really good, you know he's really talented, but you say, come on, just go to a tournament, go to a regional, see what happens. And I'm so grateful that Sceptile Ice came out to Baltimore because he has been absolutely incredible on stage.
I call trainers like that brawlers, because it's like the trainers that are like maybe a little bit scrappy, but underknown, right? I mean, it's like you know that they have a lot of potential, but maybe they haven't reached their final form yet. I think a lot of people are paying attention to his name at this point. This Sludge Bomb enough to knock out the Serperior, and then this masterful play here, going in with the Feraligatr to just take out that signature pick.
It's a great team read. Going into game number 2, we saw that the Dunsparce and the Feraligatr were lurking in the back, setting traps for Talonflame. Valor-Ash deciding not even to Protect Shield here. He's going to let the Hydro Cannon through, recognizing the pacing, playing the game out in his mind. He does not see a possible win condition, so he does cede the victory to Sceptile Ice and allow him to advance through the tournament.
Another fun little thing, I don't know if you guys saw earlier on in the tournament, we had a chance to do an interview with Valor-Ash and Mama Climbs, and we were talking about scrim partners, and it was just the funniest thing for me because the question was to Mama Climbs or Valor Ash, who is Mama Climbs' favorite scrim partner?
Oh, yeah.
And he writes down his name because, it's like, oh, yeah, of course it's going to be me. And she says, Lyle Jeffs.
I mean, Lyle Jeffs is probably a lot of people's favorite scrim partner, if we're being honest, right? He's so good, so talented. But speaking of talent, we have a talent for picking some of the best Pokemon in the meta. Let's do a check-in with our caster predictions and see how we lined up. I'm just going to be honest. I am 0 for 4 on day 2. Amanda, you chose some safer picks, and you're performing a bit better.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, like, the Poliwrath definitely nowhere to be seen in this meta. For Alligator, okay, that one, that's on me, guys. But this is the very first tournament, and I just wasn't sure how many we'd see. Shadow-type Flosion, however, is sort of a spice pick. I wasn't expecting to see as many of them as we've seen. Go ahead and look at the other people's picks as well. Chestnut has been performing. Shadow Machamp and Diggersby for Nighttime Clashers going crazy. No Go Alert to be found.
I just got to say, the superior pick from Henry has also been very powerful, and he is cheering for every Shadow Typhlosion. Amanda, your picks kind of remind me of Caleb's, right? It's like, oh, what do you think will succeed?
Okay.
Last year, Metacham. Yeah, okay. It probably will do well.
Sorry, I hate being so right.
But these trainers have also leveraged these key Pokemon to tremendous effect. Let's check out this list here. 6'10 Hero with the Sludge Bomb Guzzlord, Kelsey K with her Double Fly Talonflame, Arrow with Galarian Moltres, and finally Sceptile Ice and Shadow Celia.
I tell you what, Henry has been on fire with his picks overall. They're not only nailing a lot of the meta, nailing some trainers and there's actual signature picks. Kelsey K and Arrow, unfortunately, both out of the tournament here. I believe 6'10 Hero is still in. Was there a potential to see your pick with that Guzzlord one more time?
I always like to highlight the unique Pokemon, right? Because a lot of trainers think that they're confined by the meta. They're kind of a prisoner of what is top performing, but that's not always the case. I mean, seeing Galarian Moltres show up here, 18% usage. It's been so much fun to watch on stage. If I'm not mistaken, Elum is still in the winner side bracket with that Pokemon as well. So there's hope, right? If you want to play a really fun Pokemon, just try it out. Bring it to Go Battle League, and then bring it to a local cup or challenge, and maybe even a regional.
I mean, the fact that 3 trainers in the top 12 ended up bringing it was absolutely wild to me. I was also showing Will backstage that I caught one. In case you are wondering how you catch one of these Galarian birds, you got to use your daily incense. You got to walk around. It's the only way that they're currently in the game. You can get the Galarian Articuno, Galarian Zapdos, and Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres looks like it has the most play in this current meta.
All right, Amanda, hold on. Can I just take a minute with chat? All right, chat, listen. Her Galarian Moltres goes to 1,499 combat power.
What is he?
1499. And guess what? She has not powered it up. Let's get some messages in the chat. Tell Amanda to power up her Galarian Moltres and double move it, and then actually bring it to a competition, okay? Amanda, you can listen now.
Okay, I'll listen.
All right, cool.
And we'll take it to the stage in the meantime. We are seeing Magic Mayson up against 6'10 Hero in the losers round 3. And you know, you picked him earlier as that most valuable Pokemon, that Guzzlord. I hope we see it in action, but there are 2 Pokemon on Magic Mason's team. Not 2, there's 3 Pokemon on that team that really put the hurt into it. I'm looking at that Shadow Machamp, the Azumarill, and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Oh my goodness, the last one you highlighted is the only one I want to zero in on, because look at this team from 6'10 Hero. He's got a Dragon Dark-type Guzzlord, a Grass-type Superior, a Ground-type Clodsire. I mean, this Shadow Alolan Sandslash will go absolutely bonkers against everything that's not called Talonflame. There's no way that Magic Mayson does not bring it all 3 matches, right?
And because of that, do you think that kind of changes the way that Magic Mayson wants to put his backline? If he's so wants to make sure that the Alolan Sandslash stays in, he's got to protect it with some things that are really good against the Talonflame. That could be either his Azumarill or his Feraligatr, perhaps even both. We'll have to see, because they're hopping right into game number 1. Here we go. We got that Alolan Sandslash on the field versus that Clodsire.
I'm telling you, Amanda, casting with you is like coloring the pages of a coloring book. He's got Shadow Alolan Sandslash with 2 Water-type Pokemon in the back to protect it from a potential Talonflame. Magic Mayson going to throw the Drill Run into the Azumarill to get some valuable chip damage, and then I suspect he's going to swap sooner rather than later.
Gonna go ahead and get that drill run. It will connect with the Azumarill here, and it looks like he's staying in for one more, maybe perhaps trying to catch, but 610 Hero patient as ever, going for one more bubble before throwing this play rough at its little mirror brother here on the other end.
Yeah, it's really tough for your 610 Hero to hard lose lead there with the Shadow Loan Sandslash versus the Clodsire. Switch in your Azumarill, try to find some hope, and then Magic Mayson actually chips it down before even sending in its equal. Definitely maintaining his advantage. Magic Mayson is ahead.
Yeah, going ahead and doing the play rough as well, getting it nice and low. There's so much energy on 610 Hero side, but you're gonna need 2 play roughs to knock it out, and Mayson is also closing in on the next. Another play rough coming through. Magic Mayson comfortably will take this. I don't think we're gonna see a shield at this moment.
Fast pivot though, here comes the 50-second switch clock. We see the Clodsire switch in. Magic Mayson heads up play with the Ice Beam though, does not throw a resisted play rough. Instead opts for a super effective charge attack, and now his switch timer is also free. Goes back to the Shadow Lowland Sandslash.
Lowland Sandslash coming in already at an Ice Punch, and if he's counting like you know he is, throwing right at that charge attack priority, right when that Earthquake was available. 610 Hero not using a shield here, hoping that he hangs on to be able to get a protection, but he doesn't, and you can see it on his face. He was not quite expecting it.
Yeah, got frozen out there by the Ice Punch. Comes in with the Dunsparce, revealing his 3rd Pokemon. Of course, for Magic Mayson, the Shadow Feraligatr still lurking in the back, unrevealed. Dunsparce is a very neutral pick here. Again, only needs to fear Machamp, and I do think the Drill Run is a great asset in this matchup.
I completely agree with you. Going ahead, another Ice Punch is already ready. There are still 2 shields left. 610 Hero decides to use this first one here, wants to try to keep it healthy. He's gaining a ton of energy on that Dunsparce, but at the same time, he's got to use it at some point. First one going through here. This will be enough to knock out the Lowland Sandslash. Mayson comfortably content to let it go.
Super effective versus the Steel typing is a ton of damage. Here comes a Feraligatr at a Protect Shield advantage. This is a really tough Pokemon to deal with. It's also a normal Feraligatr, not Shadow, which means the Drill Run will not hit quite as hard as it would against the Shadow counter.
Yeah, try saying that 2 times fast. Going ahead, the Hydro Cannon is already loaded, but as we've seen time and time again, those Shadow Claws just not doing too much to the Dunsparce, comfortably shielding this up, still ahead on energy, and the Dunsparce will be able to throw at least one more rollout before going. Magic Mayson trying to catch, but I think this just gives Dunsparce plenty of opportunity to gather more energy.
Yeah, speaking of opportunities, 610 Hero is running out of those because now he's got to throw the Drill Run into Azumarill. It does hang on. Still 2 Protect Shields for Magic Mayson, so he banks the Drill Run, goes into his own Azumarill, but play rough might be enough as this Azumarill fires it off into 610 Hero. Can his Azumarill stand up to it? It cannot.
Down goes Azumarill. In comes the Dunsparce. The rollouts will be able to go, but once again, like you pointed out, Magic Mayson with 2 shields left is just too many for 610 Hero here. First one getting the shield, but Magic Mayson is sitting ready to store up some energy for that Hydro Cannon.
That's a lot of 2s, Amanda, but 610 Hero needs 3 Drill Runs to win this game, and he is not going to get there in time. Hydro Cannon coming through. Feraligatr continues its rampage in Baltimore.
And looks like down goes the Dunsparce. Game 1 for Magic Mayson with that Shadow or regular Feraligatr taking those comfortably and taking game number 1.
Close call there.
Close call.
Yeah, absolutely. Magic Mayson winning game 1 ahead in the series. 610 Hero just 1 battle away from a potential elimination from the Baltimore Regional Championships. So going into game number 2, again, I always ask this question. Why doesn't 610 Hero play the Guzzlord more?
Listen, I don't think Guzzlord has so many opportunities against the team of Magic Mayson. We already kind of outlined Azumarill does well against it, even though it does have Sludge Bomb, so it is able to hit back. The Shadow Lowland Sandslash.
I mean, come on.
So much to it. And Shadow Machamp absolutely just crushes Guzzlord.
Here's the thing, Amanda.
Tell me.
There was Shadow Lowland Sandslash in the lead, Azumarill in the back. All you have to do is bait your Brutal Swing twice, land 2 Sludge Bombs into Azumarill, Dragon Tail down. When you see the Sandslash, you need to switch then to the Brutal Swing spam.
Okay, I gotta write this down. Now you sound like a mind joke again, talking about the glories of Shadow Lowland Sandslash against its hardest counters.
Oh yeah, come on. Well, going into game number 2, I expect a more realistic approach from 610 Hero. He's got to watch out for that Feraligatr, though. He cannot leave himself too vulnerable to it. And a lot of the Pokemon that Guzzlord will stop are going to be free because Magic Mayson does not expect that Pokemon to show up.
I completely agree with you here. We'll have to see because they're going to look like they're jumping right into those matches here. We got an Azumarill lead against the Dunsparce. You know, this is fairly neutral overall. I think we're going to see both of them stick around for a little bit to at least gain some energy as they pace about at the same. The bubbles being 3 turns and also the rollout. Looks like they're going ahead 6-0, letting that first drill run go through.
Yeah, look at this from Magic Mayson. I mean, he was ABB strong versus Talonflame in game 1, and now he is ABB weak to Talonflame in game number 2. So if there was the Firebird back there, I think it would have a lot of play, but Talonflame, unfortunately, not on the roster. Play Rough does connect, and like you said, Amanda, this is a very neutral matchup. I would not be surprised if both Pokemon are deep into the red before a single one is knocked out.
Another bubble going through because the drill run is able to be accessible a little bit earlier than either the Play Rough or the Ice Beam. 6-10 here wants to get off some meaningful chip damage, but the Ice Beam and Play Rough are both ready, trying to catch on the Cloud side. Great reaction timing by Mayson, throwing the Ice Beam here. We do know from previous rounds that Ice Beams plus Bubbles are going to add up, and that Cloud side will go down to 2.
And here comes the Shadow Elum Sandslash. 610 Hero grimacing a little bit because he knows this is a really tough matchup, and because of Magic Mason's clutch awareness, he knows he can get to the Ice Punch first. 610 Hero could not hang on last time. He's going to protect Shield.
Yeah, I think he remembered, I was about the same health last time. I'm going to at least have to protect Shield once if I want to be able to do some damage. This is a very ballsy call. They're going to air for the Sludge Bomb and getting that shield from Magic Mayson.
Really, really tough, but he does pull away the Protect Shield on that resisted Sludge Bomb, and now we see the Earthquake Charge Attack priority tie. A Shadow Elum Sandslash will win that exchange. It gets to go first. This is going to be a knockout for sure. 610 Hero doubling down. Amanda, what is going on?
Double shielding here because he is at the Earthquake. Does he want to make Magic Mayson do the same? Last time it was a bait. This time it is for real, getting both shields off of Magic Mayson as well. But I think that this Elum Sandslash is either going to swap out comfortably, both of them swapping at the exact same time.
This is really, really tough for 610 Hero. Looking at this team composition advantage, it might as well be not even climbing a hill, but climbing a mountain. Magic Mayson just has all the answers, throws the Ice Beam into the Dunsparce. This will absolutely be enough. And at that point, what do you do if you're 610 Hero?
Even an undercharge on Magic Mason's side, still enough to knock out the Dunsparce. There's a very little amount of health left on the Azumarill. I think either one of these Pokemon can comfortably farm with it, but there's just so much health left on that Shadow Elum Sandslash. It puts it in a very tough position. He's not going to be able to get to an Earthquake.
Wow, and he actually gets Powdered Snow down before you can even get to the Sludge Bomb bait again. As you saw there, 610 Hero says, GG's, good game, Magic Mayson, because that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, while a polarizing pick, with the absence of fighters, the absence of most fire types, it can really, really excel in this max out meta.
And I'm very interested to hear from Magic Mayson about why he chose to use that Shadow Alolan Sandslash over the regular one, because it does not be able to tank an Earthquake very well, but he's really been playing it masterfully through this whole tournament in Baltimore, taking out another opponent, continuing on in the loser's side of the bracket.
Also, another tech that's pretty new for this season is seeing the Powdered Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash, right? There's been this debate over time, depending on the meta, depending on the season, should you be running Shadow Claw or Powdered Snow? I think Powdered Snow makes so much sense, especially in a Clodsire meta. You want the Shadow Claw for the help with Feraligatr, but in that situation, the matchup's not that great anyway, so you need multiple drill runs, and I think that opting for a dominant matchup somewhere and a mediocre matchup in other places actually could work out.
We haven't seen too many Alolan Sandslashes in this current meta so far. Of course, this is only the very first tournament, but the ones that we have seen, all of them have been on Powdered Snow, so I think you're absolutely right there. It's a good call, at least in the current first portion of the meta. The first players are saying, yeah, I think if we're going to choose one over the other, it's going to be Powdered Snow for now.
Yeah, I think Powdered Snow seems like the obvious answer. As we take a look back at our series highlights, game number 2, I just got to say, I mean, 610 Heroes, incredibly talented, very, very technically proficient, but the team composition was just too far out of hand. It just didn't feel like he could find any window to breathe, gasping for air against the Shadow Elum Sandslash and Azumarill core. I mean, he struggled, but didn't succeed.
I tell you what, if he was gasping for air, he's getting a lot of refreshing air from those Alolan Sandslashes, all those ice punches coming through in a flurry there, being able to take out the team quite decisively. Really well played by Magic Mayson, continuing on in the loser side of the bracket.
Again, these trainers, Kelsey K, 610 Hero, these trainers want a Baltimore Regional Championship title. That's their dream. Magic Mayson says, yum, yum, yum. I'm going to eat those up as I move along. Magic Mayson, very impressive, and we will see how he progresses. There have been some standout core breakers, Amanda. I think that Diggersby, Toxapex have both just jumped off the screen to me, but I also believe that Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash can be a game changer. Looking at our top 12 usage, how do these core breakers fit into this, or is there a core breaker that even makes sense right now?
I think that that's a really good question. I think Andrew Manharis, who was able to make it into day number 2, and Tomahawk were both running that Toxapex, which is something that is a little bit anti-meta, but it's able to really comfortably tank those Hydro Cannons from the Feraligatr. The big question I have in my mind right now is Feraligatr is on Ice Beam and Hydro Cannon for most trainers at this point. Do you think we see any viability for Crunch instead of Ice Beam in future tournaments?
A lot of it comes down to targets, right? We saw a lot of Feraligatrs opting for Ice Beam, even last season, because they wanted to hit Gligar for double super effective. Gligar's no longer around, but at the same point, there aren't as many Ghost or Psychic types in the meta. Outside of Cresselia, what other pure Psychic types are there?
No, that's a good point. We have seen some Psychic and Dark type Pokemon making their way into the meta. Not too many of them so far, but Malamar has been something that is a little bit fun to see. We've been an update to Psywave as its fast attack has really given it a little bit more of an advantage in this current meta. That is something we could potentially see in the next tournament in Dortmund.
My question for you, Amanda, is if Crunch doesn't make sense, if Ice Beam doesn't make sense, why not return Feraligatr? Why not a Hydro Cannon purified return Feraligatr? I mean,
okay.
Are we cooking? I don't know.
Or are we getting cooked? Let us know in the chat. How do you guys prefer your Feraligatr? How do you guys prefer your Talonflame? Because I tell you what, this season so far, it seems to be all flying attacks all the time. Fly and Brave Bird all the way. How do you guys like your superiors? Are you guys one of those, or you're standing on the edge of the Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant, or are you going for that Frenzy Plant and Aerial Ace?
That's a good question as well. I think there's so much versatility, and a lot of this goes into how players build their teams. For example, if you have, I would say like a Galarian Moltres on your team, you have that flying type advantage. Maybe that's why a trainer like Arrow opted for the Leaf Tornado Superior, because he doesn't need the Aerial Ace coverage. He already has a very strong flying type on his team. So I think when you start to team build and experiment, it's so important to pair Pokemon together, test them in a battle, and say, where did I come up short? Where was I lacking? Did I need a coverage move here, or did I need to double down on Talonflame and have that dynamic Brave Bird Fly dichotomy? What was I lacking? I think you really need to think critically about those things.
I think that's what has kept most of these trainers in the tournament. We're going to take a look at the losers side of the bracket. Look how many games these trainers have to play of today alone. Of course, if you're on the winner's side of the bracket, you don't have to play as many matches. All you have to do is win, right? Like that's so hard.
I mean, come on, just go 2-0, right? That's what we always say. Tomahawk UK versus Sceptile Ice is going to be fireworks on stage. One of the trainers with the hottest start out of the gate has to be Tomahawk UK, but one of the coldest, smoothest trainers in the tournament has got to be Sceptile Ice. So seeing these two is going to be its own story of fire and ice.
Oh, that sounds so original. I wonder who came up with that one.
Well, came up. Oh, I had to improve on it a little bit.
Okay, that's true. That's true. You are pretty good at doing that. Both of these trainers are really, really locked in at this point. When you have to play so many games, you start to understand your Pokemon, your six, and how they really play against other teammates and opponents. We talked about Tomahawk UK's Toxapex and just these core-breaking Pokemon, but there is that Celio on the side of Sceptile Ice, something that I don't think any trainer was expecting or really preparing against.
Celio could be really strong, and if you recall, Tomahawk UK was knocked down to that loser side bracket by Elite, and I'm just going to say it right now, I think Elite is the best Shadow Feraligatr player in the world. He doubled down on it, he tripled down on that Pokemon, and he cut through the Toxapex, cut through that Azumarill, and just spam the Hydro Cannons and just smother Tomahawk in the water type pressure. I think Sceptile Ice was watching that series, he was taking notes, he might try to do something similar.
I think that also Sceptile Ice is one of the few trainers who are left who's using a Mandibuzz in this. Mandibuzz doesn't have a lot of targets against Tomahawk's team, but with the fighting type of the Pangoro also being only able to throw Night Slash unless he wants to debuff himself, it does put him in a kind of precarious position using the Pokemon. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. We're going going to see the Talonflame against the Clodsire in the lead. Tomahawk UK on the left-hand side, Sceptile Ice on the right.
Full team compositions for these trainers. Azumarill and Toxapex double water strategy for Tomahawk UK. On the right side, Sceptile Ice with Shadow Feraligatr, as well as that Mandibuzz you mentioned, Amanda. And honestly, if you don't have a hard counter to something like Toxapex, you might just need to go bulk for bulk, pound for pound. I think that's what he's trying to do.
Now, this is a play because I am really interested to see if Sceptile Ice has been paying attention, because Tomahawk UK is not afraid to go for that heavier hitting attack first. Brave Bird connects, brings that Clodsire so low into the red, and even though the Sludge Bomb is loaded here, he's gonna have to throw it. And this was Tomahawk's whole plan the whole time. He says, hey, listen, you're gonna have to shield if you're the Talonflame no matter what.
Yep.
You might as well get in as much damage as possible. That's exactly what he did. He Brave Bird and he incinerated down, and he's got energy to spare.
That's absolutely devastating now, because if you look at Sceptile Ice, he's going to be forced to give up a Protect Shield no matter what he brings in, and he also gave away Switch Advantage to Tomahawk, which can be very tough. We're going to see a charge attack here coming through. Talonflame, I think this is the Brave Bird again, Amanda. This is going to sting.
This is a Brave Bird. This cool connect. Mandibuzz, one of the bulkiest Pokemon, already in the yellow.
Wow.
Not only that, a fly to serve at the end. Talonflame has done so much for Tomahawk, and this game is just beginning.
Just YOLO 2 Brave Birds and got the fly parting present to that Mandibuzz. We're going to see Azumarill come in. Now it's Shadow Feraligatr time, and the Toxapex comes out to meet it. Sceptile Ice tried to use the same strategy, but Tomahawk says, no, 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 you can't fool me twice.
This is one of the best Pokemon to go against the water-type Pokemon many are bringing. Look at this. Neither the Hydro Cannon nor the Ice Beam is going to be doing that much to the Toxapex. Not only that, the Azumarill, which is on many people's teams, this is like one of its worst nightmares. Sceptile Ice is forced to shield up this Brian, which I think he'd much rather have shielded a Brave Bird earlier on.
Yeah, I think in retrospect, right, he wishes he could go back and use a Protect Shield, but at the same time, you could choose to shield the Mandibuzz, but then there's just an Azumarill on the other side anyway. So it's really, really tough to know how to use your resources when your opponent can be so unpredictable. Winning the Charge Attack Party tie is a nice leg up, but Tomahawk will not give him the advantage.
Yeah, I think since Tomahawk is at the attack already, he recognizes that Mandibuzz has no play into a fully healthy Azumarill in the back. He wants to get this Feraligatr out of here. Sceptile Ice realizes it as well. It looks like the Feraligatr is not going to quite go down. The Mandibuzz is going to come back in, but only to be met now by the Azumarill, and it's just going to, I think, continue to fast attack down. I don't think he's even going to bother throwing a charge attack at this point.
Yeah, I think that this mix of offense and defense for Tomahawk has been really useful for him. We saw a tough matchup earlier on in the stream versus Elite, but at this point, I think he's finding his footing again in the loser side bracket. He's got the Toxapex, the Diggersby, the Clodsire, the Azumarill, these really thick Pokemon, and then he's got his Talonflame I almost said Pancham, Pangoro that need Protect Shields.
I think you made a really good call out earlier too. Tomahawk UK had so much momentum going for him day number one, right? So I mean, like, he didn't drop a single game, but he was a little bit shaken at the very beginning, having to play against Kelsey K, a very talented trainer that had a team comp, not advantage, but something that really could put some stress into him. Shook him a little bit. When talking to him a little bit later, he was not as confident in his games as he was in game number one. Let's go ahead and just quickly look back. Looks like maybe confidence is regained here as he's able to just completely bubble down not one, but two Pokemon. Mandibuzz going down, Feraligatr going down right after this.
Azumarill just totally unchallenged, and what we need to take away from that is that it tells Tomahawk this Pokemon is incredibly safe going into game number two as well. He's going to look across the board. He's going to look at Sceptile Ice's team and say, superior. That's the only hard answer that he's got to my Azumarill. Otherwise, I just need to find ways to play around it. So you might see Sceptile Ice lean into that superior, but it also might be far, far too obvious.
I think if you're really paying attention to Tomahawk's gameplay, the fact that he would Brave Bird when he was already in the lead, and the fact that he went close combat when he had that Pangoro against the Dugong against Kelsey K shows that he's not afraid to take risks. But those risks are still calculated because he understands the implications of if it goes bad, I still have to have another plan in mind. We're hopping into game number two. This is a Diggersby versus a Shadow Feraligatr, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Shadow Feraligatr will hit incredibly hard, but it still needs two Hydro Cannons to get the job done against the Diggersby. Waits a turn, allows a quick attack through in order to land this super effective charge attack.
We already know that Diggersby has a lot of defense and HP, but look how much damage that does from a Shadow Feraligatr. Just charging up a ton of energy here, but now throwing the Scorching Sands, hoping for potential debuff. buff here, or at least maybe to get a shield. No shield from Sceptile Ice's side here. Scorching Sands will connect, knocks it right down to the red, and the Hydro Cannon is already ready and loaded, getting that first shield off of Tomahawk.
I just want to highlight to everybody, we've seen 3 charge attacks in this game, and 3 times our trainers have waited a turn to avoid a catch. The discipline here on stage is incredible.
Yeah, and I think Tomahawk, knowing that Diggersby matchup, knowing that he would look out how much energy he has here, forcing a Dunsparce to come in. Those rollouts are going to be doing pretty much nothing to this ground-type Pokemon. Scorching Sands hitting there. We'll have to see if it will get that attack ball, and it does.
Oh my goodness. Okay, he goes into the Clodsire early. Tomahawk sees that third Pokemon. He nods his head because he knows he has a Pangoro in the back. Sceptile still has not revealed his Dunsparce. He doesn't know he's walking into a disastrous matchup.
This Brian will connect with that Clodsire. The Dunsparce does have a little bit of energy on it already, but we'll have to see. This Earthquake is that heavier hitting attack. Toxapex doesn't have a lot to do with the Clodsire, but this will connect. Super effective damage into the yellow here. A Brian almost loaded. Looks like he will try to go one extra, and now release it here. No shield from Sceptile Ice's side.
This is just so clever by Tomahawk. I mean, bringing the Pangoro when just nobody expects it. I know I'm fixated on that, and I'm not talking about the matchup on the screen right now, but we know the Clodsire is going to get to the Earthquake. I'm just really dumbfounded at the ability here to pick the right Pokemon at the right moment. Earthquake picks up the knockout as expected, and now Diggersby returns.
Diggersby's coming back and still has so much energy. Going for the heavier hitting attack, the one that will be able to knock out, getting that shield from Sceptile Ice's side. But now this means we have a Dunsparce versus a Pangoro in the back here. A Sludge Bomb should be enough at this stage, but an attack ball meant to turn the tables. We saw this earlier on, like a leaf tornado sort of scenario. Sludge Bomb not able to knock out. Both trainers coming in. Super effective karate chop damage onto the Dunsparce.
Absolutely. Pangoro looks like he's making twigs out of a tree here with these karate chops.
Chop it, chop it, chop it.
A close combat for the extra style points and a Protect Shield from Sceptile Ice. We see the knowing nods as well. I mean, seeing the Pangoro on the back, knowing that you have a normal type Dunsparce on the field, there's really just no other way to go about it.
Of course it's going to win this charge attack priority. Pangoro is a very high attack stat. The Dunsparce goes down, and then comes the Clodsire, but at this point, a little bit too little too late, even though these aren't very effective. A third close combat should seal the deal for Tomahawk. Continue on to the losers, round number 5.
Incredible plays here by Tomahawk UK. Honestly, just picking the right Pokemon at the right moment has been one of his strongest skills in Baltimore this weekend. He does it yet again to keep his tournament streak alive against Sceptile Ice.
Sceptile Ice played fantastic through this whole tournament, bringing a very niche pick, that Shadow Celio that did so well against a lot of teams, a lot of different opponents. I think he really made a name for himself in this tournament. Unfortunately for him, unable to go through Tomahawk UK, who is still continuing to advance on from across the pond. Can anyone stop him from reaching these tournament goals?
Honestly, man, I feel like one of our toughest challenges as commentators is to describe, to discuss, to kind of give color to these decisions that are being made. As we take a look back at our series, game number 1, we saw Sceptile Ice saving his shields for Feraligatr. He saw the work that Elite was able to do in the winner side bracket versus Tomahawk and tried to do the same thing, but Tomahawk learned from his mistakes.
I think, yeah, it's like one of those fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Tomahawk doesn't want to get fooled again here. Coming in with that Pangoro, just doing a ton of work. But I think even though he's calling that his MVP, Toxapex has done so much work for him in this entire championship series.
Exactly right. Earthquake connecting to the Toxapex. It's been such a wall, such a tough Pokemon to deal with. Pangoro, though, has been the wild card, just drawing this when he needs it every single time. Pangoro, very impressive so far here in Baltimore. Seals up another win with a triple close combat, break a Protect Shield, KO a Dunsparce, and a Clodsire to boot.
You know, talking with Tomahawk a little bit earlier, he was saying, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just because maybe my sleep pattern isn't on, or maybe it's just because I'm in a new environment. He's like, but I'm more nervous than I expected to be at this stage. All these players at this point are so good. They're so deserving of this title, and I want to be a part of this as well. It's not enough for me to hit a top 8 anymore. I want to be a champion.
Wow. I mean, you have to set high expectations, right? But you also have to be realistic. I think he's done both of those things, finding his way through the bracket here in Baltimore. But he's in losers round 5. A few more rounds to go before he gets to the grand finals if he's able to do it. and the competition is only going to get more intense.
Absolutely. We are in that loser side of the bracket. That means each of these trainers can only lose one more battle, and then they're just out of it. Everyone is in survival mode at this point. Everyone wants to be able to make it to the losers finals where they have possible redemption to be able to get that Baltimore title, but it is a longer road. The road is tough, it's narrow, it's full of heavy competition, and we are here for it.
Talking about out of it, Amanda, you and I are out of the booth for now. We're going to toss to a quick break, show you some highlights, and we'll be right back with Home Slice Henry and Nighttime Clasher.
Well played, well played.
GG. I was really expecting a Dunsparce catch, so I just went for the Frenzy Plant. And I thought it cost me for a second.
I had Drapion too, so it's a little bit tough. Oh, is that right? Oh, okay. Yeah. Well played, well played.
Another day, another moment, you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Triple Cross gets the knockout. It's game on the same day.
History from Dunebug!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
All right, trainers, get ready to take some notes. It's time to study Pokemon types. In Pokemon Go, there are 18 total types. Some Pokemon have a single type, while others are dual type. You can identify a Pokemon's type in the inventory menu or on the top right of the battle screen, similar to the Pokemon TCG. Every attack in Pokemon Go has one type property. Similar to VGC, the type property of a Pokemon's charge attacks are displayed on screen during battle. We can use this scale to see how damage applies in Pokemon Go PvP. Neutral, resisted and super effective, double resisted and double super effective, and triple resisted. In VGC, flying type Pokemon are immune to ground type attacks. However, in Pokemon Go, no types are immune to other types. The closest comparison to immunity in Pokemon Go is triple resistance. More on that later. Unlike TCG, no Pokemon in Pokemon Go can use a special ability to remove their type's weaknesses. Therefore, every fast and charge attack will deal at least a tiny bit of damage, leading to improbable, unexpected, and exciting win conditions. Let's begin with the interactions between fire, grass, and water. Fire is super effective to grass, grass is super effective to water, and water is super effective to fire. When two single-type Pokemon battle, their attacks are usually neutral, resisted, or super effective. However, dual-type Pokemon are much more complex. To determine effectiveness for dual-type Pokemon, consider each type individually. For example, a Psychic-type Confusion from Bronzong will deal super effective damage to Poison and Fighting-type opponents. When Bronzong battles Toxicroak, that damage becomes double super effective, because Toxicroak is both a Fighting and Poison type. Some Pokemon single resist, double resist, or even triple resist attacks from other types. For example, Steel-type Pokemon single resist Dragon-type attacks, while Fairy-type Pokemon double resist Dragon. A Fairy and Steel-type Pokemon like Mawile will actually triple resist Dragon-type attacks. These are all of the double resistances in Pokemon Go. If you combine one of these double resistance interactions with another single resistance, you get triple resistance. Let's deep dive into a complex dual-type matchup, Beedrill versus Skeledirge. Beedrill's fast attack Poison Jab is neutral to fire, but resisted by Skeledirge's Ghost type. Skeledirge's Incinerate is neutral to Beedrill's Poison type, but super effective against its Bug type. Beedrill's X-Scissor, a Bug-type attack, is resisted by both Fire and Ghost, making it double resisted. Skeledirge's Disarming Voice is a Fairy-type attack, which is neutral versus Bug, but resisted by Beedrill's Poison type. Skeledirge's Shadow Ball is neutral to both Bug and Poison. Beedrill's Drill Run is neutral versus Ghost, but super effective versus Fire, resulting in super effective damage. Always keep a close eye on the screen while battling. Super effective or not very effective appear when Pokemon use their fast attacks. Protect shields turn red when shielding super effective damage, purple when shielding neutral damage, and blue when shielding resistant damage. Lastly, make sure to check the type icons at the top right corner of your screen. The power of a charge attack depends on the Pokemon using it, so an Earthquake from Swampert likely hits harder than one from Clodsire. A Pokemon that uses an attack that aligns with its type will receive a slight damage bonus, called Same Type Attack Bonus or Stab. Finally, buffs and debuffs can swing the momentum of an entire battle. An Icy Wind debuff will lower all of a Pokemon's attacks, and a Night Slash boost will raise them. That's all from me. Best of luck in your future battles, trainers.
Welcome back, trainers, to the first regional championship of the 2025 competitive season. My name is Homesize Henry, joined here by the one and only Mr. Nighttime Clasher. We've seen some unbelievable battles today at the stakes, and the energy continue to climb here in the Convention Center in Baltimore, Maryland, as we get closer and closer to crowning our first regional champion of the Max Out meta.
It's been a really fun weekend, but we're coming to an end soon. We're in losers round 4 of day 2 already. Elum versus Magic Mayson, both on a little bit of a run here. Elum, of course, made its way all the way to the winner's semis, but fell to a dodge. Magic Mayson, on the other hand, lost in the winner's finals yesterday of his group, but has climbed up since then, taking down House Start, taking down, I believe it was Kelsey K, and then he just took down somebody. But he definitely did win another match to be here.
Terrific losers bracket run by Magic Mayson, and there he is on stage to the right, Elum on the left, and now we get the teams. That Galarian Moltres for Elum flying high, as Elum has made an impressive run in this tournament, pairing it up with the Dunsparce, the Clodsire, the Gastrodon, a Pokemon that I don't feel like we've seen Elum run a lot, but it has made it this far as his team continues to rack up wins.
Valor also ran the Gastrodon, but was just eliminated. No, was he eliminated? I'm not sure. But I think Valor was using a Gastrodon for sure. It's really good against Clodsire. It's really good against Drapion. And the most criminal thing is you can Mud Slap through the Feraligatr. Such a consistent way to deal damage. But when it's not able to deal damage, like against a Serperior or a Mandibuzz, it is really, really challenging to get out of those situations.
Taking a look across Magic Mason's team, Magic Mayson, he does only have one Mud Slap resist. It's going to be the Serperior, and that is, oh, it looks like we do actually have a lock in here. The Battlers lightning fast with the teams, and Disaster strikes Serperior into Gastrodon.
Where do you even go from here? I think you saved some of the Dunsparce. Is there a real Dunsparce response here, though?
Serperior handles Dunsparce well, but this is a bit of an overload strategy employed by Elum. He is running weak to the Serperior, but if the Serperior is forced to stay in here, it takes a lot of damage, then Gastrodon can absolutely run through the back line here as they both take super effective damage from Mud Slap.
Even if Magic Mayson switches now, it becomes very awkward because the clocks are so desynced now. At least one of these back two Pokemon are going to have to go up against that Gastrodon, taking those super effective Mud Slaps, which I know he does not want any part of.
Rock Slide thrown on alignment, but doing so intentionally to be able to outpace. In comes that Shadow Drapion. Shadow Drapion will be able to outpace. The crunch is reached. Aqua Tail may have been enough to KO, but Magic Mayson taking no chances. Magic Mayson wants that Dunsparce removed from the field of play instantly.
I think Aqua Tail wouldn't have been enough there, so great call by Magic Mayson, but it's going to be the Gastrodon aligned to this Drapion here. This is very challenging as these Mud Slaps are doing so much damage. Elum, no reason to shield here, is just going to Mud Slap all the way down, but how is it going to oppose this Serperior Crunch, doing huge damage actually to, oh my goodness, and Region and Aqua Tail. Is this going to force a shield? I think it probably won't. Going to bank it on that Galarian Moltres in the back. This is very difficult no matter what.
Magic Mayson The switch timers were heavily misaligned, going to try and wait the timer as long as possible before bringing in that Superior. Superior enters the field of play, going for a body slam. Body slam will not be enough to knock out. Magic Mayson is going to let this go. Does Elum look to throw a second move, or does he look to switch? We are going to see a switch, and it's a simultaneous switch out. The Galarian Moltres versus that Alolan Sandslash. This could potentially come down to fast move pressure here. Does Elum concede a Powder Snow sneaking through to try and go for an Ancient Power boost that could increase this damage?
I think this is a great play, recognizing that this is the only way to win this game as of now. These Powder Stones are doing a lot, but let's not forget those Sucker Punches, even though they're just neutral, seem to be doing so much damage that they seem to be at the exact same health.
That is unbelievable. Sucker Punch neutral. Powder Snow super effective. This Sucker Punch damage is unreal. Ice Punch forces the final shield from that Galar Moltres. Moltres has the Ancient Power, not throwing it quite yet. Gonna go for charge attack priority and win charge attack priority. Alolan Sandslash commits the shield, needing to remove Moltres from the field of play. There is a move available on the Superior. There's the boost, but it's too little, too late, as Ice Punch will be able to knock out. Magic Mayson going for an undercharge.
Great undercharge.
But it will still knock out regardless. In comes the Gastrodon, tries to anticipate the switch in, but Superior is gonna take it. Magic Mayson hitting the bubbles. He's like, wait a minute, this is a flying move, but it does still KO the Gastrodon. The desync switch timers made things a little scary in that mid game, but Mayson, off that dominant lead matchup, able to lock down game number 1.
It seemed like a really strong performance there, especially because it was a little bit awkward, honestly, when that Dunsparce was switching, because you feel like you have to stay in. You're going to lose a lot of the Superior, but you're going to have to accept the fact that your Drapion may be aligned to that Gastron in the back, which is exactly what happened. Superior, though, able to close things out. Honestly, that Moltres damage was scary. This boost, if it had come any earlier, this game would have been flipped on his head.
Yes, if that first Ancient Power boosted, that Moltres may have farmed down, but he tried to click the Body Slam, anticipating the switch, but Superior. And there, Mayson going, wait a minute, this is not a grass move. If it's a grass move, I don't have to hit any bubbles and it'll KO, but a flying move, making sure to hit those bubbles. As for those at home who may not be aware, each bubble does represent a little bit of damage. So when it comes to undercharging or not hitting all the bubbles, there can be a very precise skill to that.
Actually, if you swipe up to an excellent,
yes,
it's always the same no matter what. So people always say on the chats, for example, oh, he missed a couple of bubbles, but it was an excellent. It's still the same thing.
Yes.
So rest at ease, folks. Everything is okay here in losers round 4. But as Magic Mayson continues his run here, it might not be okay for Elum for much longer.
Elum, he has really enjoyed running the same line multiple times. And the question is, does Mayson end up picking up on that tendency? Because Elum has, I believe it was the match against Sceptile Ice, 3 times, ran the same line again and again and again, identifying which Pokemon he believes are strongest and just saying, I'm going to keep running it. If the alignment wasn't favorable for me in game 1, I will keep running it, so the alignment will hopefully be more favorable in the future. We do have one battler locked in and ready to go, one other battler making last-second adjustments.
One rule about ABA is if it doesn't work the first time,
keep doing it.
Go again.
Yep.
Do it again until it works. Eventually, they're not going to be ready for the strategies. To some extent, if he keeps doing the same line in the other game, Mason's like, there's no way he just keeps running it back. Now he knows I watched that, but Elum doesn't care. There's the Gastrodon
Oh, he did it again! Same line! But now the Gastrodon is into the Drapion. This save switch into the Azumarill. I think this forces Gastrodon to stay. Gastrodon will make the Earth Power before the Play Rough. This actually denies a full sneak to that Azumarill, and landing an Earth Power is very good for Gastrodon.
Machamp is a monster here as soon as this Gastrodon out of play. It's a literal monster because the Galarian Moltres has no fast attack pressure. Neither does Dunsparce. I really want to see Machamp pop off here, but first of all, we're going to have to get this Azumarill out of the way. Dunsparce just taking that play off like a champ. Going to do a drill run first and maybe even get it into rollout down range. Probably has to go for 2 minutes.
Going to fire off the drill run. This will not be able to knock out the Azumarill. The hope is that this will set up a rollout farm down because this energy will go very far. Oh my goodness, I don't know if that's rollout range. Rollout did get a big damage buff in the new season, but rollout does not get team type attack bonus.
This is getting very, oh, and the aggressive swapping from the Machamp. Can he get this counter down? Oh, karate chop down. Actually, the throw run comes down first, but easy shield decision for Mayson here. Here's the problem though, where do you go from here? Gastrodon doesn't really like to see this. He needs to get those shields down, otherwise the Machamp is gonna be too much to deal with in the backline.
Honestly, Gastrodon feels well positioned. Elum was able to have that switch clock come up in the perfect amount of time, and there we have the body slam thrown one turn before that karate chop. Machamp with a pacing advantage. Machamp has to decide where to shield, using this final protect shield, trusting in the Machamp. Machamp going to look to try and get the double cross chop, and it gets there. This means that this cross chop should KO, and if it's shielded, then a second cross chop will just win charge priority. We're gonna see the shield on the Gastrodon. Clock not up, that's Machamp. That straight four pacing is unbelievable. Shadow cross chop, I don't think Gastrodon's that bulky. This cross chop will pick up the knockout, and now you just have no fast move pressure. In comes the Moltres. Moltres in a difficult position now where it's going to have to try and close, but this Drapion will start spamming out these Aqua Tails.
This is so awkward. You can't get rid of that Azumarill. You can't get rid of that Machamp with either the Dunsparce or the Moltres. There's no fast attack pressure, but there is this Brave Bird landing on the Drapion. How much damage is this going to do? It's going to take it from 100 to 0, basically, and that Drapion is out of the field of play. One hit KO. Wait,
in comes
Machamp.
The catch! The catch! Oh my goodness! The catch onto the Dunsparce. What a beautiful play by Elum. He's able to save that Moltres.
Wait.
Can Moltres farm down the Azumarill though?
Wait.
In comes the Moltres. Can it get the Ancient Power? Can it get the Ancient Power here? It will!
Oh!
It will! What a play by Elum! His tournament almost came to an end, but the perfect prediction, catching on the Dunsparce, saving the Moltres, and Galar Moltres is not done here in Baltimore just yet.
Elum says no to his run being ended. A beautiful catch from that Dunsparce to take that cross chop. Galarian Moltres Sucker Punch was doing honestly a good amount of damage to that Machamp, but the karate chops were doing a little bit too much when it was still debuffed. That catch was beyond perfect. Literal clinical plays here from Elum. He should become a doctor at this point.
That Brave Bird, so much damage, knocking out that Drapion. In came the Machamp. Machamp, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the perfect catch onto the Dunsparce. That was absolute perfection there from Elum. And then getting that farm down with the Moltres. Moltres surviving that bubble, getting the Ancient Power. That Moltres maybe only 1468 combat power, but it had just enough health to survive all that damage and take the win.
1468 CP, but in our hearts it's a 1500. Going into game number 3, I think he's got to bring it again. He's been so successful with this Pokemon, more successful than all of his other friends that have brought it so far. So that is saying something, consider how talented his friends are in the first place, of course, that being Arrow and Out of Pocket. As we lock into game number 3, will that Machamp go on a rampage again? Magic Mayson hasn't played it much. Oh my goodness, it's ABA week!
Disaster!
In the front, Galarian Moltres in the back!
A disaster strikes, it's Shadow Machamp and a Dunsparce. The save switch to the Galar Moltres. But look at the Sucker Punches. The Sucker Punches will add up here. Magic Mayson opting for a bait. Stone Edge would instantly knock out a Galar Moltres. Does Elum call this? Elum shielding the bait, and that is going to make things very difficult.
Oh, it goes straight for the cross chop. I like this play. Just trying to get into karate chop down range. Even a Cresselia doesn't like to take Stone Edges from a Machamp. Oh my goodness, that does so
damage!
Much. Oh my goodness, the Brave Bird. Oh, I'm really curious to see how much this does. Magic Mayson clearly happy to let this go through, but how are you gonna deal with the Cresselia now?
Oh my goodness, he baited out the Alolan Sandslash. That was the goal. In comes the Dunsparce. Cresselia will be down a shield, however. That could prove to be a little bit difficult. Ice Punch from Magic Mayson, the no shield on the Dunsparce. The hope is that Cresselia will be well positioned to break the Machamp Azumarill core. Could have thrown instantly to deny that energy. A rollout does go through trying for charge tech priority Kai, but Elum just wants as much energy as possible. This energy will go very far against the Machamp, so we could see Mayson bring in the Azumarill, as Azumarill does take the hits better than the Machamp, and one Karate Chop should not KO, and there's the Azumarill.
In a weird way, does Machamp honestly beat Cresselia into 2-to-1s?
This will be interesting. Azumarill not in a range where a Grass Knot will KO, and honestly,
I don't like throwing here because
with
it's
the drill run
edges.
Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting.
It's weird now because you want to go straight to the Machamp, right? A play rough and a Stone Edge is not enough. So then you're always leaving yourself having to throw 3 moves. See, we're going to see this play rough being thrown. It's not in Stone Edge range, right?
It, honestly, Shadow Machamp has outputted a truly massive amount of damage on just about everything the moves landed on. In comes the Machamp. These Psycho Cuts adding up quite substantially at this health range. As the Cresselia, you can just knock out with a Grass Knot, but the Shadow Machamp has shields to hide behind. It would love to land a Stone Edge. The clock are very misaligned here. That's something you have to keep track of. The Dunsparce will be available for a catch soon, but not right now. Mayson is full sending. He is full sending this Stone Edge into Cresselia. Elum has to get the prediction right. Elum gets the call right, shielding the Stone Edge. That is a massive call, and now with only 1 shield left and a very low health Machamp, we will actually see the final Protect shield go to Machamp.
Grass Knock doesn't come through. Can he Psycho Cut down?
There's the combo!
It's okay, but if he bubbles down here with the Azumarill, is a dare play for this back end. Azumarill gonna be able to get this Dunsparce down before taking a charge attack, I believe. Oh, it's so close!
He gets the farm down, but I don't think 1 play rough is enough.
Oh, there's no way.
Cresselia is quite bulky, and Azumarill would probably need 2 charge attacks here. It's going to be very close, but I think Cresselia can hang on. Elum does run a very bulky Cresselia, the play rough. That's not going to cut it. The Grass Knot is reached, and Azumarill will get KO'd, and that will be a 2-1 series advantage and a win for Elum.
Crazy plays there from Elum when it seemed like all hope was lost. This was not just ABA, by the way. This was hard ABA. Like, most of the time when you see Machamp in the lead, if you can hear me clapping, that's game over. Everyone should just be clapping in the crowd. I don't know. It feels like so hard to overcome, but as soon as Mayson actually hard swapped that Alolan Sand Slash, I think the game was over because the Cresselia was too overwhelming for the backline.
Cresselia so strong, and it looks like we do have a match under review, so our wonderful judging team will be taking a look to make sure that everything occurred as it was supposed to in that matchup there.
Yeah, they are disputing a potential bubble deny versus the Dunsparce. That's when Magic Mayson brought in the Azumarill onto the Dunsparce and did not sneak a bubble. Maybe the dispute here is that with those bubbles, he would have been able to bubble down that Dunsparce without taking a charge attack, and therefore if the Dunsparce is out of the field of play, there would be more for the Machamp to do against the Cresselia, etc., etc. But of course, that is the determination of our judge here, who I want to give a shout out to. I believe it's King IV on the screen. Oh, not on the screen right now. That's Keelan, of course. But yeah, King IV right there, giving us a great job of reviewing this footage here. Both players still need to be calm and collected, though, because they need to think about what their next match is, the potential next game is going to be. They want to use all the time possible to prepare.
Absolutely. And that end game scenario ended up proving to be a bit of a tricky one, trying to manage energy as well as you possibly can. But that bulky Cresselia, a second charge attack was needed for the Azumarill to pick up the knockout, and Azumarill just could not get that energy, which proved to be very difficult. Machamp into the Dunsparce did look from the start like an absolute disaster, but the Galar Moltres save switch, the Machamp stayed in, it forced the shield, but it eventually brought out that Alolan Sand Slash. Honestly, a really good line there of 3 from Elum. Even if he did lose lead, he was going to try and bait out the Sand Slash and then say, Cresselia has some very nice play into this team. I'm going to try and see if Cresselia can sweep, and Cresselia was able to do just that.
Cresselia has been so strong from Elum and Wadaj, and the craziest thing, Cresselia has not even been that calm in this tournament, I feel like.
Yeah.
Compared to how popular it was in the World Championships, Cresselia is on a tear right now. All these targets, honestly. Look at this team. There's Machamp, there's Azumarill, there's, honestly, Drapion is, I guess it's bad. Honestly, it's bad.
It is not a fun time. You would get outpaced pretty severely from the Shadow Drapion.
And for Alligator, obviously, Grass Knot. Okay, here we go. Okay, so he doesn't get a bubble there, and the Dunsparce is already really low, so I think to some extent this is pretty valid to, like, bring up. Oh,
It
Never
looks
mind.
like they determined that that wouldn't have impacted the outcome of the game. Dunsparce saved a move there, but a bubble would not have been enough to knock out. So the move being saved, being able to snipe later with the Machamp, even if the bubble went through, still could have occurred. So a bubble was missed, but in the end, Elum, by baiting out that Alolan Sandslash, had just put his Cresselia in too good of a position to sweep in that endgame.
Very difficult spot for Magic Mayson. Probably wasn't thinking there was a Cresselia in the back. I guess that was the only way, because otherwise he wouldn't have swapped in the Alolan Sandslash. But of course, hindsight is 2020, and Magic Mayson has made a great run here at the Baltimore Regional Championships. Nothing to scoff at, but Elum will continue on with the Galarian Moltres flying high above his friends who have already been eliminated while using the Galar Bird. Of course, they are all these players that still have to watch out, because Elite and Wadaj haven't even dropped a single match, and they are waiting in the wings to play against one of these players.
Let's take a look at these match highlights. Leading Superior into Gastrodon has to be very demoralizing there. Well, if you're the Gastrodon player, that is. Elum running a line that was pretty soft across the board to that Superior, and Superior eventually ended up switching out. The Sandslash being able to KO the Moltres, and he tried to predict the snipe by the Superior, but Superior got to go first. Mayson making sure to click all those flying bubbles to secure that knockout and take the Game 1 victory.
Based on how these games went, I feel like 99% of times, if this was replayed, Game 2 and 3, Magic Mayson would win this set. Almost certainly.
That perfect catch was just the right prediction, but that is about Pokemon Go competitively. It's about making that right prediction to the half second of accuracy, and Elum did just that in that game. That game looked over. It looked like there wasn't hope, but by wasting that Machamp's energy by catching it on the Dunsparce, Elum survives to force Game 2, and in Game 3 is able to take it home with a really well-designed line, understanding that if you took a look across that team, the only thing that resisted Brave Bird was Sandslash. If you get a lot of energy, that is the logical choice for a Pokemon to send in, because everything else is not going to like the Brave Bird. And understanding that that would be the most logical thing to switch in, and therefore it can free up Cresselia. So a really good line of 3 there. Being able to bait out that Alolan Sandslash, and then Cresselia just too strong in that endgame.
Honestly, right now, there's so much nuance in these 50-second switch clocks. Yes. Pokemon Go is more than just swiping and tapping the dots furiously. It's about counting your opponent's energy, recognizing when the switch timers are up, and just understanding what your opponent needs to do to win the game so that you know how you can win the game. But of course, coming up here, we're going to have more trainers who know a little bit about winning in games. That's Tomahawk UK up against Elum in the loser semifinals. The winner of this will advance to the loser finals, where they'll need to play against either Elite or Wadaj.
Speaking of Elite and Wadaj, this is the run that they've been on. Wadaj 2 overs Arrow, 2 overs Elum, Elite 2-1 versus 610 Hero, and then a 2 overs Tomahawk. This collision course from opposite sides of the bracket has felt a little inevitable with how incredible they have played all weekend. And this series, the winner of Tomahawk and Elum will play the loser of Elite and Wadaj. We truly are in the end game of this Baltimore Regional Championships now. 182 players arrived, only 4 remain, and 2 of the 4 on stage now, Tomahawk UK and Elum.
2 players on the stage, but only 1 will exit. Tomahawk UK has brought that signature Pangoro paired with the Diggersby core, Diggersby Toxapex core the entire weekend. Elum with that Galarian Moltres. I feel like both players here are very comfortable with their teams at this point, have gone through an absolute gauntlet to get here, but there are some things to notice. Tomahawk UK, his team is not that good against Gastrodon.
Yeah, taking a look, he does only have 1 resistance to Mud Slap on the team, that of course being the Talonflame. However, Pokemon like Diggersby can outbulk the Gastrodon, and that signature Pangoro can actually outpace it due to Karate Chop. I mean, we've seen it on Machamp. That move has incredible energy generation.
Yeah, Machamp is basically like the old Quagsire pacing, where it can do a Stone Edge and then do a Cross Chop for 3 Karate Chops. That is crazy. Getting to a charge attack in 6 turns, absolutely ridiculous. But Pangoro is almost as fast. has crossed up at 4, but close combat at 5. I think Pangoro's going to be a little bit crazy against this team. Dunsparce, Moltres, Feraligatr, it looks like you have a couple of targets. Even Cresselia, you win in the 2 shields.
Oh my goodness, I was unaware of that. But yeah, as long
karate chop breakpoint.
Interesting. So it'll depend on how Tomahawk, like what specific stats did he end up bringing on this Pangoro? If there's a little bit of attack, then maybe getting some extra karate chop damage could make the difference in that Cresselia matchup. But as long as shields are up, yeah, I didn't really consider that. The sucker punches from Moltres are going to do just about nothing.
They already are doing a lot, though, even when they're neutral against Alolan Sandslash, so I wouldn't even be surprised if they were doing a lot. It's going to be Cresselia leading into a Diggersby. Why does Tomahawk keep leading his Diggersby into Cresselia?
He's running a line that is triple weak to the Cresselia, so I think we're going to see him play out this matchup. But as we take a look in the back line, there's a lot of good answers for that Galar Moltres, and Elum has brought it. So even though this is a lead win, he is triple weak to that Cresselia. Things could get very uncomfortable because Cresselia, while it's amazing, cannot 1v3.
You know what I would like here? A swap into the Feraligatr, honestly, because you can just pace the same way. Your attack has already been dropped, so you may need to save this Cresselia energy for somewhere else. It's going to be a catch out of the Azumarill, but this is still super effective.
Azumarill is going to be able to absorb this Grass Knot pretty comfortably since it is going to be debuffed. Cresselia looking to stay in this matchup, not choosing to reveal the Feraligatr just yet.
I think this is a good recognition, right? Even if you're debuffed by that Diggersby, Elum understands that 3 Grass Knots are needed no matter what your debuff stage is at. Number 1, 2,
He might need 4. He might need 4 here.
This is crazy work.
Oh
I was
my
not
goodness.
expecting that. Wow, you actually need 4. Oh yeah, Psycho Cuts are just not enough. This is such an interesting matchup.
There's the switch
I love
out.
this. I love this.
Tomahawk's switch clock will be up very soon. His switch clock will be up after this next charge attack
Beautiful.
is reached. Very nice overfarm here by Elum, looking to secure a knockout with a Hydro Cannon right before the play rough is reached. Hydro Cannon into that Azumarill, does pick up the KO. Azumarill had a charge attack but could not hold on. In comes the Panda. Pangoro immediately met with a Shadow Hydro Cannon, and this will do a lot of damage. So we will see an immediate Protect Shield from Tomahawk.
You've got to shield that up, but can you start getting these nice slashes off? Number 1 is going to be coming right now on the charge attack priority, but it looks like Tomahawk's going to have to give up his last shield if he wants to preserve this Pangoro. Elum, yep, goes to the Hydro Cannon, and do you just put it on the Moltres now? Wait, what?
This is tough. This is tough.
Charge attack priority?
It did look like charge attack priority. He's going to go for an undercharge here and then maybe attempt to karate chop farm down. It looks like we'll get a farm down. In comes Cresselia. Cresselia going to get met with the Night Slash. 2 Protect Shields remaining. Going to use a Protect Shield here.
I like
If Tomahawk wants to preserve it, he can switch out of this matchup if he so desires. Going to pick up a potential knockout with the Night Slash. Elum double shielding. Switch clock is available for Tomahawk. He can bring in the Diggersby whenever he'd like. Choosing to switch out at the last possible second. Catching the Moonblast. A beautiful play by Tomahawk.
This is so difficult for Elum now. Where do you go from here? You're going to get quick attack all the way down, but if you could wait.
Galar
Pause.
Moltres energy.
Pause.
Galar Moltres energy.
This Fire Punch goes nowhere, right?
Yeah. Bringing in the Moltres. Moltres in the 0 shield.
Wait.
And Brave Bird, the Pangoro, so strong into the Moltres, but when shields are down, this Galar, oh, that does nothing. Oh no, gonna try and double up, not quite at double up. And this Brave Bird is rapidly approaching, and there's not much Diggersby can do except get fully farmed down.
Oh.
And now one more Sucker Punch, and it's Brave Bird time. In comes the Brave Bird. That's going to pick up a 1-hit KO onto the Pangoro, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Elum.
Wow, 1-hit KO. I think that would have taken out 4 to 8 Pangoros, somewhere in that range, probably dependent on the HP stat, of course. But Elum, continuing his amazing run after losing that first game against Mayson. He's won 3 in a row against some of the best players in the world here, literally because this guy is from the UK. Oh, looks like we're going to get a match under review. Tomahawk is asking if he lost a karate chop after reviewing the match. So they're just taking a look at it. Not necessarily there's a dispute, but we just want to make sure for the competitive integrity, for everyone's, just everyone's fairness, that it's just reviewed accordingly.
There was one instance where
the Feraligatr.
The Pangoro Feraligatr charge attack priority tie. Pangoro as a species has a much higher attack stat than a Feraligatr, to the point where I do not believe that even a maximum attack Feraligatr and a minimum attack Pangoro, that Feraligatr could ever win that charge attack priority tie. So that could be one of the things that they are trying to take a look at, is the karate chops should pace identically to the Shadow Claws, but the animations did look a little bit off. So we will have to take a look, and we do get the replay here, which is going to be very, very instructive. In comes Pangoro, and Pangoro...
See here, he's like one turn behind, right?
Yeah, we do see only 3 karate chops.
4.
And there should have been 3 and a 4th that came through as well. So we are going to see the Hydro Cannon shielded up, trying to farm up as much energy as possible, but it did look like one may have been missed, and the question will be, did that impact the outcome of the game? Our judges will be hard at work reviewing the footage to make sure to determine if that was game impacting.
I think it may have made a slight difference, honestly, because the Pangoro just needed a little bit better pacing to get to some charge attacks. Maybe he could have thrown against the Feraligatr before even needing to go down a shield, but of course, that's the judge's decision to make, not ours. It's, yeah, it's more than... Oh yeah, so I think they're saying that there was more than just one karate chop, so they have to take a look at that. In the meantime, though, yeah, we're still looking for the social posts for the stream, of course. If any of you guys have predictions, we're down to the last 4 players. Let us know who you think is going to win, and we'd love to see what your predictions are, and hopefully be able to put some of those up during the break.
That matchup ended up being a very interesting one, running a line that was so incredibly weak to that Cresselia, a very bold prediction, and one that it feels a little bit backfired with the Cresselia lead. Tried to dance around it, catching, got a very clutch debuff. Without that debuff, Azumarill could have gotten knocked out by 3 grass dots, but with the debuff, a 3rd grass that would have been survivable, that forced Elum to switch out, and the switch timers were heavily misaligned throughout the course of that matchup. So it did prove, like, it is a very bold line. If there is not a Cresselia, you're probably going to be in a pretty good spot. But when there's that triple shared weakness, then it can be very difficult to try and play out of. So you have to wonder, with a potential Game 2 on the horizon, will a Cresselia counter be brought? For example, that Talonflame. Talonflame does, of course, have to be careful of Feraligatr, has to be careful of the Dunsparce, and as well Ancient Power from Galar Moltres. Talonflame does have a slight pacing advantage over time, being able to not outpace to the first, but outpace the future ones thanks to the 3-2-2 pacing on fly. But in the zeros, Ancient Power would not go well for that Talonflame.
Talonflame has been a really good Pokemon for the Tomahawk UK. It's really good against the Gastron actually here from Elum. Yes. So maybe the reason why Elum is not as comfortable with that Gastron is because the Talonflame matchup is so polarizing and you just don't do anything. The body slams are the only thing you do, but those have just been nerfed. On the other hand, though, Pangoro, I think if you want to play triple weak Cresselia, you start with the Pangoro, right? Because Pangoro, you win the 2-shield scenario. So you basically come out of the matchup, try to win it as hard as possible, and you don't take a single ounce of damage because you resist those Psycho Cuts, you leave, and what wants to take a close comment after that? You're always taking the shot back.
Not much. And one thing of note with that line of 3, you wonder if thinking about the Gastrodon did influence that line, because there was none of the poison types that Tomahawk has relied on so heavily. The Toxapex, the Clodsire were not brought. Running 3 Pokemon that, while they're not weak to Mudslap, they also are not necessarily strong against Mudslap. Azumarill into the Gastrodon. Gastrodon can prevail if it's able to connect with Earth powers, but it's a very neutral matchup. Diggersby has a pretty significant bulk advantage, and the Panda can outspeed it just by getting 2 close combats before the body slam, or at least the first body slam, is reached. So overall, you have to wonder if he was a little bit seeing ghosts of Gastrodon that didn't end up showing up there, as Elum opted for a little bit of a safer line there, trying to avoid Gastrodon ending up on a potential Talonflame, because that would be catastrophic for the Gastrodon.
I think Gastrodon, it's really good against Panda, honestly. Pangoro is just so glassy. Mudslap is such an impressive fast attack, and when you throw close combat and it's shielded, you are absolutely going to get shredded by the Mudslap. You won't stand tall for much longer. But on the other hand, it's so good against things like the Feraligatr, like the Moltres, so I can definitely see the argument for Pangoro here.
Yeah, the Feraligatr, we saw that lead matchup play out, the Pangoro versus Shadow Feraligatr, and I believe Tomahawk was fine just going straight close combat there, because the only shielding scenario you do not win is the zeros. In the zeros, the close combat barely survived by the Shadow Feraligatr, but the more that shield scenarios go on, the better it is for the Panda, because even though your defense has been debuffed again and again and again, you have that resistance to the Shadow Claw, so you're never taking a lot of fast food pressure. It was something that he was mentioning, that a lot of Feraligatr plus Dunsparce teams, he felt like it could do some very nice work because it has the same pacing as Feraligatr, but winning charge attack priority, and versus the Dunsparce, resisting rollout and being able to hit for super effective damage and outpace means that Dunsparce does not have a great day.
On his team, though, from Elum, that Clodsire looks so good against Tomahawk UK based on what he just brought. There's Azumarill, for example. That's pretty good. It's all right. There's Pangoro, of course, Toxapex, opposing Clodsire, and even Talonflame to target. So Elum's Clodsire looks really good. I'm curious if he does bring that, because Pangoro, Tomahawk has gotten really comfortable with it. In the early rounds of the tournament, he wasn't playing it much. I don't know if you remember. He just was keeping it on the bench. But throughout the tournament, he's bringing it slowly more and more. He's like, oh, dang, this thing is cooking. And it is. So Elum may need to respond to that accordingly and not bring the Galarian Moltres.
As we get to take a look back at this replay once again, the Hydro Cannon knocking out the Azumarill, denying that play rough, and we get to count here. We do have the three Shadow Claws and the Hydro Cannon thrown, and the Pangoro only gets 2 Karate Chops and a 3rd sneaking instead of 3 and a 4th sneaking as the match continues to play out here. And the Pangoro should win charge attack priority here, and it looks like the Karate Chop was slightly delayed and it ended up playing into a maybe a desynced charge attack priority tie there, where the Pangoro, just based on its species, we've seen how frail it is. It really cannot take hits, but as a species, that trade-off is an exceedingly high attack stat here. And it looks like we do have confirmation from the judges that Game 1 has been ruled as a rematch. So we will be seeing, the battlers, of course, do get to use new teams, but they will get that rematch.
Yeah, they're ruling the rematch because earlier, if you got those Karate Chops, Tomahawk, you wouldn't have to shield those Hydro Cannons and would be able to just throw the moves first and force the opponent's shield before he had to expend his own. And then, of course, the CMP was CAP was very, very strange. Feraligatr usually does not win charge attack priority against Pangoro, so just making sure everyone at home knows that as well.
Yes. Again, that is the trade-off with running these glacier Pokemon, is if you get hit with a charge attack, you don't have shields to protect yourself, or in the case of a Shadow Machamp we saw earlier versus a Talonflame, it can actually just get melted to fast moves. But as a result, these glassy fighters like the Shadow Machamp, like the Pangoro, do have that ability to win that charge attack priority tie in a lot of situations. And it's honestly a little bit like the main series here, where we do have it's a little bit like the main series where they, like the Pokemon that has the higher speed will end up going first, but in this case it comes down to attack stat, and so if the charge attacks are at the same time, then you are actually able to go first if you have the higher overall species attack stat.
Yeah, attack stat is a very important thing in Pokemon Go. Not really between like the bulky Pokemon, like, hey, if your Cresselia wins at the CAP against the Clodsire, that's not really much of a game changer, but especially when Pokemon that are like one-hit KOing each other are winning charge attack priority, it becomes extremely crucial.
And we are back 0-0. These battlers do get to choose new lines of 3 for this rematch. And you have to wonder if Tomahawk makes that adjustment. He didn't see the Gastrodon game 1, but triple weak to Cresselia made things very difficult. So will we see an adjustment in strategy, a potential Talonflame to try and completely wall off that energy from the Cresselia?
Talonflame has been so instrumental in shutting down Cresselia's, but I think his previous line was so weak against Cresselia that it's like almost too obvious that he's bringing the Talonflame now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is always the mind games that you have to think about. I'm trying to bait my opponent into bringing the Talonflame. Will they realize that and try and run something else? Or will they actually bring the Talonflame saying, I am tired of that Cresselia. I did not enjoy playing against it. So those are the mind games going on in the heads of the competitors at this exact moment as they are both taking final moments to get locked in here before this game number 1.
Game number 1, going to be going back to a clean slate. I think both these players probably had a good amount of time to really think these lines through. Tomahawk UK may opt for that Talonflame to call out that Cresselia, basically just shut it down completely. But if that's the case, you also have to be scared of the Dunsparce. You have to be scared of the Feraligatr. And there's a lot of stuff to worry about if you're Tomahawk UK. But at the end of the day, Pangoro stands tall and strong.
That it certainly does. One battler has locked in, confident in the game 1 line. The other battler still making last-second adjustments, trying to figure out the perfect line of 3 to deliver a game 1 victory. Winning in this game 1 gives a massive advantage in the series. You still only need 2 wins to advance to the losers finals. Getting that first win will put you in a pretty terrific position here. A sigh of relief from Tomahawk. He locks in the team, and we're ready to go. Losers semifinals, Tomahawk versus Elum. We have lock-ins. Talonflame for the Tomahawk. Oh no, it's the Gastrodon from Elum, and this is the 1 Mudslap resistance on the team.
Here comes the Feraligatr, but I love this because, as you see, the Incinerate came through, so he's always going to start with an advantage.
Yes, this Feraligatr now up energy, looking to try and put pressure onto the Diggersby. One of the reasons why Diggersby is a Pokemon of choice, it's a ground type, but it has that immunity, that double resistance to the Shadow Claws, which means Feraligatr, despite landing significant damage with a Hydro Cannon, is never really in a fantastic position to try and farm down.
Let's see here, no debuff, but it's not really going to matter. Shadow Claw down is never going to happen. Hydro Cannon is going to be reached. Tomahawk UK is going to have to expend both shields here if he wants to hang on to this Diggersby. Does he opt to do so? Oh my gosh, I think I know what's coming up. What about you?
Oh my, letting this go, saving the shields. Could, honestly, at this point, I think you kind of have to bring in the Pangoro. If you bring in the Talonflame, Talonflame could get one shot. In comes Pangoro, firing off the Hydro Cannon before Pangoro is able to make a Night Slash.
Is it Clodsire on Stonehenge, or is it on Sludge Bomb? This is crucial for this matchup. He's going to go right into it. Stonehenge!
Aggressive pivot out. Aggressive pivot out. What a beautiful play by Elum. He preserves an ability to make a Hydro Cannon later in the game. And Clodsire, I mean, this Pangoro desperately needs the Night Slash boost. Night Slash will connect. No boost to be found. Another Night Slash thrown. But this is the risk of bringing the fighters. Machamp and Pangoro, they both struggle quite a bit against the Clodsire. Clodsire taking those moves like it's nothing. You just have to watch for a catch. Going for a bait here. Tomahawk.
I think he's going to let it go because
reviewing his options.
Talonflame.
Shields at the last second, shielding a resisted bait, going for another Night Slash, and this still will not be able to deliver a knockout onto that Clodsire.
So how do you kind of address that Talonflame here if he swaps it in? Oh no, he can't swap it in. You can't bring your Gastrodon in because then he'll swap the Talonflame. So you throw the Stone Edge. I don't know if this is enough.
I can't imagine it is. Stone Edge not going to KO, but it will get it very low. We're going to see the switch out into the Talonflame, and that is that pacing on that Feraligatr, preserving 3 Shadow Claws of energy from earlier, going to be able to pick up a one-hit knockout momentarily onto the Talonflame. Down it goes. Shadow Feraligatr, so strong. Pangoro looking for a farm down, gets the farm down, but now I think, okay, yeah.
Wow.
There's a shield to hide behind. There's a full health Gastrodon. There's just no play anymore for Tomahawk. Tomahawk had all the energy he could ever ask for, but you need to be able to survive a fast move, and he could not. So that's a game 1 win for Elum.
Gastrodon putting a shift there for Elum. I wouldn't be surprised if he just doesn't play it again this series, because that was not doing anything for him.
Gastrodon completely took the battle off. It lost lead and then just let that meta core of Feraligatr and Clodsire, and the decision that you identified right at the start. The Tomahawk was locked into an Incinerate, and that meant that Feraligatr had too much of an energy advantage in that Diggersby matchup. Exiting with energy, preserving the energy, so that way once the Talon was switched in, he could switch in, outpace, one-hit KO with a Hydro Cannon, and from there was just not enough health remaining on that team for Tomahawk to be able to take home the win.
It was a really nice adjustment because, as you see, Feraligatr, safe switch, when you're ahead a little bit of energy, that I think the Pangoro can't even respond to it at that point, because if you're behind 3, they're always going to get to the 2 first, and then they're always going to strike first, and you're going to have to give up both shields, which is kind of what we saw there.
Yeah, it definitely made it a bit uncomfortable. In a lead matchup, Pangoro a lot more comfortable. Now, since the Feraligatr was such a problem, does Tomahawk opt for something that has these resistances to waters? He does have the Toxapex. He has not brought it, but considering a Gastrodon was just led, is Toxapex too risky of a bring? We have seen a Toxapex from Tomahawk KO a Gastrodon before, but it required a lot of help and damage throughout the course of the match to be able to do so.
You're going to need consistent damage for the Azumarill, for the Diggersby. Such bulky Pokemon. How is Elum going to address it? Does he risk the Cresselia at this point, though? Because you just saw the Talonflame. Do you want to make that call? Do you want to hard read him for Game 3 and secure this, secure your entry into the Losers Finals?
It is a tough decision to make if you're Tomahawk. Tomahawk now in a spot where he needs this win to stay alive in the tournament. As the username may give the idea, he flew here from England to compete. He's made it this far, top 4 in Baltimore. And if he does not want his run to come to an end, he's going to have to put together the perfect line of 3.
I think Pangoro's going to come from him again, but will he bring some of his other more reliable Pokemon? I'm thinking the Toxapex or the Diggersby core, just bring them together. Let's see. It looks like both players have locked in. What are their leads? It's going to be Tomahawk UK. Oh, okay. Yeah, here we go. Oh my goodness, this is the match we want to see.
The Pangoro on the lead versus the Cresselia. According to Nighttime Clasher, Pangoro can win the 2s. I'll be honest, I have not studied this matchup. Tomahawk throwing right away. He's saying if I get a Night Slash boost, I want it to happen instantly here. Immediate Night Slash into Cresselia. Cresselia from Elum with the no shield. That's big damage, but no boost to be seen.
Yeah, as you see here, these Karate Chops are adding up into 2s. It's actually going to allow you to 2 Night Slash and Karate Chop all the way down. He's going to go for the no-shoot here. I think Elum's trying to play 0-2s to just maximize the amount of shields that he's going to get back. Oh, no baits here. I think a Grass Knot would have been pretty safe, honestly, but goes straight for the Moonblast. Is it going to connect? Obviously not. Tomahawk UK shields it up. Here comes the Feraligatr. This is going to be very difficult to try not to take a close combat. Does he opt for the shield? This is such a tough call, but you have to respect it. You have to protect the Feraligatr. And here comes the Night Slash. Still no boost for Tomahawk. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. He has to go shield, I think.
Yes, Pangoro hiding behind these shields. The switch timers are very misaligned now. Tomahawk could choose to switch into the Azumarill whenever he'd like, and he's throwing 1 before the Hydro Cannon, so he will have the ability to switch. Another bait, he can preserve the little bit of residual energy if he wants to with a switch out into that Azumarill, and that's exactly what we're going to see. But the switch timers are almost back up for Elum. 1 Hydro Cannon, switch timers up, and he can actually switch out of this matchup and preserve the Feraligatr if he wants to.
This is a great situation for Elum, I think, because if you come into the Cresselia right now, you might be able to hang on to a move, and then, oh, goes for the Clodsire, but Tomahawk UK, he's not going to let a player get caught into a Clodsire again, but he does actually let through a Poison Sting while throwing this Ice Beam. This may help Elum get to another charge attack and prevent him from doing any more damage to this. Clodsire, no, it's going to be another Ice Beam reach before the Earthquake. Actually, Earthquake comes through. It's going to do a lot of damage, but not enough. I would have liked to see him go for 2 Stone Edges here, actually.
maybe hoping that an Earthquake plus a farm down will be viable. The Earthquake connects, Ice Beam fired by the Azumarill. This Clodsire can hang on, it will survive the damage, but the thing you have to watch will be the bubble damage as well. We're gonna see a switch out now into Diggersby. Diggersby getting a big energy head start, looking for a farm down, not gonna get it. The Earthquake is reached, but Diggersby is another one of these very bulky Pokemon, able to shake off this Earthquake damage like it's nothing.
How do you respond to this Diggersby? It's with a Hydro Cannon. Is that enough? This is going to do huge, super effective damage, but I think the Diggersby is chunky enough. Can it hang on? It does.
Barely,
Barely against the Scorching Sands.
Barely hangs on. Elum was really hoping that would KO, but Diggersby is all about the bulk, hanging on barely by the narrowest of margins. In comes Cresselia. Cresselia looking for the farm, gets the farm, could potentially knock out Pangoro.
Or the Azumarill.
But ideally, to get rid of this Pangoro, you have to land the Moonblast. Does Tomahawk bring in Pangoro and try for a catch here? What? Gets the catch! Unbelievable! What a beautiful play! Tomahawk, he keeps getting these predictions right throughout this weekend, again and again and again. This shiny Pangoro will not be denied, and Tomahawk will force a decisive Game 3 as there's just no energy available on that Clodsire.
Incredible awareness of Elum's energy and incredible prediction. It's one thing to know your opponent's energy. It's another thing to know when to throw that energy, or catch that energy, or manage it on another Pokemon. Tomahawk UK has there's levels to this, and he is on a different level of understanding here inside of Pokemon Go. He doesn't want to go home to the UK. He wants to stay in the beautiful city of Baltimore just a little bit longer and play that Pangoro.
And that Pangoro has provided some truly incredible results. The interesting thing to note, as we take a look at this footage, is Elum could have potentially waited a turn here, decided against waiting the turn. Because if you wait the turn, visually see the karate chop, then you can avoid the catch, but instead clicks it instantly, maybe hoping the clock wasn't up, but it was, and that catch is devastating. So close to losers finals for Elum, but instead Tomahawk makes the correct prediction, and we're going to a Game 3. These battlers, each battle has been incredible, and now we get to see them do it one more time.
It feels like both of them are just so close to making it to the losers finals. They're so close to even winning the regional championship, but it all comes down to the next 3 minutes. We're gonna know which one of these trainers needs to go home, but which one advances and gets to play against Wadaj or Elite.
And that is what will be decided here. The stakes have never been higher. Top 4 is great, but your dream of becoming regional champion is on the line. One dream will continue. For one, it will fall just short. These battlers taking every last moment that they possibly can to think about these lines, as there's so much at stake here.
This is a battle of two former finalists. I want to remind everybody at home, they both want this so badly. They're so close to achieving their goals. But of course, only one will continue on today. Is it going to be Tomahawk? Is it going to be Elum? Let us know in the chat. We're loading in. It's a Gastrodon up against a Toxapex.
Oh no, disaster strikes for Tomahawk. That's not what he was hoping to see. He's going to look to switch out of this matchup. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill, we're going to see the Gastrodon stay in this matchup to start with. Gastrodon banks a lot of energy. In comes Cresselia, and the question will be, do those 5 Mud Slaps put it into double Grass Knot range? If the answer is yes, then that is a beautiful demonstration of skill by Elum and understanding damage values.
I think it absolutely does. We're going to see Grass Knot number 1 being thrown out by the Cresselia in a second here, right before that player of its reach. Is it going to get it into half health range? We're going to have to pull out our glasses here to see if it does. Grass Knot landing onto the Azumarill. I think it's just enough. I think it's just enough for the Psycho Cut down as well. This is perfect.
With the Psycho Cuts, if the Grass Knot doesn't KO, it'll set up for a Psycho Cut farm down, and that Gastrodon's energy is very threatening into the entire line that was brought here. Cresselia farming up, clock available for Tomahawk, and he takes full advantage. He is going to switch in the Toxapex, save that Azumarill, and make a very nice catch, and that catch would not have been possible in the 60-second switch timer meta, but back enters Gastrodon, and Gastrodon is looking to inflict massive damage with a super effective Earth Power.
Here comes the Earth Power. We know this is not enough because we saw the game against Valor Ash earlier. It is going to be shielded though. Can he get to another one before the Brine? It's not going to be reached, but this Brine is an absolute tickle of damage to the Gastrodon. Elum doesn't even take a second to think about shielding that, and it's going to come through. It's going to do about 10% of damage. Just kidding, a little bit more than that, but here comes the Mud Slaps. Body Slam in a farm that would be so beautiful here, but you kind of risk Tomahawk UK getting to a Brine here.
I don't think another Brine would quite knock out. The Poison Jabs just do so little. This will be 2 Mud Slap range. And oh, it's not! It's not! Oh, a miscalculation, and he's forced to go for another Body Slam. That Toxapex is so bulky. It withstands both Mud Slaps, and Elum tried to make a play to save energy, but instead, unfortunately, it ends up costing him energy.
I think he saved energy because it was 2 Mud Slaps, and that's more than, yeah, it got him a little bit more energy. He did 2 more Mud Slaps. So I guess it's okay on that front.
Yeah, well, instead of an Earth Power there, opting for the double Body Slam, aggressive switch into Feraligatr as Diggersby is revealed as this final Pokemon. There is still energy available on the Azumarill, and he's going for a Fire Punch bait, and he gets the shield. Of course, Fire Punch bait cannot have the attack drop that he's gotten so frequently, but it improved Diggersby's pacing substantially. Diggersby still going to get outpaced, however, as Feraligatr, that Shadow Claw to Hydro Cannon combination is absolutely incredible.
Hydro Cannon comes down on the Diggersby. Diggersby's gonna reach a Scorching Sands, but he's gonna try for another bait. Oh my goodness, this is a crazy bait here from Tomahawk UK. I think Elum's gonna put on the Cresselia though. Oh, he actually goes for the shield. Can he reach his Hydro Cannon before that Scorching Sands is reached? Tomahawk UK needs to make a catch. He's been so instrumental in doing it.
Oh, the patience, the switch out. Grass Knot reached.
Beautiful.
Just barely outpacing the Play Rough there. Elum with the perfect energy awareness. Ice Beam would not have knocked out Cresselia from that range. We've seen Elum's Cresselia survive move after move throughout this series, and now it seems like there's just too many Pokemon to get rid of on Elum's team. Fire Punch trying to pick up the knockout on a Cresselia, but there's still Feraligatr with energy. There's still a Gastrodon as well, and I don't think Diggersby can do it. Feraligatr, Hydro Cannon winning charge attack priority there. Elum able to survive in a tensely fought series, and a 2-1 victory. Elum advances to losers finals.
Too little too late there. Diggersby tried to pull its weight, and it was honestly his MVP Pokemon the entire weekend, right next to that Pangoro. Was brought in every single game, it felt like, but it was just not enough. Doesn't do enough damage, I think, is the main problem for Diggersby.
Diggersby, honestly, one of the reasons why you bring it is the core breaking ability, but also just the bulk. Being able to survive 2 Grass Knocks from Cresselia when they are super effective is quite valuable, but in that end game, as you mentioned, just not quite enough damage output there. And Feraligatr will always win that charge attack priority tie over the Diggersby. So even if there was enough energy, Feraligatr can just say no.
Feraligatr denying Tomahawk's dreams of winning a regional championship, but it's going to be Elum who moves on and tries to avenge his own performance back in 2022. Grass on the Cresselia. This is one of the best small recognitions of the entire tournament, I think. Just putting it into that Grass Knot range. Great patience here, not getting the move caught. Elum not giving away anything here in the losers semifinals and taking himself into the losers finals, where they will now be awaiting the potential loser of Elite versus Wadaj.
And that matchup, I believe, is the one that they're going to be preparing on stage here shortly. And it feels like this is what this tournament has been building to throughout. Elite, a multiple-time regional champion, usually gets that regional win out of the way pretty early in a meta. So kind of putting his stamp on the meta, saying, this strategy works, and I figured it out very quickly. And Wadaj, probably one of the most decorated competitors in competitive Pokemon Go history. I believe a 3-time regional champion, if I'm not mistaken, also won the 2023 North American International Champion, took a bit of a break from competing. This is his first tournament back. And it seems like all he's done so far, as we take a look at this bracket, is go 2-0. And actually, Wadaj and Elum, Wadaj is actually who knocked out Elum. Elum has fought back after losing that set. So there could potentially be, depending on how the winners and losers finals end up resulting, a potential Wadaj Elum rematch at some point.
This is pretty funny, right? Because the winner semis is Elite, Tomahawk, Elum, and Wadaj. And guess who are top 4 in the tournament?
It is those 4. And it goes to show that their teams and the strategies that they've employed have been very, very successful ones. Now we get to take a look at the losers bracket run here. We had some trainers make some very nice losers bracket run. Magic Mayson starting the day in losers, making it all the way to round 4, but he ran into Elum. And Elum has been on a tear since losing to Wadaj, being able to pick up wins over Magic Mayson and Tomahawk, both extremely tenured competitors. So now the stage is set for the final 3. Multiple-time regional champions in the winners finals and in the losers finals. Elum, a battler who has previously made it to a grand finals, was a regional finalist, but this weekend, today, may be his day.
Grit and determination might as well be his first and last name, but Elite and Wadaj, they've been waiting in the wings for so long. I wonder if they kind of talked about this match beforehand, kind of exchanged a couple of words, and it looks like they are going to be getting to this match pretty soon. They are sending each other a battle request in the Go Battle League screen, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure they're out of his friends.
Yeah, they are getting set up on stage here shortly, so we'll be able to swing down to the stage, not quite yet, but in a little while here. But this matchup, the gravity of it, so far in the tournament, we've had best of 3s. 2 wins, and you move on. This is now the finals. Winners finals is a best of 5. 2 wins do not cut it as we swing down to the stage. Elite on the left, Wadaj on the right. The stakes, the atmosphere, the drama have never been higher.
Elite here, Los Angeles Regional top 4 most recently, but Sacramento Regional Champion, Fresno Regional Champion, San Diego Regional top 16. He is the Californian king. But here, he's all the way over in Baltimore, out of his home state and in unfamiliar territory. But familiar territory, having his team here up on the stage. It's Cresselia, Shadow Machamp, Drapion, Feraligatr, Clodsire, and Mandibuzz, all with pretty standard movesets.
Mandibuzz, we did not see a lot of them in day 2, but one of them has been brought by Elite. I don't know if he's been bringing that Mandibuzz much, but he's more been relying on that Shadow Drapion. Wadaj, the accolades speak for themselves. Pittsburgh Regional Champion, Columbus NAIC Senior Champion, Hartford Regional Champion, and Columbus NAIC Masters Champion. All his accolades say champion. He is, we mentioned, one of the most, if not the most decorated competitor in competitive Pokemon Go history, and this is his team. Chestnut, Dunsparce, Sludge Bomb Clodsire, Shadow, Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash, and it looks like we actually don't have to wait any longer. We have a double lock-in winners finals here in Baltimore, Maryland. We have the Shadow Feraligatr for Elite, and from Wadaj, we have Dunsparce.
Let's take a look at the backlines, though. This Machamp is basically trapped here. What is it going to do against a Clodsire or an Azumarill? It's going to have to be the Cresselia putting in a shift here on the back end.
Hydro Cannon deployed at this Dunsparce. Dunsparce, if it is running a very high health stat, can actually win the 0-0, but we're going to see a switch out by Elite and a catch, catching that Drill Run, saving that Feraligatr, very, very healthy, and absorbing that energy onto that Cresselia. And now Wadaj switches out himself as in comes Clodsire.
I like what he's doing here, right? Because he's luring out the Clodsire, keeping that Machamp safe, and then once he's done that, Machamp versus Azumarill is, it's not a great matchup, but it's playable. That's all that matters for Elite here. He just wants some way to use his Machamp, but even better, if he can flip the switch here, he might be able to align his Machamp onto that Dunsparce, and then just Feraligatr onto the Azumarill.
Grass Knot connects onto that Clodsire. Clodsire has farmed up all of its energy, finally beginning to unleash some damage. Earthquake not going to be able to knock out Cresselia. Very, very bulky. Aggressive switch out by Elite. Going to be hit with a Sludge Bomb from this Clodsire. We've seen the pacing on Sludge Bomb be very clutch for these competitors. The no shield by Elite. Sludge Bomb will not KO. Will we see the switch out? No. Clodsire stays in and will be hit with the Hydro Cannon, and Wadaj chooses to let Clodsire go.
This is amazing farm down range for the Dunsparce. Can he get it in 3 rollouts? I don't think he needs 4. So it's going to be another Hydro Cannon reach. Oh, and a catch!
Oh, the catch! Oh, spanking all the energy, catching onto the Azumarill. Very nicely done by Wadaj. There is close to 2 drill runs stored, and drill run will do a lot to the potential Machamp in the back. Azumarill does get the bubble down, and back in comes Cresselia for Elite. Cresselia will have the pacing advantage with the residual energy, making it to the grass knot. Wadaj has to choose, where do I use my Protect Shields?
This is very difficult, right? Because he has 2 drill runs on that Dunsparce. And he's going to be able to bubble this Machamp into a range. I think, yeah, into a range where a drill run is going to take it out. Can he get to this move? He can't. Ice Beam's coming through from Wadaj. What do you do here if you're Elite? You might have to put it on the Machamp.
Are we going to see a 2-shield Shadow Machamp? Yes, we are. Trusting in the Shadow Machamp. Type disadvantage here, but every cross chop brings, every karate chop brings it closer to cross chop range. Ice Beam fired at the Machamp, and the immediate shield by Elite. This is what he was saving the shields for. He baited out the Clodsire, and now he trusts in Machamp to be his sweeper.
This is so difficult, right? Because you're going to need to get these baits off. Azumarill is going to shield the cross chop. He's going to bite the bait, and here it goes. Cross chop on the Azumarill. It's going to go shielded. Can Elite make it to that Stone Edge? He does! Oh my goodness, he's going to have to give up 2 shields here to get it done. But is Elite in drill run range?
I believe he should be. These bubbles continue to add up. Azumarill makes the Ice Beam. Ice Beam is going to potentially force the final shield, but when does Wadaj switch? Can Elite get this prediction correct? Does he go for the cross chop? He does! What a prediction! He denies all the energy with the cross chop. What a perfect prediction by Elite. He fires off the cross chop, denying the energy. In comes Azumarill, and this is going to be Shadow Machamp doing what it's done so many times on this stream, sweeping with 2 shields to hide behind.
Most of the teams this weekend haven't had a fighter, and if you're watching these games, Pangoro, Machamp are just sweeping teams left and right. You may need to reconsider your strategy going into Dortmund, going into Louisville. I hope we see more of these fighters, honestly, because this has been so much fun to watch.
That Shadow Machamp, that straight 4 pacing to a same type attack bonus cross chop is just unbelievable. And the perfect prediction, anticipating the combo play. If Elite had thrown even a single karate chop, that game was lost. Wadaj choosing to let the Clodsire go as we move to the recap. Wadaj trying for the farm down, knows he can't get it, gets the catch, stores almost 2 drill runs. That is how much energy ended up being lost in this endgame, as Elite has to get the prediction right. If he doesn't click this move right here, he loses, but he predicts it. If you wait to see the switch, it's too late. We're already locked in for game number 2. Shadow Machamp into the other fighting type, Chestnut.
This is a really interesting matchup, right? Because Chestnut does get outpaced by the Machamp, but you can hang on to a cross chop actually and always force shields from the Machamp before anything happens.
Frenzy Plant shielded up. Shadow Machamp loves to hide behind these shields. Wadaj now in a position where can he survive this cross chop? Karate chop does not do a lot of damage. The threat of Shadow Machamp is how fast it gets to the cross chop. That does a lot of damage, going to potentially make a superpower, so Elite is forced to fire off energy, and Wadaj is going to try and force both shields from this matchup, if at all possible, making it to the Frenzy Plant, outpacing, and Elite has a difficult decision to make.
I would have honestly liked to see a superpower there, kind of limiting the farm that Elite's going to get, but he's actually going to let it go. What is he going to farm down? Oh my goodness. Feraligatr is about to go to town on this backline. Where's Wadaj going to go?
He's going to bring in the Clodsire. Clodsire, with the Vine Whips that landed, this could potentially mean that Sludge Bomb could threaten. Sludge Bomb, I don't think it quite knocks out from here, but it will do quite a lot. So Wadaj really has to try and rely on this Sludge Bomb pacing. But with that 3 Shadow Claw head start, this is going to be very, very close as to whether Wadaj is able to outpace. To outpace, he will have to use a Protect Shield.
Yep, Hydro Cannon is going to be thrown on the charge attack priority with, one right before actually. So I think you can shield here, go for the Sludge Bomb, but does Elite make the call? Does he catch onto the Cresselia? I think this is going to be crucial here. Does he predict it? Yes, he does! Sludge Bomb onto the Cresselia. Amazing catch from Elite here to basically secure himself in this game.
But he's now switch locked. And this Sand Slash is going to try and always have a drill run loaded. If you can always have a drill run loaded, that Feraligatr does not have a move banked. So if you can have a drill run loaded, then you can be in a pretty okay position to drill run once you see that Feraligatr switch in. If you throw a fast move, you're going to lose charge type priority. So this will be a very technical endgame and come down to reaction time as well. Drill run is going to connect onto this Cresselia, and Wadaj intentionally having that drill run ready to go in the background, and switch clock will be up very soon for Elite. When does Elite decide to make this switch in? Grass Knot is going to connect onto the Alolan Sandslash. Wadaj waits the switch in, and he gets the prediction right. Wadaj, he does it again. What an unbelievably fast reaction time. He waited, he threw a fast move, he tried everything he could to avoid Elite getting the Shadow Claw, and the prediction is perfect. What a play by Wadaj. Sensational gameplay as we equalize the series here in Baltimore.
Alolan Sandslash was an absolute beast in the back end. Of course, when Feraligatr is already taking some Vine Whip damage, it is susceptible to being taken out by one drill run. So up a shield, the Alolan Sandslash can actually surrender to take it out. Of course, Cresselia against Alolan Sandslash, even though there's no Shadow Claw to be seen, it's still a very uphill struggle.
I am still at a bit of a loss for words. That game demonstrated the high level of gameplay we can expect. Elite going for a catch in this matchup, catching onto the Cresselia, but that meant that he was switch locked, and that allowed Wadaj to save that drill run. And then watch the hesitation here. He waits, sees he doesn't throw it, keeps throwing the switch into the Feraligatr, but Wadaj with the reaction time there, so good. And my goodness, this series is everything I could have hoped for, and we're only through 2 games.
The crazy thing is, Elite hasn't locked in yet. It's been about a minute, and if it took him that long to lock in, he is absolutely serious about this game number 3. Sandslash into Machamp! What is going on?
Disaster strikes for Wadaj. That's not what he was hoping to see. Wadaj is going to need to switch out of here. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill is going to be answered with the Cresselia. And this, even though alignment does not look good for Wadaj, energy advantage on Shadow Alolan Sandslash, if it can get shields down, could pave the way for Chestnut.
Right, because as soon as you get this Cresselia out, you can honestly farm all the way down with Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Even the Machamp, you can throw Karate Chop at it, but you're going to need to give him 2 shields to shield 2 Ice Punches. That's not going to be a good situation in the back end, because Feraligatr gets 1-hit KO. Machamp gets 1-hit KO, both by that Chestnut.
Yes, and that is where the danger of giving up shields and having 2 very glassy Shadow Pokemon could actually be a bit difficult. A potential counterplay for Elite, instead of just allowing the Cresselia to get fully Powder Snow down, could be to aggressively switch to Feraligatr, but Feraligatr into Chestnut means that Chestnut would again probably still be able to get an advantage. So, despite the 1 lead and swap, this does look a little bit tricky for Elite, as Wadaj is going to look to bring in that Alolan Sandslash, and that's what he's going to do. He brings in the Feraligatr. Feraligatr going to be answered with the Chestnut. That's the counterplay from Elite. He knew that he could not give the Sandslash farm, and this Chestnut is significantly behind on energy.
I'd argue that he took a little bit too long to switch out there, did 2 Powder Stones, then swapped out. That's going to let Elite to bait up to that Ice Beam, and now will Elite go for the Hydro Cannon? He does. Does Wadaj call? I think he's got to make that call here. He's got to make that judgment. He's not going to. This Hydro Cannon is going to get shielded up. Can Elite make it to another charge attack here?
This will be very close. He's going to try and get there, and does. Wadaj ended up not throwing a charge attack to try and maximize the Vine Whip damage, but the Hydro Cannon is reached, and now this can potentially put it into Karate Chop downrange for the Shadow Machamp. And Shadow Machamp, in comes the Cresselia, forcing the energy, and this is going to be Shadow Machamp sweeping in this endgame as the Alolan Sandslash just has no shields to hide behind. Double super effective fighting damage is going to spell disaster here.
Machamp is going to punch through this Chestnut, and I am so excited to see these Karate Chops go down on the Alolan Sandslash. Oh my goodness, this is so much damage for a not very heavy hitting move. For reference, Karate Chop I believe does as much damage as like Powder Snow?
Yeah, it is. It is a move known for its energy generation, not its damage, and that is Shadow Machamp putting on a clinic. The farthest a fighter has gone in this meta is Shadow Machamp, and we are seeing why. Shadow Machamp, incredibly, incredibly powerful. That pacing is just undeniable as long as it can avoid Clodsire.
Yeah, Machamp is the furthest fighter in this tournament. Chestnut is literally in tears right now. Literally on the floor crying.
I forgot Chestnut's a fighter. No! Oh,
Very
my
hurtful
goodness.
things here.
Oh, no. I think of Chestnut as a grass type, but it's a fighter, too. But it is Vine Whip as the fast move. We have an instant lock-in from both battlers. They're ready to go back, and now it's Wadaj picking up the dominant lead. Shadow, Alolan Sandslash versus this Cresselia. Will we see a switch out? Yes, in comes Machamp, answered with the Azumarill, and switch advantage could be everything in this match. Shadow Machamp looking to connect with that Legacy Stone Edge. Wadaj ends up no-shielding. This Stone Edge will land. Let's see the damage on the Azumarill, and
Oh my
that
goodness.
makes a mark.
That is way more damage than should be legal, but Ice Beam comes down here. No need for the play rough. That's going to be overkill here. Here comes Ice Beam being shielded, and just reaches the Stone Edge way quicker. Is Machamp actually good against Azumarill? This is crazy.
Oh my goodness, he's going for a bait.
Criminal.
Wadaj is thinking about it. Does he call this bait? He's thinking about it. He does! He does! What a beautiful prediction by Wadaj!
Okay, this really puts him in the driver's seat now because Elite's gonna have to give up both shields. Where do you go from here? Do you try to counter down? Do you need a cross chop? I'm so confused on what the strategy is gonna be here because with no shields, that Chestnut is gonna have a field day.
Yes, and Wadaj realizes that the Machamp would make 3 cross chops before an Ice Beam was reached. You have to let the Azumarill go. You have to farm down with the Chestnut and try and avoid double cross chop being reached. Double cross chop is reached. However, he's gonna let the first one go. This will do a lot of damage. At the second one, it'll come very close to knocking out this Chestnut.
Does he opt to let it go and put on the Sandslash? I love that play.
2-shield Alolan Sandslash versus the world. The cross chop does not KO. We see a snipe with the Feraligatr. Aggressive gameplay by Elite. And now this Alolan Sandslash has to try and 1v3. But the issue you're going to have is there's still a Karate Chop that can land from the Machamp. And Cresselia will really appreciate all these Shadow Claws connecting, putting it closer and closer into a range where a potential double move can KO.
Wait, a drill run's not enough here. He's gonna have to give up both shields. Is it possible that Elite can still win this game? Drill run connects with the Feraligatr. It's just not enough. Ice Punch is not ready. And here comes the Hydro Cannon. It's gonna be taking that last shield. I think that's in Moonblast Karate Chop range.
Elite looks to be in the driver's seat of this one from the moment he aggressively sniped that energy from that Chestnut. And now in comes Cresselia. And Cresselia, this is a bad matchup for it on paper. But Cresselia has going to be able to reach this Moonblast. All the energy in the world cannot save the Sandslash. Moonblast into the Sandslash, picks up the KO. Elite with the 3-1 victory advances to the grand finals here in Baltimore.
Wadaj, unbound form, is unable to take home this game, but Elite, with his signature Japan or Hawaii shirts, is going to be advancing through this tournament. He really wants to go back to Worlds. I've noticed that yesterday he wore a Honolulu shirt. Today he wore a Japan shirt. It seems like he already misses the World Championships.
Well, the World Championships, I believe he is from the West Coast by winning a lot of regionals in California. So Anaheim, California would be right up his alley, which is terrific. That series, it ended 3-1, but each game had just unbelievable gameplay throughout. In this game number 2, Feraligatr forcing the shield right before the Sludge Bomb and the catch onto that Cresselia, trying to preserve that Feraligatr and fight back. And this mind game right here, Wadaj doesn't throw, sees the crest isn't moving, and then the switch into Feraligatr. If that was a half second later, Feraligatr gets the move, wins charge attack priority, but just the absolute perfect awareness there by Wadaj.
Machamp fought against the Azumarill. The Cresselia fought against the Alolan Sandslash. Everything in typing went wrong for Elite here, but he still pulled this game out of the depths of, Machamp against Azumarill, we think is such a bad matchup, but it actually was not that bad. Feraligatr at the end here, such a beast. Those Shadow Claws, even though they're neutral, put in such a shift up against Wadaj, and this is going to be a Moonblast, knocking out the Alolan Sandslash to secure the game.
What an unbelievable series. Elite advances to the grand finals, and he will await the winner of the losers finals. Losers finals, of course, is going to be Wadaj versus Elum, and if I'm not mistaken, Wadaj is who sent Elum to the losers bracket. So this will be a rematch, and a match that I am definitely looking forward to.
Wadaj versus Elum, they're also, of course, friends. I believe Elum took the team took the inspiration from Out of Pocket and Arrow, and Wadaj, of course, all a really, really fun group of friends. And this is going to be a little bit of rivalry as well. Wadaj just having taken a loss to Elite, but he's got to keep fighting on. I'm sure he wants to win a regional as soon as possible. I think what he said to Amanda earlier is, I just want to be done.
Yeah, winning that regional, putting your mark on the meta that early is incredible, and that's what these battlers are fighting for. Wadaj versus Elum coming up here shortly. While the battlers are still getting set up, we are going to be tossing to a brief break.
Playing Pokemon Blue, that was like a big part of like kind of growing up and getting introduced into the Pokemon world. I used to spend many hours playing that on long car rides. Who's my starting Pokemon? Most likely Blastoise. Squirtle.
One of the titans of North America, Lyle Jeffs III.
My brother introduced me to battling in Pokemon Go, and I sort of started from there doing some grassroots tournaments.
Pittsburgh regional finalist, NAIC top 8, which sent him to Worlds, where he got top 33.
I just really like the aspect of me versus another trainer, using my skills and abilities to sort of outwit them and outplay them. My favorite moment from competitive play Pokemon history was actually the very first EUIC. Pokemon Go on that big stage was just sort of like eye-opening to me and really inspired me to start my own play Pokemon journey. Last season I qualified for Worlds due to a trickle down at NAIC. I was actually able to win a regional this year and prove to myself that me making Worlds last year was in fact legit.
Lyle Jeffs has the opportunity to claim the championship.
Continuous top cuts, getting so close, and he's done it!
It feels amazing to win a regional, especially after Pittsburgh when I finished second place. What I've learned since I started competing is just how amazing the community is. This is one of my favorite parts of coming to these events and getting to hang out with everyone, the ups and downs of the tournament runs. The community that I'm a part of, they're motivating me to try to make them better and to try to make myself better.
And in these battles, a long-time dream has been achieved.
In terms of like people that I look up to, obviously it's Axon, the world champion. We all want to strive to be a world champion. My number one goal this season, I would say do well at Worlds. I was a little underwhelmed with my performance last year in Japan. Probably, I would say win Worlds, but maybe that's a little too ambitious. I will be winning the World Championship this year.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championships, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season at least would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind, it's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
And then there were three. We are here at the Baltimore Regional Championships, the first regional championship of the 2025 season, and we are headed into the final rounds of competition. One of the three remaining trainers will be your first champion of the season. I'm Speediest Chief with Amanda Lumberg.
That is absolutely right. If you're just tuning in now, you saw Wadaj getting knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket by Elite. And I have to mention, Wadaj was a trainer who won the very first regional of the last 2024 Pokemon Go competitive circuit. Will he have it in him to do it again? He's going to have to go through Elum, who's been slogging his way through that loser's bracket, doing a fantastic job knocking out trainers left and right.
It's actually really interesting because Wadaj, you're correct, took down Lyle Jeffs to win the Pittsburgh Regional Championship, but a year before that, Elum was facing off against House Stark in the grand finals here in Baltimore. And it's going to be an interesting story to see which one of those two trainers will make their way to the grand finals. I'm telling you, I see the crowd filling up out there in the arena. We need everybody in chat to get hyped as well. We only have a few more pairs to go, and your champion is just maybe an hour or less away.
We are ready. The players are ready. Let's go to the stage here. As you can see, there was just a complete masterclass last round between Wadaj and Elite. These two trainers were, we were just talking about it backstage. The plays that they were making, waiting a turn, knowing exactly how the energy was going to go, how much damage was going to be taken. This is a masterclass. If you are tuning in right now, you are in for an absolute treat because these three trainers that are left have proven themselves time and time again, and they are ready to make their mark here in Baltimore.
I'm telling you, we need a telestrator to break down just how impressive those plays were, and Wadaj was responsible for 50% of those plays. He is your 2024 Pittsburgh Regional Champion, was the NAIC champion the season prior, as well as winning Hartford, and then he was the NAIC Senior Champion back in 2022. Speaking of unique picks, Amanda, the Chestnut has really stood out, and that Shadow Alolan Sandslash has been so oppressive when it's in the right position.
Yeah, we saw Elite forced to bring that Shadow Machamp against the team there, which did a lot of destruction, but Wadaj played so masterfully around it. A lot of really unique plays. His playstyle is something that we've been missing for the last season. It's a breath, a fresh air, but Elum is a tried and true opponent that we've seen throughout the ages here. New Orleans top 4, Charlotte Regionals top 8. Not only that, he was the regional finalist in Hartford and Baltimore in 2023.
Elum has been incredibly gritty. He definitely grins and bears it through the pain as he moves through the bracket, but he's got to be feeling good now because his Gastrodon Galarian Moltres core has taken him all the way to the losers finals in Baltimore, and he's been very, very impressive from start to finish.
Yeah, a lot of these trainers know each other. They know each other's playstyles. Maybe you can't see it in his face right now, but he is locked in and he is ready to go there. It looks like both of these trainers are taking a moment to decide. It looks like they are actually locked in for battle pretty much at this point. It's going to be a decisive game, a best of 5 rather than a typical best of 3, as we are in the losers finals, getting ready to hop into game number 1.
Game number 1 is underway of your losers finals. Wadaj on the left, Elum on the right, Cresselia leading into Shadow Feraligatr. We know that the Shadow Claws are going to deal some super effective damage, but the Grass Knot needs to be avoided by the Cresselia. Meanwhile, Feraligatr can land some neutral Hydro Cannons, but it's got to respect these charge attacks from Cresselia.
Yeah, no reason to go for the Moonblast here. Grass Knot will be enough. Getting that first shield off of Elum here, but Feraligatr is just charging up a ton of energy already at basically 100%, throwing a Hydro Cannon, which will do a nice chunk of damage. He's really paying attention to how much energy is on the Cresselia. Wants to throw before another Grass Knot is going to be ready on that charge attack priority.
Wow, Wadaj actually going to let the Shadow Feraligatr go, and he does have the Shadow Load and Sand Slash in the back, which is really interesting because when you give him switch advantage with that Pokemon on your team, you typically want to be very careful about it, but now he's got the Shadow Load and Sand Slash lined up against Elum's Cresselia.
Cresselia doesn't have the much of attack to go against this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. We do know that it is on Powder Snow, so the Shadow Claw damage is not going to be really effective there against the Cresselia because it's not even there. Wadaj getting a ton of energy before throwing here basically at 100, going for the Drill Run, which is the heavier hitting attack. Cresselia has a lot of bolt to its name. Elum perfectly content to let this first one go.
Steel has been an incredibly awesome defensive typing, not only in Pokemon Go, but all across all Pokemon properties. Actually protect shielding the Moonblast, Amanda. What's going on with this?
I think he just recognizes maybe his Alolan Sand Slash has a lot of play, but he gets a debuff. You can tell he's not very happy about that. Moonblast doesn't have that high percent to do so, but it was able to. This Drill Run might not be able to knock out at this stage because of it, and the Powder Snows are not going to be able to either.
Wow, that's actually incredible. It allows Elum to get to the third Moonblast here against the Shadow Load and Sand Slash. Wadaj forced to let this one through. He cannot afford to give up his final protection at this juncture in the game.
Moonblast might not be very effective, but these Pokemon are so low at this point. An immediate clicking, you can see Wadaj is ready to swap right back into that Chestnut, now only to be met by that Clodsire. Those Poison Stings are starting to sting this grass and fighting type Pokemon. Meanwhile, just charging up to basically Frenzy Plant energy, going for that another charge attack priority.
Look at the charge attacks on Elum's Clodsire. This is Stone Edge and Earthquake. He does not have Sludge Bomb. The Chestnut is one of the hardest walls to Clodsire in all of Great League in this position. I think Wadaj is going to try to take that momentum here.
Yeah, we saw this before a lot of times with Azuma. He's still shielding it up. You can see he's not that happy about it. He wasn't expecting it maybe necessarily. Going up to 100 energy again, going for a Frenzy Plant at the same time. This Earthquake could be stored. Does Elum want to use this? A Frenzy Plant might knock out the Clodsire.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. Clodsire hangs on. That was easy. Here comes Elum with the Earthquake.
Speedy's Sheep knowing how much his Clodsire can take from a Chestnut because we've seen it so often. Not very effective here. Coming back in for a switch.
Coming in with a Shadow for Alligator. I think hanging on through that Frenzy Plant might have been the most important play for Elum in this game number one. That Shadow Claw did go through. It switches out into the Shadow Load and Sand Slash. The big question, Amanda, is can this Sand Slash get to a second charge attack?
It's one Powder Snow away, I believe, from another Drill Run, and it doesn't quite knock out, but he's at the Ice Punch when he doesn't throw. Both of them go down at this point. It's going to be neck and neck here. Chestnut able to take the win with Wadaj taking game number one.
Absolutely incredible. Wadaj comes out with the Chestnut there to Vine Whip down the Clodsire. Everything happened so fast, it was hard to keep track, but resisted it or not, that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash Powdered Snow was able to KO the Feraligatr at the same exact moment. If Feraligatr hangs on for just one more fast attack, it might have dealt a little bit of damage to the Chestnut and created a win condition for Elum, but Wadaj executed it perfectly after coming back from a very tough position.
Yeah, as a reminder, turns are 0.5 seconds, and this game was so rapid paced near the end here. Being able to farm down here, look at barely any health, such quick decisions on both sides there. And as you can see, this Drill Run is not enough to knock out the Feraligatr, and though there is an Ice Punch stored, both of them go for a fast attack and get knocked out here.
It's so tough because if you're Elum, you see the Chestnut on the opposing side. It's such a unique core break Pokemon. And you look at your team and you think, well, I don't want it on Feraligatr, I don't want it on Gastron, I don't want it on Dunsparce, I don't want it on Clodsire. I mean, does that kind of force you to play Cresselia and Galarian Moltres?
Well, we'll have to see how Elum wants to adapt to this. He has been adapting all weekend, and he has been coming out ahead. As you can see, he is one of the 3 people finally left in this tournament. He's determined to make it to Baltimore Finals once again. Only has to get through Wadaj to be able to get to that moment.
Exactly right, but that is a tall task for any trainer because Wadaj is one of the best in the world. Again, this is the losers finals. It's a best of 5. So we're going to see these trainers play a maximum of 5 games. If Wadaj wins the second one, he's not out of the woods yet.
I think a lot of times when it's a best of 5, different strategies are employed. We'll have to see if this will be true because game number 2 is getting ready to start. You see Wadaj smiling, giving a little bit of a nod because he recognizes that he's in a good position here with the Dunsparce against the Feraligatr. Feraligatr Shadow Claws not not doing much and not even going for a Hydro Cannon right away, letting this first drill run go through.
You can see Elum's team composition is definitely correcting for the Chestnut threat. He not only has the Galarian Moltres in the back, but also the Cresselia, and I'm sure he is happy to lead the Shadow for Alligator and not see that Chestnut on the other side. But only time is going to tell if Wadaj can figure this out and find a way to beat Elum and his team composition.
Hydro Cannon coming through there, not before another drill run will go from Wadaj's side, forcing that first Protect Shield from Elum, and he is at the energy. We'll have to see if Wadaj wants to respond in kind or let that Dunsparce go down. Basically at 2 Hydro Cannons here, going a little bit over before throwing the first one, and Wadaj comfortably saying, okay, Dunsparce, I guess you've done your job.
Look at the shield situation here. We've got a 2-shield advantage for Wadaj as the Chestnut comes out, and now the Galarian Moltres comes out to play as well. We know that all these charge attacks are going to be heavily resisted by that flying typing on the Galarian Moltres, but still, Wadaj wants to chip it down. He fires off the Frenzy Plant here.
Frenzy Plant will be able to connect, and it looks like it does a decent amount of damage. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Well, Elum has been playing this Moltres masterfully, however. Sometimes he goes for the Brave Bird, sometimes he's going for that Ancient Power. He's getting that shield regardless from Wadaj's side, and a not very effective attack. But meanwhile, Wadaj is continuing to farm away here, and with no Protect Shields left on Elum's side, this Moltres might be falling from the sky.
We thought that the Galarian Moltres would be the answer here, but it just got double Frenzy Planted back into its Pokeball, and now the Chestnut has an energy advantage, it still has a Protect Shield advantage, and Elum does not really have a hard answer. This is looking actually really tough for him. He comes in with the Cresselia, going to try to apply some Psycho Cut pressure.
A Frenzy Plant, yet another one coming through here. Wadaj just very calm and collected, letting Chestnut do Chestnut things, apparently. Frenzy Plant connecting. Cresselia is still in the green, but not by very much. Wadaj has to flip into his own Cresselia, and Elum kind of shakes his head because this is a horrible position for him. Grass Knot is loaded, Hydro Cannon is available, but will he be able to get the next one off before the Grass Knot goes through?
Yeah, Elum probably hoping for a Clodsire or a Sand Slash. Gets the Cresselia, but this is massive as he's able to get up the second Hydro Cannon and maybe force away that Protect Shield. No, Wadaj actually going to let it through.
I think Wadaj is putting it all on Chestnut at this point. He did hit the Grass Knot, so he knows he will be able to knock out the Fur Alligator. It's going to be a Cresselia versus a Cresselia and a Chestnut in the back. Elum's going to have to do a lot of maneuvering around here. He's going to have a lot of precise counting once a throw before the Grass Knot is loaded. That is wonderfully counted out by Elum here, letting this Cresselia go down, and now we have to see how much energy and health is Cresselia versus a shielded Chestnut.
Well, not only before the Grass Knot was ready, but also before the switch timer. He wanted to make sure he could get the Cresselia before Wadaj could catch. And look at Wadaj, he's been so safe with his shielding as of late, and he decides to Protect Shield up the Grass Knot, which is a huge, huge misplay because now he's got to fear the Moonblast. Meanwhile, that Frenzy Plant's almost ready. Here comes Cresselia with the Moonblast. It's going to come down to this, Amanda.
Will this Frenzy Plant knock out? We're all on bated breath to see if this will be enough. If it is not, it's going to set a charge attack priority time. Elum hits the Moonblast in time. This is enough to knock out the Chestnut with no Protect Shields remaining.
It looked really dire there for Elum in the middle part of the matchup. He had a 0-2 Protect Shield deficit. His Galarian Moltres got KO'd by Frenzy Plants of all things, and he still found a way to crawl back into this match with the Cresselia and take the win.
I just want to point out, we kind of mentioned it during the matchups as well, but both of these trainers are having such a wonderful eye on not only the switch timer, but they're managing to keep track of their opponent's energy throughout this entire thing. No matter how much dancing, how much switching around is going on, they're still just right on target, throwing right before an attack is available or throwing when they know they will win that charge attack priority tie.
We saw Elum overcorrect a bit for that Chestnut threat, bringing both the Cresselia and the Galarian Moltres, the latter of which was very underwhelming as it wasn't even able to take a Protect Shield from Wadaj. But at this point, Cresselia is flexing its muscles. We know that this Pokemon is very powerful. It's been strong for a very long time. I think that if there's one Pokemon that has to show up on Elum's team for Game 3, it's got to be Cresselia.
Cresselia has put in a lot of work. Wadaj's Chestnut has also put in some work overall. I think if you're him, you want to make sure that you're keeping that Pokemon and keeping it protected. You saw how well it did against things that we thought it would even be hard countered by, such as that Galarian Moltres and the Cresselia. The Clodsire puts in a decent amount of work against it, but there is a lot of bulk on both of these teams. No fighting really type Pokemon except for that Chestnut, which threatens not only the Dunsparce, but also show the Gastrodon with either one of its charge attacks.
No, I'm serious. Chestnut is a massive problem
are
here.
serious.
I'm very serious. This is my most serious.
This is his serious voice.
Chestnut is a massive issue for Elum. He can't let that Pokemon get an advantage. He has to contain it. That's like the most important thing for Elum in this series. Meanwhile, Wadaj's primary goal has to be unleashing the Chestnut, clearing the barriers, and just letting it sweep through the back lines.
We are getting ready to jump into a game number 3, and we have a Feraligatr against Cresselia in the lead. I believe we had this in the previous game as well that went to Elum in the very last moments. It looks like both of them like to go a little bit above energy before throwing. Elum more than content to be able to shield up the first one and get a lot more damage from those Shadow Claws onto the Cresselia. Looks like it's going about the same as the last time, but I assume that they'll be playing things out differently very, very soon.
Elum gave up both of his Protect Shields in this matchup, like you called out, Amanda. I don't think he's going to do the same thing if I had to be a guessing man. I would say no. He's going to fire up the first Hydro Cannon. He's going to look for the second one almost immediately, I would presume, because he will win that Charge Attack priority tie. Actually, both trainers are switching, and this is perfect for Elum, and really, really bad news for Wadaj.
This is not a good point for Wadaj to be in, although he has up a shield there. The Frenzy Plants we have seen do a nice chunk of damage. That Moonblast will do so much more to a fighting type Pokemon. Elum going a little bit ahead on energy. He knows at this point. He knows from the last game, Frenzy Plant's not going to be able to knock him out. Wadaj has a decision to make. Does he want to use a shield here or not? He's going to let it go. Chestnut gets down super low, but not knocked out, and a Frenzy Plant will be at least a parting gift.
You can see Wadaj is actually very happy about this. I'm sure I would be too, because the Chestnut hangs on, able to get the Frenzy Plant and almost knock out Cresselia, making it a prime farm target, but it also loaded the Moonblast, so it's going to be a threat to whatever Pokemon that Wadaj sends in.
Wadaj is sending in that Dunsparce, getting one rollout through before this Moonblast will hit. He does have his own Cresselia in the back in case he gets a debuff that he can clear it later, but it looks like no debuff is there, but a Clodsire is coming in, one of the bulkiest Pokemon ready to absorb this Drill Run. Even though this is a super effective, it's not going to be doing that much. Clodsire still will be in the green.
Absolutely will be. The Drill Run is super effective damage, but Clodsire is such a tank. The rollouts are barely doing any fast attack pressure at all. It's going to fire off a Earthquake. We see the first protection from Wadaj in this game.
It's going to be Dunsparce against the world, basically. There's a little bit of health left on the Cresselia. I believe there is also some energy that we have to keep in mind. We definitely know that Elum hasn't forgotten about that. They're both of these trainers very locked in at this moment. Letting the second one go through. This Clodsire is getting low, but there is shield parity and going for a combination play here.
Wow.
Did I say he didn't forget about the energy? He might have at this point, because now this Grass Knot will be able to connect, knocking out the Clodsire.
That's a heads-up switch, and he's able to get the KO. But now the Feraligatr comes out, and it's hungry. It Shadow Claws down the Cresselia, and the switch and the catch. Elum breathes life into this game number 3.
Wow, what incredible catch by Elum there, getting his own Cresselia out as a sacrificial swap, but without much energy. 2 Hydro Cannons stored on this Feraligatr and shield parity. I think that this one might be going to the Feraligatr with that first Hydro Cannon coming through. Wadaj not even bothering to shield.
You can tell. I mean, Wadaj thought he did everything he could to put Elum away. He's like, man, I've thrown the kitchen sink across the table, and it's still not enough. As Elum takes a 2-1 lead over Wadaj in our losers finals.
Now, in a typical tournament setting here in Baltimore, this would be enough to secure Elum the deal, but this is a best-of-5 matchup. All of the rest of the matches will be best-of-5s going forward for the rest of the day, so Wadaj still has a chance to tie it up and even win this series. These games have been so incredibly close. Let us know in the chat, who are you cheering for? Are you cheering for the person who ended up winning the first regional of last season, or our Baltimore finalist
from
2022?
Yeah, or excuse me, 2023. Yeah, the big question is, can Elum reach that grand final stage again, and can Wadaj, fresh off of a long break from competitive Pokemon Go, can he come back just the way he used to be and topple Elum to punch his ticket to the grand finals?
Yeah, Wadaj is maybe like a bear that has been hibernating for the past season. He's only been getting stronger. He has all the nutrition and nourishment he needs to be able to be back at his final form. He's having a great showing of it so far. I think a lot of trainers have missed seeing his incredible plays, and it's wonderful to see him back on this stage.
as you move through a best-of-5 series, the game plan can evolve and change over time. You have to remember not only what Pokemon on your team are strong against the opponent's overall team composition, but you have to take these mental notes of what they've been choosing to bring as well. Try to anticipate them the best you can. We've got some lock-ins on both sides. This is Wadaj versus Elum.
This could be a game-deciding matchup. If Elum manages to take this one, he will be into the grand finals, but he has to get through Wadaj, one of the toughest competitors in this Pokemon Go circuit. We have a Dunsparce versus Feraligatr Hydro Cannon coming through.
Hydro Cannon will deal severe neutral damage to the Dunsparce. Dunsparce can absorb one, but I don't think Wadaj is likely to take another one. Meanwhile, the Dunsparce has so much energy. Actually, the switch and the catch into Cresselia. Wadaj says, okay, I'll take this.
So it's not as horrible as you would think. It's not like it's going to be resisted damage or anything, and anything to chunk away at the health of this Cresselia is going to be needed. Wadaj more than content to stay in for a little bit longer, trying to get a catch of his own, but this is exactly where Wadaj wants the Cresselia. He wants to have the charge attacks that are not going to be doing much to the Alolan Sandslash, just hoping he doesn't get those debuffs, and he can really let this Alolan Sandslash go to work.
Yeah, definitely a very impressive awareness there by Elum. I think there was like a micro pause as well. He did not want to throw Grass Knot into a possible Alolan Sandslash switch in, and he does execute his plan perfectly. Second Moonblast coming through here. As we saw, judging by the first, this is not nearly enough to KO, but it does take Sandslash down into the red.
We're throwing both Ice Punches, we're throwing Drill Runs here. This is shadow damage, so doing 20% more than it would be from that Dunsparce in general as well. Going for a little bit more here, and maybe a miscount by Wadaj at this point, forcing him to shield this Grass Knot up because he was also at the attack. Maybe just wants to get a little bit more energy for whatever is coming in, but meanwhile, I have to keep attention to that switch timer because it is up, but Cresselia goes down.
And the whole reason here why Elum allowed Wadaj to farm down is because he didn't want to switch in the Feraligatr and be met by a potential Chestnut. So he does maintain his discipline, shields the Drill Run as well, but there's a second one to boot, and Elum is definitely losing ground here.
So, well, he's gaining ground. He's about to gain a Drill Run, in fact, into that Feraligatr, bringing it mighty low, but the Alolan Sandslash goes down. There's so much energy on this Feraligatr. We'll have to see how Wadaj wants to respond in kind. That Chestnut doesn't want to take an Ice Beam, and it's one away. Great prediction by Elum, going for the Hydro Cannon, getting a shield from the Dunsparce.
I think if you're Elum, you need to switch out immediately. The rollout might actually be enough to KO. No, excuse me, Feraligatr hangs on, so there's always that potential for a sacrificial swap later on in the battle. But for now, Dunsparce fires off the Drill Run, and Wadaj has not even shown his Chestnut yet.
It's all about what could potentially be in the back, right? If you're Elum, you're probably thinking it's going to be that Chestnut. What is going to do more damage, a Frenzy Plant or a Drill Run? And he correctly shielded up that first Drill Run, but as you can see, the super effective damage is going to continue to whittle away here at Pokemon. He's got another Drill Run loaded. Elum has to throw an attack to get this Dunsparce out. He's not going to be able to Poison Sting down.
I'm telling you, Amanda, this is not just a rollout. This is like an avalanche of charge attacks coming from that Dunsparce, and now the Clodsire is going to be forced to throw the Earthquake into the Chestnut. At the same type of attack bonus, both attacks are resisted by the Chestnut's typing, but that Earthquake is just a little bit more potent. Meanwhile, Elum does have the opportunity to catch. He switches in the Feraligatr, but it fizzles out as soon as it hits the field, and Wadaj is going to tie up this series.
Wadaj taking this game with a Frenzy Plant to the Clodsire. That's definitely enough to knock out a Pokemon in this low range. Tying this up, we're going to a decisive game number 5 in the losers finals here in Baltimore.
I wouldn't want it any other way, Amanda. This has been a thrill to watch, and as much as these competitors want to succeed, it's so much fun, and it benefits everyone watching when they battle more. We want to see more games because these trainers are just on a new level that we have not seen yet in this tournament.
So this is where the pressure is definitely on, right? I mean, this is the point where it is the go big or go home moment for both of these trainers. Both of them obviously want to be able to take that title. Wadaj saying earlier on in the day, yeah, obviously, I would love to keep winning. He is on the loser side of the bracket, but it was his first loss fresh off of it against Elite right before this point. He still has a lot of momentum behind him.
No, he absolutely does, and I think he's showing his grit and determination as well. Both of these trainers have had to fight their way through the losers bracket in previous regional championship competitions, and a lot of the time you kind of wonder, is their mental going to waver? Are they going to not be as confident in themselves? But I think that Elum looks great. He's in great shape. He lost that game number 4 but he still seems to have enough fight to try to muster a solid attempt at Game 5. And Wadaj, in the meantime, I mean, he looks solid. I think Wadaj's mental state is in great shape.
Yeah, he was saying earlier, he's had some time to play the game. He's really liking this new meta. It seems fresh. One thing I want to point out about Elum as well is though he has not had a championship title to his name, so many trainers that have played against him mention him as one of the opponents that they fear the most. S. James P, when he played against him in Indianapolis, said this is the trainer that I was like worried about. If anyone would take a game from me, it's gonna be Elum. We'll have to see if he can take game number 3 as we see that Galarian Moltres up against the Chestnut. We'll see how Wadaj wants to respond.
This is a complete change in strategy for Elum. He leads a Galarian Moltres with his Gastrodon in the back with his Cresselia. Meanwhile, that Shadow Ball and Sandslash is there. If Elum can maintain control switch advantage, I think he's got a fighting chance. Wadaj needs to prevent that from happening.
This Frenzy Plant we saw earlier on when there were no Protect Shields used, it actually does quite a bit to this Dark and Flying type Pokemon. Meanwhile, just gaining up a ton of energy, and Wadaj correctly shielding up the Brave Bird. This is huge for Wadaj.
Yeah, he says, you're not going to bamboozle me, right? I'm going to go ahead and use a Protect Shield. He's going to fire the Frenzy Plant. Elum might be inclined to shield as well. If he wants to go to a shields down situation, he needs to do so in order to fire off the second Brave Bird. That's what we get.
And he's going to go ahead and do exactly that. Going for yet another Brave Bird here. Does Wadaj want to go 2 shields down? It looks like he is. He's very thinking that the Chestnut is going to be the Pokemon that is going to bring him victory. Because this is double debuff now, might be able to completely Vine Whip down. Not often you see that to a flying type Pokemon.
Elum brings in the Cresselia into the Chestnut. We see the instant pivot out into the mirror. Cresselia, this is actually huge because Wadaj went into the mirror match instead of his Sandslash.
This is big. I think he recognizes how much play that Chestnut still has in the back. This Moonblast will be able to go through. It connects with the Cresselia. You don't see a defense drop on either side at this moment. Wadaj is gaining a ton of energy on his own Cresselia before deploying that Moonblast of his own.
Yeah, I think he's going to bank up some extra energy just in case Elum reaches for the swap. Moonblast comes through. It does have a chance to debuff the attack of the opponent, and it does not trigger here in the Cresselia mirror match. Meanwhile, Elum fires off the Moonblast in kind.
This is going to be a long matchup with both trainers choose to stay in it because Cresselia has a lot of bulk, and neither one of these attacks are going to be doing that much. As you can see, both of them going for the Moonblast because it is going to be slightly or heavy hitting, and like we mentioned, it does have a chance to debuff your opponent's attack. Once again, going for the Moonblast on Wadaj's side, and Elum now down to the yellow on his own. Elum is up 1 shield. Wadaj has no shields left, but he does have a ton of energy on his Chestnut in the back.
Elum actually deciding to go for the Grass Knot. I mean, I think you need 2 charge attacks either way, so the double Grass Knots probably makes more sense in terms of energy efficiency. He lands the first one there. We see the charge attack party tie, and this time Wadaj wins it. Elum lets it go. He's putting it all on the Gastrodon.
Looks like the Moonblast will connect, but it's not enough to take it out. He did already attack, but look at this. The attack falls at this low range. Will the Grass Knot be enough? Because it's not that heavy hitting, even undercharging by Elum a little bit. Looks like it's not quite enough to knock out, and in comes the Chestnut here to completely Vine Whip down, even with 1 shield remaining. There's so much energy on this Chestnut.
We see 2 Frenzy Plants loaded. Elum gets the Mud Slap through, but he knows that's his last Mud Slap of the tournament. Wadaj is going to win the Losers Final 3-2 in a decisive game number 5.
We saw the Gastrodon, and then we missed the Gastrodon as it was one-hit KO'd by that Frenzy Plant. Wadaj had his chance against Elite earlier, got knocked down to the Losers Finals to play against Elum, brought it down to the wire, but now he is back for what we call a grudge match. Will he be able to take what he learned in that the Winners Finals matchups and apply it to flip the bracket in the Grand Finals?
I don't know, Amanda. When Home Slice Henry and Nighttime Clasher were casting that Elite Wadaj matchup earlier, I was running back and forth, hands on my head. I couldn't believe it. It was like the house is on fire. I could not believe how insane that series was. And the fact that we are going to get a redo of that is such a special treat. But let's give a lot of props to Elum taking Galarian Moltres, right? Again, if you rewind even 48 hours and tell me that Galarian Moltres would have been in the top 3 in Baltimore, I said, no way. That sounds impossible, but he took it that far. We saw the Gastrodon at the end as well. Signature pick or not, you got to lean on it sometimes, and if it was a Clodsire, if it was a Dunsparce, maybe he would have had a chance, but it was a Chestnut.
Yeah, I am loving this recap by you, Will. Let's go ahead and also see a recap of this whole series going on, because these were matches you did not want to miss. But if you missed them, here's a second chance for you here. These were down to the wire. Once again, a best-of-5 matchup going to the decisive 5th game.
Exactly right. Chestnut coming in here, Cresselia to answer, but that Shadow Alolan Sandslash such a hard wall for these Psychic-type Pokemon, farming Cresselia down actually multiple times in this series, reaching for the Chestnut again. It's such a core breaker. Elum just could not handle it in game number 1.
If you really pay attention to how much HP is on Pokemon, a lot of times for both of these trainers, it is absolutely ridiculous. They know how much damage they're going to be able to take. They know how much damage they're dishing out, how much more they will be able to do again. It's just one of these master classes here. Moonblast coming through onto the Chestnut to knock it out, getting Elum that game number 1 against Wadaj here.
Yeah, game number 2, taking a look back, Dunsparce was such a thorn in Elum's side. The rollouts just did not stop. The drill runs did not stop coming. And then on top of all that, you had combo plays like this, absolutely quelling the Clodsire on the opposing side.
Elum fought back with a vengeance, however. You saw he was able to really put Wadaj on the back foot many times, catching this Grass Knot onto the Cresselia, which was really one of the best things for him to be able to just completely close out the next game.
It's so tough, right? Because you need to find your opportunities to catch, but as you look at game number 5, there were none such opportunities. Elum throwing the Grass Knot, trying to get to the second charge attack, allows the Moonblast to come through here, but it's not quite enough.
A big problem at that point, even though they had Cresselias up against each other many times, not knowing which one charge attack priority was maybe a decisive flipping moment in that matchup, because if the Grass Knot would have been able to knock out Wadaj's Cresselia, it could have been a different game. But Wadaj looking at this, so much energy on the Chestnut, Elum not even bothering to shield. Poor little Gastrodon going back to the ground.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, in a different timeline perhaps, we saw the Cresselia from Elum win the charge attack priority, get off that second Grass Knot, KO the opposing Cresselia, and then at that point you still need to catch like a Frenzy Plant on your Gastrodon to win, but maybe there's a win condition. That's not how it went down though. Wadaj winning 3-2, and a lot of people are probably looking at these team lists are saying, why Chestnut? Just rewind a few minutes. That's why Chestnut.
Yeah. Chestnut was actually one of the Pokemon that barely missed out on day 2 top 12 usage. So there was quite a few trainers who decided maybe this was the route that they wanted to go. Yeah. Not many fighting type Pokemon are in this current meta. However, the teams that have been bringing it are in the finals. Chestnut is a grass and fighting type Pokemon, being able to use Superpower and Frenzy Plant, and Elite is using a Shadow Machamp with Karate Chop, which just paces so quickly, and also using Cross Chop as a charge attack and Stone Edge.
If a lot of trainers at home are inspired by that Shadow Machamp from Elite, make sure to save your fast and charge TMs, because you need an Elite fast TM to get Karate Chop and an Elite charge TM to get Stone Edge. So if you're flipping through, you're like, Rock Slide, Cross Drop, well, whatever. I can't find my attack.
Don't waste your charge TMs.
Don't waste your TMs. You need the Elite ones in order to get that. And it's just so fitting, right? 0 Elite 0 with Elite charge TMs. Come on.
To be able to bring that Machamp so far into the tournament, and he really relied on it when he was playing against Wadaj. We're going to see those games again, and we'll have to see how those two trainers want to adapt, because Wadaj has a couple Pokemon on his team that are fairly weak to that Machamp, and Elite just really utilized it and took advantage of that situation. We even saw Cross Chops taking out an Azumarill.
Yeah, we were back there and we saw the Shadow Machamp versus Chestnut matchup the first time, and the first Cross Chop landed. And I said, 2 probably won't KO the Chestnut. And the first one connected, and I saw the damage, and Amanda looked at me, she's like, yeah, it will.
Yeah.
And it did.
He was just like, oh, it's not going to do that. I was like, okay, sure. But what do we know? We're going to go ahead and actually go with Nighttime Clasher, who has an interview. And I can't wait, because if you guys have been tuning in this weekend, Nighttime Clasher interviews they're a treasure to behold.
They're special.
They're a treasure.
Thanks so much, Amanda and Will. We are here with the 2 grand finalists inside the Baltimore Regional Championships. That's Elite and Wadaj on my left and right, which you'll be able to see in a second here. There they are. So we're in the beautiful city of Baltimore here. You guys are obviously friends. You came here with a lot of friends. How have you been enjoying the city?
Oh, wait, yeah. Personally, I think Baltimore is a beautiful city. There's these red and spotted moths everywhere that just really add a nice touch. And On the way, when we were driving here, we even saw a guy just like hanging out in the staircase, just having a good time. So, you know, I think it's a beautiful city.
Yeah, a lot of those red moths. Does it feel like catching Pokemon in the real world?
Absolutely not.
All right, and you?
Yeah, it's been a ton of fun. I came here staying with Drew. I'm also staying with Heydonis, Pocket, Frank, Arrow, and then we're staying with Pocket's mom, and it's been a ton of fun just hanging out with him, having a good weekend.
So obviously we've only had this meta for about 11 days. Like, what does your preparation look like going into this tournament?
Well, I just got to college, so I had no idea I was even gonna be here until I guess last week. I hit Leslie's line. I'm like, yo, if I get a car, can I come up? She asked if I wanted to come. I'm like, no, it's way too expensive. I'm not paying for a flight to go to Baltimore, because I quit. But then, yeah, I've been in college, but now I'm like, this meta is interesting. I've been prepping some. It's the most prep I've been put into a tournament in a long time.
I'm really proud of you.
Thank
Do you
you.
feel like you're the Wolfie Glick of Pokemon Go?
I honestly think I'm the
LeBron James?
LeBron James.
I like that.
I was gonna go with Roger Federer, but
That's a little too aggressive.
really,
I think so. I think LeBron James suits you. How about you? If you were to compare yourself to an athlete or somebody famous, who would you be of Pokemon Go?
It's a good question. I don't know. I'll let you choose for me.
What do we think?
It's a tough question.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson? Okay.
You know, we'll let you have that. And the Twitch chat, let us know if you agree or disagree with that. And any final last words? Do you guys have any shout-outs for your family or friends?
Shout out to my mom for letting me borrow her car. My brother happened to take the car I usually use to his college, so I've been carless. I've still had my license, but I have not had my car. So shout out to my mom's 2018 Mazda CX-5.
It sounds like you were driven to win this tournament.
I was.
How about yourself?
I don't know how to make a pun for flying to get here, but yeah, just I shouted her out once, but I want to give another shout out to my mom. I'm really grateful for her. And then also a shout out to my siblings, my brother and my sister.
Shout out Johnny, baby.
Yeah, Johnny.
Well, thanks so much, you guys. And we're going to take it back to Will and Amanda, and we are so excited for these grand finals here in Baltimore.
Thank you, Nighttime Flash. I told you guys, treasure. He is a treasure to behold. Not only that, with two GOATs of this tournament, I would say not only that, maybe GOATs of this community, making us laugh, having a good time, teammates and friends, but they're now going to be a little bit of mortal enemies going on in the grand finals.
I feel like the personality we saw in the interview definitely reflects the play style as well. If you've seen Elite on stage this entire weekend, he doesn't smile, he doesn't laugh, he's very focused, he's very dialed in. As he said in his first interview, very in the cut, and he just feels like he is in here to win it. And when you look at Wadaj, he's coming in, after almost a year of retirement, not playing too much Pokemon Go PvP, and he's just trying to wreck everything. He's bringing Chestnut, he says he prepped a lot, but then he wasn't sure if he was actually going to make it, so we're very glad he's here.
I think it's also fun to note that Pokemon Go is a community, right? I mean, they all talked about how so many people are staying in one place together, most likely scrimming against each other, having a good time. Also, shout out to Out of Pocket's mother for reining in all the control of the people in her house.
Yeah, it's like
Give her a medal.
It's like herding Sprigatitos, right? You got to figure out what to do with all of them. But she's been incredible with that for multiple seasons, and that's just, again, like you said, the whole community aspect of this game is just so invaluable. So I really encourage everyone, if you're watching this and you're not sure if you'd fit in, I promise you there is a place for you. So come out to these regional championships, internationals, and maybe we'll see you at Worlds too.
Absolutely. So those two trainers that we just saw interviewed by Nighttime Clasher will be the ones in the grand finals. We're going to give them a little bit of time to get back up to the stage, get settled in, decide how they want to play out those matches. As a reminder, Elite is coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. So that means if he wins this best of 5, he will become the Baltimore Regional Champion, the first regional champion of the 2025 season. He's done it twice on the West Coast. He's looking to make his name for himself on the East side as well.
Might be an East Coast takeover from Elite. He's going to be sweeping the country if he wins. Meanwhile, Wadaj coming out of retirement, trying to find his footing in a brand new meta and a brand new competitive scene. But I'll tell you what, everybody, you got a couple minutes to tell your friends to get into the chat to watch these battles. We're going to talk about some events while our trainers get set up. This is the Psychic Spectacular, which is going to be a really fun one. We're going going to get a brand new Dynamax Pokemon, which is Beldum, as well as, I guess you could call them the Hat family.
Yeah.
Hatena, Hatterene, and Hatterini.
Those are going to be new Pokemon for Pokemon Go, so make sure you want to add those to your Pokedex. Also, event bonuses. I'm always interested in this because as a PvP player, 2 times catch Stardust is chef's kiss magnificent.
It absolutely is. And we also have the Legendary Heroes event on the horizon, September 26th through October 1st. I know Galarian Weezing is in high demand, particularly in Ultra League right now, and Zacian has not been in raids for a long time. Plus, it's going to be shiny, Amanda.
Yeah, you know how I love to collect shiny Pokemon? Also, a timed research, which is always super fun. You get to choose your path, right? Are you going to go with Pokemon Sword or Shield here? I think each of these will award sort of a different Pokemon, different rewards throughout your journey. Pokemon Go is really cool in that aspect where you get to kind of choose your own adventure.
Exactly right. I personally, Amanda, I have a perfect Zamazenta, but I do not have enough candies for it. But as we take one more look at the Weezing, you pointed out something so important. Look at the bottom middle of the screen. Actually, if you evolve your Shadow Coughing, which is Shadow Kanto Coughing, you do have the option to evolve it to Shadow Galarian Weezing during that event. So that's very, very big for the Open Great League, a brand new Shadow to try out. But let's take a look at our players on the stage. Again, let's run down these accomplishments as NTC called him Zero Elite Zero, the California King.
Yeah, we have the Los Angeles Regionals top 4, Sacramento Regional Champion, Fresno Regional Champion, and also in San Diego, California in that top 16. We saw the team a little bit earlier, but let's go ahead and see it again. Shadow Machamp making waves, just punching its way through this meta. Elite, one of the very few trainers to use that Pokemon, but he's been using it so well.
I've heard a few people actually backstage saying that Mandibuzz was expected to be a big impact player, but people are kind of jokingly call it Manda fraud, right? Like it's not that good, but it's here in the grand finals, Amanda. And on the other side, we've got Wadash from the loser side of the bracket, your 2024 Pittsburgh Regional Champion, your NAIC 2023 Champion, Hartford Champion, as well as the NAIC Senior Division Champ back in 2022.
Not only that, in the 2023 Pokemon Go Championship Series in Japan, Wadash took the bronze medal overall, which means that he is definitely a trainer that everyone has been looking out for. And if anyone is going to be able to take this game away from Elite, it's going to be him.
Exactly right. All right, everybody, we need to hear some cheers in the crowd. This is Elite versus Wadash Grand Finals Baltimore 2025. We're underway.
Let's jump right into it. Here we got the Fur Alligator against the Clodsire in the lead. Really great matchup for Elite at this stage, and it kind of puts Wadash on the back foot, coming in with the Dunsparce, and it's a pretty decent answer, but it doesn't want to take too many Hydro Cannons.
I think all this is about positioning. If you're Elite, you know that the Shadow Fur Alligator has the best possible matchup against the Clodsire that you just saw, but you need to maneuver around this Dunsparce in the meantime, and we see him chip with the Hydro Cannon and switch to Cresselia.
I like this play a lot. It's called a chip and dip, but that is a pretty big chip, more like a cavern here against that Dunsparce, and now Dunsparce is going to be up against Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon. This drill run will connect. Great timing by Wadash, but it is not even going to knock the Cresselia, I think, even into the yellow. At this stage, Cresselia just still has a lot of bulk to it, and barely in the yellow. I take it back.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, the Moonblast is going to deal a lot of damage. It might just barely be enough to KO the Dunsparce at this point. Cresselia not known for its attack stat, but Moonblast does get the job done, switching in with the Clodsire now. Here comes Wadash.
Clodsire coming back in here, but those Grass Knots is not something it necessarily wants to take. I like this play by Wadash. He's charging up a ton of energy. We also want to make note of the charge attacks on the Clodsire here, because that is going to be important. Earthquakes are going to be doing a nice amount of damage, but Sludge Bombs are going to be a nice bait. Going straight for the heavier hitting attack. This should be enough to knock Cresselia out, and there's no Protect Shield from Elite side.
Yeah, I really like this play a lot. Earthquake does seal the knockout there. Now it's Fur Alligator versus the Chestnut. Counter swap into the Shadow Drapion. You can see Wadash kind of clutching his forehead, but at the same time, there's still 4 Protect Shields in play.
There's a lot of play left, and I think, yeah, if you're Wadash, you let that first one go through, because as we've seen time and time again in Baltimore, there's a potential for a defense drop. It's there, right there. Defense just fell, forcing Wadash to kind of make a Hail Mary play. This superpower is going to be doing way more damage to the Drapion, but it's going to lower his own defense as well. Look how low that gets him. He has another one already stored. Gonna go ahead and throw it at the very last second.
Throws the superpowers here. This is absolutely going to pick up the knockout onto the Shadow Drapion, but this Chestnut has not put in nearly as much work as it needed to. There is still a Shadow Feraligatr in the back. It gets the Shadow Claw down, and now the Clodsire is squared up against the Shadow Feraligatr.
Right back to where we started. Everything is going full circle here as the Feraligatr is now up against the Clodsire, just like it was in the beginning. But this is Wadage's only Pokemon left, and this is where their shields are definitely going to be needed. There is energy, but will there be enough health? At this range, a Hydro Cannon should be enough to knock out. Elite knows it, wants to protect up this Feraligatr, make sure it stays nice and healthy and full of energy.
There's always a question of pacing, right? The Clodsire just a little bit slower than the Shadow Feraligatr, but there aren't very many Pokemon faster than Feraligatr in the current Great League meta. Fires off the second Hydro Cannon. There goes the second Protect Shield as well. It's 3 away for the third Hydro Cannon. Here comes Elite!
Elite coming through here. Hydro Cannon washing away the Clodsire. No Protect Shields remaining. Looks like this Clodsire is going to go down, and Elite is going to take game number 1.
Elite able to quell the Clodsire with a Hydro Cannon armada deployed here on stage in Baltimore. That Shadow Feraligatr, I'm telling you, everyone uses it, but no one plays it like Elite.
We were kind of joking around earlier when we were doing our Pokemon MVP picks, and we were saying, oh, maybe we should say Elite and Shadow Feraligatr, but Feraligatr has been used by so many people. You make an excellent point, Will. Though it is one of the top used Pokemon in this regional competition, Elite has just been masterfully using it better than anyone.
Our trainers are getting locked in pretty rapidly, but we're going to take just a quick moment to look back at the highlights in our Grand Finals best-of-5 set. And this Shadow Drapion put in a lot of work. It really neutralized the Chestnut, and that was the story of game number 1. But game number 2 is underway. We've got the water types on the field, Amanda.
A great adaptation by Wadage here. Uzumo is going to more comfortably tank all of these Hydro Cannons or Ice Beams that would be thrown at it. But the thing is, Uzumo paces quite slowly, and both of these trainers know it. Elite knows exactly how he wants to play out this matchup, letting this one go through, and I think that we're going to see a shield at some point, or maybe a quick trying to cheeky swap.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going to see a single Shadow Claw into a Hydro Cannon conversion here, avoiding a potential play rough from Wadage's Azumarill because the bubble just takes 1 turn longer. Now at this juncture, this Feraligatr is going to switch out, and Cresselia will soak this damage.
This Cresselia doesn't have Future Sight, but I'm thinking I might because I called the swap narrowly here on the play rough here, and Cresselia just continuing to farm away energy. Wadage swapping into his own Alolan Sandslash, and this was something that we saw earlier on. None of the charge attacks from the Cresselia really do that much damage to the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, we saw this in the Elum versus Wadage matchup. The Cresselia for Elum just had no play into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Wadage looking to replicate that strategy here, but this Cresselia is frustratingly bulky. You cannot KO it with a single drill run.
I think if you're Wadage, this is exactly where you want the Alolan Sandslash, because if he has any flashbacks of game and matches against Elite earlier on, that Shadow Machamp just was a menace for him, and the Alolan Sandslash wants absolutely nothing to do with it here. More than content to be able to take the charge attacks from Cresselia, do a lot of damage, and just be able to just continue to farm away. I think we're going to see, yes, exactly, charge attack priority, wonderfully played by Wadage here, knocking out the Cresselia if Elite doesn't use a shield.
Exactly right. Ice Punch is more than enough, but great counting and late game awareness by Wadage to find the charge attack party. In comes a Machamp. Wadage also gets off the Ice Punch. This is absolutely massive.
This is shadow on shadow damage, and though this is not going to be that effective, look how much damage it does to a Shadow Machamp.
In comes Cresselia. We see the counter swap into the Feraligatr. At this point, Wadage has made up a lot of ground. He's quelled a ton of threats, and now the Feraligatr has to apply some Hydro Cannon pressure to the Cresselia.
Yeah, Cresselia is forced to use a shield at some point. Hydro Cannon is coming through, and that Feraligatr is just too darn healthy at this point. Grass Knot coming through right before the next Hydro Cannon is ready, getting a shield from Elite's side, and you can see Elite kind of like, you know, taking a deep breath at this moment. This is getting very intense for both trainers here. That neither one of them can afford to make mistakes here in the Grand Finals. Both of them want to be able to take home this title.
Yeah, you have to be completely locked in because one miscount, 1 second, 1/2 second miscalculation can lead to a catastrophic loss in the Grand Finals. Wadage firing the Grass Knot. Elite has to respect it. He cannot allow his MVP Pokemon to go down.
And now swapping into the Zero at the same time. My goodness, both of these trainers just completely see Elite not quite sure. He wasn't ready for it. An undercharge even by Wadaj, but it is definitely enough to take out the Machamp. Now the Feraligatr comes in, but is this just an opportunity to get too much energy? A Hydro Cannon is loaded, 2 Hydro Cannons loaded, throwing at the Azumarill here. I think that Elite has so much energy. Will a Hydro Cannon be enough on the Cresselia is the real question.
That's the real question. We're about to get our answer. In comes Cresselia. It's pretty healthy. Meanwhile, Elite, he's going to build to the double Hydro Cannons. Both barrels are loaded.
We have Hydro Cannon number 1 coming through. If that's not enough, I think we got another one right behind it. The Cresselia is still 1 away from the grass knot. It's not quite enough. He's able to hit it, but it's charge attack priority.
Incredible counting late game awareness. Elite is locked in, dialed in, and he washes that Cresselia off the stage in game number 2.
Game number 2 is for Elite of this best of 5. Elite just needs one more win to be calling himself not only the California King, but also the Baron of Baltimore here. He is so locked in at this point. He is the only person that's been able to beat Wadaj in this entire series, sitting pretty on that winner's side of the bracket. But Wadaj is one of the most well-known, well-accoladed trainers we have in Pokemon Go. Everyone, we're ready.
I can't believe it.
The games are already being locked in. Let's get these replays off the screen. Let's get game number 3 up and ready.
This is game number 3. Our trainers locked in lightning quick. We see the Shadow Machamp counter swap and lightning quick answer. Here comes Clodsire.
Clodsire to answer the Machamp, one of the best actual answers to it, and the number 1 used Pokemon in this meta, which makes it all that more impressive for the Shadow Machamp to have such a good run. The thing is, even though it's so squishy, even though those cross chops don't do that much, watch them slowly add up over time. The karate chops generate energy so quickly, already a second one ready to go.
I mean, you couldn't have said it better, Amanda. 12% at a time really adds up over time. We're going to see a Sludge Bomb fired off here by the Clodsire from Wadaj. This would likely KO that Shadow Machamp, and Elite wants to keep it in the matchup, so he does use his first Protect Shield of the game.
Karate Chop is ready. A very interesting strategy by Elite. If he doesn't want his Shadow Machamp to go down, he's going to have to use both shields here, but he's got a lot of energy to spare. Already 2 shields down. There's 2 shields on Wadaj's side. If you're him, you're thinking, I might be pretty comfortable in this scenario. But again, look at this. Look how low that Clodsire is getting, and still look, there's another cross chop loaded on this Machamp.
Wadaj looks up. He says, I have a 2-0 shield advantage right now, and Elite looks cornered. I think I might have a chance in this game, but he's going to go ahead and shield up this cross chop, not allowing this Shadow Machamp to KO his Clodsire. He wants alignment. He wants control of this game number 3.
Not only that, I think if you're Elite, you're saying, okay, well, this was a great play. An undercharge to be able to get it a little bit lower, but I'm just thinking that this Feraligatr is going to go ahead and get a plow and go to Farm Town here, because it's going to be able to get almost the perfect amount of farm. Lucky for Wadaj there, that undercharge allowed him to be able to get a little more energy to be able to throw this Sludge Bomb off at the Feraligatr before going down.
Yeah, absolutely wild undercharge there. Elite, I don't know if he's thrown an Ice Beam all series long, all weekend long. He baits again with the Hydro Cannon against the Chestnut. The question is, can he get to another charge attack regardless?
Immediate swap out into the Cresselia, one of the bulkiest Pokemon. Though there are no Protect Shields left on Elite's side, Cresselia says, okay, I'll pick up the role. I'll be your 3rd and 4th shield in this as Frenzy Plant going through. So Cresselia still in the green, now met by Wadaj's own Cresselia. And honestly, I think Wadaj is sitting very pretty in this. Very interesting to see how both of these trainers want to play it out. But it looks like if Wadaj, he's very excited about having his driver's license. I think he's in the driver's seat.
I'm a little bit surprised that Wadaj didn't gather a little more energy on the Chestnut as well. He knows the Feraligator's only a couple Shadow Claws away from the Ice Beam. You want to build in as many insurance plans as you can. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. And right now, he just immediately committed to the Cresselia, and the switch timers are a little bit misaligned. So after this Moonblast, I do think a swap, a catch is available.
It looks like the next Moonblast will be able to connect because the timer is not quite up yet for Wadaj. However, it is up for Elite. Like you said, they are misaligned, but with this much energy, do you really want to be able to go down? William calling it here, also with the Future Sight. Moonblast coming through, knocking out the Feraligatr, and now it is a Cresselia against basically a fully loaded Cresselia here, and a Chestnut in the back, going for yet another Moonblast at charge attack priority, going for that Grass Knot because, like Elum earlier, recognizing he's going to need 2 at this point to knock it out.
It was such a good attempt, but as you see, the Moonblast is already queued up for Wadaj as well. You saw the laugh and the head shake. He says, you know, that was an incredible play, but it's not going to be enough to beat me. That means that Wadaj takes his first game of the Grand Finals and tries to fight his way back into
Just
the
like
series.
Nighttime Clasher says, we are new levels of back. I think Wadaj is at this point as well. Not content to be knocked out of this tournament, doesn't want to get 3-0'd in the Grand Finals, saying if you want to win this, you're going to have to go through me. I'm putting in the work. I am ready for this competition. Elite, if you're elite and you're in this point, you can take a few more risks, right? You're sitting on the in the Grand Finals. You're on the winner's side of the bracket. That means even if he loses this best of 5, Wadaj still has to beat him in yet another best of 5 to be able to become the regional champion. Meanwhile, Elite is just one game away. This was what it was like in the winners finals. Will he be able to pull it through in the grand finals here? We have the Cresselia against the Dunsparce in the lead.
Game 4 is underway. Elite is only one matchup away from becoming the Baltimore Regional Champion. And like you said, Amanda, Wadaj has a much longer road to go, but he has to start somewhere. That place is with Dunsparce in the lead versus Cresselia.
Drill run coming through here onto the Cresselia, and now we see an aggressive swap out into the Quadsire to be met with the Fur Alligator. An interesting play by Wadaj because, again, we've been talking about Elite's Fur Alligator play so often. He had to know that this would be the Pokemon that would come in response, perhaps doing some sort of calculation in his head, thinking, if I can get this Fur Alligator out of the way or maybe potentially farm down, I'm going to have a really good time in the back.
No, absolutely, and I think that Wadaj wants this Fur Alligator gone as quickly as possible. It's been such a menace for him all series long. He's going to fire up the Hydro Cannon there. Elite looking for the double Hydro Cannon. Actually, going to allow the Sludge Bomb to come through here. No Protect Shield is a definite knockout.
Knocking out the Fur Alligator, giving a little bit of farm for whatever comes in. Looks like it's going to be that Machamp. I think we might see an aggressive karate chop down. Just chopping away at the health and defense of this Clodsire. Clodsire being able to get a Sludge Bomb, but Elite has so many shields, a lot of health left on this Machamp, and we're about to see all of this energy come into fruition.
Absolutely mind-boggling farm down there. I don't know how he's able to achieve that, but in comes the Cresselia. Gonna wait a turn, go for the bait, pull the shield from Wadaj. Wadaj has been very, very generous with his shields as this series has progressed, and this one might have him a little rattled.
The games are going on not only on the field, but in the mind, going for a bait, now going for that heavier hitting attack, getting both shields, stripping them away from Wadaj here, as this Stone Edge would do a lot of damage, but it is shielded up in the meantime. Moonblast is going through, going for that Grass Knot bait instead. Elite using his last shield as well because that Moonblast would have knocked him out. Grass Knot actually, to be fair, would probably come pretty close to knocking it out anyway, and Elite wants to be able to at least get to the Stone Edge as a parting gift. Will he be able to do so? Going one over even before throwing. We're about to see how much damage this does on an unprotected Cresselia.
Yeah, this is a wild attack stat. Shadow Machamp absolutely pummeling Cresselia. The attempted combo play, the switch, the catch. Here comes Dunsparce, and it absorbs the Grass Knot to keep Wadaj's Cresselia in this game.
Cresselia is alive, it's healthy, it has a lot of attack power still left in it here. Meanwhile, Dunsparce being able to just do its job, getting a little bit more and going for yet another Grass Knot. And now there's so much energy on the Dunsparce. It looks like we're going to probably throw another rollout before going for a charge attack here of the Drill Run.
Yeah, exactly right. Drill Run doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but Dunsparce is known for this kind of grounding and pounding through matchups. Drill Run after Drill Run, an avalanche of rollouts. We're going to see a Grass Knot come out from the Cresselia, wanting to prevent any more of that damage from coming through. I think Elite wants his Cresselia outside of Moonblast range, so he needs to preserve as much health as possible, and he's able to pick up the knockout onto the Dunsparce.
Down goes the Dunsparce. If Wadaj is counting, he knows he's quite a bit away from another Grass Knot, but Wadaj is at 100% energy on this Cresselia. The real question he has is this enough to knock out, and how much is left on the Shadow Chip? Not quite able to do it. This though, there is no Protect Shields remaining. One away from a Grass Knot, throwing it now. It looks like Wadaj has taken this game, going ahead, tying up the series once again. We are going to a decisive game number 5.
Absolutely correct. Shadow Machamp cannot stand up to Cresselia, and we didn't even mention it. We've been moving so fast, we did not even mention it. These 2 games that Wadaj has taken from Elite are the first 2 games he's lost in the Grand Finals in 3 years.
That's absolutely true. You mentioned this earlier on. I believe you said this. Once Elite gets into the Grand Finals, the man just does not lose. Wadaj, coming out of retirement, has taken these 2 games right when Elite was so close to victory that he could basically taste it just 1 game away. Wadaj says, I'm going to still make you fight for it here. And again, we've said it before, you kind of love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Elite almost looked like he was going to do it again. He was up 2-0, and Wadaj has fought back. Amanda, you said this is a decisive game number 5. If Elite wins this game, he is your Baltimore Regional Champion. However, if Wadaj takes this game 5, he forces the bracket reset and a fresh set of 5 games.
And I mean, if you are loving Pokemon Go, if you are loving to see this, you're probably cheering for Wadaj in this. Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this? Is Elite going to be able to take this game, or is Wadaj going to be able to steal it away? And we are going to a bracket reset. We're already in this decisive game number 5. We got a Drapion up against that Dunsparce, going for that crunch, for a potential of a debuff, and also just some nice heavy hitting damage to start out the game.
I definitely give a matchup edge to the Dunsparce here. Just going to land a super effective drill run if it connects.
Or will it?
But Elite able to throw one Poison Sting, then swap in the Cresselia. Wadaj isn't phased though. He says, I know exactly what to do here. He's going to go ahead and stay in a little while longer, gather some additional energy on the Dunsparce, maybe throw another charge attack, and then make the switch. Here comes Clodsire.
Yeah, the big thing that happened is that because there was a defensive drop, those Psycho Cuts still don't do that much damage to the Dunsparce. Wadaj felt comfortable to stay in that matchup and just swap out before the charge attack was ready because he didn't want to take any of that additional damage while still getting a lot of extra energy. Clodsire is one of the Pokemon that's great to absorb the energy from that Cresselia, and now is able to throw an Earthquake, which is a heavier hitting attack. Cresselia still no shield on Elite side.
Like you said before, Amanda, sometimes you need a second, third, fourth shield. Pokemon like Clodsire can give that to you. I want to talk about a team composition adjustment as well. Elite went with the Shadow Drapion for the first time in this series because of the Cresselia. It's beating his Shadow Machamp. It's beating his Feraligatr. He needs to stop it, and he's got to find the alignment to do so.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about Pokemon that are being used as shields or sponges, I mean, Wadaj has 2 of them on his side, right? He's using that Clodsire. He's using that Cresselia. Drapion is a great way to try to at least negate some of the energy that is coming off of either of them. Masterful play there by Wadaj, waiting, making sure that a Pokemon that coming in could be able to have a target for this, forcing a shield from Elite because that Earthquake would have been enabled to enough knockout the Drapion, but in comes the Dunsparce, and he gets a shield of his own in return.
That's so clever because Elite thought he was catching a Sludge Bomb, thought twice about it, and uses the correct shield with Wadaj predicting the switch in as well. I'm telling you, these 2 players on the screen are on a completely different level. We've seen Aqua Tail get fired up by the Drapion, forcing that final shield from Wadaj.
Yeah, Wadaj shielding up this Aqua Tail because he has so much energy, and that would have been enough to knock out. Going for the drill run here. There is a Protect Shield left remaining on Elite side. It looks like he's comfortable to let this go down, and it looks like all the bubbles have been tapped. It is enough to take it out at this stage. The Dunsparce still has so much energy, going for yet another drill run.
Going for the drill run here into the Cresselia. Elite choosing not to Protect Shield. He needed to empty the stored energy on the Dunsparce. Now he's got his Shadow Feraligatr, his MVP Pokemon. He's got 1 Protect Shield, and this Shadow Feraligatr needs to put in some work.
It's going to be able to have a drill run. Will it be able to take it? He's only got 1 shield remaining, forced to use it now. These Shadow Claws are not going to do too much, but the Wadaj doesn't even want to give him a chance, saying, okay, can you outpace me here? These Shadow Claws will do a lot. These Hydro Cannons will do even more, but this Hydro Cannon is not enough to take out the Cresselia, and Cresselia is at a Grass Knot, everyone.
Super effective Grass Knot on Cresselia. It absorbs a Hydro Cannon, no problem. It loses the charge attack priority, but gets its charge attack all the same here at the end. Grass Knot gonna come through. Water type Shadow Feraligatr cannot take the pressure. It hangs on just barely. 1 more Hydro Cannon from Elite.
Hydro Cannon coming through. I'm not even sure if this is enough to knock out Cresselia at this point, but there's just so little health remaining on the Feraligatr, not able to hold on. Wadaj taking game number 5, and we are going into a bracket reset.
Bracket reset. After going down 0-2, Wadaj is fighting his way back into this series and in this tournament. He has a fighting chance now to take the Baltimore title, and Elite is facing a problem that he has not had to face all weekend long. He says, hey, I'm losing battles. I'm losing ground. I need to respond.
I think we also need to just highlight the fact that Wadaj went ahead and reverse swept in the grand finals, meaning that Elite was ahead 2-0. All Elite needed to do was win 1 more game to be able to be called the champion, and Wadaj just completely outplayed him in those last 3 rounds, sweeping the bracket out from under his rug, and now it is 0-0 here. We are wiping out the slates here, but we are getting right into the next rounds. These battlers are ready to play, and we are ready to watch. We have fighter on fighter damage damage, Machamp versus Chestnut.
Yeah, I hope you didn't go anywhere because the battles are back on. This is our grand finals reset, fresh best of 5. Game number 1, Shadow Machamp versus Chestnut. We see the first cross chop get fired off here as we saw backstage, Amanda. 2 cross chops will definitely get the job done.
I wasn't sure about it before, but I think that we saw that it will definitely be enough at this point. Going for a superpower, which is an interesting play, we'll be able to reach the next one a little bit quicker as it paces slightly quicker than the Frenzy Plant does, but it gets the shield from Elite regardless, and the cross chop is already being loaded right as the superpower is being thrown. Great timing by Elite here. Will Wadaj want to use his shield because he knows that he's at the move as well? He's gonna let it go.
That's an interesting call, right? He does have the Shadow Load and Sand Slash in the back, so he really couldn't afford to switch in, but he opts to take that Protect Shield advantage. In comes a Cresselia. Elite wants that Sand Slash, and here it is.
Yeah, I think Elite says, okay, I know it's probably in the back. I'm going to draw it out at some point. Machamp still has a lot of health left to it, some energy. I think Wadaj's plan is he has to come out of this matchup with stored energy to be able to throw at the Machamp that is in the back. He wants to be able to at least get another shield or get that Pokemon off the field.
I think you pointed out something so important, Amanda. I mean, this is the matchup we see on our screen, but Wadaj is already thinking one step ahead, already thinking to the next matchup, and I absolutely agree. But he's got to get through Cresselia first. He can't be distracted. Here comes the Drill Run. This is not going to be enough to KO, obviously, but the question is, will an Ice Punch or a Drill Run be needed afterwards? I think it might even be both.
Yeah, at this point, Wadaj is trying everything in his book to be able to get this Cresselia out of the way while still maintaining a little bit of energy and not enough health for that Machamp to be able to get too much of a farm. I think he's kind of playing into Elite's hands, though, however, because it looks like Elite is at an attack. Will he be able to knock it out at this range? I don't think the Grass Knot will be enough, but definitely a karate chop from Machamp coming in should be.
Oh my gosh, the simultaneous counter swap. Here comes Feraligatr trying to snipe away the Sand Slash, and the swap of the Clodsire trying to do the same to Cresselia. We're going to see a Hydro Cannon get fired off here. Wadaj does have a Protect Shield advantage, but he knows he's under tremendous pressure. Feraligatr has a very commanding position in this matchup.
Yeah, not only does he have a shield advantage, he also has an energy advantage on that Clodsire. And now there are no Protect Shields on Elite's side. It's going to be a race, but the Earthquake is going to be ready beforehand because Wadaj saved so much energy before. This is a Shadow for Alligator. Will this be enough damage to knock it out, or will Elite be able to get to the next Hydro Cannon?
Same type attack bonus. Earthquake, not enough. Shadow for Alligator able to get this final Hydro Cannon. In terms of relative damage, this would do the most by far. So Wadaj is going to use his final Protect Shield on that Hydro Cannon.
Machamp is coming in. Machamp has a lot of stored energy, but there is not going to be too much left overall. There is still a sliver of health on the Cresselia that Wadaj needs to be careful for a potential catch, but if he is able to land this Sludge Bomb onto the Machamp, he's going to have a nice time. Oh, interesting play. I think that both of them were expecting a swap here, but Wadaj coming straight back in, coming for that Sludge Bomb, and it looks like he has won 4 games in a row.
Yeah, that's almost a situation where you would have seen Elite tap immediately on the Cresselia to send it out and sacrifice it to that charge attack, but he did not have the reaction time there. Wadaj coming right in, like you said, Amanda, pouncing on that Machamp with a Sludge Bomb from the Clodsire.
Listen, he's thanked his mom for letting him borrow the car. He's thanked the model of the car itself. Wadaj is clearly in the driver's seat at the moment. He wants to maintain his record as being the first regional champion of this championship series. He was able to do it in 2024. Will he be able to do it again in 2025?
I mean, Wadaj's demeanor is just completely different from Elite. I think Wadaj is like, hey, I'm just going to play good, and if good things happen, then good things happen. Meanwhile, Elite is experiencing something he has not ever experienced in the Grand Finals. I mean, he's really losing his grip on this series, and he needs a Game 1 desperately to get back into it.
I mean, we've seen it a lot of times before. The momentum has shifted, right? The Elite was going in very confident. He had beaten Wadaj earlier on in the championship series, and he was looking to do it again, but the pendulum shifted in the other direction. Wadaj now looks like he is more in control, and it is time for Elite to take a step back and see, what can I do to get back into this series? We're hopping into game number 2 of the Grand Finals reset, this best of 5 matchup, and we have a Cresselia against a Chestnut.
Yeah, I'd argue we finally have a semi-positive lead here for Elite in this series, but the Frenzy Plants are still going to pack a tremendous punch, and the Moonblast needs to connect for Cresselia to win this matchup overall. Frenzy Plant does chip down the Cresselia, about half health, and we see the counter swap into the Clodsire, same met by the Shadow for Alligator, just like in Game 1.
Game 1 was a good indication, but at this point as well, I think if if you're Elite, you're like, okay, saw the Chestnut. Clodsire is definitely my Feraligatr, swap. So if even if he's trying to draw out the Feraligatr, well, you got it, because this is exactly where I want to be. Hydro Cannons loaded, 2 of them already ready before the next Sludge Bomb will be available. If Elite has been counting, which you know that he has, you might see the next one going through almost immediately.
This is the reason why 8 out of our top 8 winner side teams have Clodsire, because it's such a bulky monster. It could probably absorb this Hydro Cannon if Wadaj really wanted it to, but he's going to go ahead and use his final protection of the game on it to keep it in the battle. He's going to look for the big poison sting down. He's able to get it. Yes, he is.
Able to get it and basically come out with 100 energy here to be able to throw at this Cresselia. Again, we saw how much bulk this Cresselia has. It will be able to take a Sludge Bomb. I think Wadaj knows probably would need 2 attacks anyway, but guess what? 2 attacks are essentially loaded. This Grass Knot is coming through. No Protect Shields left on Wadaj's side, but this is not enough to knock out a Clodsire.
No, of course not. Grass Knot just going to chip it down a little bit. Meanwhile, Clodsire can probably strike an Earthquake and pick up a KO, but the catch and the swap! Wadaj playing out of his mind. He's going to absorb a resisted Grass Knot onto Chestnut.
Chestnut is going to be able to take this, no problem, not very effective, maintaining a little bit of energy advantage, but in comes a Dropion, a pretty good answer to this. Superpower will go through, but there are 2 Protect Shields left on Elite side. Definitely going to use that first one up there because he knows that this is going to be Superpower that would put him down to the red. I think at this point he's going to gain a little bit more energy before now throwing the crutch. Maybe, no, going for the Aqua Tail. I like this play a lot because not a lot of health left and the attack has already fallen on the Chestnut.
The good news for Elite is that he does have the protection advantage. The bad news is that he desperately hopes there's a Cresselia in the back for Wadaj, but there isn't. It's a Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Earthquake coming through. Is it a bait? Is it not? Elite's able to call it.
Wow, last second shield there. I think all of our hearts were racing because if he was not able to call that bait, it would have been lights out for that Dropion. Going for yet another catch after catch after catch. Wadaj is really locked in here, fighting his hardest to be able to stay in this, but this Dropion has so much energy, and now the Cresselia looks like it might be, not every day would you see a Cresselia swap into an Alolan Sandslash. I think we might see it here, Will.
We might actually see it, and this Drapion's got so much work to do. Elite needs to be so careful with his energy, overcharging every chance that he gets. Now down into the red. Shadow Alolan Sandslash loses the charge attack priority tie. Drapion might just keep Wadaj at bay.
It looks like this will be enough to put the Alolan Sandslash back into its ball. In comes the Clodsire here, but guess what? The Clodsire is 1 away from an Earthquake, and he throws it at the exact same time. But once again, charge attack priority.
I think this is a rare miscount by Wadaj. He had the Earthquake ready to go, but the Aqua Tail is super effective. It KOs the Clodsire, and Elite is able to win a game after losing 4 in a row.
This is an incredible stop to an incredible momentum swing for Wadaj. Elite has managed to snatch back a little bit of that energy into his own pocket, saying, no, wait a minute. I'm on the winner's side of the bracket. I think I need to start winning again.
Yeah, right. I think Elite desperately needed that victory. If he went down 0-2, it might have just drained all his willpower out off the stage as well. But having that Game 2 victory now ties up the series. He's back into it. Question for him is, can he replicate that success? Because Wadaj has just been a wrecking ball on stage here in Baltimore.
And at this point, these trainers, that means that if I'm already just counting. Okay, they're at game number 13 against each other in Baltimore alone.
Wow.
Well, actually 12, because I think the first in the winners finals, they only went through 4 games. But even so, these are best of 5 matchups. They've been training against them the whole time here. We have a Shadow Machamp against the best lead for it here.
Wow, Shadow Machamp actually finds a target it really wants. We see the counter swap into Clodsire met by the Shadow Feraligatr. This is the 3rd time in a row we've seen the counter swap Clodsire and the Feraligatr come out to meet it. And we've seen, even though it has a tight disadvantage, even though it takes super effective damage, that Clodsire can hang in there against the Shadow Feraligatr.
Not only that, being able to pace a little bit quicker with the Sludge Bombs, going for the heavier hitting Earthquake, this will do a nice chunk of damage. We've seen it happen before. Elite doesn't want to get this Feraligatr out of here, saying, I have too much energy on this, don't want to let it go to waste. You see Wadaj kind of shaking his head, wasn't expecting the shield right away, going for another charge attack priority. I know I keep saying it, everyone, but this is how minuscule of moments that it comes down to here.
And you can see Wadaj, right? He throws his head back. He says, I wish you would just lose count. Just one time. Do me a favor and lose count. But Elite does not lose track of where he is in energy. Going to fire up another Hydro Cannon into the Dunsparce. This is looking pretty good for Elite, but he's still at a shield deficit.
Yeah, especially you say, I'm not going to lose track with his MVPs, most valuable Pokemon of that Feraligatr that he's just been putting on a masterclass with this whole weekend. Content to let it go as it has basically done its job, knocking out his Clodsire, getting that Dunsparce super low. He wants to be able to have a little bit of farm with Machamp, and now we see Cresselia on Cresselia here, and 2 shields on Wadage's side, but the back lineups are heavily in favor of Elite.
This is like walking on pins and needles. We've got a Cresselia mirror matchup, 2 protect shields for Wadage, only 1 for Elite. A Moonblast attack fall could flip this entire series, but I think that Elite is still working from behind. He's got less HP, he's got a less positive type matchup, and he's got to figure out a way to get back into this game.
The Grass Knot will connect. Going for the Grass Knot instead of the Moonblast, there's no way that they'll be able to get a debuff, but he wants to be able to throw, because as you've seen later on in the matchups, it does take multiple attacks to be able to knock out the Cresselia. Not only that, I think he's trying to get the switch timer down a little bit, but if you look at the switch timers of both of these trainers, they're pretty much aligned at this point. They've both been swapping so quickly into each other and say, you swap, I swap for sure. And at this point, both of their switch timers are up, both of them content to keep the Cresselias around.
Yeah, again, Wadage just trying to keep Elite at arm's length. At least Cresselia will win that charge attack priority tie against the opposing Cresselia, but it's slightly lower in terms of health, which makes it a tough situation. Wadage finally forced to use a protect shield, but if you're Elite, you can't bring in the Machamp. You just have to stay here and make the best of the situation.
Yeah, going for the Moonblast, a little bit heavier hitting, and also he knows that it has a potential to debuff the Pokemon. Elite doesn't want to use his shields here because Machamp is not very great without a shield. Going in and wow, a very quick swap by Elite, but this drill run will do a lot of damage. At this point, he's going to have a very, very low Machamp and a very low health Cresselia. How is he going to manage into this energy? He's going to be able to completely karate chop down before the Dunsparce be able to get to another attack and throw at the Cresselia. Only 1 shield on both sides.
Yeah, waiting for a mistake. He's going to capitalize. Here comes Elite. He fires his Stone Edge. Wadage lets it through. Is this going to be enough?
This is going to be able to connect. We've seen that Shadow Machamp. Stone Edge is not quite enough. It is able to karate chop down, however. Game number 2 going to Elite here. 2-1. He just needs 1 more to be able to win, but we've seen Wadage pull himself out of worse in the grand finals just a couple minutes earlier.
Amanda, I can't believe the way you said that. He just needs 1 more. It feels like it's almost impossible to take a game from Wadage. I don't say he just needs 1 more. He absolutely has to do everything he can to get 1 more. And meanwhile, Wadage has to win the next 2 games in order to win the Baltimore Regional Championship. I'm telling you, this has been a long series. It's been back and forth, but it's been a treasure to watch.
Yeah, both of these trainers have played each other many times. They are friends, they are teammates, and they are ready to go. And it looks like you saw the look on Wadage's face, not happy how this is going to be able to turn out. Instead of swapping to the Clodsire, which he had in the past, going for the Cresselia safe swap and met by his own Cresselia on the other side, I think this is a good indication to Wadage that there's not that Shadow Drapion on the other side.
I mean, I don't want to call it too soon. This might be it, right? Elite is able to predict perfectly. No, he gets the attack drop. Just when things started to go right, they go horribly wrong. And now this Cresselia from Elite is going to be nerfed. It's not going to hit nearly as hard against Wadage.
Yeah, being able to try to throw here, I think he's going for his own Moonblast attack debuff as potential to be able to say, okay, how can I get back into this mid-matchup game? Wadage more than happy to throw another one saying, hey, I got lucky once. Maybe I can get lucky again, but it's really putting him in a good position in this actual matchup here. Moonblast coming through from Elite's side, and meanwhile, this Cresselia on Wadage's is super healthy.
Yeah, I think that little Moonblast debuff is going to go a long way for Wadage as he's able to slow down this Cresselia and make this mirror match a little less equal. He's going to go ahead and fire for another Moonblast. Here comes Elite trying to chip down the opposing Cresselia, but at this point, it looks like he might lose switch advantage.
We don't see so many Cresselias in this tournament. We do see them in the grand finals, however. Going for this Grass Knot, as we've talked about a couple times, it does take 2 at this range to be able to knock out, and he's already kind of done the damage that he needed to, saying, okay, well, all right. Not only did I debuff you, if you let this go down, I'm going to have that advantage that I wanted as well. And Elite is letting his Cresselia go.
Yeah, Elite decides not to continue to play for alignment. Instead, he goes for the energy advantage. Can he get the Shadow Claw down? Cresselia's almost got the Grass Knot. It gets there. This is going to force a massive shield. Elite can't believe it. He says, are you kidding me?
He goes ahead, deadpans the camera there and says, can you guys believe it? Able to get to this Grass Knot. Unbelievable. At least he comes out with a ton of energy to throw at this Dunsparce. coming in, but I think if you're with Dodge, you're saying, okay, this is more than fine with me. I already know Dunsparce is not very capable against that Shadow Machamp. I'll go ahead and just get a lot of energy, actually getting a Protect Shield here, which is a pretty impressive overall because I think he wants to be able to throw back at the Machamp.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. He only has one Protect Shield in his court, though. Elite spends it on the drill run from the Dunsparce. He's probably hoping for a Shadow Low and Sand Slash in the back, but it's not. We're going to see another charge attack come here from the Shadow Feraligatr, trying to chip down this Dunsparce, but having lost switch advantage is a massive blow, and if Elite sends in that Shadow Machamp, it's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, no matter what, the Shadow Machamp has nowhere to go, and I think maybe Elite recognizes as well. No Protect Shield remaining. It's going to have to take a drill run. I don't even think it's going to be able to get a Karate Chop in. In the meantime, in comes Clodsire, and guess what? He brought his tie-in briefcase because he means business.
Yeah, this is so oppressive for the Shadow Machamp. A lot of trainers need fighting type coverage on their team, but they ask, why not bring Machamp? This is the reason. Clodsire is such a force, such a wall. It's like walking through mud. It's so tough to get past this Pokemon, and with Dodge absolutely devouring Shadow Machamp here, going for the Poison Sting down.
I like this play by Elite. He's just trying to do everything he can to get it as low as possible, but I think he sees the writing on the wall at this point. There's no Protect Shields remaining left, and even though the Feraligatr would need an attack to go through, the Earthquake is coming through. It's going to knock out the Feraligatr.
I'm telling you, that Moonblast debuff, as the Earthquake connects and KOs the Shadow Feraligatr, only thing I can think about is that Moonblast debuff in the Cresselia mirror matchup. Elite led Shadow Machamp into Dunsparce. Both trainers counter-swapped Cresselia. Elite was just a little bit ahead. If he would have been able to control switch advantage, he could have aligned his Machamp to that Dunsparce and then his Feraligatr to the Clodsire and given himself a real shot. But things just didn't turn out that way.
No, and because they didn't turn out that way, we are going into a decisive Game 5 in the Grand Finals reset. This is the bracket reset. Let's see, Elite coming in from the winner's side of the bracket with Dodge taking it beforehand. Both of these trainers are locked in. We are getting ready to go. We are about to be ready to crown a Baltimore Regional Champion after this matchup.
This is the final game of the weekend, everybody. We've got Shadow Feraligatr versus Dunsparce on the right. Elite does have his Cresselia and Mandibuzz surprisingly in the back. Meanwhile, with Dodge, with Cresselia and Clodsire.
Hydro Cannon coming through here. It is going to be those charge attacks that Dunsparce has to watch out for. And an early shield by Wadaj here, recognizing maybe that the Dunsparce has some play and going ahead and throwing the drill run. But guess what? It is caught on one of those bulky Pokemon. Cresselia coming onto the field, and we'll see how Wadaj wants to respond in kind.
Drill run connects. Cresselia takes a little bit of chip damage there. I think Wadaj is going to gather some additional energy, but he can swap out whenever he feels necessary to do so, and he does go for the Cresselia. Now he's got a significant health advantage. I say a Moonblast's worth of damage on Elite's Cresselia.
Definitely. Not only that, he has a lot of charge attack, a lot of energy left on his Dunsparce to be able to throw at whatever comes in later, saving it for a rainy day. We'll have to see how they want to play it out. We've seen this so many times within these grand finals. These two Cresselias are just so bulky. Last game, Wadaj was able to get a Moonblast debuff, which really turned the tides in his favor, but is not able to do so in this match.
Gonna fire up the Grass Knot here, but as these Cresselias duke it out, I can't help but stare at that Mandibuzz pick. Elite has not seen Shadow Lone Sandslash in several games. He has not seen a Zoom Roll. He brings in the Mandibuzz for this task to get rid of the Cresselia.
Cresselia is going to throw a Moonblast now. Because this is a dark and flying type Pokemon, it's going to do a nice chunk. It is super effective, but it is still in the green. Mandibuzz now being able to face off against the Clodsire. There is so much energy on all the trainers here, and the switch timers are misaligned. This is the game to watch. This is the decisive game. A lot of new tactics being deployed here. Dark Pulse coming into the Clodsire.
The important note here as well is that this is an Earthquake Sludge Bomb Clodsire, whereas the Stone Edge might be enough to almost KO the Mandibuzz here. It needs to throw 2 Sludge Bombs to get the knockout, and Mandibuzz just gonna hang around, fire off these Dark Pulses, and just try to rattle the Clodsire.
Yeah, I think Mandibuzz was maybe there for a potential Chestnut, but guess what? No Chestnut to be found in this Grand Finals matchup here. Dark Pulse coming through, the Sludge Bomb trying to catch on the Cresselia, and it looks like it was pretty successful here. Wadaj is still okay with it, I think. Even though it's not going to be enough to knock out the Cresselia, we still have so much energy on 2 different Pokemon.
I just can't emphasize enough. This is the 50-second switch time, everybody. This is the difference it makes and how fluid these games can be. Grass Knot is going to connect into the Clodsire. It can absorb one. I don't think it can tank a second one, though. And now Wadaj is going to reach for his own Cresselia.
Cresselia is coming in, and the Grass Knot is going to be thrown here. You saw a little bit of a hesitation on a Elite side. They're wondering if he maybe should go for the Moonblast, but I think at this range he's wondering if he's able to be psycho-cutted down or if he'll be able to reach another Grass Knot should Wadaj choose not to throw. Wadaj recognizing this at the last second, doesn't want to take any more damage, throwing off a Grass Knot of his own. How do you keep energy counts at this point in time? These trainers are insane.
I know, it's actually mental to watch. We're going to see the Mandibuzz come in here, but as you notice, Elite still has both of his Protect Shields. He's going to fire off the Aerial Ace here against a Cresselia. He's trying to set up his Feraligatr for success yet again.
These two trainers are dancing around, not able to get to an attack. This is big. The Cresselia goes down. There are two Pokemon in the back, but Dunsparce is coming back in. It has so much energy on his side, but Elite has 2 shields left.
Yeah, he's got 2 shields left. Gonna use the first one here, though, on the drone from the Dunsparce. The question is, will that Clodsire come out? Will it be a catch? Will it threaten with a charge attack? The Dunsparce is gonna continue to apply pressure in the meantime, though, so Elite doesn't have time to think. He's gonna have to use a Protect Shield. He doesn't! He doesn't shield! Now this Feraligatr is very weak.
The Feraligatr is so low, and it has to have the charge attacks go through to be able to knock out this Dunsparce. It cannot rely on the Shadow Claw damage. Rollout also got a buff, so it's going to be doing more damage on the Dunsparce on the fast attacks. The Hydro Cannon is loaded, but will this be enough to knock out the Dunsparce? No Protect Shields remaining on it.
Hydro Cannon connects into the Dunsparce. This is a Shadow Feraligatr. Dunsparce hangs on. Mandibuzz is in the back. It comes out. It flaps its wings, but here comes the Rock Slide from the Dunsparce.
There is the last Protect Shield, and it is being used on the Mandibuzz, but it is Mandibuzz against a Clodsire in the back that is already loaded with a Sludge Bomb. Though the Stone Edge would have done it before, 2 Sludge Bombs is enough to take it. Wadaj coming in, Sludge Bombing the Mandibuzz. He is your Baltimore Regional Champion.
Wadaj fights tooth and nail through 10 games in the grand finals from the loser side bracket. There's never been a more impressive slog through that bracket that I've seen in a regional competition like this. Wadaj absolutely back.
This was incredible games to watch. You can see Wadaj unable to control his emotions there at a moment. There was 2 trainers who know each other so well, right? They played against each other. They played in the winners finals where Elite knocked Wadaj down to the losers finals where he slogged it out with Elum to a best of 5 matchup there. Wadaj has had so much stage time today, and because he has been absolutely just proving that he is all sorts of back, baby.
He's never been more back, I will say that.
Never been more back than he has been in Baltimore.
I just want to give so much credit and appreciation to Elite as well. I mean, the first series we saw between them in I believe the winners finals was such a treat to watch. The switches, the catches, the waiting turns, the anticipation of each other. We got 10 more games of that here in our grand finals, and it was such a treasure to watch. Was that 15 games between those two?
So many games. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from those games in case you missed them. These were so good. This was the first round of the grand finals, the first best of 5 matchups. You can see the 0-0, so this is just starting out.
Yeah, just starting out. I mean, it feels like ages ago. We were young back then, Amanda, but we're going to jump right into this recap as game number 1 saw the Chestnut landing the superpower, the Clodsire succumbing to the Feraligatr. Remember, Elite is going to go up 2-0 in this series early on, and it looked like he was on the verge of another sweep yet again in the grand finals.
Yeah, this was something that was pointed out many times. When Elite gets to the grand finals, it's not often that he loses. Once he is in that winner's side bracket, he is content to stay there. He had some very masterful plays in this game, catching that player up onto the Cresselia time and time again. He used Cresselia as a sponge or a second or third shield and just used and heavily relied on his Shadow Feraligatr. Just put in work.
Absolute work. Putting in overtime, right? You say the Clodsire with the briefcase, but this Shadow Feraligatr showed up in a tie and suit. Fires off the Hydro Cannon into the Cresselia here from Wadaj, and after this knockout, I mean, a lot of people thought it was all over.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people thought that writing was on the wall. Elite coming in from the winner side of the bracket, 2-0 up in a best of 5, but Wadaj says, nope, not on my watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing a repeat of the previous highlight, another Hydro Cannon connecting. Now we're headed into game number 3, though, with the Cresselia mirror match. This Moonblast debuff was so tough, but now we see the Feraligatr switch in and catch. And Wadaj says, that was an impressive play, but again, I think I've still got you cornered.
Yeah, at this point, it was a little too little and a little too late as he was able to secure this Moonblast onto the Cresselia, getting his first win in that Grand Finals series. Wadaj just basically is a really someone to show don't give up, right? I mean, I think it's so easy to say, this guy beat me in the winners finals. He's 2-0 up in the grand finals. I would have to beat him so many times in a row to be able to even consider being in this bracket reset. But guess what? He just put his boots to the ground. He said, no, I am capable of doing this. I know that I can win. And Wadaj, just like when we interviewed him earlier, said, yeah, no, I came to win.
I think it's so important to lean into your personality as a competitor. We saw Elite not really wanting to joke around or laugh. He was here on a business trip, right? He was very focused and stoic most of the weekend, and that gave him so much success. Meanwhile, Wadaj wasn't trying to be anybody besides Wadaj. He was making jokes. He was being, ironic. He was just being himself, and that's what we really want to see from these trainers. And when you have those two types clash on stage, you just hit a flow state, and I would argue both trainers were in flow state, and that's why we went all the way to game number 10, but Wadaj came out on that final tide.
Let's go ahead and kind of have a recap of what has gone on this weekend in Baltimore. I have our final standings here with Wadaj. He took it in 2024. He took it in 2025, the first game of the season, with a very interesting lineup. But let's not forget about all the other trainers who had a fantastic run. We got Elite right behind him, Elum and Tomahawk UK coming over from England to be able to secure a 4th place finish.
Yeah, followed by Magic, Mayson, Sceptile, Ice, 610, Hero, and Valor, Ash. But I gotta say, Amanda, that's a top 3 NA, which looks a lot like Yokohama in 2023.
Yeah, but well, that was a couple years ago. Wadaj wasn't even playing in that season in between, so I'd be very curious to see how it would have been going on. But we'll have to look ahead and see at the winners of Baltimore. Let's take a look at those teams. Let's take a look at those smiling faces here, and we can see how different the team compositions are from most of these trainers. But I do want to point out one thing. There's a Cresselia on each one of these top 3 lists.
I thought it was gone, Amanda. We talked about Chargeable. We talked about maybe even Gligar making a return because it does have a solid matchup against Clodsire. But look at this. The Cresselia being the Pokemon that's just so reliable late on in this new season. Check it out as well. I think Wadaj honestly needs a new profile picture, one with this hoodie on perhaps.
Yeah, it's been a while. Clodsire also on all of their teams, but that was to be as expected. Everyone knows that this was going to be the Clodsire for Alligator meta. It's been very interesting to see how the people have adapted, what Pokemon have come out in between to be what we call an anti-meta pick or something that could be used to separate this very strong core.
I really liked your little dance there. You're like, Clodsire for Alligator meta. We knew it was coming, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Some chomp.
Yeah, I think this would be the other Clodsire for Alligator.
Hey, we're choreographing a dance over here,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
what an incredible showcase in Baltimore. I mean, this is a brand new season, right? 2025 kicking off here in Baltimore, a brand new meta. We're in the max out season for Pokemon Go. There were over 30 plus moveset adjustments that were announced with that season update. We had no idea what this meta would look like, and we saw a Chestnut win, a Shadow Drapion in 2nd place, and a Galarian Moltres in 3rd. I mean, come on. It doesn't get much better than that.
I can give you one thing that will be a little bit better than that, and that is going to be the award ceremony. We're going to kick it over to Nighttime Clasher on the stage to give out this awards to incredible winners here in Baltimore.
Thanks so much, Amanda and Will. We are here at the beautiful city of Baltimore for the first regional championship of the year. As you guys have been saying, the meta has shifted a ton. Not only that, but one of the Pokemon, Galarian Moltres, has been unbanned for the Play Pokemon circuit. A lot of trainers have had success with that, including Elum, which is one of the top trainers in North America. He got 2nd place in Baltimore in 2022, 2nd place in Hartford, and 4 top 8s in the 2024 season. What an incredible battler, and congratulations to him on this 3rd place finish here in Baltimore. Congratulations, Elum. Go Elum! Let's give it up for Elum! So, going into this weekend, you had Galarian Moltres. Were you actually really confident in this pick or not?
Not too much because the IVs are not the best, but I really liked it in scrims, so.
How are you going to hunt a better one?
I'll just do my daily instants daily, of course, and just ask my locals, my lovely locals, if they have some to trade.
Yeah, I see some of your locals just out here, like Jangles. Look at him. But of course, congratulations to Elum on 3rd place finish here at Baltimore. Give it up for Elum again. All right, thanks again, man. And next, we have our finalist. It's going to be one of the trainers who has only played in California, it feels like, for the majority of his play Pokemon career. That's right, it's Elite. He got first place in Fresno, first place in Sacramento, top 4 in Los Angeles, and also 16th in San Diego. What an incredible battler, and he has finished here as second place after a grueling 15 battle match with Wadaj. Congratulations to Elite. Let's give it up for Elite Zero. So Elite, how do you feel about this? You've never been a finalist before, but you got pretty far with a team that's not too strong against Clodsire.
Technically, I've been a finalist 3 times, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking about that set. It was a really good set. Honestly, like several battles in, it kind of felt like it was just like me and my friend battling. I forgot about all the cameras and stuff, and yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. So.
And you brought up the Mandibus kind of randomly in the last pick. Do you think that was a little bit like? Do you think that was a good choice?
Maybe I should have brought the Drapefun or something. I don't know. I was just, I was really mad that he saved swap the crest and then got the debuff. So I was hoping that if I had the Mandy and he brought the crest again, I could have answered it with the Mandibus, but it ended up not working out.
Looks like the fate was in Wadaj's favor this weekend. But again, congratulations on an amazing run. Let's give it up for Elite Zero again, everybody. Woo! All right, and finally, what it all comes down to, 180 trainers entered the field of battle this weekend, but only one will emerge. That's right, Wadaj, your regional champion of Baltimore, who has already won 3 regional championships. He's won an international championship, and he is so excited to be here, as you're gonna see here. This is our regional champion, Wadaj. Let's give it up for him. All right, Wadaj, how do you feel like this hoodie has made you more powerful this weekend?
I don't know. Can I keep it now? They said like I have to give it back, but I kind of want to. It's like I love the hood. I can't do it with the headphones, but the hoodie definitely gives me energy.
I think the aura of the hoodie is on point and allowed you to push through in this regional championship. So after 15 games, what do you want to do after this?
Well, I have to drive home, so I'm gonna drink a Celsius and then maybe get some McDonald's, and I'll be on my drive home in my Mazda CX-5.
I am so proud of you on this accomplishment. Do you have anyone to shout out on this win? Any friends, any family again?
Okay, real talk, I know I shout out my driver's license and my mom's car, but shout out Lezel Bezel for letting me stay with her. Like I gave her like a week's notice after I came, and also shout out my friends and parents, of course.
That's very sweet. Well, congratulations again on the win. Hope you have a safe drive home. And again, everybody, let's give it up for your Baltimore Regional Champion. It's Wadaj. All right, thanks so much, and it's been a great weekend, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in to our Pokemon Go Regional Championships stream here in Baltimore, and we look forward to seeing you next weekend on the same channel here in Dortmund.
Some things change, but some things stay the same. And Wadaj at the top of the bracket is something we are very accustomed to. Congratulations again to our Baltimore Regional Champion here to kick off our 2025 season. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with Homesites Henry and Lundberg. We're going to wrap up this show for you. Amanda, any final thoughts?
Well, I just want to say that if there's magical hoodies that are being given out, I would like one as well, because I want some of that energy that Wadaj had for this. He played so well. This was such a fun tournament to see overall. I loved all the picks of all the different Pokemon, and I'm really excited to see what is in store for this 2025 season.
Henry, I know you were watching those grand finals with bated breath. Any thoughts on that or the weekend in general?
Both series going to a decisive Game 5. Just goes to show, and the caliber of play was just unbelievable in this finals. It's honestly everything you can hope for out of a new meta, and how dynamic those games felt. Catches left and right, switching in and out, saving the energy. I feel like this kind of showed the gold standard of what is possible in this new 50-second switch timer, and it shows all the doors for that fun play style that are opened by this change.
Time only moves forward, but let's take a look at where we came from. This is our winners side bracket, and as you kind of look back, you see Wadaj took down Arrow to advance out of round 1, took down Elum, and then he fell to Elite. Elite was in that grand finals bracket waiting for him. However, Wadaj had to fight through some pretty tough competition to get there, and Elite's bracket run was also super impressive. But as you can see here, Wadaj taking down Elum, getting revenge against a trainer that knocked him down, and what a revenge match it was, because it set him up nicely to get into that grand finals spot. Henry, I'm gonna come back to you here because I want to ask you about day 2 usage. These are the percentage breakdowns for these Pokemon. I see Shadow Typhlosion coming in there at number 7.
Very happy to see how well Shadow Typhlosion performed. We talked at the beginning of the show here today. Mandibuzz disappeared. I think the only one in Top Cut won. And I think he brought it only one game the entire time there. So honestly, this to me feels like a very fresh meta, a very exciting meta, and a meta where you don't need a lot of XL candies to compete. And I think that's something that is a terrific change and opens the door for a lot of people to try out Go.
That's actually a fantastic point. I think that resources are always a question. Pokemon Go is a resource management game. Even the PvP side is all about managing your energy. But we also have to manage expectations as casters, Amanda. We had some caster predictions, Pokemon that we expected to do well. Tell us about this and how we did.
Well, I know that you keep calling my picks boring, but they were pretty much successful, except for, let's just ignore the one that was on the bottom for me. But for Alligator everywhere, Dunsparce's every time you turned your head. And like you talked about, Henry, that Shadow Typhlosion just put in a clinic for a lot of these teams. Let's go over your team. What are some of the ones that you picked?
Superior turned out pretty well. Shadow Typhlosion and Diggersby also had some pretty good appearances. The Shadow Alolan Marowak, the Shadow Kanto Marowak, I think its day is still to come. It has incredible fast move pressure, but it hasn't been in Rocket Grunts in quite some time. So I think maybe when it does eventually return, we might see it have its moment in the sun. But for now, I'll take 3 out of 4.
A little hint, we would love to see some Shadow Kanto Cubone back in those Rockets. But I will say the Chestnut pick from Nighttime Clasher ended up winning the entire tournament, which is absolutely stellar. And speaking of Nighttime Clasher, he gave us a preview of where we are headed in terms of our regional schedule on stage just a few minutes ago. We are here in Baltimore right now, but we've got Louisville coming up, Sao Paulo, Sacramento, Toronto. Then we have a couple of unannounced dates. So I really highly encourage everyone watching the show to mark down their calendars for these dates and to keep in mind that more of them might be released soon. The next one coming up, though, Amanda, I need to hear your feedback. We're going to Dortmund.
Dortmund is going to be the very first event for Europe, and I think a lot of European trainers have had their eyes glued to this event in Baltimore, wondering what they should be bringing. What Pokemon should they be bringing to this tournament? Do they have a Galarian Moltres already? And if not, have they popped their daily incense to make sure that they have a chance to get one?
Amanda, you have probably a day or two to power up your Galarian Moltres before they get really upset with you. But I'm going to go back over to you, Henry. We're going back to the U.S. in Louisville next month. What are you expecting for Louisville in the meta?
Louisville, honestly, I'm expecting to see a lot of Shadow Machamp. Shadow Machamp, while it does have its struggles against Clodsire, we saw a Shadow Machamp take down an Azumarill, something that I did not think was possible. That Karate Chop pacing, it plays very different to what Counter used to. Counter was a more balanced fast move. Karate Chop is all about the energy generation. Straight 4 pacing means a cross chop every 8 turns, and it can honestly just feel like a barrage of charge attacks that can completely overwhelm opponents. I think people may have been a little worried to try it out, considering that Clodsire is a top meta threat, but as we've seen, it feels a little bit almost like Vigoroth did in the previous meta. Vigoroth, terrible into Annihilate, but so much play everywhere else.
It just chips down, right? It wears you down. No matter if you have a favorable typing advantage or whatever it might be, it's really tough to overcome those Karate Chop, Cross Chop users. But I'll tell you what, everybody, I want to send you a special thanks because it's been a long stream. We thank you so much for sticking with us. If you're still here, you need to follow these channels and get involved on social as well because we can tell you love competitive Pokemon Go PvP. Make sure, again, to follow the YouTube and Twitch in particular because that is where we go live. I'm going to ask each of you for maybe 1 or 2 sentences breakdown about how you feel for this weekend, and then we're going to sign off for real.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure being here in Baltimore. It's been one of the most fun events that I think we've seen in a new dynamic meta. I'm really excited to see what is in store for this season. But like you said, I mean, I might be in Europe for some of the other events, and I will power up my Galarian Moltres.
Henry?
It is good to be back behind the casting desk, and getting to cast the first event of the Max Out meta was incredible. Seeing the just incredible diversity of strategy and taking a look at these teams in Top Cut. They were so different, so many different strategies, and it seems like even if Clodsire is at that high of usage, there is a lot of room for creativity in this meta. And also, I'm going to need to do my daily incense and Master Ball and Galarian Moltres.
Fair enough, Henry. I just want to tell everybody, competitive Pokemon Go PvP is back, and we will be back in Dortmund. See you then.
Oh, that's so painful.
I went anti-Tal in that game, and